over with a flashlight, looks at the card, shines the light on the card, flashlight, calls like 2 or 3 people over. They're all looking at this business card, like wondering, like, are we cool with this guy selling merch on our beach? You know, like it was like, okay, that's cartel. There it is.
Gather the foreigners.
Yes, absolutely. Gather the foreigners. So you could tell there was a little private. Everybody was kind of like, on their P's and Q's, making sure no one's, doing anything wrong. You could see it there.
And then you had work anxiety. When did the Sunday scaries hit you?
They hit on Saturday. That's the official last day, right? Saturday's the last day before, because Sunday is basically a work day for us.
Yep.
Saturday hit me, man, and it was just like, dang it, I could get used to this. I knew I had one sleep-in day left. I knew I had, one night where I could just cut loose and not have any worries. And then you got to go back to work.
Yeah.
And you got to get ready for the next day. I didn't have my laundry done. I realized that, oh, crap, we got a wedding to go to in 2 weeks. I need to get my suit tailored. I got to buy shoes because it's a black tie, whatever thing.
Reality hits. Reality hits.
Reality bites.
Yep. Well, you get welcome back to a 9 o'clock puck drop. I think they went 8:40 last night.
Yeah.
It was quick. I missed puck drop.
It was early.
I assumed it was 8:50.
Yeah, it was not 8:50. It was 8:40, and you could drop this game after the second period.
Counter. Donato moving in. Donato bouncing puck. Rebound score! Tolman in. Ottinger tried to push that puck away with his blocker. It wound up being put on a platter for Eeli Tolvanen.
5 goals in the second period on TBS from the Kraken as they blow out the Stars 7-2. 7-2 to take a 2-1 series lead.
Man, Otter looked lost. He looked lost last night. It did not. And the defense didn't really help him out either. I mean, they were giving us some open looks.
Second time in 3 games that he surrendered 5 goals.
Yeah. Yeah. And
a lot of tollers are saying, all right, that's not going to happen again. That's not going to happen again this series. He got his bad game out of the way.
Yeah. I mean, but he's been so hot lately that, you figure that there was going to be a game or whatever where he kind of let things in, but not 2 games out of 3. And that's concerning. The Stars defense was really, really good at the end of the Minnesota series, not even letting him face a lot of difficult looks. That was not the case last night. They got some. Now, the Miro one was bad luck. That was bad luck.
Face?
Yeah, that was really, really bad luck. But there was that other. I think there was the second or third goal. It was just a great play that Seattle ran, getting the puck up ice, and then getting an open look on the other side. It was just. I mean, the defense did not play as well as they have been for him yesterday.
12 saves on 17 shots. That's not good.
No.
12 saves on 17 shots. Wedgwood came in the third period. Seattle becomes the first team this postseason to score 5 times in a single period, and this all probably happened because Peyton Russell did not travel to Seattle after he went to Game 2 and saw the Stars even up the series. Pepe, thoughts from last night?
It was kind of like deja vu because you look back at Game 3 against the Wild in Minnesota. That it was kind of a similar game. Ottinger just wasn't at his best, and it sucks. I mean, you try and support Otter, but this is now 2 times in 3 games this series that he's let up over 5 goals. So not good, but I expect the boys to bounce back. Maybe I'll have to go to the game. I still have the jersey from the Tolo.
That's right. Tolo gave you the jersey, and Game 4 is tomorrow night. 7 different Seattle players scored, and 12 different picked up a point. That is balance. 7 different Kraken and 12 different ones picked up a point as they now have control of this series.
They do. And that crowd was raucous last night.
Seattle, man.
Yeah, that was a really good crowd. But
the 12th man.
Could be the 12th man, right? Just like they ripped off from A&M. And
right.
Now we'll see what Seattle rips off from some other Texas team that's going to have. Who knows what they'll do? Who knows? Maybe they'll do the bear claw.
Oh,
or
the bear down.
They'll do the guns up. Who knows?
What were your thoughts when they got Seattle second round? What did you know?
I thought it was a gift. I thought it was a gift, right? I mean, they were going to play take on Colorado. I mean, that's a gift to get Seattle.
Yeah.
compared to the defending champs. And now it's like, okay, maybe you let the gift horse in the mouth, as they say.
877-881-1053 to welcome back Choppy from Mexico. Truckwreck.com text line is open. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If you want to evaluate his tan, man, looking at him compared to Peyton. Now, I'm looking a little white too, but Peyton is pasty.
Yeah, you are.
You got Choppy's tone and color versus Peyton's.
It's almost summertime.
Almost summer. You don't have any trips planned? You usually have some.
Vancouver in July.
Oh, you definitely get tan there.
That'll help. That'll help a lot. All right, we have the Rangers doing work. A giddy Jared Sandler is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. We have another giveaway for the Tolos during the Expressway. And the NBA action last night, where the number one story is the two-time MVP shoving an NBA owner. What's going to happen to the Joker? What's going down with the Rangers? We're starting off the Monday edition of Sean and RJ back together again. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
The Fan brought to you by the Air Show.
Win a trip or two to Miami Beach for the U.S. Army Salute Fest, the most amazing Memorial Day weekend experience ever. This one-of-a-kind event includes the hottest names in music and a large showcase of top U.S. Army technology. Register now at usasalute.com. Use promo code KRLD.
Garcia swings, hits a high fly ball to left center. Trout at the track, he's at the wall, he turns, looks, out of here! A 3-run home run for Adolis Garcia. A 5-run top of the 7th, and Texas leads 16-7.
Good morning, Metroplex. That was the call yesterday from Sandler on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean and RJ back from Mexico. The Rangers were down early. Does not matter with this offense. The third time this season that the Rangers have put up at least 16 runs in a game. They've done it 3 times. The rest of the bigs has done it 4 times total. Tavares had a career-high 4 hits. Adolis hit his team-leading 9th home run of the season.
Daddy.
I think Garcia has the RBI lead again in baseball. So he had 3 hits. He was struggling at one of his last 14, but you heard the damage that he did, and the Rangers are off to their best start since 2013. Here's the stat. We're going to kind of have to have offensive comparison discussions like of the great offenses over the last 20 years because the Rangers have scored 221 runs. They're the first team in the majors to score that many through their first 33 games since the 2000 St. Louis Cardinals. So this offense is doing something no one else has done through the first 33 games, and we haven't seen it in over 20 years without Corey Seager.
Right.
Mitch Garver banged up as well. And now you have Bochy saying, look, when you got Josh Smith, when you have Tavares doing this, we know that we're loaded.
Yeah, and some of these guys are just looking for a chance to play every day. Like Duran got a chance. He's getting chances to play. And he comes up with some big hits. Josh Smith just coming out there and being an injury replacement and coming up with a big hit. A lot of these guys are across the sport are just looking for days. Just give me at bats. Let me get a chance to prove myself. And these guys are taking advantage of it. They're taking advantage of an opening in the lineup with Seager being out. And this offense has not skipped a beat. It really is remarkable that they're scoring this many runs. That the Rays have scored the most runs in the game. They've also got 2 games in hand. They've played 35 games or 27. My gosh. Just insane.
Their home record is stupid, too. It's crazy.
19-3.
19-3. The 5-inning streak for Martin Perez, though, comes to an end. He allowed a season-high 7 runs. Did not go at least 5 innings for the first time in 37 starts. So he got roughed up, but the offense picked him up. And your Rangers are in first place in the American League West. They take 2 of 3 against the Angels. They had a very sloppy defensive series where yesterday their manager's we just didn't do anything well. So John Gray has had a no decision in his last 4 starts. He's going to get the assignment tonight as they take on the Mariners in Seattle. So the Stars and the Rangers in Seattle.
In Seattle. Maybe they're staying at the same hotel. Who knows? Who knows if they're staying at the same hotel or not? But
see you at the fish market.
See you for a 9 o'clock first pitch, I'm sure. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
9 o'clock? Great.
I think it's 8:40.
Oh, well, good. Well, the way these baseball games go now, that thing will be over by 10:15.
Well, how long did yesterday go?
That was over. Everything was over 3 hours.
24 runs scored. The Rangers are going to screw up the game times, but you'll take it because they're scoring double-digit runs.
306, which was about what last year's league average was, and this feels like a marathon now.
Yes, I'll take it.
Yeah,
but this team feels legit. This team feels dangerous. That's the best word. Legit to me means a couple of different things. You're a World Series contender, or you're a legit good team. And right now, I'm saying they're definitely a legit good team. I wasn't worried about what happened in Cincinnati. I wrote that off. I said that's a fluke. You were dominating those games. Now the bullpen on Friday was a problem. We do have to acknowledge that. What were they up 4-1? Was that what it was?
4-0 at one point, I think. 4-1 going to the 9th, yeah, and they blew it.
So this should have been a sweep. And they got to go bullpen shopping. It's just that simple.
Well, they do, and they will. The problem is that they're not going to be able to get anybody just yet unless they're going to overpay because teams aren't going to give up on the season on May 8th.
Yep.
But they're legit because I can feel it.
Frogger.
Oh, there it is. I haven't had a talk in the morning for a week.
Yeah, what time, how many hours of sleep did you get per night? What time did you wake up on average?
Man, the sunrise in Cabo for some reason is like 5:45 in the morning, and we slept with the door open, like the sliding glass door over the balcony open. So like the sun came in at like 5:45. Then we shut the shades. We were up, I would say, we woke up around 7:30, 8 o'clock every day, and then we stayed in bed we just laid in bed for a while.
Yeah.
And then went down for breakfast, brekkie as we had to call it.
No.
Went down for brekkie, and then it was. We were not sleeping in. But anyway, they are legit, especially, if let's say they get to a postseason series and DeGrom is healthy. All right. You're going to go up. You figure you're going up 1-0. And even if you lose, if you just split the next 2 games or just take one of the next 3, you're tied. And there he is again. Now it's a 3-2 series lead. Like, that's what makes you legit. Anytime you have a top of the rotation guy that can go out and absolutely dominate another lineup like he can, you're going to be in a position to win that series.
So that's the Rangers. Seattle tonight right here on this station. NBA playoff action with some controversy in the stands.
Booker probing. Might want to double team him. Booker's going to shoot over 2. Why not? Holy smokes.
This guy is playing out of his damn mind. Out of his mind. 129-124. We are tied at 2 as the Phoenix Suns even things up against the Denver Nuggets. Devin Booker with 36. Kevin Durant scored 36. Booker was 14 of 18 from the field. He's putting up stupid numbers in this series. In this series, he's averaging 36. 36 and 9 assists. He dropped 27, then 35, then 47, then 36. So we're tied, but the controversy is Joker in the stands, elbowing a little shove to the Phoenix Suns' brand new owner.
Matt Ishbia. Is he an owner or is he a fan?
Well, I think he's a governor, actually. And
thank you, Commissioner Silver.
You know what? I actually think that this guy being a governor helps Joker.
Yeah, I agree.
Because there's no doubt about it. They can all play dumb all they want. Joker extended the arm to shove him.
Yeah.
Now people are saying, oh, even governors flop just like players.
Yeah.
That was a flop in the stands. He definitely extended the arm. I think my theory is if that was a regular Joe Schmo nobody, Joker is in more trouble.
I agree.
Because everyone's trying to make the question this morning, is Joker going to be suspended? He touched an NBA owner. He shoved an NBA owner. I think it'll actually help him. Nothing will happen to him. Maybe he'll get fined. But if he shoved a regular fan, then we have a much bigger problem, I think, with the NBA having to protect people in the stands. But after the game, Joker was asked by the media what happened with the incident.
He told me I was elbowing the fan. So, but the fan put the hand on me first, so I thought the league's supposed to protect us or whatever. So, but maybe I'm wrong. So we will see.
Did you happen to know who the fan was?
He's a fan of. He's on the. I know who is, but he's a fan, isn't he? He's a sitting
Phoenix Suns owner.
Sitting on the courts, and he's a fan, isn't he?
Yep.
That doesn't mean that he's a. So whoever it is, and he's a fan, he cannot influence the game by holding the ball.
And it did look like the governor was holding the ball
yes.
a little bit.
Yeah, he was.
And Joker was like, give me the ball back. I want to get it in bounds. We want to run down the other way.
He was holding it, and then he slapped that out of his hand. Joker grabbed it, and then Ishbia slapped the ball out of his hands like he was still trying to walk on the Michigan State team. That's good. He was a walk-on. He was a walk-on for that Flintstones team, the Michigan State Mateen Cleaves title team or whatever.
Yeah. Mo Pete, maybe?
Mo Pete. It's like, he obviously he craves the attention. You don't sit courtside as an owner, governor, if you don't crave the attention, Mark Cuban. Owners stay in the box. Stay up top. Be heard, not seen, or be neither. But he craves the attention. That's why he's down there.
Does something or should something come of this for Joker Game 5?
I would say no.
Not going to get suspended.
If it was a regular fan, he might. But I guess the statement is that, is he just a fan if he's in the stands. Is he a regular fan? I would not suspend him. The fan had the ball, was trying to hold up the game, slapped out of Joker's hands.
Who was more in the wrong between Joker or the governor?
At which point, let's see. The governor was in the wrong when he was holding on the ball and slapping it out of his hands, and Joker was in the wrong. You can't push somebody.
He definitely pushed him.
You can't elbow somebody out of the way.
He must have known who the guy. I don't know.
I don't know. That's a good question.
I mean, the Jokic's, they roll around like the gang, like the Furies.
They are the Furies, man. There's no doubt.
The brothers were in the stands ready to jump in too.
Were they there?
Oh, I don't know, but I just assumed that they were waiting for something.
Way to confirm. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, Bobby Belt is out. He's vacationing in Arkansas. A line you don't hear very often.
No, I've heard good things. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. The Springs, is it the Hot Springs?
Hot Springs.
Hot Springs.
He went to Ed Sheeran and then heading out to Arkansas for a few days.
Good for him.
To decompress. All right. Micah Parsons is catching some heat for supporting Filthy. Should he be catching some of the heat with the viral video and photo that took over yesterday during the Sixers game? Emmitt Smith just won't let it go. And we have a team reportedly watching the Luka drama play out here in the Metroplex. It's all coming up with everything you need to know to get yours.
DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tatum. Smart. Got it. Did it count?
I don't think he got it off.
Did not get it off in time, it appeared. It appeared to be late. They're going to review it by rule because it went through the basket as the time expired. You can tell by the crowd reaction that he didn't get it off in time.
That was the call yesterday on ABC ESPN as Filthy saved their season thanks to James Harden winning in Philadelphia over the Massholes. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ back together again. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back here on DFW Sports Station. This was a fun ending. It looked like Philadelphia was easily going to win. Boston makes this incredible run, but Jason Tatum in overtime finds Marcus Smart a little bit too late. Ball was in his hands, and we are tied.
I was a little surprised that Tatum gave it up at the end. I was a little surprised. He even talked about this. Like he was a little bit late kind of getting going.
Yes, that's the issue. And this drove me crazy with the Mavericks and Luka sometimes at the end of halves or the end of quarters or the end of games. And I had a couple Tolos be like, he's Luka, just don't question him. These teams start too late. I could argue, I think they were arguing it on TNT, he shouldn't have gone even a second earlier. He should have immediately started because if you don't score, you want a chance for the offensive rebound, or if you miss, you foul and try to go ahead and extend the game. These teams wait too long. Tatum was way too far away, and he just should have started earlier. Luka does this crap, and it leaves you with only a step-back fadeaway three. Yeah. Step-back three is your only option instead of getting and going. That's my opinion.
He had the ball. He got the ball with 7.6 to go. And he was at midcourt. He was on the 6 of the 76ers logo.
Yep.
And he held it there, and he didn't move until 4.5 seconds left.
Yep.
It's not enough time. I mean, you started about a second and a half too late. Time is of the essence in that moment. Yeah, I get it. You want the last shot. But, look, all this guy had to do was get fouled. Like, all he had to do was get fouled, go to the line, make a couple free throws, the game's over. I'm just surprised that, he didn't. It was almost like there was no plan. He didn't know what to do. He started late, hesitated, and once you hesitate, he was screwed. I mean, like he was going to be put in a spot where he had the ball, and he was going to make a circus shot at the end.
Game 1, James Harden came back around. It played out perfectly for TV and all the script writers because I believe he had the one of the victims from Michigan State shooting there at the game, and they brought the young man down on the floor afterwards, and it was a perfect moment with James taking off the shoes, signing them for the young man. So that was a great, heartfelt moment. But James Harden going crazy as Joel Embiid was getting shut down by Al Horford. The MVP getting limited by old man Al Horford. But we're now tied at 2 because this would have been series over.
I can't believe he's still in the league. Like, seriously, like he's been almost 20 years now. It's like 17, and he's still playing at a high level.
He looks young, too.
I know. He's kept himself in really good shape. But yeah, this was about to be church for this series, and now we got a whole new one.
Harden scores 42, 8, and 9 for James. But we got a little Cowboy controversy in this one, as Micah Parsons was eating chicken wings on the air. But even before that, some people got the shot of Micah walking along the sidelines in his Philadelphia 76er jersey.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, I saw a couple of people post about this, and I was like, I don't know the issue here.
Representing the enemy.
He's from there.
Can't
do that.
Oh, he is. He is from there.
He is from there.
Yeah.
It's like let's see. Give me a. It's like Patrick Mahomes going to Kansas City and wearing a Rangers jersey. It's okay, right?
How would that go over with the Royals fans?
They don't have a choice. That's where he's from. It's now if he was wearing a Dallas Cowboys hat, Patrick Mahomes, that's an issue. That's an issue.
Because it's the same sport, right?
Same sport.
Okay.
Different sports. There's city allegiance is a thing that is fake. It doesn't exist anymore. Just go ask your kids. Your kids don't care. All right. We had a baseball game a couple of weeks back, and we were like, it was like kind of like a rain delay. Our coach went up to one of the other teams. We're just trying to kill time. Hey, who's your favorite baseball player? Went to every kid. Not a single Ranger was mentioned. Not a single one. Not DeGrom, not Seager, not Simeon. It was Trout. It was Ohtani. It was Judge. It was Yordan Alvarez. No Ranger.
Now, Micah defended himself. He saw the outrage on social media, and he tweeted, "Hey, man, Maxie from Texas." And Kevin Gray and Pat Doney were all over this. South Garland High School.
Yeah. Again, who cares? Okay, he's from Philadelphia area. He's from Pennsylvania. He's allowed to be a Sixer fan. You got a problem with that? I mean, get a life.
I think he might have been. I'm hoping he was just a Maxie fan. He was supporting South Garland High School.
Then wear his high school jersey.
Huh?
Get a high school jersey.
I'm hoping that he was actually rooting for the 76ers because he was staying true to himself and he wasn't being Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
All right, which is fake.
Bryce sold out.
That's what I'm hoping. All right. And I'm hoping these fans that are all butthurt about it can get a life. That's what I'm hoping.
So that was Micah Parsons going viral for supporting the enemy. Oh, the Eagle fans, they just hopped on this. Just trade for Micah right now. Micah wants to be a part of us so badly. The former owner there, the guy who owns Fanatics, is like, just go ahead and make it happen.
Yeah.
It's so clear. It's so obvious.
Oh, yeah.
That Parsons is showing the filthy love.
Oh, my God. See the Philadelphia people now. Now I got to go after them. Like, just because you guys are idiots. They're just idiots.
Micah fell for a fake tweet when someone said that DeAndre Swift, who the Eagles traded for during draft weekend, chose the number 0. Why? Quote, "That's how many times the Cowboys have been to an NFC championship game in my lifetime." That was DeAndre Swift's reasoning for choosing number 0. Of course, that quote is fake, but Micah responded to it quickly.
Yes.
Damn, you just pulled up on the block, Swift.
Yeah.
And now you're just sitting here talking like this, running your mouth. Ends up being fake. Micah takes the tweet.
This is the problem with the blue check mark being gone. You don't know who's fake. You don't know who's real anymore.
Yeah,
that's the problem. You got to get those blue checks back.
What is the status of the blue checks? Do you have?
We're gone.
I felt like people got them back.
Oh, I don't know.
You have to buy them.
You got to buy them back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought like LeBron and other people.
So
Elon gifted it to.
Elon apparently gifted it to LeBron.
Yeah, yours is gone.
Yeah, but if you have a blue check mark,
Kevin Gray has one, I think.
Well, you know why? Because he decided to pony up. He joined Elon's band of desperados and ponied up $8 a month. I'm keeping my $8 or whatever it is. $5, $8, could be 5 cents.
It's the principle.
It's the principle. You can't have something. You can't be giving something for free and then all of a sudden start charging for it.
It's like going and getting, different restaurants just have like the Gatorade cooler for you to get your water. They're not going to refill it till you go refill it yourself. Can't start charging me 10 cents for the water. I just won't drink the water.
I just won't drink it.
I'm not going to pay 10 cents. You've already established a precedent. It's free in life. I'm not going to pay for it.
Exactly.
That's the way it is.
Exactly. Once something's free, I don't pay for it. Ever. Never will.
So that's Micah Parsons' day and his weekend. Emmitt Smith, Jane Slater could not believe last week when I looked her dead in the eye and said, I don't care about Emmitt Smith's running back opinion. He's a fossil. He's a dinosaur with it. He's totally out of touch. Haven't we proven multiple times these players are not general managers for the most part? And Emmitt just won't let it go when it comes to bringing back Zeke.
I think Dallas need to bring Zeke back if they can. With the uncertainty of Pollard being able to come back and being the Tony Pollard that we all know, that is yet to be seen. Until that has proven itself out and he's healthy enough to get out there and carry the football and be some form of who he used to be, that is my biggest concern. No disrespect to Malik Davis, no disrespect to Deuce Vaughn, but Deuce Vaughn and Malik Davis and no Tony Pollard presents a major challenge for the Dallas Cowboys offense.
Good Lord. Come on.
Good Lord is right. No.
Now, look, I'm not going to sit here and ever argue X's and O's with Emmitt Smith and what running back lane should someone and protections, and I'm just not going there X's and O's. But these guys have proven it, man. their analysis with it, and you've proven it as fans with a lot of your really good takes. You won the Zeke argument 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know why Emmett is holding on to this. There's no burst. There's no elusiveness. Some of the old fossils and the dinosaurs and the media here who just love Zeke's presence. It got proven, man. And the market is telling you. No one is calling him. No one is picking him up. No one is adding him. There's a reason for it. Let it go.
Let it go. Let it go.
Grief.
Let it go, man. Just, but I think a lot of times former athletes will be, they never wanted to be told that it was time, and they don't want to tell somebody else that it's time. I get it. I mean, they're sticking up for their own position, or the fraternity of football players or basketball players, or whatever. They just don't want to. They're never going to tell somebody that it's time to go. That's just not what they're. And that's why they make bad GMs. That's why a lot of times, you got to have a GM who treats these guys like they're stock chips and just trade them and move them on and dump and sign.
That goes for Dirk too. If I believe that Dirk has some actual input and say as an advisor, then I got to hold him accountable and guilty for putting together this roster that this team has outside of 2 players. Bad. I don't trust Luka as a general manager. If what Batsik says, he's got all this Dwight Powell love. He was all in on getting Kyrie. Not the best basketball fit. So I'm not trusting current players or former players for the most part. They've proven they got a track record of it. And Emmett saying this is lose a little bit of football credibility. You just do. When do you get your draft thoughts? You went on vacation.
I went on vacation.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I was a little bit surprised at the second round selection. It's clear they targeted positions, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. They targeted positions.
Yeah.
I'm not going to nitpick on whether it was the best player at that position at the time, because so often you see that the guy picked after the, presumptive better player turns out to be the better player. So I thought their draft was fine. I thought Deuce Vaughn in the 6th round or whatever was incredible value. And that's your starting running back in 2024.
You were familiar with his game?
Yeah. K-State, little guy, good player. Size is
a problem.
Does size matter? It is a problem.
Got to Wild fans, I guess. At the game, the girls you talked to.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Yeah,
they're expecting 12 feet?
2.5 feet.
Good callback. Good callback.
So I really like that. What I didn't like is that they didn't address corner or wide receiver until the very, very end of the draft, and I thought
they didn't address left guard.
Correct. Now maybe there wasn't a left guard that they liked at the time, and that's fine. But when they got Gilmore and Cooks, one of the things that we had said is do not let this alter your draft plan. Those are stopgaps. Those are not the future. And they did not address either one in any, really important rounds. And that I thought was a miss. But, I'm not going to nitpick the players. They went after needs, and that's fine. I'm cool with that.
How much trouble are the Stars in after last night getting beat down late in Seattle? And Stars coach Pete DeBoer on the
Spits and Suds.
Spits and Suds. Is that already out? Is that up?
He had to record it last night, right? He could have recorded it after the second period.
He could have recorded it after the second period and shut it down. So the Stars get destroyed, and Pete DeBoer on what happened in Allen. You'll hear his words. 6 a.m. Club. Glad you're joining us. Sean and RJ on the Fan.
But let's get you over to Kay.
Lost, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Cartier fires, blocked and a cab to Heiskanen. Seattle has the lead with Miro Heiskanen laying injured on his knees. What a contrast. Everly leading the receiving line and Miro Heiskanen in distress.
That was the call last night on TBS as the Seattle Kraken exploded in the second period, and the Dallas Stars get whooped 7-2 on the road, and now they trail this series 2-1. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy is back from vacation. Bobby Belt is out for a few days. We got Peyton and Rai in the back here on DFW Sports Station. How much trouble now do you think the Dallas Stars are in?
It was fast. It was hard.
Man, sounds good. I don't think they're in. I mean, I don't know that it's panic time yet. It's a very similar situation to what they were in round one with Minnesota.
Minnesota didn't take a 2-1 lead, though, did they?
Yeah, because they won game 3.
They won
and
game
then the
3.
Stars won 3 straight.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Spittle had thought that the Stars would win this series in 5. So I'm going to imagine he's not too worried, but the Spits and Suds podcast is, I think, out.
I mean, look, Seattle's still a 100-point team. Okay, they're still good. They're a good hockey team. The Stars are the better team. So even though you're down 2-1, I haven't looked at the Vegas odds. I would still bet Vegas as the Stars as a slight advantage to win the series. And I think they will. They're the better team. But Seattle has done something to screw with Otter. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's Otter. Maybe he's just going through a little slump. But he when you're going to let in goals in bunches the way he has, that's a problem, because it also means no lead is going to be safe if he's going to do this. That was a bad performance. I didn't see game 1. I was out of the country, Sean. The game wasn't exactly on in Mexico. You
didn't ask the bar to wire in the hockey game?
No, it was did not ask the bar to wire in the hockey. I didn't even notice TVs at the hotel bar. But that was not a good performance last night by any stretch. And I don't know if maybe they pulled him a little bit too late. You're not gonna have a quick trigger on him though. He has earned it too. He has earned a very long leash. But I thought they made the right move of getting him out of there before the third.
Second time in 3 games that he surrendered 5 goals. Gave up 4 goals in the first period of game 1. And the Kraken become the first team this postseason to score 5 times in a single period. So the onslaught, you could have shut this thing off after the second period. 7-2 Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, it was so weird because after the first period, I was like, all right, we're going to get in a low-scoring game, maybe possible overtime. I was about to crack open the energy drink there, expect another midnight sleep. But
or the Spittle coffee.
That's right.
The only
that's
thing
right.
that saved Jane Slater last week after she crashed on Thursday.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just same scenario as last series. You're playing a game 4 on the road, and basically it's for your season. You go down 3-1, it's going to be really tough to come back.
877-881-1053 is the chartwreck.com text line to hit us up. Heiskanen, of course, has to exit the game. They said, the score of this one influenced us putting him back in, but gosh, a hockey puck to the face.
Look, we saw this in round 1. A guy had 75 stitches, came back later that period. These are different animals in the NHL. He'll come back out, and Hayes will come back out with a face mask on, like he's playing juniors. He's gonna have a full face mask on.
Jaylen Brown, looks like Jaylen Brown off the Celtics. Before the game, we got to unfortunately shift the mood here. Stars coach Pete DeBoer wanted to give a little talk and address what happened in Allen with the news that took over the entire world this weekend right in our backyard.
Just before we start, I just want to acknowledge how heartbroken we are about the mass shooting in Allen, Texas. It's really close to home, obviously, just tragic. And, frankly, when you hear, victims as young as 5 years old, you just, you get tired of hearing it. And I think, when you hear Sandy Hook and Parkland and Nashville, unless it's in your backyard, you compartmentalize it and put it aside. And then when it happens in your backyard, you realize, the horror of it. And I don't pretend to know the answer on how to fix it, but it's too great a country and too many intelligent people not to do something about it. So just horrific.
If you had told me after 9/11 that I would feel safer in an airport or an airplane than I do at a mall, I'd be like, you're crazy. But it's just,
or in Mexico.
Hey, Hey, Mexico, maybe we need the cartel to come up here and just take care of everything and just, overlord over the entire world. I have no idea. But this is like, part of me just wants to stop giving these lunatics attention. Don't even bring it up. Don't even have the news cover it. But the news doesn't even cover half of them anyway because there's been apparently 200 of them this year. And I've only heard about maybe 10.
I thought the press conference and the information on this seemed delayed, where I'm like, okay, who is the shooter? What was the motive? Where are the press conferences? Where are the police officials? And it all kind of felt delayed, but 8 dead, 7 injured with the Allen Mall incident. I guess it depends how you define a mass shooting, but the news...
They say more than 4
199 in the first 126 days of the year. And, it's just luck of the draw now for your everyday activities.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to the right or the wrong mall? Are you going to the right or the wrong movie theater? Are you going to the right or the wrong school? Are you going to the right or wrong church? That's what it's become. It's that much of a wild card. Are you going to Grapevine Mall? Are you going to the malls in Allen? And that's the flip of the coin that we're living in right now. That's scary.
It is. It is that scary.
My brother
ducks.
My brother was trying to sell his house in Maryland, and it was like some out of country investor. And my dad sends me an email from this guy pulling out of the deal. Everything was signed, sealed, about to be delivered. And he's like, you know what? I was thinking about moving my family to America. And he goes, in light of the news over there, we're out. Pulled out of the deal. Contract, everything falling through. That's the state of things. That people are too scared to move here, and you're going on vacation in Mexico, and you feel more safe.
I felt pretty safe there. It's. I really, there's really nothing even to say. Like,
and my dad couldn't even blame him. My dad, I was like, "Are you upset? Like, what the heck? The house sale, it's just gone like that." He's like, "I don't blame him. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say back to him? I mean, every other day you get a headline, you get kids killed, and instead of doing anything about it, all we do is race to find out the race, the ethnicity. Is it a white supremacy person? Is it a Hispanic? Is it a Hispanic who believes in white supremacy? Is it a Trump person? Is it a liberal? That's what the race is. It's the race to win the argument on social media by finding out who did it and not how do you stop someone from doing it. It's let the finger pointing begin. And these people in power, I really believe, this is a sick thing to think and say, I really believe they care more about winning their political fight than having peace of mind of their own family member going to a mall and feeling better about it. Like, it's like, that sounds crazy to say, and I'm sure if you're circling on a piece of paper, if I asked them to circle, would you rather your nephew get killed in a mall or you win the political argument? They're going to say, I want to save my nephew. It doesn't seem like that, though. It doesn't seem like that whatsoever. Last week kind of made me happy we didn't get the Ted Cruz interview last week.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask how that went.
Yeah, I signed off on that. I was like, let's do it. Bobby was like, I don't know about that. And Ted Cruz went on the KMC Masterpiece. He had to do it later time in the day, and I didn't get a chance to hear it. But Hagelin told me, I was like, did it get political? Did it get contentious? And I think that they cut out pieces of it that did get really political. They pre-taped it. That way you can remove what you don't want on the air. But I think Hagelin asked Ted Cruz about gun control issues. I think that they left that part out of the on-air portion. But now I'm curious to see
what he said.
What he said.
I do wonder what he said.
And Kevin's reaction to it. But
now it used to be like stay out of certain areas and you'd be fine.
Yeah.
Right? You don't go looking for trouble. And now it's just like you're just like gonna, people just randomly, willy-nilly will shoot up innocent people, and it's just like, what is that? What is that all about?
What did Bobby send us? Like, there's a blood trauma?
Yeah, I didn't understand what this was. It's like a, did he say a bleeding unit? Like they're, yeah. I'll ask.
They basically want to train kids and set up like trauma units or rooms in school,
like stations and stuff around the school.
Or when something like this is happening, you have 8-year-olds or younger rushing to this room or someplace for protection or how to react in case a kid gets shot. That's where we are. That's where we are with it, and it just doesn't look like it's going to get fixed anytime soon.
It won't. It won't, because they don't really want to do it. Nobody really wants to, do anything about it. One side wants to take on their stance, and the other side wants to take on their stance, and nobody's going to budge because they both believe they're right. I get it. Usually you think your opinion's right. I don't know anybody who's given an opinion outside of Skip Bayless that they didn't actually believe was right. That's why it's your opinion, because you think it's right.
This man in the news who helped the victims at the mall shooting.
Oh, I can't. No. This the guy with the face?
Yeah.
Dude.
He was talking about the first girl I walked up to was crouched down, covering her head in the bushes. So I felt for a pulse, put her head to the side, and she had no face. And what's really scary about that sentence, that quote, I don't think it bothers or strikes some of the people in power the way it does like 99% of the rest of us. When that quote, when that description becomes numbing to you, to me it becomes it's hopeless. That's really the reality of the way I feel about it. If that sentence in that picture doesn't make you sick, doesn't move you, doesn't devastate you, doesn't sadden you, you're a monster. And I believe a lot of these people in power, both sides, they're monsters. Greed, selfish, dead. You're dead inside. Heartless, cold. Because nothing's happened and nothing is probably going to happen. So that's what happened in Allen with a little bit of that recap. 877-8811. And thank goodness there was someone, it was a police officer that wasn't even there on assignment who stopped the maniac.
He was he had answered a call somewhere in the vicinity of the mall.
Because when you see those numbers, someone has an automatic weapon or AR, right, whatever it is. I'm even surprised when the numbers are like 8 and 7, like 15 people, because you go into a crowd and think of the damage that you could sit there and do before someone is able to get there and stop you.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not trying to be insensitive to it. I'm just like, it
could have been way worse.
30 and 40.
Oh yeah.
40 and 50.
Could have been way worse.
You see the amount of ammunition this fool had?
Yes. I mean, he was geared up. He was ready. He looked like he was ready to go into combat.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously it could have been way worse. This was tragic enough as it is.
So no easy way to transition from that, but we're here for your thoughts and your reaction on the truckwreck.com text line, as always, here on Sean and RJ. All right, someone is paying attention to the Maverick drama with Luka. We got a team that's apparently interested in number 77, and a hit piece was done calling Luka too selfish for Kyrie. That's next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and congratulate you for starting off that.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want, just like Texas Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
You don't play him unless you know you can trust him defensively.
Alley-oop, and Davis throws it down. Perfect pass from Schroeder. It's a 24-point lead.
Lakers dominate the Warriors. Game 3 in LA on ABC. That was on Saturday night. They lead Golden State 2-1. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ back together again. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club. We've lost some steam with the 6 a.m. club. The expresswayers have kind of taken over.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the numbers have shown. So I don't know whether I need to be buying breakfast for a random Tolo every single day in the 6 a.m. hour, but we need to figure out a way to reset what used to be the strongest audience of the show.
It did. I think a lot of people are in this post-COVID world. We are post-COVID right now, Peyton?
Sometimes.
In this post-COVID world.
Good answer.
People are just not waking up as early as they used to.
Look at the road.
Look at the road. It's empty. It's empty. Central Expressway was litty at this time of year, time of day, years ago. And now it's just not, man.
How about the hit piece that got done on Luka Doncic coming out from heavy.com? First, the report that the Utah Jazz are keeping an eye. They're very interested in keeping an eye on the Mavericks drama. That was a report that came out over the weekend. That was from John Hollinger, keeping a very interesting eye on the Luka situation.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm happy here.
Keeping a very interested eye. Now, I don't know what kind of interested eye they're going to do. I mean, the Mavericks don't want to give them up. Utah can keep any eye they want. They keep both their eyes on them if they want to. But that's not gonna do a whole lot of good.
I wonder how Luka would feel about Utah. I've never been to Utah.
I've heard the skiing's great.
Yeah,
Park Cities is good.
Well,
go skiing and stuff.
You've been to Park Cities, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at you. All right. Someone's got money.
Trust fund. And now you have this Bleacher Report piece basically calling Luka too selfish for Kyrie.
Man, it's a hit piece. This is a hit piece right here. One general manager, this was told heavy.com that Doncic doesn't want to share. Quote.
Well, man, Bassick is going to be all over this.
I think they want Kyrie and they like Kyrie. But what I could tell you is that Luka, who wasn't against the trade, just like so many young players today, doesn't want to share. Kyrie was on great behavior, like he was doing everything to try to win over Luka and be a teammate. Every single player and everyone in the organization loves Kyrie from his time there. He would continue, though. Luka said it, that he means it, that, he's incredible. It was more of the fact that Luka had to adjust to playing with such a great player. I think he just doesn't want to share. He doesn't know how to. He's out there on the court. The ball has been in his hands no matter what. It's his ball. And now there's consideration that I might need to pass the ball to somebody else, let them do the magic, instead of me just waiting for the clock to run down and shoot a step-back three from the hash marks. Oh! Woo! And he goes, and I get it. In this league, it happens all the time. He's gonna want someone like that. He just isn't there yet at 24 years old. What he means by that is that he'll eventually mature and realize, hey, I need somebody else like this.
Yeah.
But he ain't there yet. Oh.
And look, you can see this. Look, the first thing you got to ask when these things come out is, who has motive? Someone wants to get Luka Doncic. Someone wants to see the Mavs blow up. Is it someone in Utah trying to cause a stir? Why? Why is this coming out? And then the second thing you have to do is say, is there any truth to it? Yeah, there's a lot of damn truth to it. Watching the Mavericks play felt more enjoyable, loose and free for everyone with Kyrie Irving out there by himself than Luka. And I think Luka wanted to make sure Kyrie was happy early on through his words and everything he said in the media, but it never felt like when they were together that this selfless magic, we never got that, we should have one highlight or two highlights of magic taking place between Luka and Kyrie on a possession. I don't have a play I can point to. I don't have a series of plays that I can point to. And it feels like Luka Doncic has the ball. The ball does stick with him. How much of a break do we give him that he hasn't had to play with anyone like this ever in the past? And how much is Kyrie worried about being in this basketball situation?
I mean, look, you want a good way to never have a player come play with you? That's it. An article like this coming out where if the league thinks that you don't want to share the basketball, you're going to have a tough time finding other great players that are going to want to come play with you. You just are. You just are. Meanwhile, his idol, LeBron James, is sitting there absolutely dishing the ball left and right. And he's done that his whole career.
Now, look, these articles have been written about everyone.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant was selfish, and he was. Kobe's like, why am I going to pass to these MFers? Are you kidding me? Shaq told a story during Kobe's funeral of Rick Fox and Robert Horry saying, yo, man, talk to this kid about passing us the ball. Tell him, you're the leader. And Shaq pulled Kobe aside. He goes, Kobe, there's no I in team. Got to pass. He goes, yeah, but there's an ME in that blanker.
Yep.
And that's the way he thought of it. Michael Jordan was selfish. And there was even articles people didn't want to play with LeBron. When he was in Cleveland or heading on over to LA before they got Anthony Davis. So this stuff always happens. I still trust. Right now, I still have trust and faith in Luka's basketball intelligence that he will figure out a way to make it work. But saying Luka Doncic is going to fix something drastically during an offseason has been an offer. That's a statement that comes back and makes you look silly. Whether it's the conditioning, he's going to stop bitching and crying to the referees all the time. It doesn't happen. So is he likely to change? I think he's capable of it. History shows he may not, if Kyrie even comes back. So that is a general manager saying that Luka doesn't want to share with Kyrie. That's not good. Speaking of LeBron, Jared Sandler is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. He's going to be very, very happy because his USC Trojans have a basketball superstar. Young Bronny made his college decision.
First of all, congratulations to my son on his next journey and picking a great university, USC. I'm proud of him. This is an incredible thing. I think I told Mike after the game, unless it was like one of my great-grandmothers or great-grandfathers or someone that I was way before my time, to my knowledge, this is the first one out of the James gang to go to college. Obviously, his dad didn't go to school. His mom didn't go to college. So it's very, 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 very exciting, very humbling, and great moment for our family. It's just super cool. He's a great kid. USC is getting a great kid. Obviously, he's there to play basketball, but, they're going to be a super surprised how great of a kid he is, even though they've been recruiting him for quite a while.
So, Bronny going to the Trojans.
It's been a really good year for Bronny, too, because there was a time, I would say this time last year, that he was outside the top 30 or 40 of players in his own class. And now he's really a top 20 kid. Like, he's gonna be a lottery pick. Assuming he continues the trajectory that he's been on over the last, 10 to 18 months, he'll turn himself into a lottery pick. And good for him. And now this is going to be like, is there going to be let's just say, this time next year, let's see, right? It'll be this year. Well, let's just say, whenever he is, draft eligible and LeBron has structured his contract such.
Yeah.
And let's just say he's still playing at a high level like he is the race to get Bronny a real thing?
Yeah. Because our initial debate and topic on this was how much do you reach to draft Bronny to get LeBron? You don't care about getting Bronny as a player. You're getting it to get pops. But now this kid has elevated himself in a real basketball discussion. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he's a lottery pick, if he's a legit lottery pick, then I think you can take the number one pick on him. That means you get LeBron James.
Did you see what happened over the weekend with Kenny Smith? Speaking of hoops.
I did not see this.
Kenny Smith got TMZ'd.
Oh, is this from his girlfriend?
Yeah.
I did see that.
He's got this young model girlfriend who's slamming, and Kenny took advantage of some of the days off to go to the beach in Miami, and all the TMZ photogs got them. So last night I was like, are they gonna talk about this? Are they gonna sit there and out Kenny? And Ernie Johnson's like, nice little 3-day break. Here's Charles Barkley meeting his new grandchild. Here's the photos. Shaq, you have any photos you want to share? Ernie shared some photos of him going to some youth sporting events, and he goes, Kenny, you got any photos you want to share? And it took us right to the edge. They're all making fun of Kenny. Kenny's blushing basically on set, but they didn't end up. TNT did some of the funny memes and, other photos, but they didn't put the young lady on there. But everyone did the Shaq meme. I wasn't familiar with your game. I apologize. I was not familiar with your game.
Apologize.
Hey, Kenny Smith.
Kenny.
Smoke show.
Yes, absolutely.
Recently got divorced from his longtime wife, the 58-year-old. Appears to be living.
She eats right. Yes, she does.
Brazilian Aline Bernardes.
Sure.
Yeah.
The TMZ describes her as a singer.
Oh. Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah.
She's.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
She's tremendous. Well done, Kenny Smith.
Well done, Kenny Smith. So they were messing with him last night about that. All right. That is the 6 a.m. club. Need y'all back. Need y'all back representing strong so the Expressway doesn't take over. Part of the reason the Expressway took over, we got a giveaway every single daggone day. And today it's Rangers tickets. We're sending you to go see your first place team. Let's talk about them winning a series over the Angels, the Stars getting smacked. And what about the celebrity events of the weekend? Formula One and the Derby, it's all in your headlines to get you ready for a Monday with Sean and RJ Choppy back right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-1. Smith hammers one down the right field line. It's hooking to the wall. That ball out of here. Just barely clearing the 4-foot-high wall inside the pole down the right field line.
The Texas Rangers offense is a nationwide story. Good morning, Metroplex. We just happen to be your home for Rangers baseball. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy is back from vacation. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. And in order to thank you for that, coming up in 20 minutes, your first chance to win Rangers tickets this week. We're hooking you up with 4 tickets to go see the Rangers in Arlington. Yesterday, we saw another offensive explosion. They beat the Angels 16-8. They take 2 of 3. Third time this season, the Rangers have put up at least 16 runs in a game. The rest of the majors has done that just 4 times. Zeke Duran, Josh Smith, Leody Taveras just getting it done. Balance from the top to the bottom. That's how they're helping to make up for the absence of Seager. And the Rangers are off to their best start since 2013 with an offense that is doing something that no one has done since the 2000 St. Louis Cardinals. The Rangers have scored the most runs, Choppy, through the first 33 games of a season since the year 2000.
Great offense right now. It's clicking, and it's not like some of the modern offenses where it's just home run or nothing. I mean, yesterday they had a few of them, but they're able to get runs across without the use of the home run. It's a really kind of a well-rounded offense right now, and their run differential's stupid. I mean, it's not as the Rays is stupider, which is not a word, but it is today. But the Rangers' run differential is just tremendous. So it's not like they're bludgeoning teams, but also allowing 15 runs in those games. This isn't the 2004 or 5 Rangers. This isn't those teams. This team can also pitch. At least the starters can.
When do we need to start seriously 33 games in seems like a long time. We need to start comparing this offense to other great ones.
I wouldn't. I mean, they say never make any judgments about a baseball season until 30 games in. We're barely there. Yeah, I mean, any team can go on a 50-game hot streak of offense. Like the Rangers are going to have an offensive stretch at some point, and every team will, where they look that they can't hit the broadside of a barn. Yeah. They will have that. So when that happens, how they respond to it, how they come out of it is big. When Seager, that thing is, Seager's been out, and the offense is still doing this. It's actually better, it seems like.
Bullpen disaster on Friday before Nathan Eovaldi erased all of it. We've been waiting for an Eovaldi breakout. Been waiting for him to prove, okay, this is why you're thrilled and excited over him being this team's number 2 starter. It's happening. It's happening in his last 2 starts. He's the first Ranger to post back-to-back starts of at least 8 shutout innings since Martin Perez in 2014. Perez got blown up yesterday. His streak of 5-inning starts comes to an end. 5-inning quality starts. But Nathan Eovaldi is going on 20 consecutive scoreless innings after what he did on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what we've been waiting for. And, looks like we're getting it. And that's great. Because, if Eovaldi and DeGrom, when healthy, are legit at the top of the rotation, first of all, you're going to win just about every series you play. But also, if this team is lucky enough to make the postseason, you become dangerous. You have 2 top-end guys on the rotation. You are a legitimate threat to beat anybody on any night.
Rangers are in Seattle tonight. Jared Sandler will preview coming up at 8 o'clock this morning as he is giddy. Talking about the baseball team he's doing play-by-play for. Sandman coming up in about an hour. A Rangers 4-pack ticket giveaway coming up this hour during the Expressway when we go commercial-free at 7:20. Rangers in Seattle. Seattle all up in the Dallas Stars last night.
Counter. Donato moving in. Donato bouncing top. Rebound stop. Tolman in. Ottinger tried to push that puck away with his blocker. It wound up being put on a platter for Eeli Tolvanen.
Social media was very quiet last night.
Spits and suds.
8:40 puck drop, and then 5 goals scored in the second period against the Stars. Seattle wins 7-2. They're up 2-1, and this is just like the Minnesota series where the Stars, not totally on the ropes, but you're 1 game away from being on the ropes.
Yeah, it is like that, but the difference is Seattle's really put the pressure on Ottinger in this one. And not even like where they're just getting a ton of shots. They went 8 minutes without even having a shot on goal last night in the first period. They were just getting them by Otter in this one. He did not have his best game. The Heiskanen one bounced off his face. Look, you're essentially got a power play there when he's down on the ice.
Yeah.
And then the defense kind of let him down on another goal or two. He just wasn't sharp. I mean, he was letting some, relatively, for him, weak goals get through, soft goals. So it was not the best night for Ottinger. I can't imagine he has more of these, but this is basically his second one this series.
How many different Seattle players scored? 7. 7 different players scored, and 12 different ones picked up a point.
Uh-huh. They had a good night. Look, that crowd was crazy, too. Like, they had the fan advantage in this one.
What Brent Severin told us last week is ringing true. Sevy came back on and said they don't have a superstar, but they can beat you in bunches, and their goaltender is just as good as ours, if not better. That's what he said, and right now it's coming to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing well, and they are hot. Like they did not have an easy draw in the first round with Colorado. Like those are the defending champs. They're a tremendous team. Did not have as good of a year as they had last year, but they are, and they beat them. So, and this is a 100-point team anyway. Like it's not like they just snuck. They did sneak in, but it's not like they're a bad team. Like they are a 100-point team is a good team.
All right, so that's the Stars with Game 4, a probable must-win Game 4 tomorrow night in Seattle. NBA playoff action, James Harden saving filthy season.
Embiid guarded by Tatum. Left-hand dribble into the lane at the dotted circle. Double teamed out to Harden. 3-point shot for the lead is good. Harden converts. 18 seconds to go. James Harden for 3. He's got 42.
Sounded like Cooperstein there a little bit. 42, 9, and 8. James Harden hits the game-winning 3 from the corner. Jason Tatum too late to Marcus Smart in overtime. We're all tied at 2 games apiece with Micah Parsons supporting the 76ers.
Yeah.
Tyrese Maxey, South Garland's very own, courtside yesterday.
It was I'm surprised, and this happened with Luka a lot this year. Man, I mean, just Tatum got started too late. He got the ball at the top, right around half court with 7.5 seconds to go. He didn't move till there was about 4.5 left. I mean, that's just not enough time. That's just not enough time. If you're going to do that, fine, but you've got to hit the last shot. What you can't do is go from mid-court all the way to the rim and then kick it out for a 3. You don't have time for that.
The Phoenix Suns survived 53-11 from Joker. By the way, the 11 was not rebounds. They were assists.
Yeah.
He only had 4 rebounds. 53 points, but Devin Booker and KD both scored 36. We are tied at 2 over there in that Western Conference series. But the big story is Jokic going into the stands and trying to wrestle the ball back from the new Phoenix Suns owner, ends up shoving him, extending the arm. The Suns owner kind of flopped back, even though you have a big 7-footer pushing you. Maybe it was natural. After the game, Michael Malone, Denver head coach, was asked about the incident.
Yeah, I'm still not really sure what happened. I haven't seen a video of it. I think it's crazy that Nikola got technical foul in that situation. He's going to get the ball, and some fan is holding on to the ball like he wants to be a part of the game. Just give the ball up, man. You know what I mean? And, they deemed Nikola doing something that was excessive, I guess, and they gave him the tech, but I still don't really understand it.
You think the fans, the owner of the Suns, made any difference?
I don't give a shit. I mean, I really don't care.
I love it.
It's great, man.
I don't give a blank.
Nope, he doesn't care. And look, this is...
Here he is defending Joker after not seeing any replay.
I know.
Not seeing it. Dude, he deserved it. I think he deserved a tag.
Yeah, I mean, he did push a fan out of the way. Is it unbecoming of an owner to do what Ishbia did, which was hang onto the ball and then slap it out of Joker's hand and then come into his face.
Yes.
That's unbecoming of being an owner. Joker can't touch somebody. I don't think he should be suspended. I don't know what's going to wind up happening here, though. I am fascinated to see how the NBA is going to rule on this because you can't have an owner make himself part of the game.
Yeah.
That's what if you're an owner and you're down there courtside, you're telling the world you want to be part of the action. You need the attention. You're an egomaniac. Sorry, Mark.
I mean, if you were an owner, where would you sit?
In the suite.
You would?
I would be taking clients up there. It's exactly where I wouldn't be courtside. And if I was courtside, I would recognize that tells the world I am an egomaniac that wants to be part of the action. And Ishbia, he played college basketball. He thinks he should be in the NBA. He still wants to be here.
He played college basketball?
Michigan State.
Whoa.
Flintstones. Walk on.
Yeah.
That's what he wants. That's what he wants to be part of the action, man. Like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I get it. But just stay out of the game.
He did flop, but Joker
Of course he flopped. He was a basketball player.
Joker was going over there to try to wrestle the ball away. All right, let's talk about these celebrity events this past weekend and how much attention did you pay? The favorite got scratched right before the race. Here's what happened at the Derby.
Mage is taking the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby. And then it was two Phils, Angel of Empire and a photo. Disarm was fourth. Mage has done it in 2:01.57 seconds under Javier Castellano.
I love that call. I'll play it every single year while I'm left in radio. Good job, Peyton, pulling it from NBC. Mage goes off at 15-1 and ends up winning the Kentucky Derby as horses are getting scratched and horses are dying, with 7 horses dying leading up to this.
My nephew told me this. He was like, "Did you hear about all these horses died?" I'm like, "Yeah. What is going on? Like that's not random, right? That's not coincidence. Like something happened for 7 to die leading up to this. Is there something? Is there a problem that we don't know about? No idea. No idea.
Indefinite suspension of a trainer and what Churchill Downs called the highly unusual sudden deaths of 2 of his horses. We had this. I told Bobby we had this a while back, right? Horses were dropping like flies.
Yeah, was it? I can't remember the trainer's name, but yeah, this was 4 or 5 years ago. At that one track too, in California, they kept dying.
How about the Formula One turnout in Miami? I cannot keep track. There's more celebs here than at the Garden or at Lakers games for their series right now. I saw Dak, CeeDee Lamb, Ocho. Years past, I saw Brady and Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, celebrity. They have. I still don't get it. What is the Formula One? I need to watch the Netflix show.
That's it.
I watched the full swing. It can't just be the Netflix
It
show.
helps.
Did you watch it?
The Drive to Survive?
Yeah.
No, but I watched the golf one, right? So the Full Swing, same kind of concept. And what happened? Golf ratings are doing really, really well. They just had 4.5 million people watch the final round of the RBC Heritage a couple weeks ago, which is a tournament that nobody knows where it is. I think it's in South Carolina. But nobody knows where it is. Nobody pays attention to it. But you had 4.5 million people watch it.
Are you in there? Did you follow?
No, I did not. A little bit of the Kentucky Derby, but no, I did not follow the F1.
But they had 270,000 people for the Miami Grand Prix in attendance. Like
Whoever their marketing people are, they're freaking brilliant. Baseball needs to hire them.
Oh yeah,
baseball needs to hire them.
That'd be really nice.
I mean, Formula One, the biggest sports explosion that I can remember in the last 5 years of anything. Baseball had gone down. Basketball has gone down. Formula One skyrocket.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is that Netflix show. I mean, it gets you involved. You pick drivers that you like. You watch. It's an easy sport to follow. It's like NASCAR is easy once a week, or once every couple of weeks. It's like golf is easy. It's just tune in on a Sunday. I'm not going to tune in on Thursday and Friday.
Headlines to recap the weekend and get you ready for your Monday. Thank you for listening wherever you are here on Sean and RJ. Choppy's back from vacation. Is he coming back an engaged man? We'll get the vacay update, some tips on dealing with the cartel as well from El Choppy himself. Best and worst of the weekend. Tell us what you did, what trouble you got into, and we're going to give away a 4-pack of Rangers tickets for you turning it on, leaving it on next. But let me hook you up with that. Did you have your own playlist, own portable speaker at the pool and the swim-up bar in Mexico?
You know, we saw a few people bring some speakers down, but they were playing music anyway. The place was. So no, we did not bring
kids.
Oh no, adults only. Oh yeah, that's the only way to go. There was so we stayed at a Ryu. I think it's Ryu, R-I-U. Could be Ryu. I think it's Ryu. And they had like 3 hotels all back to back. We had access to all 3.
Oh.
And then the one in the middle was called the Ryu Santa Fe. That's where there were kids, a lot of kids there. That's what they had all the parties. So they had the Jungle Party on Monday, which is a pool party with foam party. And then they had the White Party. I didn't know they could go with, I don't know why they chose racially that way, but they went with the White Party. Everybody wore white. This was a night party that was also foam. That was like a nightclub, man. That was a discoteca, as they would say. I was like, man, I hadn't been to a club atmosphere in a while. This was amazing. Like the music,
glow sticks.
They had everything. I'll show you some videos.
Tripping on shrooms.
No, I don't think I didn't notice any shrooms. You can buy them. I didn't go 20 minutes without somebody on the beach asking me if I wanted something.
Really?
Because so the swim-up bar, it was like right over the beach, right overlooking the beach, and everybody would come by trying to sell you things. Right? They would come up, hey, you want?
Yeah.
And then they would put their fingers together. You want weed, or they would touch their nose.
They touch their nose.
Whatever you want, man.
Wow.
Whatever you want. I did not partake.
Okay.
I did not partake, but yeah, they were trying to sell you all kinds of stuff.
Best and worst of the weekend. Let us know what y'all did. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. Did you get engaged finally? You got eating hacks, flight home, airport prices. I guess we should start off whether we need to congratulate you on the second engagement. Oh, the third engagement.
Second.
Well, to her.
Oh, yeah. No, we did not get engaged.
Okay.
Well, the one I was thinking about was later on this year. It was in August, September. Not now. I don't even have a ring yet.
Do you think she was expecting it to happen this trip?
No. She had said, I just want to make sure, do not do this today. And I'm not. I can't. I've been ruined. I can't propose on a trip anymore.
Yeah.
I have to do it when she is least suspecting it on a Tuesday night.
Find it queso night. Maybe, she's dipping
the
chip deep into the cheese, and you could have the rig pop out.
Pop right out of
right
there.
in the yellow.
There you go.
Yeah.
That could be it. I could absolutely do that. But no, we did not get engaged. This was just a very relaxing party and up getaway.
Good. And what else happened?
Well, obviously no engagement. But what did happen was we did drink a little bit, quite a bit.
All right, now you're saying that in the restaurant, because I got a little worried about this, you got forced into buying water? You got peer pressured?
So this was when we left the resort. Okay, went to this place called The Office in Cabo, which is it's like awesome. I showed you a picture of it. It's a great little spot. It's kind of right in that little downtowny area.
Was the food that much better outside like the resort in this place than in the resort?
It was really, really good. I mean, it was really, really good.
Because you have some people who don't stay in the all-inclusive. I want to see, I want to tour, I want to go out and about. Not me. I want to be inside the walls.
I want to be inside the walls too. We spent.
Was there any talk of all the bodies turning up that we talked about last week? Or are there other people in the resort being like, there's a lot of bodies, the cartel's doing stuff here?
We saw no bodies.
Okay.
Cabo, it seems very safe.
Okay.
Like we got off the airplane, and it is not like Cancun. You get off the airplane at Cancun, and it is a mad rush of people coming up to you, trying to sell you timeshares. There was none of that here. There was a little bit of that, like a little bit of timeshare people. We just went right by them, and then we get outside, and I mean, there's maybe a dozen or 24 people that are in like these areas that are trying to, taxi drivers and such. I wasn't even close to Cancun. Cancun is like, I don't know. It's like, it's an S show when you get off the airport and out of the airplane in Cancun. In Cabo, it is so chill, so relaxed. It's such a small little town. And the airport's only got a dozen gates or so.
Yeah.
So there was none of that. There was really no fear at all. You go to Cancun. I've been to Cancun. It's a little sketchy. I didn't really notice that here. But at this restaurant, we get the bill, and it was quite a bit higher than we expected. Then we were with a couple of other couples. We didn't go on the trip with them. We just met them while we were out there. We all went to dinner. And we see this $50 charge. And we're like, what is this? And I read it just says agua. I was like, wait a second. $50 for water? And
they say you got to be selective about the water you get there.
Yeah. So this is bottled water, right? But we didn't really ask for it. They just poured us all water. And then they left the bottle. And then when we were finished with the bottle, they brought us another one. We were finished with the bottle, they brought us another one. We had no idea these were $8 a piece.
Charging for the water?
Charging for the water. They charged us $50 for the water. We're like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
But you know what? You don't say anything.
You don't say anything?
No, because the cartel's in charge.
Oh, my God.
You don't say a word. You're like, yep, I'm paying.
So you guys at the table were like, you had a discussion that the cartel was controlling the water.
The cartel's in charge. They're in charge of the big water. All right, big water. That's their racket for going legit. Avocados and water. Okay, that's what they're into. We didn't say a word. What are they gonna do? They're gonna take it off your bill? Come on now.
Say, I'll take another one.
Yeah,
give me another one.
Give me another one. Why not? Why not? Because earlier in the night when we had first sat down, they had this guy like walk around. And he, just regular looking guy, had a big hat on, and he was playing the part. Playing the part of like the
host,
the local, kind of he had the traditional local garb on or whatever, and he's got a bottle of Cuervo, and he just grabs your head, rips it back, and pours it in your mouth from the bottle.
Oh, that's fun.
And then he puts your head back, shakes it all around, and then he goes to the next person. And none of us asked for this. And when we're done, he goes, "Okay, $85.
What?
And we're like, wait, what?
What?
$85? It's like, yeah, it's like $13 a piece.
What?
15, whatever. I'm like, hey, what is happening? Guess what?
But you didn't say anything.
Didn't say a word.
If you're not going to challenge the water, you're definitely not going to challenge the tequila.
Didn't say a word.
Wow.
Didn't say a word.
At least a lot of these restaurants, when they come up to you and they ask if they want, to play a song or give flowers, you have the option of saying no to the payment. This is like them coming up, throwing a flower at you and being like, $20.
There are no rules. There are no rules. I was like, whoa, okay.
So no one was challenging. Everyone just going with the flow.
Let's go with the flow. We're not making waves here. we are not going to end up on the news. Yeah, we'll split the $50 for the water, and we'll split the $85 for the shots.
Wow.
And we're going to make a day. We are getting home. We are getting back to the resort. That was goal number one. I had never seen food like this. I ordered the deep fried red snapper. Their definition of deep fried red snapper is much different than ours.
Oh, yeah? How so?
This was like crusted and not deep fried necessarily. And it was the entire fish. And by that, I mean the bones and the tail.
Eyes.
And the eyes and the mouth and everything.
Yeah.
And I'll post a photo on social media. We got to go through all of our photos. We haven't done that yet. But I was like, how do you even eat this? They just basically cut a hole in the middle. They gutted it. And I'm picking bones out of my mouth the entire time, but it was fantastic. It was great. And then Sarah ordered shrimp. What is it? The brochet, the bacon wrapped shrimp. I guess you look at the price. This was $80.
$80.
My meal was like $20, and hers was $80
for shrimp.
For shrimp. Now these are big shrimp. These are steroidal shrimp.
What's this place called? I got to write this down. I don't want to go here when I go.
Oh, it's great. It's called The Office.
It's great.
It's fantastic.
The Office. I'm not going to The Office.
It's fantastic.
Was the 80 not next to on the menu?
It was in pesos, so she wasn't. None of us were doing the exchange rate there.
Right.
It's all funny money. When it says 1,200 peso, you're like, okay, whatever, because it changes. Like when we got there, it was like $18, 18 peso per dollar, and we left. It was like 16.9. It's constantly changing.
Changed?
Oh, the exchange rate constantly changes.
Man,
so you don't even know we didn't even know we were paying. But that bill, yeah, it wound up being like $150, $160 per couple, and it was like basically $80. Hers was obviously $80 just for her
for Mexican food.
Yeah. So that was that. Nothing though stunned me more.
Yeah, I've never seen. I'm looking at their menu right now. I've never seen prices not on a Mexican menu. That's a little worrisome.
Yeah, a little worrisome.
But the place looked fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. But that's the thing. You've got to really worry when you go out. Like they say, when you go out there, always buy your drinks and pay for each drink. Because there were some couples that would come back to the resort and said they went into town and they just put their credit card down, started a tab, and they came back and it was like a $700 or $800 tab for like 3 people for a bar. And what happens is they just start putting, if you have an open tab, they start putting people's drinks in your tab. And like, what are you gonna do? Go ahead, knock yourself. You can do that.
That's when they touch their nose, and then some big guy comes up behind you.
That's right. They all got earpieces in. They're like, okay, we have a situation here. So it's just like, nope, okay, all right. That's the deal. Nothing surprised me about prices though, more than the airport.
When I go, I'm walking out on the bill. I'm gonna walk out and see what happens. I'm gonna.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna get the cab to pull up. They probably would just call the cab person.
Yeah, they probably would.
I'm gonna skip the bill and see what happens to me, and I make it back.
It'll be the RJ and Bobby show.
The RJ and Bobby show.
But no, it was. We were not gonna mess with the cartel. Not a.
But you were not worried whatsoever. Really?
No, I wasn't worried. It felt very safe. Like it felt like
like transportation and being on the resort and all that stuff.
We took an Uber to town, and it was only like a mile or so. But like we were going to have to walk on the beach. That's a long walk on a beach.
That's where the bodies are.
But it was getting warm, and I'd be sweating when we got there. We were just like, let's take a cab, an Uber to town. We took a cab back. Felt fine. Felt super safe. Like Cabo is tremendous. But man, you've got to watch out for like the prices. Like they will bite you. Like we went to the airport. We were on the way home, and they told us like they're gonna gouge you price at the airport. It was $31 for a hamburger.
What?
$31 for a hamburger.
LAX was the worst price we had ever seen for that sandwich you got.
$18 ham sandwich.
$18, $31 for a burger.
$31.
No cheese.
No cheese. That's right.
That's right. No cheese. No cheese. They have like a gift shop, and they were selling like alcohol. They were selling liquors. There's this
duty free.
Well, this was outside the duty free. It was Casa Dragones. It's really good tequila, whatever it is.
Yeah, say it.
And
I don't think Peyton knows that you can't say the word.
I sometimes screw it to tequila. But I can't say it.
Tequila.
And it was $400. It's a $100 bottle. It's $400.
Wow. Did you buy it? No. Okay.
No.
All right.
Absolutely not. No. But this was an amazing trip. Highly recommend. It's a 2-hour flight. Maybe 220. Super easy in and out of there. Not a fear in the world of anything because the cartel's got on lockdown, man. They run a tight ship.
And then your eating hacks and the flight home.
Here we go. This is easy. When you go stay at an all-inclusive resort that has a buffet, okay, make sure they have to have a buffet. The portions are not huge. They already know. They already got your money. They're not huge. Get an early dinner, 6 o'clock, as soon as it opens up. Eat. They kind of rush you out of there. 6:45, they want to turn the table over. Well, then you go back to the buffet at like 9:45 when you're still hungry. All right, and then you really gouge. This is the hack. When you're gonna stay at these all-inclusives, you're gonna be and also watch this. They're gonna water down the drinks. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to get double shots of everything.
Yeah.
They water it down.
What was the drink of choice?
It was Patron, soda, and lime.
They were singing. They were serving Patron?
They were. Yeah, they had Patron. Now, you had to ask for it. That was not their house. You had to ask. So we had to ask for it. They would always go in the back to get it. And they probably served us some El Jimador instead. Right. But it's what they're going to cut it. They're going to cut it with water. No doubt. I am positive. When we went to the jungle party at the other resort, there was 0 alcohol in the shots we ordered because there is no way we should have been able to stand, let alone be completely coherent after the amount of shots that we had. But just be careful; they will cut it on you, no doubt.
How many blackouts did you have?
None.
None.
I mean, I got a little bit tipsy on one night, and then Sarah did too, but no blackouts at all. It was, we were in the pool the entire time.
Yeah.
So I think you could feel it a little bit more there.
Tolo Gordon said, at least it wasn't Formula One prices. I'm looking at this. Watermelon and tomatillo salad, $250. Maine lobster rolls, $450. This has to be for a group.
Has to be.
U.S. chilled prawn, $500. The word I can't say. Empanada Duo, $350. Steam Buns, $300. The F1 platter, like crab cake, $450. Okay, this has a catering menu. Come on.
Yeah, that's got to be for a group. That can't be a single one. You're not getting a crab cake for $400.
Yeah, although it says, okay, serves 4 people per price. Empanada Duo serves 4 people for $350.
Duo means 2, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
Duo
so
does.
How does that equate to 4 people?
Fruit refresher, pink pineapple, watermelon, kiwi, coconut, $2.95.
What?
Caviar, $400 per ounce. Serving 4 people apiece at those prices. Wow. So that was F1. And then you had a flight home incident.
Lady, couple rows up, got thrown up on. This is 90 seconds after takeoff. By the way, this was the worst aircraft I was ever on. This thing made more noises. I've never heard an airplane make more weird noises than this one.
Bobby would have freaked out.
Bobby would have lost his mind. He would have, as soon as we got our wheels up, it's and then like it makes a turn, the whole thing shaking, and then this lady just barfs on some other lady, and it was like all of a sudden this plane is making these weird noises, and she was in the same row as the flight attendant in the little booster seat that they're in. All we see is the flight attendant get up and sprint back to the back. We didn't know she had gotten thrown up on. So everyone's looking around like, oh my God, we're going down. Because the plane, the weird noises, like the whole time. And finally, like, someone starts to smell the vomit.
Oh.
Again, we're 90 seconds into a 2-hour flight here. So we're thinking we're going to smell this. The flight attendant comes back with a big bottle of water and some napkins. And unlike the flight attendant on the United flight that asked the lady to pick up her kid's popcorn, this flight attendant was cleaning up the vomit.
Oh,
which got me thinking. And the lady got puked on, went and changed. Would you rather be thrown up on or pooped on? And I think the clear answer is I would much rather be pooped on.
Save that.
Yep. It's easier to clean up.
I don't.
Yeah.
No, I think the puke smell may actually be worse.
Yeah.
There's nothing. I don't think there's anything worse.
I don't think so either.
And when you're throwing up yourself, sorry for y'all eating breakfast. When you're throwing up yourself and it's just staring you back in the face and you're hovered over the toilet, it just makes you puke 2 or 3 more times.
Yeah.
Because the look, the smell. Oh, awful.
Terrible.
So did it smell up the whole flight the whole time?
Yeah, somebody had some like I think they brought out some Febreze or Lysol, whatever, and it was fine. But for a little bit, it's like, oh, you can smell it a little bit. We were maybe three or so rows back, so it wasn't as bad for us. But I mean, those airplanes, you get one person on there with a Subway sandwich that has a half an onion on there, and the entire plane stinks.
So, 10 out of 10 suggestion.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Best vacation.
Riu Palace, Baja California.
California.
Tremendous. Baja California. I didn't say the California part. I don't like to admit that I went there. I went to Baja.
Oh. Terrible resort.
Very bad people. Very bad place.
The worst
California.
resort.
Terrible.
Let's see. Gordon also sent me a $42 Wagyu steak sandwich at Miami F1. Fire Festival vibes.
Ew.
That looks like a grilled ham sandwich with barbecue sauce. That's awful.
Oh my God.
Wagyu steak. That's ham. Maybe it's
That looks like ham.
That's ham.
Is ham a steak? Are we
ham steak? I think there's a ham steak, but there you go. Maybe someone got tricked. So there it is. Best and worst of the weekend. RJ Choppy back from vacation. So the work reality misery.
It hit.
It hit.
Yeah. No, it actually hit at about Thursday when I realized we were traveling back the next day.
I'm telling you, that's what I do. I've ruined my final day of vacation because all I can think about is this is the final day.
I know.
I mess
It
up.
sucks. It really does. And then Saturday.
And when you're leaving, walking out of the lobby, it's just it's misery.
It's depressing.
Depressing.
It really is. Sarah struggled on Saturday. She was like, I can't get out of bed. She was like, I am so depressed. I can't get out of bed. It stuck. It sucked. It really did. The feeling of the next day, you've got to go back to work.
And then waking up at 3 or 4.
I woke up
staying
6
up with
times.
the stars.
I woke up 6 times last night.
Yep.
I was like, first of all, I am not missing. Like, I'm not going to oversleep my alarm. And then second of all, like, yeah, it's just, I know it's going to be there. I know it's coming. Terrible night's sleep, I'm sure. I just feel sluggish and lethargic.
Yeah.
Oh, and I had a melatonin overdose one night. I think I took too much of it, and I just been sluggish. And now I'm back, and I'm fine today. But
wait till tomorrow.
That anxiety hit on for Saturday, man.
Crash will kick in tomorrow, especially the Rangers in Seattle. Late night here on The Fan. Jared Sandler will join us at 8. Let's send you to a Rangers game. You deserve it.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Colorado Rockies on Friday, May 19th. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Corey Seager City Connect bobblehead presented by Globe Life. Get your tickets now at rangers.com/tickets or by being the 10th caller right now at 877-881-1053.
All right, I have Howard Stern getting ignored. I have Jalen Rose, the meteorologist, and I have a LA Laker pulling a cheap clothes move. Which one do you want in order?
Let's go with the LA Laker cheap clothes move.
All right, so this is a guy, I believe it was
Jared Vanderbilt.
Yeah, he killed the Mavericks.
Yes.
He killed the Mavericks here at the AAC. And Jared Vanderbilt is getting called out by a clothing store for going in, spending $2,000 worth of clothes, spending $2,000 on clothes, and it was his outfit that he wore, right? Because remember, post Allen Iverson, David Stern in the NBA turned fashion a complete 180. It's now it's the Met Gala. It's a runway for guys to show off their style, which is good. Jared Vanderbilt went out and spent $2,000 on his outfit, walk in to the arena for game 2. You do your post-game interviews. Everybody takes photos of you. And then apparently he went and took the clothes back. He returned the outfit, and someone from the store put him on blast. Nice guy, but bought $2K worth of clothes Monday. This outfit specifically, wore it to the tunnel and post-game, then returned it yesterday. I wasn't at the store, and someone took the return. Lord knows why. Obviously used clothing. Man, if I didn't have reason to hate the Lakers and root for home turf, now I have more reason to do so. So Jared Vanderbilt buying the outfit and taking it back the next day.
Genius life hack.
I remember you saying Jana always did this.
My ex-wife would do this. She would buy something, and she would wear it one day, keep the tags on. If she didn't like how it looked or fit, she'd take it back.
Did anyone ever notice her have the tag on? Did anyone ever be like, yeah, you got the tag on? Or she was like an expert at tucking it away?
She was pretty good at tucking it. Stop it. She was pretty good, but yeah, I mean, she would take it back routinely. It's a life hack. I gotta say, it's a really good life hack.
It is.
It's smart. It's cost effective. You know, me, I just go to TJ Maxx, Marshalls, get something that's like, you know, an eighth of the price. But you know, if you're a professional athlete, if you're gonna worry about your $2,000 outfit that you're wearing for a playoff game, like, aren't you making enough money? Aren't you making enough money in the NBA?
He's saving it. He's got even more.
Got even more now.
He's saving it on the outfits.
Yeah, this is a regular people move. I don't think an NBA player can get away with this. Obviously, they can't.
Yeah. Well, what about the employee? That person should be fired? This is someone trying to garner Golden State Warrior fandom, because I think this was in their neck of the woods. Your employee can't be putting people on blast like this. Outing information. Now I got to worry about you talking about different celebs and what they buy and don't buy. I'm gonna have to discipline the employee.
Like, give him a raise.
Not a good look.
Give him a promotion. He's looking out for the store, putting the man first.
Yeah, that's true.
Where you gotta go?
So that's Vanderbilt getting called out. Jalen Rose is getting called out for halftime of the Knicks game. Jimmy Butler, by the way, back. Zion, take notes. Jimmy Butler back. Miami beats New York. But during halftime of this game, Jalen Rose is getting accused of saying one of the all-time dumbest things on sports television.
We talk so much about the nightlife and joke about it in Miami, but also as a role when you're the road team, you got to pay attention to that weather and that heat because it causes your muscles to have a little it affects the endurance of your muscles and causes tiredness. So if you notice, the Knicks in particular are making shots in the paint, but they're missing shots outside of the paint, in particular from three.
And Jalen Rose is getting destroyed. People saying, we're used to Jalen saying dumb things, but this takes the cake. Jalen Rose just said on national TV that the Knicks are losing because of the weather outside the indoor arena.
Right. Okay.
Triangles into circles.
I'm trying to think, is Miami the most humid spot in the United States? It's pretty humid there.
Yep.
The average daily humidity is 73.
So it's not the nightlife, it's not the clubs, it's not the scene, it's not South Beach.
Yeah.
It's the weather.
The weather.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, man. I'm sure that these players have played basketball in Miami before. I know it's warm there. It's definitely warm
This
there.
is what Jalen's going to do. He's going to be, look at the numbers. You think I'm crazy, but everyone attributes the numbers in Miami to partying the night before.
Partying the night before.
Not the humidity.
Not the humidity. I didn't know the humidity had anything to do with the humid air will still be humid inside, right? You've had humidity in your house, but I don't think that's the issue.
Yeah. So there's Jalen Rose getting made fun of. Howard Stern was complaining. Now, look, my buddy said he was listening to this and Howard was clearly joking. I haven't seen one article give context like that. I haven't seen one article, and I haven't heard the audio. I've looked for the audio. Peyton, if you find it.
It's hard to get because it's on Sirius, which is a paywall.
Yeah. So that's why, first I retweeted the story, and then I'm like, meh, he was joking. I'm not going to make this a big deal. I'm only talking about it now because an NBA player reacted to it. Howard Stern was basically complaining he doesn't get recognized at the Garden when he's sitting next to Tracy Morgan or Chris Rock, and he's like, look, they get the bro shakes and stuff. And I'm like, you guys should hug me too. I mean, I grew up in a black neighborhood. You know what I mean? I mean, they should know that, but I get ignored. This reads even like Howard's joking.
Yeah, absolutely.
It reads like he's joking, but this blew up over the internet.
Yeah.
With, of course, the main response, my response, and now the response from J.R. Smith saying, Howard, bro, none of these guys know who you are.
No.
None of these guys know who you are. They know Tracy Morgan. They're going to know Chris Rock. They're going to know different entertainers, musicians.
Right.
These
They're
guys
not listening to Howard Stern.
These guys don't know who the freak you are.
These guys are probably asleep when his show's on. Isn't he on the morning? He's in the morning still.
He might be on right now.
I think he is.
He said, white guys, black guys, they'll come up to me, white referees. Hey, Howard. But yeah, it's the white referees. So I'm like, oh, is everything racial now? I just get upset. Fame is very important. I'll admit it. I like people to recognize me. I like to think it's a white thing, not my personality. I hope it's racial. I hope it's racial. This reads like such a joke.
I hope that they don't like me because I'm white.
Yeah.
Of course it's a joke.
Yeah, of course it's a joke. But, of course, no one gave that context. Part of the evil media world that we live in. And now everyone's basically saying, you're irrelevant. That's why.
Yeah, he's not irrelevant. He's not relevant to NBA players.
Right. Your kids have no idea.
I doubt. Although my oldest.
Although a very underrated movie, Private Parts.
Yes, very underrated.
I wish they'd replay that on. I don't know if they can replay that on regular TV. Too much to bleep out, but amazing movie.
Yeah, great movie. Although my oldest stunned me yesterday, texted me, Vita Blue died, and I'm like, okay, you know who that is.
How did he know that?
I think Vita Blue was in MLB The Show as a player last year or the year before, and that's how a lot of these kids know these old timey players. Is that Vita Blue had a player card in the show? You get 99 Vita Blue.
Wow.
So okay, man.
Read you this text from Bobby. I feel really anxious not being. What a lunatic. I feel really anxious not being there this morning. Like I feel this nervous energy in the middle of my chest. I can't turn it off. That's what he said. So on Friday, he starts his vacation. He's sending me charts and he called me. Oh, what do you think of the week? Blah, blah, blah. I said, I don't want to talk to you. I tell you this every time you call. I especially don't want to talk to you Friday after the show. I'm done. I'm shutting it down for a little bit. Okay, leave me alone. And then he's sending us stories and this and that. And I DM'd on our Twitter group message, stop. Go and relax.
Relax.
Turn your brain off, you lunatic. So here he is, getting a nervous feeling in his chest.
What's he nervous about?
Maybe, maybe he got FOMO. He's worried about Peyton replacing him. Getting Wally pipped.
Wally pipped.
When you're, it happens when you're about to go back to work. I get that feeling of like, I hate trying to figure out what stories y'all have already talked about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was tough.
Now, when it's a weekend, you pretty much assume, right? We didn't talk about it, but if you come back like on a Wednesday, Thursday, it sucks because then I got to text you and I got to call you. Did y'all talk about this? And then, you got to get all caught back up with the sports world. That part sucks. But apparently this guy's not going to be off his phone.
No, he's probably
Congrats,
listening.
Kristen. Yeah. He's not unplugged.
Yeah.
Enjoy the hot springs.
She's probably at the hot springs. And he's sitting at home in the cabin with shoddy Wi-Fi trying to figure out what we're talking about.
That's right.
He's nervous if I get to run Ask Reddit tomorrow. He thinks that'll be the end for him.
Are you proposing that?
Well, I think I'm telling you that.
If
you want me to, I can.
If you want me to, I can. All right. Peyton's got Ask Reddit tomorrow at 7:20, along with another Rangers ticket giveaway. Bobby's worried. Jared Sandler's giddy. I don't think he's sleeping over the Texas Rangers offense. Let's bring in the Sandman and preview Seattle on your home of the Rangers next.
But let's get your carpet clean the clean way.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Garcia swings it to high fly ball to left center. Trout at the track. He's at the wall. He turns, looks, out of here. A 3-run home run for Adolis Garcia. A 5-run top of the 7th, and Texas leads 16-7.
And they win 16-8 on your home for Rangers baseball. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy back from vacation. Bobby Belt is out for a few days. Let's bring in the play-by-play voice of your favorite baseball team, Jared Sandler, on the Diamond Factory hotline. And I haven't spoken to you over the phone, but tell me whether this is fair that you are a giddy baseball fan right now, judging by your Twitter account. I mean, I can feel the enthusiasm and the giddiness coming through your phone. No?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty fired up. I didn't even question you when you said, "Hey, can you come on at 6 a.m. Seattle time?" So I will talk baseball at 2 a.m. right now if someone wants to talk it. It's just it's fun. With the Rangers haven't been good for 6 years. It happens. Teams go through stretches like this. It's cyclical. It's okay, but when you go through a stretch like that, it really makes you miss the seasons that the Rangers had for several years leading up to that point, where they were relevant, they were competitive, they were playing for something. And when that's the case, there's a lot of interesting stuff that goes on. The achievements and the accomplishments of players, or understanding and dissecting why teams are successful. And with this Rangers start, there's a lot of that. The last few years, there's been a lot of dissecting why they haven't been successful. And, that's not as fun. It's like delivering good news versus bad news. I mean, you got to be a unique human being if you much prefer to deliver bad news than good news. So it's a blast. And I tweeted this yesterday. It was a very simple tweet, but I really mean this. This team is really good. I think when you're bad for 6 years, or you're not competitive for 6 years, you almost you feel guilty early on saying that the team is good. Like, you feel like you're overreacting, or there's the whole, well, let's wait and see and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I want to tell Rangers fans, not that I'm the authority here, but you have permission to think this team is really good. Now, yeah, there's a lot of baseball left and things can change, but right now this is a team that is playing really, really well. And
without their two best players.
Without their two best players, without three of their, I don't know how you want to rank Mitch Garver, but that's a middle of the order bat. So throw him in there as well. So yeah, this is a really good team, and the conversation to some degree should simply be, can they make the playoffs? Because they haven't made it since 2016. But to another degree, it's not unfair to look at what's gone on and say, hey, could this team win the division? Because Houston's beat up, Seattle's beat up, and the Rangers are right there.
Speaking of beat up, what is the health status of DeGrom?
Don't know yet. That's a good question. I know he played catch the other day. I think we'll get some sort of an update here, if not today, in the next couple of days. I really just don't know. I do get the sense, though, that it might not be a 15-day and activation type of deal. I don't know that means it's going to be a whole lot longer than that. I don't know one way or the other, but I guess the only thing I would say is I wouldn't expect Jacob deGrom to be ready to be activated the minute he is eligible to be activated off the IL.
And Corey Seager?
Corey Seager will likely be with the team through Seattle and then go on a rehab assignment before or when the team goes to Oakland to wrap up this road trip. So I don't know if that means Corey will be back right when the homestand starts, but I would expect Corey to be back sometime during next homestand. And it could be right away. It could be the first game of the homestand. But he will go on a rehab assignment. So Corey's return is very near, very soon, and then Mitch Garver is not far behind him. I'd say Mitch Garver is a week to 10 days behind Corey.
Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan. When is it too soon? When are we allowed to have the sports talk conversations about what this offense is, and if it's too early with some of the numbers they are putting up, best in the last 20 years, what is making this offense show early signs of being great or special?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Is it too early? It might be too. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I would say that based on what they've done through a fifth of the season, you at least have to consider that this is this could be one of the best offenses in franchise history. They have scored the most runs through 33 games in franchise history. They've scored the most runs through 33 games by a major league team since the 2000 Cardinals. So, take that for what it's worth. What makes them special? There are a few things. One, the depth of the lineup. I tweeted this out. It's tough to find a stat to support this statement. And I know that, if I were to just throw this out there on its own on Twitter, then people would kind of be like, yeah, whatever. But this lineup doesn't allow you to rest 1 through 9. And so one of the things I tweeted was if you cut the lineup into thirds, you have the top third, the middle third, the bottom third. So top third being 1 through 3, middle third being 4 through 6, bottom third being 7 through 9. But the Rangers are the only team in Major League Baseball that rank in the top 5 in on-base percentage in each third. Right? Does that make sense? You with me right now on that?
Yeah.
And so not that on-base percentage is the only stat that matters, but when you get on base, like when you get percentage points that improve your on-base percentage, that means you did not record an out. So, like, if you get on with fielder's choice, that doesn't help your on-base percentage, right? If you get on with an error, that doesn't help your on-base percentage. Your on-base percentage improves when you reach base and an out is not recorded. And so, point being, the Rangers are moving – they're keeping the line moving 1 through 9. It's not a top-heavy lineup where a pitcher can relax, 6 through 9 or whatever. And I think that's been huge. And the Rangers have made pitchers work. And I think these two things coincide. Their two-strike hitting is unbelievable. I mean, the Rangers in Tampa Bay have been the two best offenses in baseball. They've also been the two best two-strike offenses in baseball. I tweeted some stats, I think, right before I came on that illustrate this. And so when the Rangers face Zach Gallen, they knock him out after 5 innings or whatever because they make him throw nearly 100 pitches. Reed Detmers the other day, he lost it in the 4th inning on Saturday because the Rangers had worn him down after 3 innings in which Reed Detmers looked like he was going to be a pain in the butt. And so I think that's a huge, huge part here. The Rangers can be aggressive early in the count, but they can also make you work. And this series, guys, against Seattle is going to be a really fun test. It should not guarantee anything. If the Rangers sweep Seattle, they probably will end up winning 5 straight World Series. That's probably fair. But if the Rangers, lose 2 of 3 or whatever, that's fine. They're on the road and they're facing Seattle's 3 best pitchers: Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, Luis Castillo. I've talked to some people on the Rangers coaching staff, and they're excited to see how this offense does against those 3 guys. Because so far, when the Rangers have faced good pitching, they haven't necessarily won every game, like against Garrett Cole and the Yankees, but their lineup has competed, and their lineup has made life really tough for those pitchers. So this should be a really fun 3-game test early in the season. That's not going to guarantee anything one way or the other, but it'll be good to see how the Rangers stack up against some good pitching.
First month MVP is?
Oh, man. I think Jonah Heim. I mean, he's been, at first I was looking at here are his ranks. Here's how he stacks up offensively against other catchers. And then I had to knock myself in the head and say, wait a second, these numbers probably rank favorably just in general.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is really good defensively. There are some measurements to support this, like framing runs saved, which is, basically measures his ability as receiver, which so long as we have humans calling balls and strikes, that's super important. And he was one of the best last year, along with Jose Trevino, and he's the best this year. And by the way, Bobby Wilson, the Rangers catching coach, probably deserves a lot of credit too for the development of those 2 guys. Not a coincidence that they are routinely considered among the best. But Jonah Heim's one of the best. He's been one of the best hitters in baseball this year.
Top 10 in WAR.
It's early. Yeah, it's early, but if you're asking me the MVP right now, Dolis Garcia has been great. Marcus Simeon has been really good. Heck, Ezekiel Duran, not that he'd be an MVP candidate, but, the last 3 weeks he's been outstanding. But to me, it's Jonah Heim. I think what he's done on both sides has been really important.
20 consecutive scoreless innings, and we were waiting for this guy. I was personally waiting to be like, why is RJ so excited about signing him? Why is he this team's number 2? What has clicked for Nathan Eovaldi here as of late?
Well, if you guys recall early on, the first 2-3 starts, the common refrain was, well, yeah, but he pitched way better than his numbers. Against Philadelphia, there were the 2 balls that Robbie Grossman didn't catch because he lost to the sun, and those are errors. So those aren't reflected as unearned runs. Same thing in Chicago. Dolis Garcia had a really rough time in the outfield in Chicago, and so did Robbie Grossman again. So he had some bad luck. Now, I think the other thing that's been really important is, he's locating his cutter, and that is setting a lot of things up. And then early on in starts, he's using his curveball to effect in the bottom of the zone. And so it gives hitters a range to think about. They've got to think about a 75-mile-an-hour pitch that he can throw for a strike to go along with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. And then a cutter that, he uses to neutralize lefties really well. And then he's got his split finger, which is still probably his best swing and miss pitch. So, I just named 4 pitches that, hitters have to think about. And I just think that's been a big part of it. He does throw hard, but a lot of guys throw hard. I think he's doing a really good job of commanding his stuff, and he's making you think about both sides of the plate, and he's making you think about, 2 ends of the velocity spectrum. And I think when you're a hitter, that's really tough to do. And the other thing, guys, and I think Dane Dunning has this as well, 2 different types of stuff, but those guys both compete their tails off. I don't know how to quantify that, but those guys have that son of a gun in them that is really fun to watch, and it's visible from, if you're watching on TV. Hopefully we capture this on the radio. It's definitely visible to Hicksy and I, and Hicksy and me and Dave and CJ watching from the booth. We talk about this. This guy's got that son of a gun mentality that, you feel really good about.
Before the year started, I think you had targeted bullpen as an area of concern, and they started off really, really well. They've had some blips. They probably can't make any moves yet, right? No one's going to be giving up bullpen help. Is help going to be on the way?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the Rangers have to figure out a way to sort of keep their head above water with the bullpen for the next 4 to 6 weeks. It could help be on the way. There are some names: Chase Lee, Mark Church. When Danny Duffy gets healthy, maybe he's someone who's an option. Kyle Funkhauser, and there are probably a few other. Hey, Taylor Hearn's pitching fine in AAA, but there's no one who's like rising up through the system who you're like, gosh, just give me 2 more weeks before this guy's ready, and we'll be just fine. Now, that's not to say one of those guys couldn't come up and surprise you, because we know that the volatility of relievers on both ends. You can have a guy that just surprises you, and he doesn't look anything like the guy he did the year before, in a good way or a bad way. So, but you're right, RJ. I know that the knee-jerk reaction, I get it from fans, is, hey, go and trade for a guy. Why don't you go and trade for a guy? That there's a need. Why aren't you doing something about it? Well, you really, it's tough. It's not that Chris Young is sitting there saying, oh yeah, our bullpen's fine. We'll be all right. But a lot of teams are still in the mix right now. And when you're in the mix, you're not going to just trade a reliever unless a team overpays. And the supply and demand, the Rangers have no leverage right now, in those conversations. Now, in 4 to 6 weeks, when more teams, it's apparent they're probably not going to be in the mix, you're still probably on the early end. You're still the really eager, the really eager fan who's right there when gates open. But the gates are open, and so you're not going to have to pay maybe as much of a premium to get a relief arm. Now, you're probably not getting that super stud unless it's a part of a bigger deal until July or mid-June. But you can maybe start to get a role player, so to speak, a middle reliever type who can help you with depth here in the next I don't know, a few weeks, maybe by the end of the month, early June. It's just the trade market is one team isn't going to be able to just strong arm their way into a fair trade market on May 8th or whatever the date is. It's not how the supply and demand works in baseball. And so they've got to figure out a way to keep their head above water, and they need someone to step up. I mean, maybe multiple guys, but one guy who I think has the ability to do it. He hasn't really done it in his career consistently since the first half of his rookie year is Josh Sborz. And I say that just because he's got the best raw stuff. You know, of all these guys that they're throwing out there, he's got the best raw stuff. He's got to figure out how to put it together. But he's a guy who I think could be a wild card to step up and really help this bullpen.
Thanks for waking up with us, brother. 6:15 Seattle time, and go back to sleep before you get sick. I hear it.
Oh, no. I'm on the recovery. This is way better than it was a few days ago.
Ah, the recovery. Are the Stars in trouble?
No, I'm not ready to say that yet. They're going to come to the range. I think I'm of the impression that a lot of them are coming to the Rangers game tonight. They're going to get some of that winning mojo, and they're going to be just fine.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
See you guys.
The Sandman, Jared Sand, the Rangers play-by-play on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Apparently, the Dallas Stars have taken over Mexico. They're Mexico's team. And does anyone go to your high school reunions anymore? I got a story with some Tolos next.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford location.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
RJ fires, blocked and again to Haskinen. Seattle has the lead with Miro Haskinen laying injured on his knees. What a contrast. Eberle leading the receiving line and Miro Haskinen in distress.
7-2 beatdown. You could have saved yourself some sleep if you turn this off after the second period. The Kraken score 5 goals against the Stars, and now we are down 2-1. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy is back from Mexico. I guess you went to a place that had the same amount of Stars fans as here. You made it sound like last night.
Man, Stars fans everywhere. Not even Stars fans, just hockey fans that have fallen like kind of in love with the team. The amount of people, because I was had a few Texas hats that I wore, and they're just asking, Stars fan? Yeah, of course, loving it.
What?
They were loving it. They were like, best team in the West, best team in the West. This was, of course, before the series had really kicked off or faced off, if you will.
Yeah.
But no, they were loving what the Stars were cooking up all the latter part of the season and in the first round against Minnesota.
Nobody thinks Ottinger should not be the goaltender tomorrow night, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
No, you got your guy. Don't start doing what Minnesota was thinking of tinkering with when they started, Fleury in game 2 or whatever. Like, don't start doing that. You got your guy, ride him. And if he stop it. And if he falls in his face again, then you make a decision. Maybe you might have a shorter leash within the construct of a game. Or if he starts having his episodes where he lets 3 goals in a minute, then maybe you think about it. But no, he got you here. Now that doesn't mean that Wedgwood isn't good. He played well at times this year. But no, you've got a pretty much an elite goaltender. You stick with him.
Game 4 tomorrow night in Seattle. We, of course, have the coverage. And if you want more hockey, Gavin Spittle, Spits and Suds, 105.3 thefan.com. NBA action. Of course, you have the Joker incident that's kind of owning the headlines. But I'm happy for James Harden. I think that James Harden, and of course, we are known as the legacy definers here on this show. I think James Harden is making a likability turn here. And part of it has to do with narratives, right? Old, fat, slower, no longer that guy. And then he comes out with game 1 with a spectacular performance. And I found myself like rooting for Harden. Like, come on, James, show that you're the old guy. Show that not the old guy, the old James. Show that you can still get it done. And yesterday he did do it again. Incredible performance. They tied up the series, saved their season against the Miami Heat. And he had this young man there who was involved in Michigan State shootings. You can't say shootings anymore because no one can keep track. And this young man was there. James brought him to the game. Afterwards, it was a perfect movie script moment. Harden hits the game-winning 3. They bring the young man out there on the floor. James takes off the shoes before the post-game interview, signs him, hands him on over to him, and then they got audio of the two interacting after the Philly win.
Game 6.
You gotta come back.
You gotta come back. I don't know what you got going on, what your schedule is. But Game 6, you gotta be back here. Because you the good luck charm, for real. I just kept thinking about it.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. Nah. Like we talked about last time, every day, right?
Yeah.
Every day is an opportunity to get better. You know what I mean? Mentally, physically, all that. So just keep the right mindset. I'm always praying for you. Always got you if you need me. You know that?
Yeah.
Really. We with the family.
Yeah.
Hey, seriously, Game 6.
Now, look, I'm sure Harden has been charitable. All these guys and girls, they're charitable acts. They always get lost. No one cares or likes that LeBron. No one cares that LeBron sets up his own school and donates millions and millions of dollars. No one cares. They still just dislike LeBron. A lot of people do. But this to me is the most likable that I can remember Harden being. since the early Houston days. So I'm happy that James Harden is having a little bit of a resurgence here. And of course, I always like it. I'm trying to figure out who I'm rooting against more between Boston and Philadelphia. I think I hate Boston more. I really do.
You do?
I think I hate Boston fans and the city even more than Philly. It's a toss-up. I mean, last week we were bringing it up. If the two cities got in a battle, if it was just a civil war over there on the East Coast, who would come out?
Who would win?
Yeah.
Or who would I root for?
Who would both?
Oh, Philadelphia.
Would win?
Yes. Absolutely. Boston is too into themselves. Philadelphia's blue collar. You know, Boston's, they're all academics. All those colleges up there. That's it over. You don't need that many schools. You don't need that many colleges in one city. That's just too many. All right, you don't need all that. You don't need all that education. So I would, and I would root for Philly. I think Philly, they're less pretentious. Boston's far more pretentious than Philadelphia. Philadelphia is just, it's rocky. It's blue collar. Yeah, I think Philly comes out on top.
Okay.
Were you feeling the same?
Peyton, who did you pick? You had a winner.
I had Philly, yeah. Not even hesitant.
Yeah, Philly wins a fight, no doubt.
No doubt.
Hand-to-hand combat. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm not throwing. I would be much more hesitant to throw hands to somebody from Philadelphia than Boston.
Okay.
Now Philly and San Fran fans, that would be. I'd pay to watch that.
Can't use knives.
Oh, okay. Well,
no knives.
Philly wins.
Philly wins. No knives. All right. So, and we do have to ask you, Dylan Brooks, Mavs?
Nah! I hope nobody signs him. I hope he is unemployed in the NBA. I hope he's in the G League this time next year.
I'm a competitor. I compete.
He's going to be close if Mark Stein is right. He reported the Pistons are interested.
Might as well be the G League.
Where will Dylan Brooks play game 1 next year after the Grizzlies kicked him to the curb?
Greece.
Are the Dallas Mavericks on this list? They are not. Favorites, Toronto. So getting them out of the country.
Get them out of the country.
Raptors, Rockets, Pistons, Pacers, Utah, Sacramento, LA Lakers plus 1,500 just for fun. Would you sign up? You're supposed to put the fan interest aside. Go to the team. That's RJ Choppy testament.
I do have to be able to root for the team, though. And I cannot root for Dylan Brooks. He's from Canada, I think, so Toronto makes sense. Yeah, I would say no. Don't want him. Can't play with him. Can't win with him. Can't play with him. All the Mike Singletary. Was he talking about Vernon Davis?
Yeah,
was talking about there?
Vernon.
Yeah, can't do it.
Can't do it?
Cannot do it.
Okay.
Won't do it.
Hey, man, sad NBA note. Dan Gilbert's son passed away at the age of 26 with a genetic condition. He was the one that brought them that good luck charm during the draft lottery twice.
Got Kyrie and then Anthony Bennett.
Twice, man. I looked up Anthony Bennett's stats yesterday.
Oh, no, that was a mistake.
Do you know how many years he played?
6?
4.
I was going to say 4.
He played 4 years in the league.
First overall pick.
I can't remember the last time I ever heard his name. But Dan Gilbert's son passed away at the age of 26. Really sad.
Yeah, very sad.
The picture they put out, too, was heartbreaking. Of him hugging him with the bow tie, man. It was tough.
Yeah, it was tough. You hate to see it. Dan Gilbert's got his own issues, but nobody should lose a child at 26.
4 years for Anthony Bennett and 4 different teams. How did he not play a second year in Cleveland, the one that drafted him? Career average. Don't look it up.
2.3 points a game.
4.4.
Oh.
4.4. I'll save the shout out. I got a group of Tolos. Y'all made me look impressive over the weekend. Over my wife's high school reunion. We'll do that a little bit later on. We got Choppy back from vacation. We got Bobby Belt sending us articles. That audio from Harden, that's from Bobby. He just DM'd it.
What a loser. Like, you're on vacation.
Is he making you look bad, Choppy? You tweeted an okay amount.
That made me look bad. What the hell? I'm on vacation. There's no looking bad. You check out.
You gotta give him a lecture. Well, he's going to be back on Thursday. So he's taking the 3-day, the Nick Eatman residence in Arkansas.
Yes.
Going to vacation.
Yeah.
Eatman's vacation home. Yeah. But he's not letting it go. He can't detach. He's going to judge Peyton's Ask Reddit tomorrow. He's going to listen. Are we going to cut him out? Are we going to do below the belt? I don't know whether we should or not.
Might as well call him. He probably has an article ready to go.
That's right.
We just call him and say, all right, below the belt's yours.
You know what?
We should. We really should call him up.
It's not a terrible idea. Maybe we call Roberto. Maybe we keep Below the Belt alive here on DFW Sports Station. We got a couple former Cowboys to talk about. What Deion Sanders is doing in Colorado, and have you said hello to this former Cowboy at the local Walmart? Should we be feeling sorry for the former bad boy of the NFL that had the star on the side of his helmet? Maybe below the belt, maybe not. Next on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead. The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Should we be feeling sympathy for a... How do I do Bobby's voice? Should we be feeling sympathy for a former Dallas Cowboy?
Oh.
Bobby Belt is
Very nice.
out on vacation until Thursday. RJ Choppy is back. I'm Sean Shreve. We got Peyton and Ryan here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I did get a text from someone after this Greg Hardy video came out saying, we're being too harsh. Can we move on? Should we be giving Greg Hardy more of a second chance? This is Greg Hardy recording a video where he's apparently selling Spectrum at a Walmart in Garland.
I don't know how the y'all do this 9 to 5 shit, bro. I thought like I had it hard being a celebrity and shit. This is not what's up, boy. So what had happened was I signed up at a marketing company because I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying, start a couple companies of my own. Get it how we live out here. Homie called me into the office. It's a big ass office. They got the music playing, they hyping it up. Thought I was on Wolf on Wall Street, bro. Tell me why. These is like, your first day, you about to get big money. All you gotta do is go sign some customers. I'm like, sign some customers? Thought we was marketing. We doing signs. We doing market analysis, using that graphic design degree that I got. Lo and behold, these done turned me into one of the Walmart Spectrum greeters.
Now, after he got laughed at and made fun of, apparently he went back on social media and said, no, it was just a prank. My Texas followers, y'all got punked. I'm not really out here working at a Walmart. He said he was joking. Obviously, I don't work at Walmart, but he looked like he was dressed for it.
Yeah.
He was dressed with a tie, with a light blue shirt, little MK. Is that Michael Kors?
Michael Kors, man.
Michael Kors jacket. So that's Greg Hardy, as the internet was laughing at him, saying this is what you get, karma from the NFL to selling Spectrum.
Look, it's
But I did have someone text me that made me think, because my initial reaction would probably have been, ha ha ha, screw you. And then I was thinking, I was like, do I feel a little bit, am I over it? And shouldn't we be over it? I was asking myself these questions.
Look, I don't know. I think it's I don't like to mock somebody for trying to make a living.
Yeah.
You know, he's just trying to, that's all he's trying to do. He's trying to make money. Maybe the whole thing with his trying to start a business is true. You know, maybe that was just his way of deflecting that he has fallen on hard times. But I don't want to see anybody fall on hard times. I don't care how much of an enemy you might be of me. I don't want to see you fall on hard times.
No, I don't feel that way. Well, it depends how early into being angry with you I am. Like, there's certain people I'm like, yeah, I hope they starve. I hope they starve to death. But like Hardy, you know, it's been a long time. We went through his MMA thing. I think I'm over it, and I feel a little bit of sympathy. I felt bad that Greg was getting made fun of so much. What he did was inexcusable.
Oh, sure.
Monstrous, no doubt about it. But I'm like, okay, does time heal? Does time heal those feelings? So I was throwing it out there. I didn't know how to feel about it.
I went and looked at his I
felt more sympathetic than I thought I was after this person in the media texted me. I'm not even gonna say their name because they may not want to come across as a Greg Hardy defender, but they're like, let's move past it. Let's let him get back on his feet.
So I went and looked. He's got a net worth of $4 million.
$4 million?
As of July of 2021 on Celebrity Net Worth.
Now, what is net worth exactly? Is that
great question?
Is that bank account, or is that just like your value,
assets, all that stuff? Maybe he has some houses.
Okay,
who knows? But you know, in the UFC alone, he made over $1 million. in career earnings.
Yeah.
So it's like, how hard times is he on? Is he, if he's just, trying to get his business off the ground, look, these are some of the things you got to do. You got to go to Walmart. You're trying to get a marketing company off the ground. You got to go do some things you might not want to do.
Y'all let us know if you've been to the Walmart in Garland. Has there been a Greg Hardy sighting? Is he really working there, or was it some type of joke? And I'm curious on the fan text what the Tolos are saying about another opportunity or moving past it, or no, you're sentenced for life after what you did to that girl.
Here we go. I know Greg. He definitely is not broke. It's the Supercenter of 30 in Beltline. His setup is backed by the electronics.
Oh.
Yes, he's actually there. That's where I do all my shopping. He stopped me the other day.
Wow.
He made millions. Can't feel bad for him. Let's see. Screw Greg for mocking my profession. I make a damn good living for my family.
Yeah.
I don't feel sorry for Greg whatsoever. F. Hardy. There you go.
Okay. Just interested in the Tolo sentiment. Apparently, it sounds like he might be there.
Another one. I know the company Greg is talking about. I interviewed there, and it is not what they described that left the first day.
Oh.
All right.
But that sounds like a similar experience that he's had. All right, let's talk about another former Cowboy. And, of course, RJ Choppy's specialty, you could argue, would be college football. We have gotten these Deion Sanders stories piling up and piling up and piling up. I think we need to just unveil them all.
All right, so he has now had, count them, 71 players enter the transfer portal since last August. Now, that's not all with him, right? He was not there in August. He was still at Jackson State until...
What was the number you used, David?
Yeah, until, or earlier this year. But they have had 47 players enter the transfer portal since the window opened on April 15th. Some of it was expected. But there's a lot of issues that are going on surrounding this that both look good and bad for Coach Prime. The good is that he's trying to turn the roster over, and he's getting a lot of people to come into his program that want to play for him and play at the University of Colorado. That's exactly why he was brought in there. They've given him carte blanche on everything. Your team, your school, do what you want with it. He has full backing of the administration, and that is a great thing for a coach to have. So that's the good. The bad is that players are leaving your program in droves. Now, some of them you may have told to go.
But he did that first day.
That first day, he basically did.
He's like, some of y'all line up your options. You're out of here.
Yeah. There are some coaches on staff that are still holdovers that have basically gone up to the players and been like, and giving them a heads up, like, hey, they're not going to keep you around. You might want to go check your options. That's good. It's good that they're doing that. The bad thing, though, is, and a lot of players are having problems with this, the University of Colorado, Deion is not releasing these kids' practice tapes and game tapes. So in college, I think the way it works, at least it used to, I don't know if it still does, but the way it used to work in college is like you would send the other team game film, right? You would send, so if Texas is playing Texas A&M, Texas would send A&M game film, and A&M would send it back. It would send game film back to them. I don't know if it still works like that or not, but that's how it used to do, like back when I was in school. But Deion is not sending; they're not releasing these players' practice tapes. These players are trying to get other programs to sign them on. They've got no practice tape to show them, and that's a big problem. And I think it's a terrible look for Deion. If you don't want these players to your team, fine. But do not ever try to stop somebody from getting another job. You fire an employee, you better not stop them from trying to get another job somewhere else.
Yeah, especially a college kid.
Right.
So the problem here for me is weighing the bit. Look, this is a business. We all know it's a freaking business. Sure. That's why the NIL is here, to let these kids take advantage.
Two-way street.
The business and the reality versus like dealing with kids still. You know what I mean?
Well,
Colorado sucked. So if you tell me that Colorado needs a full turnover with their program and their players, that makes sense.
They were 1-11, man. I mean, it's anybody's position.
But then, like, when you actually see the sausage being made and Deion's in the room full of kids being like, some of y'all just aren't good enough, you're out of here. It comes across as a little cold. You know what I mean? I'm not going to release your practice tape. I'm not going to allow other schools. I'm not going to allow you the most opportunity to go somewhere else. So it's like the reality, like, needs to happen if you want to become a winner, but
yeah, I have no problem with the roster turnover. Like that. I don't even say that's cold. Like now, a lot of the kids are saying that they didn't even, get a chance to try to keep their job. I have no idea how true that is, but you cannot.
And he would say, "I watched the tape."
Right. Yeah.
He would just go 3 1s. Your ones were on the wrong side of the record.
You cannot
1 and 1-1.
1 and 1-1.
You're out.
You cannot keep the kids from getting jobs elsewhere. If you don't want them, that's fine. Like, what are you scared that they're going to be good?
This is literally a kid's sports movie where like the coach comes in with his squad and kicks out like the feel good. And the feel-good person remains on the team, and they end up with a game-winning goal or touchdown. It's playing out like a movie. Dion is the new bad boy on the block, and he's rolling in with his crew, and we're kicking out all of you losers, and that's the way it's playing out. It's a new day.
It is a new day, and now that we're in the transfer window, and we had over 2,000 players under the transfer portal. It's going to happen. I mean, these kids are transferring, and that's fine. And this is the part of the look. You're going to get money out of it. It's basically it's a job now. It's a business, and it's going to get a little bit colder when they cut you. That doesn't mean that you should try to make it more difficult for them to find work elsewhere.
I got some odds. Speaking of college players, Bet Online, first overall pick next year. The heavy favorite is.
First overall pick in the NFL draft.
Yep.
Caleb Williams.
1-5. Drake May second at 4-1. Marvin Harrison Jr. at 16-1. First quarterback to be benched this regular season of the 3 that were drafted.
First quarterback to be between Richardson, Stroud, and Young.
Yeah.
Oh, Richardson.
It is Richardson. 2-3. CJ Stroud second, Bryce Young third. Bijan, rushing yards over under 1,100. And then Jahmyr Gibbs, rushing over under 750. So.
Okay. Gibbs is going to split time. Bijan, Atlanta?
Over under 1,100 rushing yards?
That's a lot for rookies.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's Barry Sanders. I mean, he ought to hit over by week 10.
That's right.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. The Rangers winning, Stars losing, and an NBA. There's a hit piece out there on Luka that he's too selfish for Kyrie Irving. So someone put out some Luka trade ideas. Let's see if any of the Luka haters would accept these deals. Final hour with Choppy back. Monday edition of Sean and RJ continuing on the Fan.
Let's get your carpet.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Booker probing, might want to double team him. Booker's going to shoot over 2. Why not? Holy smokes!
That was the call last night on TNT. It's fist pump time. Final hour. RJ Choppy is back from vacation. Bobby Belt is out a few days. I'm Sean Sharif. Glad you are turning it on, leaving it on. DFW Sports Station. We're going to back to the Dallas Stars and Coach Pete DeBoer addressing what happened in Allen coming up at 9:20 this morning. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. But last night, the story in the NBA is not the Suns and Denver being tied at 2. By the way, side note, as Bobby put together some Kyrie Irving trade ideas last week, just in case it needs to be a sign-in trade, one of the targets that I was considering was DeAndre Ayton.
He's invisible.
This thing's a mess.
Is he even playing anymore?
They got to move him. So he scored 4 points in Game 3.
How far down the bench rotation is he right now?
Dude, they got some other dude playing over him. He got in foul trouble last night. I think Phoenix viewed that as a gift that they didn't have to put him out there. He's averaging 10 points in the series. He had 8 last night. 8 and 8. Before that, he went 4 and 9. Before that, he went 14 and 8. And he was 14 and 7 in Game 1. They're going to have to move him. I thought they were going to move him last offseason. They somehow worked it out. He fought with Monty Williams. Again, this is just as a potential Mavs target if you have to sign and trade Kyrie. And Brian Windhorst said don't rule out Phoenix when it comes to Kyrie, depending on what happens here with the Mavs. But, man, this guy, he giving me Ben Simmons feelings from a big man. He doesn't take it that serious. I told you in that Mavs series, I had questions about DeAndre Ayton after early on. He was crushing the Mavs. I think it was Game 1, and they never went back to him. I don't think he wasn't He's a powder instead of a demander. Like, hey, give me the freaking ball. I don't think he's got that alpha in him in the right scenario. Let that come out. Obviously, they have a ton of stars there, but he's coming across as broken. So just keep that in mind if DeAndre Ayton is a trade name this offseason, because it's a mess again in Phoenix like it was last year when the Mavs put them out.
Well,
the Chris Paul video where he dodged Chris twice with a high five.
Yeah.
People are trying to blow that up.
You think he doesn't get the ball now in Phoenix? You know, what's he going to get when he got Luka throwing the ball or not throwing the ball? Mr. Ball Hog over there. It's going to happen.
And that by the way, so the Joker. The ball goes into the stands. Jokic is trying to get the ball. And you see players wrestle with this all the time and fight with each other. Well, the new owner of the Phoenix Suns has the basketball and doesn't give it up. So Joker goes over into the stands, tries to wrestle the ball away, and then ends up kind of shoving with his forearm, gives an elbow shove to the Suns owner. Suns owner flails his arms back, flies back into his seat, and after the game, the two-time MVP was asked about the incident.
He told me I was elbowing the fan. So, but the fan put the hand on me first, so I thought the league's supposed to protect us or whatever. So, but maybe I'm wrong. So we will see.
Did you happen to know who the fan was?
He's a fan of. He's on the. I know who is, but he's a fan, isn't he? If he's sitting
Phoenix Suns owner.
Sitting on the court, and he's a fan, isn't he?
Yep.
That doesn't mean that he's a. So whoever it is, and he's a fan, he cannot influence the game by holding the ball.
Then they asked Coach Malone, and they're like, well, it was the Sun. He goes, I didn't see it, but I don't understand why they gave a tech. He did shove. He did push the Suns owner. But then Mike Malone was like, well, it was the owner. And he goes, I don't give an S. I don't give a blank.
I don't give a
So that was an amazing response. I don't think that Jokic should or will be suspended. And I actually think it's my theory that it's actually better for Jokic that he made contact with an owner versus a regular fan. If it was a regular fan, I think Adam Silver has to crack down harder.
I agree.
That's my theory. Because everyone's like, oh, he pushed an owner. What's going to happen to him? He's going to get punished. Does the league have to act? And I was like, it's actually better it wasn't just a random fan. And I wonder if, did Jokic know who he was? I'm curious. We always quiz each other on managers, coaches, see how many we can name. I mean, what are the chances that he was probably told afterwards? He's not going to know where the new owner of the Phoenix Suns is sitting. He's not a high-profile guy like Cuban. So all these things are just playing into it.
Yeah, it's a really good chance. Plus, he's so new, right?
Yeah.
There's a really good chance he has no idea who this cat is. But that owner, that dude, Matt Ishbia, you can't be hanging onto the basketball.
Yep.
Hand the ball back to the official. And when Joker gets it out of your hands, because Joker was trying to, he saw the player down. He was trying to get the game going. Like, he wanted to get up court. When he does that, don't slap it out of his hand. It's delay a game. Technical foul. Delay a game. So that is. But then Joker, you got to keep your hands off these guys, man.
I agree.
This isn't. Your brothers aren't your mob here. You can't be putting your hands on people.
Bassick said they did not work it out in Phoenix. He signed with the Pacers. They matched. He never wanted to be back in Phoenix, period. Yes, that is true. I was just assuming that he and Monty Williams kind of made good a little bit, but does not look like it's the case. So that's the Suns tied with the Nuggets right now at 2 games apiece. Filthy and Boston are tied at 2 games apiece. The Miami Heat with Jimmy Butler back are up 2-1 on the New York Knicks. And the Lakers are up 2-1 on the Warriors with Game 4 tonight. And LeBron's son, Bronny, committing to the USC Trojans. Now let's get to this hit piece on Luka. NBA general manager, quote, I think they want Kyrie and they like Kyrie, but what I can tell you is that Luka, who was not against the trade, doesn't want to share, like many young players today. Kyrie was on great behavior. Like, he was doing everything to try to win over Luka and be a teammate. Every single player on that team loves Kyrie from his time there so far. I do think there's some skepticism going forward for what they're going to offer him. They're not completely naive, but Kyrie's behavior was excellent. It was more the fact that Luka had to adjust to playing with such a great player. Everyone there has been saying Kyrie's incredible. Luka said it, and he means it, but I think he just doesn't want to share. He doesn't know how. He's out there on the court. The ball has been in his hands no matter what. It's his ball. And now there's actually consideration. I might need to pass the ball to somebody else and let them do the magic instead of me just waiting for the clock to run down and shoot a step-back 3 from the hash mark. I get it. I understand. It happens all the time in our league. We forget he's 24. At some point, he's going to want someone like that. He just isn't there yet. Make an All-NBA, MVP conversation. Those things will be tarnished a little bit if you're playing with someone else that on 1/3 of the nights needs the ball and is better than you at those times.
Woo. Yeah, that's a hit piece. That is a hit piece on Luka right there. And if I'm Luka, I'm upset because, like, first of all, it makes me look bad. But second of all, like, if you're a player around the league, let's say you're a budding superstar or you are a superstar, do you really want to go play with someone who league sources say doesn't want to share the basketball? Like, if you're Bradley Beal, do you want to go play with Luka? He may be a good fit. He may be a good fit, but still, like,
yeah.
Do you really want that? If he didn't make it work with Porzingis, and he can't make it work with Kyrie, like, isn't sooner or later not everyone else's fault?
Well, Bobby was saying we're going to have to win here with Luka like they did back in the Dirk days of never having a true 2, and you just have to get perfect role players, some that can just defend, some that can just shoot. You can't get a true Robin here.
Okay, well then you're never a dynasty.
Yep.
Like, you gotta hope for the Giannis, Dirk, Kawhi
lightning
championship.
In a bottle. Yep.
Good luck. I mean, good luck. I don't know how it's gonna work. I really don't. I don't know how that's gonna work.
Is it fair obvious or unfair to talk about Luka being selfish with the basketball?
Is it fair?
My guess is you're going to say it's really fair.
I mean,
deadly accurate.
That's kind of what it is, right? Is he not?
Well, here's the reason I ask is because if you just want to go to the numbers, we always had this debate with Westbrook. I would say Westbrook's really selfish. I don't care about his assist numbers. And you'd say, well, it's kind of the same numbers as other players who we give props to. We do pick apart the way that you have your assists. All assists are not created equal. They actually had that argument on TNT. And even though Luka is an amazing passer, right? He's a God-gifted passer. He can get anyone involved really at any time. Are all Luka's assists created equal, or are they misleading?
Some are assists by necessity. Like you have the ball. Like when Luka crosses the timeline, let's ask you this: with LeBron, I've always said Luka is
because Luka is where is he in assists? He's 9.
He's the same as he's
8 assists a night.
He's very similar to Westbrook.
I actually thought his numbers would be higher.
When LeBron crosses the timeline, is he looking for his shot? The first thing on his mind.
No.
Right.
The other night he didn't shoot or didn't score in the first quarter or something. LeBron's mission and goal every night is, can I delay scoring so everyone else gets involved and they get going? That's what he thinks of first.
Yeah, and when Luka crosses the timeline, what's his first thought?
Score.
Yep. And that'll come with that. Hopefully it comes with age. Hopefully it does, where he realizes he can't do it all by himself.
Right.
But when you're the primary ball handler, you've got a job to make sure the offense flows. Now it could flow through you and still flow, but we have said this is a very slow moving offense. Doesn't get started really until 8 to 10 seconds left on the shot clock.
Yeah,
or less.
He's not going to move without the ball. You never see him get a layup off a backdoor cut.
Nope.
You never see him, be the recipient of a pass while he's on the move. It just doesn't happen.
No, he doesn't move.
He doesn't move.
He does. He's got his game. His game's great. The game he has is great. But there are things there are so many more things that he could do without the basketball to be better, to improve the team. And he just doesn't do it.
CBS Sports tiered. They put into categories the trade possibilities. There's a Luka trade article. Number 1, the Oklahoma City Thunder. We know they have assets.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, do they have assets. Number 2, Denver. I've always told you, at some point in time, Luka and Joker will play together. They will play together. They could put both Jamal Murray and Michael Porter on the table in a deal with the Mavs. I was trying to see who the other pieces would be in Oklahoma City. Good grief, they just have so many assets. They already have their MVP candidate in SGA. They have Josh Giddey, Jalen Williams, and a number 2 overall pick set to debut. Oh, that's Chet Holmgren. And then I don't even know how many draft picks they have left. Number 3, the New York Knicks. So those 3 teams, can you imagine freaking Luka and Brunson teaming back up in New York? So those are the 3 favorites according to CBS. OKC, Denver, and the Knicks. There's a report from John Hollinger. Utah is keeping an eye on all this. They are in the next category in the conversation with Toronto, New Orleans. You got the Pelicans. You got the Jazz. Let's see. They wouldn't include. They could do this without. They have 11 tradable first-round picks in the summer of 2024. Dang. 11 tradable first-rounders. That way they would not have to deal Lauri Markkanen and Kessler, their defensive anchor. So Toronto is in it. Boston, if the timing is right, category. And then you get to the other teams in the league. So it's out there now. A Luka Doncic trade article.
Get the ransom ready. I mean, if you're going to do that, if you're going to move on from him, I mean, you better get everything. What did the Suns just give it for KD? 4 firsts or something like that? You better get more than that because of his age. You better get that team's next 10 first-round draft picks, which is not even allowed, right? I mean, NBA's got these weird rules about how many draft picks in a row you can get.
Yeah.
Because I don't want players for them.
NBA first-rounders, we just talked about how we don't want draft picks.
We don't want draft picks.
You didn't want to tank.
Everything's got to be unprotected. Because, we all know that Luka will fall into an unprotected first-round pick every now and then.
I got to give a shout-out to some Tolos who made me look very, very good this weekend. Does anyone still attend or go to high school reunions anymore? And the stars get blasted, but Pete DeBoer wanted to talk about what happened in Allen. The audio next. But first, did you have a
tried to push that puck away with his blocker. It wound up being put on a platter for Ellie Tolvanen.
Beatdown last night. Stars get destroyed 7-2. This thing was over in the second period. This is Sean and RJ Choppy back from vacation. The Kraken are the fifth team in the last 25 years to have 16 different players score a goal within the first 10 games of a postseason. You talk about versatile. Everyone can hurt you. As Brent Severin came on and told us, they don't have the superstar, but they swarm you.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of bees. They might not have the killer bee, but
some wasps.
They got some wasps.
They got some wasps.
And this
man.
does not include the one who led them in the regular season. It's Jared McCann. He had 40 goals in the regular season.
Nothing.
He's been out.
Yeah.
He's been missing.
Look, they've done a really nice job. They won the 3 of the 4 last games of Colorado in their series, and then they've taken 2 of the first 3 here. They've done a really nice job in such a short time with their organization of building a really solid team. And there is no superstar. They don't have a Connor McDavid. They don't have an Austin Matthews. I mean, there's no superstar. There's no Robo. But they've got
who's that?
Oh, yeah. Who's he? Where the hell is
Still
he?
trying to find him.
I know, right? I heard his name a couple times last night.
Did he do something in the third period after I went to sleep? Did you stay up to watch?
No, I mean, he didn't get like an assist or scored or anything like that.
I know Mason.
Some ice time.
Mason scored the first goal.
Yeah, Marchment.
The hit that he took early.
He took one. He gave it back. He gave it back a little bit later, but boy, that was a vicious hit he took early on.
Sevy just tweeted. Well, he didn't just tweet it. He tweeted, "Not liking these stats. Dallas, when trailing 2-1 in a best of 7, 9-17, with a .346 winning percentage overall. 2-1 in a best of 7. It's time to be the 10th Stars team to come back to win a series like this. So 9-17 when trailing 2. Those stats don't mean anything. I love you, Sevy, but different eras, different coach. It means nothing." 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. The Stars canceled a watch party that was planned in the plaza outside of the AAC, less than 30 miles from the outlet mall where the incident took place in Allen, out of respect for the victims, families, and community of Allen. Pete DeBoer, before the game last night, wanted to speak about the incident.
Just before we start, I just want to acknowledge how heartbroken we are about the mass shooting in Allen, Texas. It's really close to home, obviously, just tragic. And, frankly, when you hear, victims as young as 5 years old, you just, you get tired of hearing it. And I think, when you hear Sandy Hook and Parkland and Nashville, unless it's in your backyard, you compartmentalize it and put it aside. And then when it happens in your backyard, you realize, the horror of it. And I don't pretend to know the answer on how to fix it, but it's too great a country and too many intelligent people not to do something about it. So just horrific.
So this is 3 incidents now. You had the neighbors ask a guy, I think it was in Cleveland, Texas, to stop firing his gun. He shot him. You had the outlet mall incident in Allen. And then yesterday, this car plowed into a group of people. Did you see this?
I didn't see that. I saw they evacuated Stonebriar Mall. And I guess it was a kids yelled gun. So they evacuated the mall. There was reports that maybe there was gunshots that were heard. I saw that. Then I also saw some reports that said it was a false alarm.
This was in Brownsville with the car.
Yeah,
the car driving into a group of people. The neighbor incident, the car incident, the mall incident, all right here.
It's really wild. Like there's no safety really anywhere anymore. I said earlier, I would not have told you this after 9/11, but you feel safer in an airport than you do at a mall
or in Mexico
or
than
in Mexico,
the United States.
I know. I felt safer in Cabo. Leaving the resort, going to the airport.
Yeah.
Half joking, but it's like it's also kind of there's truth in every joke, right? What do they say?
this will be in my mind the next time I think about going into a mall. But it could be anywhere. That's the wild card that we're living. It's a luck of the draw. Which mall are you going to? Are you going to be in the right school, the right church, the wrong school, the wrong movie theater? And you just don't know.
Yeah, and I guess, people are saying that on the fan text, like an airport is secure. It's a secured location.
Yeah.
They're not going to go there. No one's going to commit a mass shooting at an airport.
Well, before you get to security.
Before you get to security, it's also like, it's
a stadium,
it's
a game.
alert. Stadium games.
Honestly, can't believe that.
There are metal detectors to go through.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that somebody can't stop beforehand. It's, there's a lot of places that we're just sitting ducks before we get into the secured location. A lot of places like that.
You talk to, you have to have a kid conversation.
They have, my kid's school's on lockdown. There was a guy that was evading police and broke into one of the schools. There's 3 schools in the campus, and he was armed. So they went on lockdown. But at least at my kid's school, they're jeez, I can't believe, knock on wood. But their doors are they lock with a magnet. You get into school, you can't get in those doors.
Oh,
so. And now, if they're in the hallway, you can't. But you can't get in those doors. Those, you would have to be someone like a student in the school, somebody from outside. I mean, they might get into the office, but I can't even get in to get my kid lunch. I bring him lunch. I go into a foyer that I have to drop it off at. I can't get in, and I can't get anywhere around. I got to buzz you in. There's no open doors. So at least at my kid's school, they've done a really, really nice job of protection, but. Not every school is like that. Not every school has done that, has done those updates, and it's sad.
Kyler Murray, Allen, most famous athlete in high school history, arguably. This is sickening. If there's any way I can help, please let me know. When is this S gonna stop?
Who knows?
I know. It's not gonna stop. When the first thing that happens is everyone just rushes to find out the race or the tie-in, so that we can point to a group or say, see, they voted for that president. That's what happens, at least on social media. That's the first thing that happens. Why is this news outlet delaying? Where are the press conference? It's not how do you stop it? It's who did it and who are they tied to politically. That's what happens. It's sickening. It's sickening. And there is no hope. I remember when I was in school, we would emulate the president. It's your day to stand up and give a speech. You come up with a few ideas. And I'm not saying anything about the president. I'm just talking about the politics, those positions in general. It was a very prestigious, honorable thing. And now it's slime is everywhere. I have no hope, zero hope. I truly believe what I said earlier. It doesn't affect these people. To think of the image of that little girl that one of the people said didn't have a face anymore when he reached in the bush to try to pick her up. When that sentence numbs you, when you're numb to that sentence, your humanity's lost. It doesn't give you chills. It doesn't devastate you. It doesn't make you sick. It doesn't make you want to do something. You want to continue to win your little political tug of war on both sides. Well, it's mental health. Well, it's guns. It's just going to be this all-time battle. Will there ever be a pure individual to not care about their pockets getting aligned, appeasing this group? The answer is probably no, because that's how you get into your position of power. You have to pay groups and you have to align with certain ones. Otherwise, you're going to go rogue and not be affected or influenced by any groups or any amount of money. It's not possible. It seems to me like it's not possible. It's sad. It's sad. I told you my brother in Maryland was selling his house to an investor who was thinking about moving his family here from outside the country. Deal was done, finalized, wrote my dad back and my brother and said, deal's off. I'm not moving. I'm not moving to the United States. It's a little bit too crazy, a little bit too hectic right now. That's the way it's viewed, and that's the way it is.
Well, it is. There's no doubt. It is. We are loaded with lunatics. There was a time where it was if you stay out of
That's where
certain
when
parts
people-
of town,
that's-
you would avoid trouble. You'd be safe.
That's when people say, RJ, well, it's a mental health thing. I don't think people that have these types of thoughts are gonna walk into a facility and seek out mental health to get that addressed. And even if you have parents who are like, I think my child needs help, I found some stuff, right? Like, someone still has to be willing to participate in getting mental health.
You're not going to turn your kid in.
Yeah, you're not going to turn your kid in. So I just don't think there's going to be enough cooperation from people. Very hard. You know, we grew up, and our parents really, in a you don't get therapy. That's soft. You don't get therapy. You think that it's very hard for all of us to admit, I need to talk to someone about this. I need help. You think that a bunch of people are just going to line up?
No.
Who are committing these acts and go sit down and talk to a therapist or get psychologically evaluated? That's where I think that side of the argument doesn't hold weight.
It does.
If you told me,
they're not going to go seek help.
Yeah,
they're not going to do that. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's also not realistic to think that we can just get rid of every gun.
Yeah,
that's not realistic either. You could stop selling them, but you can't get rid of them.
Right.
With the ones that are already out there. So
it's kind of like drugs, I think. It's like you're not going to ever stop it, but if you create some type of like regulation to try to slow it down, then that's all you have, because if you don't outlaw any type of drug, then we're going to have the Walking Dead out here on the streets.
Yeah, but like we've seen cities like start to decriminalize certain drugs because all right, we're not going to stop it. And we're not going to arrest these people. And they're decriminalizing things, and in some situations that's okay, and they do it. So they do sometimes for mental health. There's what is it? What was it? I can't remember what city it was. Decriminalize like shrooms. And there's been taught that shrooms have a decent mental health impact on you, like a positive one.
Yeah.
If you do it in certain dosage. Okay. I mean, but you're not going to decriminalize everything.
There's just certain things that are obvious, in my opinion, that are common sense. I wish we could all agree on. Like, it shouldn't be easier. And I have 2 guns, but it shouldn't be easier to get a gun than you shouldn't be able to get a gun before you can buy alcohol. Like, there's just some things that don't add up.
I agree.
You know what I mean? Just let's just start and try to agree with some common sense. But we can't. It can't on both sides. It's bad for business to agree, even if it means trying to stop people and kids from getting killed. It's bad for business. And that's what will always win out. It's sad, but it's reality. I hope I'm wrong. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on DFW Sports Station. Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Let's see if Bassick is believing some of these Luka rumors, and the Rangers continue to be your first place team in the AL West on your home for Rangers baseball. Crosstalk with the fellas to see how their weekend was next.
But let's get some hair put on top of your head.
Smith hammers one down the right field line. It's hooking to the wall. That ball out of here. Just barely clearing the 4-foot-high wall inside the pole down the right field line.
An all-time great that might be a little bit much, but the Rangers offense, they are doing things that has not been done since 2000, with the St. Louis Cardinals scoring the most runs in Major League Baseball through the first 33 games of the year. This is Crosstalk here on your home for Rangers baseball. RJ Choppy back from vacation. Corey Majors is out today. Kevin Hagelin, good morning. What's coming up?
So obviously we'll talk about the just terrible Stars playoff game last night, how Nathan Eovaldi has quickly turned around his season. And then at 11:20, with Greg Hardy having to lie about his employment status, what is the worst job that you've ever had?
Oh, is it you on the farm?
Oh, I mean, I can't even count that as real work. I worked a week, but let's see.
It was too much? You're like, I'm out.
Yeah, well, when he gave me my paycheck and there was money taken out for sleeping with animals, I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to leave this place. It was in Tennessee. Yeah, that was probably the worst one.
Okay.
The first day of the job, handed me a giant stick. And I said, what's this for? And he said, if the cow charges you, you hit the cow in the hit the cow in the head. I'm thinking, I'm going to take his knees out. What am I doing here? He just bopped the cow in the head with this thing when he starts charging you.
How, not to derail this too
Yeah.
much, how exactly did you come to the situation where you worked on a farm?
Great question.
I was in college. I was dating a girl, lived on a farm, so I wanted to show her, hey, I could be a farmer too.
Okay.
Didn't work.
Okay. Did y'all break up because of that? I apologize, Sean. I'm just really fascinated by this. Did your lack of ability to handle the farm life, did that cause problems in the relationship?
No, it was a college relationship.
Okay.
It was doomed from the start.
Right.
Mike, have you ever had a non-playing or non-broadcasting job?
Ooh.
Yes.
What'd you do?
Well, what time is that at?
11:20. You could talk about it now. It's fine.
You can just say what the job
Substitute
was.
teaching in middle school.
Okay. But never worked in a restaurant.
No.
Okay.
Did you work in a restaurant?
I was a busboy for a summer, but otherwise it's been all this field. Radio intern, radio hometown, Kansas City for a year, then this. I'm trying to think what other. And you worked at Sports Authority?
I worked at Sports Authority at Grapevine Mills Mall. That was great. I worked at a golf course. That was fantastic. The easy one. I'm sorry. I completely forgot about this.
This overtakes the farm?
This overtakes the farm. This is the summer of 98. Remember that summer, Mike? Nice and hot down
I was
here.
in Kinston, North Carolina. Yep.
Hot as you know what. And I had the great idea of working for the Grapevine Parks Department. Because I worked for the Parks Department in New Jersey as a high school kid, and all we did all day was play cards. You go out, do about an hour and a half of actual work, came back, 4-hour lunch, play card. Union job, Sean. That's what you do in a union job.
Yeah.
And then you play cards all day. I come here thinking, man, I'm going to do this. This would be great. Dude, I was out there from 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. cutting park and all these other park lawns and Grapevine. It was miserable. 100 degrees for 30-something straight days.
Oh.
And I'm in pants and a long-sleeve shirt because that's what you got to... Oh, it was disgusting.
Does anyone think that Jokic should or will be suspended?
I will point out I'm a big fan of his. So
He's your favorite player in the history of basketball.
I'm probably biased. I don't think he should. I thought him and his coach had great explanations. He's like, it doesn't matter who it is. It's a fan who is impeding the game.
I agree.
And so I know like the logistics of kicking the owner out would have been difficult, but he was trying to impact the game, and that's not okay.
I think he could get suspended a game, and I think part of the NBA is fixed. And this is where David Stern, I know he's dead now, but I do think Adam Silver can now get the matchup that he might want.
Katie and LeBron. And
is that what he wants? I think if he wants Phoenix to advance, this is a great way to do it. Denver goes back home for game 5, very crucial game, usually whatever it is, like 77 or 80% of the time, whoever wins game 5 in these situations goes on and wins the series. I think Adam Silver gives us a good idea on who he wants to win this series. If he wants Phoenix to win this series, he will suspend Jokic for a game because it pretty much pushes Phoenix into the conference finals. If he wants Jokic to kind of make it, I think he goes, hey, because if it was a different situation, I can really see his point of suspending a guy a game going, if I do this, if I don't suspend him, then what if Draymond Green in LA ends up kind of pushing somebody and I suspend him? Then you're like, what? There's a double standard here?
Sure.
Like, what's going on?
I said I thought it was better for Joker that he pushed an owner and not a fan. If it was a fan, I think discipline had a greater chance of happening.
I hadn't really considered that aspect. That is a very fascinating line of thinking. Well done.
Yeah,
I was thinking
if
to
it's
your
a
point.
fan, you can't push a fan.
Right.
Yeah.
Although, so that's it. I'll leave on fascinating.
And to your point, and I mean that in the best possible way.
Well, I mean, it can't be a negative.
To your point, that is fascinating, is I don't see any way the NBA's preference would be, like, if they had their choice of it, I don't see any way the NBA's preference would be have Denver over KD in the Western Conference Finals.
Pick your finals matchup right
Real
now.
quick, how upset is Mark Cuban that, honest to God, how upset is Mark Cuban that that's never happened to him and he hasn't had this opportunity?
Probably a little frustrated.
Yeah.
Probably. What's your finals matchup if you had to pick it today?
Which is really tough because if Jokic gets suspended, like,
Let's just assume he's not getting suspended.
then I'm still going Denver against Boston.
I think I lean that way, but it is pretty open.
Yeah.
I mean, Boston, even when they had the ball, I'm watching, I'm like, go! I'm like, what are you waiting on? Like,
I was critical of the Mavs and Luka for doing this at the end of quarters and halves. And, some of the Mavs on Twitter, the most psycho fan base of all the pro teams here, they lose their minds. They can't comprehend a clock working. Wow. And I'm like, you are starting way too late to where you leave yourself. I'm not even talking about for Tatum. You're left with this step back bomb I know he can hit it. I know that's his patented shot, but just go a little bit earlier. Why do these teams wait so long? And you could argue yesterday they should have immediately gone to give themselves a chance if they missed the shot to extend the game.
And is it because then if you have to foul, hopefully you'll get another shot, at least sending it to
offensive rebound.
Yeah, exactly. But do you think
One and done when you're down?
Teams fear, you can't leave time on the clock. And I'm like, yes, you can. Wouldn't you rather be ahead with time on the clock than the reverse?
yeah, if you shoot the ball with 5 seconds to go and it goes in and there's 4 seconds left, I don't think that's the end of the world. And you were behind. If you're tied, I get a little bit of,
sure.
At the end of this shot, we're going to overtime or we won.
win, yeah.
But when you're losing, to your point, offensive rebound, I think of, in a weird way, I think of one of Pop's, I think his biggest mistake of his career, and I couldn't believe he did it at the time, when he took out Tim Duncan against the Miami Heat. And I'm like, who's going to rebound the ball? What happened? They shot the ball early, down by 3. Offensive rebound, kick it to Ray Allen in the corner with 2 seconds to go. He hits the shot with approximately, I don't know if there was no time, but so little time it didn't matter. But like, you give yourself this opportunity when you're losing. If we miss it, can we tip it in? Can we grab the ball and put it back in? Can we grab the ball, throw it to somebody else, and him shoot the ball? And instead, they're like, you know what? With 3 seconds is the time to start our initiation of the drive.
I want you all to see if you've ever heard this point made by someone.
Okay.
Or whether you think it's legitimate from Jalen Rose. Halftime, Knicks Heat on ABC.
We talk so much about the nightlife and joke about it in Miami, but also as a road, when you're the road team, you got to pay attention to that weather and that heat because it causes your muscles to have a little it affects the endurance of your muscles and causes tiredness. So if you notice, the Knicks in particular are making shots in the paint, but they're missing shots outside of the paint, in particular from 3.
I'd only heard that in the context of like Denver or Mexico City in terms of outside environment.
Altitude.
I had not heard specifically about the heat in your muscles.
The
So
Miami humidity, Mike Bassett, pro athlete.
I do believe
it does happen in baseball, but you're outdoors during that.
AC units remove humidity from the air.
Yeah, it happened in Boston Garden to the Lakers, and because they turned off the air conditioning in like 1985 or whatever, or 84, whatever that is. But it's an interesting point. I don't know. Maybe the best thing to do is just follow James Harden and go find all the strippers in Vegas during a series. Because, if you lose this series, you have 3 months off to do all the strippers and all the alcohol you want. But I got to do the strippers and the alcohol right now because there is one extra day off.
I'm rooting for this. I have this James Harden likability turnaround. I've fallen for it.
That is fascinating because I heard y'all's
You're a big
discussion.
Kardashian fan.
I'm rooting for James.
Okay. So is that your favorite team left, I guess?
No. I'm rooting for the Lakers still to go.
Gross.
Although I love watching Steph. I'm not tired of the Warriors.
I'm not either.
I'm not tired of the Warriors. Bobby said he was tired of the Warriors. I love watching Steph Curry. There's no more exciting team. It's not even close. I wish Boston and Philly could just, eliminate each other permanently.
The NBA teams or the
Do
city?
you
The whole
feel like
cities.
the Lakers are getting the benefit of the doubt? Because obviously they're starting to become major stats out there that the Lakers are getting favored by the referees tremendously in every game they play in the playoffs. And I'm like,
Wouldn't surprise
no
me.
crap. That's why I hate the Lakers.
And that goes back into the idea of the suspension of Jokic. Is like your marquee matchup is Phoenix against LA, or hell, even Golden State against Phoenix. Is you have the bigger name.
Do you think the NBA has it right? I know we're running out of time, but Choppy, you would want probably the Yankees versus the Dodgers every year in the World Series if you could do it. It seems like baseball is like, screw it. If it's Texas versus
They don't care.
whatever, like we don't care. But I do think the NBA, ever since David Stern's like, look, I have a trash product in the 80s. Nobody cares about this. Everybody started caring about Boston versus LA. And he manipulated the situation to make sure I either get Boston versus LA or I get the best players in the league people want to watch. And Adam Silver did learn under David Stern. I feel like the NBA does a pretty good job of manipulating situations to try to get the matchups they always want.
I think they do. And, and I think it's easier.
Look at the ratings. The ratings are on fire this
Are they?
year.
Still?
I don't know like the last weekend or anything, but Lakers, Warriors.
Yeah, it started out
You're
hot.
1
Yeah.
and 2 seeds out. New York, right?
New York, the Knicks being in it probably boost the overall
Instead of
ratings.
Cleveland.
Instead of they probably boost the overall.
Get
millions per
Milwaukee
game.
out.
Yeah.
I know everyone's like, the commissioner doesn't want Giannis missing. Get Milwaukee out as a market.
That's
Yeah.
true.
But I think when the Knicks are out of it, because they're going to have a massive amount of people watch each individual Knicks game. When the Knicks are out of it, and that may be by the end of the week.
The team they probably want least in it from the East is Miami. Otherwise, it's a win. You get Boston, you get Philly, you get New York. And then you obviously have the Lakers, the Warriors are going to be fine. And Phoenix.
Durant.
Phoenix has the KD factor, so
there you go. You still want DeAndre Ayton, Mikey?
it's gonna happen.
I want him over Kyrie Irving. Kyrie doesn't want to be here. I don't think he wants to be here. We're going to start getting more and more leaks about how it just doesn't work and doesn't fit here. And if Kyrie does sign here, it's a short-term situation where then you have to trade that contract because it's not going to work. He's going to want out, and he's going to want to demand a trade. I think it's easier to trade him today, or not today, but this offseason than after he signs, like, let's say, a 3-year, $45 million a year contract.
It's the KMC Masterpiece with Corey Majors back tomorrow. Choppy back from vacation.
Yeah.
Let's see how you're feeling tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be rough.
Tomorrow's going to be rough.
Yeah.
That's when real reality hits. Today you have some adrenaline. You wake up nervous energy.
Nervous energy, anxiety.
Yeah.
Tonight, it's going to be terrible.
Tolo Tuesday with another Rangers giveaway. KMC next on The Fan.
Keep the volume.
shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. May is National Bike Month, so it's a great time to remember the benefits. Biking is a great mode of transportation, being faster than simply walking, while being cheaper and more environmentally friendly than driving a car. Plus, it's low-impact exercise, so it's easy on your joints and muscles. Biking can also help you sleep better and make you look younger. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, Mary, is that a new phone?
Yeah, just upgraded at T-Mobile. Their new Go 5G Plus plan gives me the same great phone deals as new customers.
I am so jealous. AT&T's got me locked into a 3-year device contract, and my phone is locked to their network, too.
Ooh, that's a long time.
3 years! That's like the length of 2.5 relationships.
It's time to ditch AT&T. Bring your locked phone, and T-Mobile will pay it off, and they'll give you a new 5G phone for free.
Boom! You hear that, AT&T?
Introducing the Easy Unlock. Bring your AT&T locked phone, trade it in, and T-Mobile will pay it off up to $650 and give you one of the latest 5G smartphones free. Plus, next time, you're ready for an upgrade a whole year earlier. Free your phone now at T-Mobile.
Pay off via virtual prepaid MasterCard in 15 days. Free phone via 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified, plus tax and device connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or credit stop and balance on required finance agreement is due. See T-Mobile.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey is not in for the show today. Fear not, though. He will be back tomorrow, as him and Mike spent the morning attempting to figure out if both of them had the day off so they could go
I think I do have the day
pina
off.
coladas at Corey's pool.
Mint juleps.
Mint juleps. I'm sorry.
Those aren't close at all.
For Mace, who won the race, right?
In honor
the former
of Mage. In honor of the Kentucky Derby, were you going to wear a hat over there as well?
Yeah, this one, Bishop Lynch. They're playing like in the Houston area tonight for the second round of the TAPS playoffs.
Very nice.
So good luck to those guys who are probably not listening because
Is it the Friars?
Yes, I'm assuming they're on a bus traveling down to Houston area.
And they're watching inspirational baseball movies and whatnot as opposed to listening to our show.
Yeah, they're watching The Rookie so their coach can become a major league pitcher.
Dennis Quaid. That's right. We got it this time. And I just want to point this out real quick because I know people are going to ask, is obviously all of our hearts and thoughts and prayers in a non-mocking fashion that I know sometimes people use that go out to all of the family and victims of the awful, awful, awful atrocity that happened in Allen. I would say we're probably going to do our regular show to try to escape that today because, I mean, you can flip to 1080 if that's what you're looking for because they have got all of the coverage on that. And that I would recommend. So I don't want the rest of our show to feel as though it's meant to be disrespectful or dismissive or anything like that from the people in Allen. But if you're looking for escape, perhaps we can fill that void today.
The only thing I'll say is it's on my heart. It's on my mind, but we understand that we are a sports talk radio station, and we know that you guys know about what happened in Allen, and we are going to provide sports for you guys today. But know that it's on our hearts. It's on our minds. Obviously, we have thoughts, but we think that you guys want to hear us talk about Stars, Rangers, Mavericks, Cowboys, if you're tuning in to us.
Well, maybe, and I agree with most of that, but maybe not the Stars after last night. But unfortunately, it has to be what it has to be is I could pick, 7 different clips, but let's go ahead and go with cut number 5 as, this felt like the game was over, but perhaps you decided earlier in the game that the game was over.
Counter. Donato moving in. Donato bouncing puck. Rebound score! Tobin in. Ottinger tried to push that puck away with his blocker. It wound up being put on a platter for Ellie Tolvanen.
And from the 214, I figured something like this would come up because sometimes I interpret our show text chains or different variations of text chains as
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, as representative of what the people might be thinking. And there was multiple mentions throughout different text chains about, well, at least now we can go to bed early. And I did see from the 214, I know it's not Friday, but shout out to the Stars for not keeping the game interesting so we can all go to bed.
The Seattle Stars kind of has a ring to it, doesn't it?
Oh, no. So they're going to steal our team and get both teams?
Parking's a mess at the AAC. You're down 2-1. You gave up a touchdown with the extra point.
That is true.
I mean, we know Maher would have made it 6-2 as a final score, but it is 7-2. So I'm just looking at it going, all right, it looks like we're losing our NHL franchise to Seattle.
Okay, so
I'm sure there's another S city in Seattle area, but I don't know.
So quick counterpoint to that would be...
Would Sacramento suffice?
Okay, no, my
enough.
counterpoint is not where else are you going to move the Stars?
They could light the beam for the Stars.
That's not what I'm looking to do at all. Is my counterpoint was going to be, is this not playing out fairly similarly, at least in the first 3 games, to the Wild series?
Nobody remembers that.
Okay, well, allow me. You lost the first game in overtime. You won the second game in clearly not as much, but in emphatic fashion. And then in game 3, you got absolutely annihilated. And then also trailing 2-1 on the road, you broke off wins in the next 3 games and you advanced. So I am certainly not thinking this series is over, but my goodness, how many things went wrong yesterday.
All right, so you think the Stars are still going to win the series?
Yes, I do.
If they don't, can I kraken you and you get to be the number 4?
Is that a euphemism?
Heiskanen?
No, you cannot
and
shoot a puck
I can
and
keep
deflect
shooting
it in my
pucks
face.
until it hits you in the face.
No, I do not want to do that, but...
That had to feel bad.
But yes, absolutely. Kevin, after game 1, I had a little bit of trepidation. And the reason why is, like, you talk about the Wild, and it felt like the Wild were trying to muck up the game.
Yeah.
Right? Like the physicality. The Kraken don't feel like that. Like, they are fast, just like the Stars, maybe more so. Like, the open ice does not, like, it plays to them. And I feel like that's what we saw yesterday in some respects. Like, shorthanded goal and all. And so that's the thing that scares me, is like the idea that this isn't just going to end up like the Wild series where the ice opens up and then the Stars can flourish. Like, that seems to be something that they actually would, relish.
Okay, so I don't want to. I think you make a really good
No, please talk
point.
me off the edge. I've been looking for it.
But I do want to say one thing about the parallels there. I understand what you're saying about in the style of play and everything like that, but I do kind of wonder if not for that 52 seconds in game 1 where Ottinger fell apart, though obviously we'll get to those issues from last night as well. I think you would have looked at game 1 as a regular workmanlike effort from the Dallas Stars where they grind out like your 3-1 victory or 4-2 victory, because who knows how the rest of the game would have played out from there. But that 52-second fall apart and that first period in general was disastrous, I thought, for the defense and for Ottinger. I think you would have looked back at those 2 games and been like, I feel like the Stars controlled a lot of the flow of play, and you would feel better, well, obviously not just being up 2-1, but that you can control the flow of play. But I hear you. I certainly think Seattle has more like skill and clearly have more depth than the Wild did. But then the other issue that you run into is, man, oh man, do I love Jake Ottinger, but holy smokes, that's 2 periods now in this series where it feels like those 2 periods lost you those 2 games.
Yeah.
So I turned it off at 4-0. When the horn went off at 4, TV off. When did you turn it off? I'm like, this isn't entertaining. I'm not watching anymore.
Kevin's a real fan. He kept watching.
Detlef Shrimp was in the stands going nuts.
My
former Dallas Maverick was cracking it up.
I did keep watching, but I also had an expiration date. And it was not when it was 7-2. It was when it was 5-1 in the third period. We had made a goalie change. I didn't think that the Stars were going to like come back and win, but I was like, let's see what kind of positivity maybe you can take out. And then we put Wedgwood in, and the Stars were on the power play. And then they gave up a goal that, hell, I feel like most people could have finished that goal with the way, like, it was expertly done on the 2-on-1 and the passing lane. They had Wedgwood exposed one way or another, and then they scored to make it 6-1. I knew the game was probably already over, but then I was like, we're definitely going to lose.
Reggie, I have a strategy for game 4.
Okay.
You tell me if this is a bad strategy or not.
I wouldn't know, but let's try it.
Hear me out. Ottinger gives up a goal. We know that he's about to give up anywhere from 3 to 6 more. Let's just go empty net. Let's just say, you know what?
Oh, no.
Let's go on the attack. Ottinger's had it. Westwood 1 isn't the best, backup goalie maybe to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
Let's go empty net for like 10 straight minutes and see how many goals we can score by really putting it to the Kraken.
Well, given that there's not aggregate scoring or anything, I see the appeal of what you're saying, because lose 7-2, lose 15-2, it makes no difference, except probably in the record books.
Robstar 97. Thank you. That's a hell of an idea.
Also, Mike, does Spokane, Washington work for you?
No, stop trying to come up with different places.
Corey's
to send
not
the
here,
Stars.
but the beautiful beaches of Spokane.
Y'all were so rude.
Where
about
Gonzaga.
that. I remember that.
Where Gonzaga is located.
Right on the coast.
And by the way, if you're still trying to catch up, the idea there was that we took the Stars.
Yeah, we have the Fort Worth Wild. So the great thing is that we do lose the Stars to the Seattle area.
Don't.
But we do get the Wild at least here.
Okay.
So we still have an NHL team.
I like this transitive playoff hockey property. Like, if you lose your team.
I want to point out that I do not believe. Does that mean whoever wins the Stanley Cup, then they
All the
just get
teams.
2 teams?
All the teams.
Oh, I guess they would have way more teams by then.
Yeah, because they've racked up 4 series wins. So the next
have
year
5 teams?
They have 5 NHL teams in their city.
Okay.
In their surrounding area, I will say.
That feels
within a 3-hour drive radius.
That feels economically unviable, but that is an interesting point.
So if you beat the Avalanche, Abilene, I guess Allen has the, Abilene or Allen. You have to start deciding between your cities.
Look, there is already a facility with the Allen Americans.
There
That
you go.
place holds like 6,500, 7,000 people. So
I will say this, and I don't know hockey at all, like the history of it, what happens. I do know in basketball, when you lose game 3 by 30, you seem to really play well the next game, because it is embarrassing. Whatever players want to say to you publicly, I'm here as a former player. We do get embarrassed. It is embarrassing to get your butt handed to you. And that's what the Stars did. That was embarrassing. They didn't look like a professional team. They looked like a team that was fighting for the number 1 pick in the NHL draft.
Yeah.
So usually, in the other sports I follow, when you get embarrassed like that and you don't have chemistry issues, you usually come back and play the best possible game you can play. It doesn't mean you win, but it means that you won't play as crappy as you played in game 3.
And there are a couple positive trends, Reggie. You were saying, you want to walk away from the ledge on this. And I understand from the 6-8-2, Stars are done. They're too slow to keep up with Seattle. I will tell you, there's a couple of trends that bode well for the Stars going into game 4.
Give me that positivity, Kevin.
I will give you that positivity. Did you know that in the first round, every single series that took place featured a road team winning a game? All right.
Okay.
So
All right.
that means the Stars would be due. Now, if you're looking for something more specific to this team and not a broad NHL trend, here's this. Jake Ottinger this year is 20 wins, 1 loss, and 3 overtime or shootout losses after a loss. Now, obviously, you're not going to see the same overtime construction as you do in the regular season overtime. There's not going to be a shootout. So if you look at purely regulation games, Jake Ottinger is 20-1 this year after a loss. So, look.
Bounce back soon come.
A lot of this loss is on him. I understand the defensive problems that you ran into, the special teams problems that you ran into, but there were times out there, and I love me some Jake Ottinger, where he looked lost. And so the good news is the trends for him this season, 20-1 in regulation following a loss. So he has been dominant after losses this season. And you're going to need that on Tuesday night.
Has there ever been a goalie that looked really good? And this goes to kind of Brett Maher. It goes to maybe Rick Ankiel, if you remember him as a pitcher, that they have a moment like this and they can't recover from this moment.
You know, I'm Mike, I don't want to say no because I'm guessing probably there is. It's not, I'm not immediately thinking about it offhand as like you run through your like elite,
right? Because then they stayed elite. Like they probably had a moment like this in a game and then bounced back and did great for 10 more years.
And I think you can look back at, you know, I know we talked about this the other day, and it was just inside one game. But if you look at how terrible Ottinger was in the first period of game one, he was fantastic after that. He stopped, I don't know, like the next 28 shots in a row. So he's even shown the ability within this series to bounce back. I'll have to go research that some more because that's a really interesting question. I think statistically you'd probably say yes, right?
But there was probably some young goalie that looked like he was going to be one of the top 5 goalies in the league for a long time,
but I don't know offhand.
Lost his confidence.
Yeah, so I'll go look into that, and I still feel confident in the Stars going into Game 4, but the people who are concerned that the speed and depth that Seattle presents will knock the Stars out after last night, I certainly understand that point of view as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how Nathan Eovaldi quickly turned his season around and gave the Rangers the pitching they need. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here on The Fan and on the Odyssey app.
Hi, guys. It's Mark with South Valley Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction?
We talked about the Stars. We will circle back around to the Stars shortly after they get shellacked by the Kraken in Game 3 last night. Game 4 coming up tomorrow night. Once again, that 8:30 puck drop, which you can understand how it might gravitate more towards 8:45 or so. But the positive, the Rangers win another series, and they have a 2-game lead in the AL West. Look, I was with you, and I still think Houston is awesome, but when Houston started to
Let me clip that.
Oh, damn it.
Yep.
That is going to cost me.
You and Ted Cruz.
Man.
Yeah, what have you been doing over the last week, dude?
And I've been hanging out with Reggie a lot more, too. Don't pretend like you're not a Houston guy. I meant
he picked Houston to win the national championship.
I meant my perception that the Astros should be really good. And you look back at the last week or two, it looked like they were about to make their surge and move back to the top of the division. And not that they still can, but meanwhile, they continue to struggle at putting together the team that we all thought, in part because of injuries. But they're back at 17-17, and the Rangers have a multi-game lead over the team they just won their series over, with Houston 3.5 back.
This is tough. I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you want me to save my Houston thoughts for 10:40-ish when Baseball Nuggets? Because I do think they are a lot more vulnerable than at the start of the year.
Okay. If you want to hold on to that, we can and pivot into
Okay, I won't talk about – we can talk more about Evaldi here, and just the tease is let's talk about, at Baseball Nugget time, the vulnerability of the Houston Astros now.
And so I think that is a positive for the Rangers, whether you think they need to win the division or can win the division, whether you just think playoffs, whatever the case is, as the bullpen continues to struggle. And I heard Jared this morning with Sean and RJ, and it was honest, but not the most encouraging thing in the world, in terms of
Bless you.
In terms of, thank you very much. In terms
Glad you turned
of,
your mic off, so now they know what you did.
You have to keep your head above water for 4 to 6 weeks. And like we talked about a couple weeks ago, there's not this guy that's just waiting that you're he's going to fix all of our problems.
Real quick, I don't want to get too far into this. I heard last night I'm driving home after the game doing Bally Sports Southwest, and I'm hearing Chris Blake do the post-game show here, doing a great job here on 105.3 The Fan. And people are calling in and people are texting, and there's can we trade for this person right now, or can we trade for that right now? And maybe it's not even a particular person. Nobody is trading a reliever right now. I don't know how to get this through Ranger fans who are tweeting me or calling into the post-game show here on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, but what about just a medium good reliever, though? Anybody trading those?
No, not today, not tomorrow. It's going to be till June.
Is it because
even the bad teams need their young guys to develop in the minor leagues before they start getting rid of, let's just say Aroldis Chapman is a big name.
Yeah.
And first of all, you do have to watch out how crappy he was with the New York Yankees and how he kind of I don't want to pitch anymore because it's too big of a situation. That would be who you are getting, who has bounced back in Kansas City, who's won 3 games, it feels like, this year out of 40. Is nobody.
It's 9 out of 35, but I hear you.
Kansas City Royals, Oakland Athletics, St. Louis Cardinals. You start going through the worst teams in baseball. They are not willing to trade their relief pitchers unless you want to start giving up way more than you ever thought it was possible to give up for to Reggie's point, a 7th inning guy.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen till June. You are going to have to get through all of May and probably part of June until these teams start going, we'll be realistic with what we get for a reliever.
And so with that in mind, I keep looking at, and this is probably not the greatest way to go because you would love for people to step up, but you kind of need the starting pitching. At least you hope to go a little deeper in games. But even that, how realistic is that? Because even though Evaldi has done so well, and I want to talk more about that, these are not the days where you're like, well, this pitcher is going to go 8 innings, and then this pitcher is going to go 8 innings. Or that's just not, you'll see it in a short burst, but that's just not the way the game has kind of been bred at this point.
Evaldi throwing 113 pitch complete game. He was at 107, and they were like, screw it, you're doing so good. Go 2 complete games. And then the Rangers scored 7 runs. And then after, I can't remember what run it was. I want to say run 5. They went to Evaldi and said, all right, we're not going to put you out there for the 9th. But that's where the Rangers were. It might not even have been the best situation to push Eovaldi to the 9th inning just this early in the year. That's what they talk about Jacob deGrom, right? It's so early in the year, and it sounds like deGrom will not pitch again until June. Just kind of update on that.
Or at the very least, he won't be ready as soon as if people are counting down till the IL's done. That ain't going to happen.
Right. It's probably going to be more like the start of June, it looks like, hopefully, for Jacob deGrom when he comes back to the Rangers. It's like, hey, it's early. We don't want to push things. We don't want to force things. But with the bullpen situation, how it was Friday night, there's like, oh, man, Eovaldi's doing great, and he's being even more efficient as this game's getting late. What if we do throw him 120 pitches tonight to get the win in the 9th inning? Because he probably is our best closer right now, even though he's throwing 8 innings in this situation. So Eovaldi has been freaking tremendous, especially the last 2 starts.
And it's turned around rather quickly, because after the first 3 starts, you're kind of looking back and you're sitting at about a 6 ERA, and I'm like, this is less than optimum, and I'm very concerned about this. But now he's looking at a 20-inning scoreless streak, and it's almost like that's what you've needed in the stead of Jacob deGrom, who felt like he could at least be your stopper. Is now Eovaldi, last 2, 17 innings pitched in his last 2 starts, which is clearly amazing, and he's already cut his ERA in half from this point last month, which I know is significantly easier to do because of how early you are in the season. But
why are you bringing up logic right now?
That's fair. After the first 3 starts, I was concerned because Eovaldi was the guy who was like, he's had ebbs and flows in his career, but he has been fantastic as of late.
His curveball has come along tremendously the last 2 starts. And the curveball at times for a lot of pitchers coming out of spring training is the toughest pitch to execute out of spring training, because you are pulling the ball down hard. It's, I mean, I don't want to get too technical here, but you kind of want to hook the ball almost like a coat hanger hook. And then when you reach out, you reach and then you pull the ball down. And that's what is creating the spin to make the ball curve, to make the ball go down. It's a little bit of a feel pitch because it has so much break to it.
Yeah.
That it's not the easiest pitch to be like, all right, ride a bike. Here's the curveball. And you just get it in spring training. Sometimes it takes a little bit more time for that pitch to come around.
I do want to ask you some more questions, and I would like to get a little bit more technical, if you don't mind, because you pitched in Major League Baseball. I don't know how often people just walk across people who pitched in Major League Baseball.
Every day at work, Kevin.
Well, okay,
true.
Sure.
Twice on Wednesdays.
Okay, for you guys, that is an excellent point. Okay, well, let's assume you didn't work here and you didn't always have access to that.
Yeah.
Is that a thing that you could potentially lose on a game-to-game basis? Not lose, but like feel like it's not going to break the same way today, and I can just tell early on.
Yes.
Okay.
The other thing, too, is it matters a little bit environment you're pitching in. When the teams went to Mexico, San Diego, and L.A., you might as well take the curveball and stick it in your back pocket. It's just not going to break well in Colorado. When you're a curveball pitcher in Colorado, we've interviewed John Gray about this. He's like, I almost had 2 different repertoires when I pitched at home in Colorado and when I pitched on the road because of the environment. And when you top spin the ball, pretty much making it very generic, a curveball, you're top spinning the ball as fast as you can. That's what's making the ball go down in the end instead of stay true, where back spin is a fastball, top spin is a curveball. To try to make it very basic is when you top spin a ball like a curveball, you got to have an idea on how much is it going to break today. This is where your bullpen session right before the game, you get a better idea on if you have it or not, but you don't totally throw it in the trash if it wasn't great in your warm-ups.
The usage rate.
But you change the usage rate. You see if all of a sudden, do I get a feel for it? Where the fastball, boy, if you don't have a feel for your fastball, you're probably in big trouble, where that's going to be more common. You're usually, I know you don't throw it now 60% of the time, just looking at Nathan Eovaldi, he's throwing his 4-seam fastball 36% of the time. He's throwing his cutter, which is somewhat of a fastball. It's you're just obviously making it move somewhat the opposite direction. He throws that 20% of the time. So it gives you an idea of those are the 2 pitches. I guess he throws a split finger 26% of the time, but it's interesting that his curveball has gone from right now it's a 263 batting average against. I think before the Yankee game, that was getting hit at over a 400 batting average percent. So that is one of the pitches that has really come along. It's really early, so you can change your numbers quite a bit in a couple games, but that has gone down probably 150 points batting average against.
Wow. And Evaldi himself, in addition to, as you were just talking about with the curveball and some of the breaking stuff, is he said he's gotten much more comfortable, at least this season, with his ability to pitch inside. Because one of the things that he said he ran into is when he was trying to pitch inside, obviously that's the worst thing. You're trying to pitch inside and it don't end up inside, is that's where you leave yourself exceedingly vulnerable. So that was one of the things that he said after this last game, is that he has done significantly better with his ability to go inside, and that's helped as well over the last 4 starts.
This is really fun to look at, and this is Baseball Savant, but just to give you an idea, pitching inside, those are his pitches, and obviously the red is where he's throwing it the most. And I know this isn't best for radio, but just to give you an idea, to your point. And
describe it like the rain.
And yes, yeah, it is. It's like rain pretty much, except here is like your blue is you throw it there, but not
like
as
on a weather
much.
map.
Yes.
Oh, I was like, describe it. Like, what are you talking
not like
about?
actual rain.
Yeah, you have
I'm sorry,
light green rain, you have green rain, you have yellow rain, orange rain, and
Sometimes
red
you have
rain.
purple
Red rain is the most devastating rain.
Yes.
And so you also get red pitches, and your red pitches is where it's going to be the most. And so Evaldi just keeps getting better and better as you're going. And I will say this, you asked the whole station 3 weeks ago, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess who's the number 2. Well, that's pretty obvious right now.
And before, because Martin Perez got roughed up pretty good. I know, you're still winning that game, but he got roughed up pretty good. And I really did think it looked like Martin Perez, but over the last, 4 starts, holy crap. Evaldi's been incredible.
And I guess not that anybody had any reason to doubt Bochy, but Bochy had Evaldi pitching second the whole time. It's almost like you have to even further trust his evaluations. And obviously Mike Maddox factors into this greatly as well, but trust their evaluations of what the pitching is, because it seems like it's been spot on.
I love Phil Nevin with the Angels. He said, I know it's for workhorse, but he goes, oh, that dude's a horse. And I just love that descriptor of a baseball player, let alone a baseball pitcher. And then for the 817.
And we had the Kentucky Derby.
Yes. I don't know if that was exactly why he made that reference, but that's a fair point. For the 817, love that Reggie's on today. Tell Kevin to quit hating on the Rangers. I don't feel like I was hating on the Rangers. But
Kevin, I've been told to tell you to stop hating on the Rangers.
You know what, Reggie? Just because you said that and because of the Tolos, did you know that the Rangers today have the 3rd best record in the American League and the 4th best record in all of baseball?
They're a 4th best team in baseball?
Yes!
Not in power rankings.
I bet tomorrow in the power rankings, they will not be 4th, but they have the 4th best record in baseball. And by the way, Reggie will be with us tomorrow as well.
In your face, Kevin Gray.
I mean, that actually does at least make more sense. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, I teased it. Let's do it again. Hey, these Astros, I think horrible tease so far. Let's start that over. They are the most vulnerable they've been in a long time.
Love
Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll take a look at how the Dallas Stars
Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Isn't it great that the Rangers' Friday performance was Friday and not Sunday? Just think about real quick.
The
Rangers take 2 of 3 from the Angels. We are feeling great. They scored 26 runs in the last 2 games of that series. We just talked about Nathan Eovaldi. They had to pitch position players on Saturday and Sunday to finish those games. But Friday night, the Rangers had another game won. It was they were up 4-0, I think. I mean, I know it's 4-1 going into the 9th inning. I believe it was 4-0, then 4-1 after 8, and then tie it up, win it in extra innings for the Angels. And I was honestly mad. Like, doing the post-game show, I was just, as a fan, I was mad that it kind of happened again. And I know it's going to happen throughout a season, but when it's all bunched together, when you've played, I believe, 32 games right now, right? The Rangers are 20-14. When you
20-13, maybe? Or is it
I'm 99% sure it's 14, but you can check real quick. Is
20-13.
Okay. All right. Well, let me.
In your face, Mike.
Was the Friday one that bad? You're like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and put another tally.
Another L on the board.
See, I'm not hating on the Rangers. I love the Rangers.
Out of the 13 losses, it feels like you could very easily say 4 of those were easy wins. And if you're 24-9 right now, and you're not really asking for much, right? You're just saying, hey, can we hold a 4 or 5 run lead against some teams that might not be the best teams in the league? It wasn't the Phillies that came back, or who I'm about to talk about, the Astros. It was Oakland or Kansas City or obviously Cincinnati. The Angels have a good record, but I do think the Angels will fade as the season goes. Their pitching is horrible, and the Rangers showed throughout that series that the Angels pitching is not good. Ohtani's unbelievable, but after Ohtani, they don't have a good starter. Tyler Anderson is Andrew Heaney. That's their second best pitcher. It's really not even close. Reed Detmers is very inconsistent. He might end up being a good pitcher, hopefully not later in the year, but later in his career. But he's not ready to really give you solid innings in the major leagues. He can lose it in the snap of a finger, and we saw that on Saturday, how he can lose it and quickly lose it. But I want to talk about the Houston Astros because that's the
Kevin's favorite team.
No, I know that's going to come back to cost me, but before it does, I want to make clear, no.
Ever since the Rangers have kind of given up the division in 2016, it's been owned by the Astros, and it hasn't even really been that close. And the Astros, going into this season, had lost Justin Verlander. And I felt like, yes, that matters, but not that much. Why do I say it doesn't matter that much? Well, I thought they picked up Jose Abreu. That helps out their offense. I feel like he's still a very productive player, even though he's getting older. And you looked at their rotation, and you just said, it's still really good, and I think arguably the best in the American League West. Framber Valdez, to me, is the best left-handed starting pitcher in the game today.
Okay.
Now, I get Clayton Kershaw, one pitcher of the month. Great pitcher still, but you know, how much can you count on Kershaw's back staying right for 30 games and putting up the ERAs that he used to put up in 30-plus starts? Christian Javier, really good pitcher. Well, he's still pitching. Hunter Brown, a really good young prospect, pitching great as a young prospect. They had Lance McCullers. They had Luis Garcia. They had Urquidy. They had 6 starting pitchers going into this season that they could somewhat count on. So you're just going, son of a gun. Like, yeah, they lost Verlander, but they still have
plenty more folks.
Depth.
Yeah,
they have 5+1. Well, let's look at how vulnerable the Houston Astros are now. Rock the baby to sleep, Luis Garcia, good pitcher. He can't rock the baby anymore because of the pitch clock. And Reggie, we were talking during the break. This could have contributed to his injury. He's done for the year. He's having Tommy John surgery.
The pitch clock, you think?
Well,
yeah,
when you have to rush yourself and you're not going through your mechanics, he had to change his mechanics. And so you wonder if that was a little bit more stress on his arm.
Yeah. I mean, just to fully explain it, because I don't know if everybody understands that, like, his mechanics had a full, like, rock the baby element to it in his windup. And so it took a while to get that done. And in an instance where now you have a very limited time for that pitch clock, you have to make that go quicker. So that changed the way that he pitched for God knows how many years, Mike.
Scientists and teams are looking at this, and it's going to take more than a month of baseball, but they're wondering if the pitch clock is going to add more injury to the game. I think what's really tough is you just don't know with everything that's come into the game, the different training, drive line, the kind of heavy ball work that pitchers will do. Like, there's a lot of things. It's kind of like, what went wrong in this game? Well, there's a pie. It can't just be one thing. There's multiple things. Or what went wrong with this season? It can't be that just this one thing. But people are going to look at it and go, hey, we're getting more injuries in 2023 to pitchers. Is it because they're having to work quicker? I don't know if that's the answer or not. You're going to have more data before you start adding that to the pie.
How long do y'all, and I don't mean to like diverge away from your broader point about the Astros, but how long before that data set you feel comfortable with we have to adjust? Because I think you're right. I don't think they're going to look at 2023. Is it 3 years? Is it 5 years before they're like, holy smokes, look at these consequences?
I think you probably have to give it 3 years because sometimes, because the Luis Garcia injury could be this. They pitch into the World Series almost every year. Every year it feels like the Houston Astros are in the World Series. I know they're not, but it feels like it when you look at the history of from 2017 to 2022 that they are going deep into the playoffs or making the World Series.
Yeah.
Could it just be that extra month of super stressful pitching finally broke another pitcher, Luis Garcia? We see it happen quite a bit. Pitchers might come back from having a great World Series or great playoff run, and they are slow to come back the next year, or they struggle the next year, and they'll talk about, man, that extra month, and not only that extra month, but that was premium baseball, that just really killed my 2021 because of that. So there's a lot that goes into it. But the vulnerability of the Houston Astros, Lance McCullers, surprise, surprise, he's on the injured list. That's his career. He is not as good as Jacob deGrom, but he is on the injured list all of the time. And so I don't expect Lance McCullers, I know last year he made 20 plus starts, but I don't expect him to make close to 30 starts. I expect him to make around 20 starts. That's who he is. He's an injured pitcher. Jose Urquidy, he has a shoulder injury that he hurt at the end of April. They're hoping to get him back at the All-Star break. Yikes. So now all of a sudden you had 6 starting pitchers. You had 7 last year in the playoffs because Hunter Brown had come up and shown the ability to pitch in the major leagues, and he's having a great start. But you had Verlander. Verlander's gone. He ain't coming back. McCullers out, is going to be an in and out of the rotation guy. Luis Garcia, done for the year. Jose Urquidy. Thanks a lot. He is going to possibly be back in mid-July.
Right.
This makes them very vulnerable.
On top of the injuries that they've had in their lineup, obviously Altuve still has not made it, and Brantley kind of oft injured guy as well. Like, they have injuries in the field as well.
They are a very good team. They still have a very good lineup. They still have a good bullpen. They still have a good rotation, but now they're starting to have to put people into the rotation. I'm sorry I'm forgetting his name, but they had to send a bullpen pitcher back to the minor leagues. Why? Because they are out of starting pitching. Their farm system is depleted.
Yeah.
They don't have anybody ready in the minor leagues to help. So they're going to have to take a bullpen pitcher and train him to be a starter somewhat in this month of May to build up his arm so that he can pitch the rest of the season as a starting pitcher. This makes them very vulnerable. Here's the other thing. They're going to want to trade for a starting pitcher. The Rangers are going to want to trade for a relief pitcher or relief pitchers.
Yeah.
The problem with the Houston Astros is they're one of the worst farm systems in baseball.
So what are they offering up?
So what are they offering? Because teams want one major thing at the All-Star break if they're really good. Usually it's a starting pitcher. The Rangers aren't going to want that. That's the great news about the Rangers. The thing that costs the most is usually a starting pitcher around the trade deadline. The Rangers are good there. They're going to need relief pitchers, which are usually the easiest to get.
Yeah.
The Rangers have the most assets you could have. Like Ezekiel Duran's doing awesome. But if you had to trade Ezekiel Duran for a proven closer right now that has years left on his contract, I think you do it because you look at Duran and go, third base, not available. Shortstop, not available. Second base, not available. Left field, possibly available. Center field, Evan Carter's our starting center fielder. If it's July or August, it's July or August. But it's going to be 2024. He's your everyday center fielder. So that leaves
versus the desperate need for bullpen help.
Right. And that leaves Ezekiel Duran, who's doing great. I'm not trying to run him off or anything, but
could it be that he's doing so well, that's what sends him away, right? You know what I'm saying?
Is that it gets you more for him, too. So I think to sum this up, the Rangers win 2 out of 3. That's great. They go to Seattle. Great series. This is going to be a tough series, by the way. Seattle is pitching their 3 best pitchers that are left as Robbie Ray's done for the year. So they have 3 really good pitchers on the mound. The Rangers, luckily, on Saturday and Sunday, did not need their relievers to save the game. And that is still a very scary thing. Friday, they needed relievers to save the game, and they couldn't do it. So it's scary as a Ranger fan when the game is within 4 runs in the 7th inning. But as long as they can keep tacking on, it takes the pressure off of the relief pitching. And then the Astros, who look like a team that was going to win 100 games, it's tough to say they're going to win 100 games now because of the injuries that are occurring in their rotation.
Kevin, are you hearing what I'm hearing? He said the Mariners lost their ace.
Oh, my God.
The Astros losing all these pitchers.
We kind of lost our ace, too.
Okay, don't worry
He
about
said that the Rangers are going to win the AL West.
Oh, my God.
That's what I heard.
I think they have a better chance today than they did to start the year.
And I don't know if you're ready, Reggie, but if that's the case and the Rangers are going to win the AL West, I feel like we usually have some kind of music for this or something like that.
I don't know.
Oh, no. Maybe we don't have that music ready.
Isn't the Celebrate Good Times thing?
You want to just sing it?
Celebrate.
Oh, we got it.
There's a party going on right here.
Oh, my gosh. That's so
Who sings this? Lionel Richie? Is that not Lionel Richie?
No.
Who is it?
We're the KNC
Who
masterpiece.
is it?
Right here.
Say it.
Text in who you think sings that song that is not Lionel Richie.
Dang it.
Coming up next.
I thought I had that one knocked out of the park.
You did not. Coming up next.
Is Richie in the name?
Let's talk about the NBA playoffs because I've got burning playoff questions for you. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation.
TexasHoney.com. Call today.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, yes, the correct answer was Cool in the Gang.
Oh, man.
But the answers we got...
The Village People, Lainey Wilson. I think they...
Heart Like a Truck Girl?
Yeah.
Lady?
Somebody put the Fat Boys and then said Luca and Zion, ? Listen, that's not right, guys. Earth, Wind, and Fire, because you just saw them.
Yes.
Did they sing Celebrate at the...
They did not sing Celebrate, but yes, it was Cool in the Gang.
Oh,
but a whole lot of
Gaye.
great answers.
Hanson.
For
Boys to Men.
Celebrate.
The Bee Gees?
Not the Bee Gees. Though I would listen
Keith Sweat?
I don't know if
How come Celebrate Good Times hasn't been remade?
All right, if you have lots of time to waste, like frequently when I don't go to sleep, I waste my time on YouTube loops. Just look up all the different versions of apple bottom jeans there are, because they have like these faux versions of like Pavarotti singing apple bottom jeans.
Is this what people are doing with AI?
Yeah, I think it's even before AI.
Oh.
There are at least like 25 different versions of this out from like their versions of famous artists singing that, and I think it's hilarious most every time. My wife, she does not. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 8 if we can, because this game was phenomenal.
Embiid guarded by Tatum. Left-hand dribble into the lane at the dotted circle. Double teamed out to Harden. 3-point shot for the lead is good. Harden converts. 18 seconds to go. James Harden for 3. He's got 42.
I thought they should have started that possession with 3 seconds on the shot clock. I think that would be a really smart idea.
And in fact, they would win this game. So we can talk more generally.
Think Harden bet on it while he was in Vegas for his extra day off.
Do not.
With all the strippers and alcohol that he probably consumed. Then he went 3 of 87 from the field.
I do not think that occurred. Which game interested you more yesterday? Because both of the games yesterday were top notch.
It honestly is tough to choose. I lean towards the Western Conference just because that's what I grew up on with the Dallas Mavericks. I lean that way, but the Philly-Boston game was very interesting because Philly somewhat had control of that game, and then the next thing you know, Boston goes on a run, and they go up by 3. Boston looks like they're going to win in regulation, and they kind of peter out, and Philly's able to send it to overtime, and then Boston... I mean, obviously, they didn't win the game. It came after the clock expired. But if they would have just attacked 3 seconds earlier, then the 3-pointer would count at the end of the game.
Yeah. Reggie, were you more in on Nuggets Suns or?
All right, so this speaks nothing to like the quality of the games. I was more in on Sixers Celtics, and it's a weird thing. Like this Nuggets Suns series, while being phenomenal, I've had a hard time locking in on it.
Okay.
And again, it speaks nothing to the quality because when I gotten myself locked in, I've been fascinated with like the abilities in this game, and of course like the shot making, particularly from Devin Booker, Kevin Durant. It's just been like weird timing for me to like lock in and focus on the game. I don't understand what's been happening.
Chickenhead Booker's been really good.
I
hate him.
You're gonna keep calling him this?
Yeah.
He's the first player in Suns postseason history with 3 straight 35-point games. And even the ones where he hasn't had 35.
You're telling me Dan Marley didn't do that?
No, Thunder Dan did not get it done, nor Barkley, nor anybody else. So, yeah, he's the first. He's been playing phenomenally well. But you know that's not the talking point coming out of the game last night, even though Nuggets and Suns was phenomenal. Suns win 129-124 to even up that series 2-2, just like 76ers and Celtics. And the other 2 series could theoretically be evened up 2-2. Tonight is Jokic. He's going to get the ball after it goes out of bounds. The Suns owner maintains control of the ball, at which point the ball kind of sort of gets flipped up in the air by a Suns player. A scrum ensues, at which point, and I do not believe it was accidental whatsoever, Jokic seems to clear out room by elbowing the Suns owner, or
forearm.
like
He gives him a little forearm shiver.
Okay, yeah. So
But he
like
doesn't extend, right?
Yeah.
Like this is one where I was looking at it. If this was on the court, I feel like that's not a foul. You feel me?
Yes.
So that was
Unless
you
you're
didn't get
Golden
extension.
State and you're playing the Lakers.
And then it probably is a foul
And they're like,
against
listen,
you.
it's the Lakers. We're trying to advance them.
I want to go to cut 19 first. This is Jokic talking about the incident, and then I definitely want to know y'all's thoughts about suspensions as we go into some of these questions.
He told me I was elbowing the fan. So, but the fan put the hand on me first. So, I thought the league's supposed to protect us or whatever. So, but maybe I'm wrong. So we will see.
Did you happen to know who the fan was?
He's a fan of. He's on the. I know who is, but he's a fan, isn't he? He's sitting
Phoenix Suns owner.
Sitting on the court, and he's a fan, isn't he?
Yep.
That doesn't mean that he's a. So whoever it is, and he's a fan, he cannot influence the game by holding the ball.
Yeah, and I know that Jokic went out of his way to say the fan numerous times, and he said he knew who it was. But I thought it was an interesting.
Just didn't know his name. You could tell he's like, I don't know his name, but I know he's the owner.
But I
Do y'all know his name?
Ishbella or something from Michigan State, just because I saw Magic Johnson tweet about that.
Matt Ishbia.
He seemed like he was like, no, I don't care whatsoever. He's like, I'm going to make my line very clear, is that a fan was trying to hold up the game, and that's not okay. And I did like his low-key burn against the NBA. It was like, I thought they were supposed to support the players. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that like when the ball goes out of bounds, he has Jokic has like a propensity to want to go get it and get the ball back into play.
To try
quickly.
to move up the court.
Because there was a player, I forget the player, it wasn't one of the, but there was a player in the stands for Phoenix.
And they had a 5-on-4 advantage.
Usually, when a player makes an effort like that and goes into the stands and the ball is dead, usually the referee will allow that player to get out of the stands before they just quickly give the ball to Jokic and say, go get your 5-on-4.
But I think, like, if the official stopped it down,
Right.
I feel like that's a totally different deal versus...
And then you can yell at the ref, give me the ball. And the ref's like, no, dude, like he went into the stands and I'm not going to allow you to get a 5-on-4 because he hustled.
And so then we're going to go to the Nuggets coach, who he makes very clear he did not care who it was that had the ball.
Yeah, I'm still not really sure what happened. I haven't seen a video of it. I think it's crazy that Nikola got a technical foul in that situation. He's going to get the ball, and some fan is holding on to the ball like he wants to be a part of the game. Just give the ball up, man. You know what I mean? And, you know, they deemed Nikola doing something that was excessive, I guess, and they gave him the tech, but I still don't really understand it.
Do you think the fans, the owner of the Suns, made any difference?
I don't give a shit. I mean, I really don't care.
Does Jokic get suspended for Game 5?
I'm afraid he is.
Okay.
I don't think he did. I don't think he will be. Like there's enough wiggle room beside like the idea of like defending myself, because like again, I don't think he went on the offensive here particularly. Could he have not given Ishbia a little bit of that shiver? Probably not. But like, it did not feel like it rose to the occasion of like injury. In fact, some people will note the idea that Ishbia did, definitely in his
flopped.
Yeah, definitely in his I'm trying to draw this charge. Maybe that he got that in Michigan State or whatever. It did not feel like he was on the offensive, like there was any like real danger there. So I imagine that they're probably not going to suspend him.
It felt like social media and Twitter in general can be a very fascinating organism in terms of it went from, oh my God, to, and even the owners are flopping in the NBA. Like, it happened so quickly. I definitely thought he, if you want to go with the hockey term, he embellished there.
Or soccer.
Yes, that's right. So I've got some playoff questions for you guys, and I'll start with this. Those two series from yesterday are 2-2. Both series tonight are 2-1. And so we could be looking at all four series being 2-2.
Yeah.
Who's the favorite?
I think Boston is the slight favorite out of the East.
Just NBA title. You think Boston? Because my kind of combo question is, are you worried that the Lakers feel inevitable?
Golden State, weren't they written off after game 3 of their last series?
Very true.
Come on, Anthony Davis, get hurt. That's all you do.
Oh my gosh.
Get hurt, buddy.
Or play poorly.
I don't care. I don't care if they come after me, like the whole media world, because they're all Laker fans anyways. I want the Lakers to lose.
I also want that. I just want Anthony Davis to not play well.
It's fine. He can get hurt too. Because we know that's what happens to him. It's not like something out of the ordinary happened. It's like Lance McCullers in Houston. We know it's going to happen. I hate doing that. But if the Lakers are healthy, I think they're the best team in the West. If they're completely healthy, if LeBron and Anthony Davis are completely healthy with their role players, they probably are the best team in the Western Conference right now.
Reggie?
I disagree on them being the best team in the Western Conference. That's
Thank
probably
you.
the Nuggets.
Reggie, I like what you're saying.
I've had to try and keep myself honest here because the Nuggets have been an incredible team, and it feels like we've just discounted them at every turn for various reasons that we can dissect if you want to.
Can I ask a stupid question about the Kevin Durant / Devin Booker Phoenix Suns? Are they better with Chris Paul being hurt?
It's possible. Like Chris Paul, I very much view as a glorified role player now. One thing that you saw before they made the Kevin Durant trade, he was not looking to get his shot. Like you could see him in games actively deferring at any given chance. And for Chris Paul, a small guard that's not going to guard on the defensive end, a guy who is older, who does not have the legs necessarily to go and run by anybody, like if you are not going to look for your shots, there's not really a great reason to guard you. And so in the playoffs, if you're not going to look for your shots and if you're only facilitating, there's not a great reason for you to be on the floor compared to other players. Now, I know they don't have a great roster of depth, but he's not bringing a ton of value compared to a Terrence Ross. And if we're start talking in those terms, what are we doing here?
Yes, exactly. And I know Jokic gave it his all, but I mean, those two with Durant and Booker last night, a combined 72 points, 18 assists, and 17 rebounds, that's astonishing, which negated Jokic was the first center ever with a 50-plus point, 10-plus assist game in the playoffs, which is pretty impressive as well, but not enough. If both of those two are clicking, man, that's tough.
Do you ever watch Jokic and he's bigger and he's heavier and he pushes the ball more than Luka? Do you ever watch these playoff games and go, how is that 300? I know he's not 300, but he's close.
He's a big dude.
I'm going to guess 275 at 7 feet tall. And I'm like, how is he pushing the ball more than Luka wants to push the ball?
I think some of it is Jokic is older.
So he understands pushing the ball gives you easier looks?
I think there's some of that. I think also Jokic is further along in this where he is forced himself to mature his full game. And also his approach to the game and the ways that he takes care of himself. Jokic definitely is one of those dudes that we look at and he's doughy. He looks doughy, but he's in good physical condition.
Remember, he got fat, right? And he's like, I screwed up. I really screwed up and I can't do that again. And he grew up a heavier kid when there's pictures of him as a kid. Obviously, he grew up a heavier kid. And
that was the picture circulating. What was it this time last year? And this is your back-to-back MVP. And so I think...
Plus he plays in altitude in Denver, having some level of conditioning is necessary. I think some of this is the maturity that's necessary that has been talked about by a lot of people, including the head coach Jason Kidd, about the maturity that's necessary for Luka Doncic, who is still fairly early on in his development in this stuff.
And Reggie, who's your overall favorite?
Probably the Celtics. I don't feel good about it though. I think
so bipolar.
Yes. And part of it's the way that they run their offense. It's a read and react offense instead of just hitting the button, as I like to call it, where it's the thing that that works, keep running that until they stop it, which is something that Tom Thibodeau does. They don't do very frequently. In fact, we saw it in the finals last year. But yeah, I think it's the Celtics. But I think also there's a lot of parity in these playoffs, which is probably why you're seeing the ratings go up in the way that they are.
I did look. The ratings have been very good throughout the end of the first round and into the second round.
If this doesn't work for the Suns, what's next for them?
Kyrie.
Ayton, I'm assuming?
Yeah. I'm not saying Ayton's awesome. I think Ayton has a lot of warts. But I don't want Kyrie back on the Mavs next year. Not because I hate him or anything. He was a great citizen and teammate. He did miss some time with injury, and we know that's going to happen in his career. I don't think Kyrie wants to be here. I don't think he wants to play with Luka, and I know we'll get more into that at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
And then the Mavericks have no big man. There's nothing they can do. And guess what? There's nobody on the marketplace. Like, I want Naz Reid. But DeAndre Ayton is way better than Naz Reid. Like, I understand all the things that are wrong with DeAndre Ayton and all the things you're going to have to
Do you want to give
overcome.
the analogy, Reggie?
Oh, with the way that he plays, and Mike helped me straighten this out because he is, again, remember, former Major League pitcher. But DeAndre Ayton feels like a dude who is like unwilling to utilize his full arsenal of stuff. Like, you're big. You got to use that, but he prefers to play a finesse game, and a finesse game is fine as long as every once in a while you can go and like go at somebody's chest, but he does not seem to want to do that. A la like maybe throwing a whole bunch of, sliders and curveballs and never using your fastball. You're not going to be able to do things like that.
I actually have several more NBA playoff questions. Do y'all want to pick that back up perhaps tomorrow?
It's up to you, Kevin. I trust you.
Okay, I appreciate that. But
you make the call.
Let's just say my call is, let's just say we hope players play poorly, right?
Yeah,
and not
Lakers.
not get injured.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know what? Anthony Davis does go up and down each game, right? Didn't you point that out to me?
Yes, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Come on, play bad, Anthony Davis.
There you go. That's
Stay healthy and play bad.
That's all I was asking for.
LeBron James, play bad.
Thank you. Coming up next, with Greg Hardy maybe having to lie about his employment, we ask, what's the worst job you've ever had?
What?
877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW.
that produces powerful results in the bedroom. You're going to love that one, guys. Trust me. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but it's free to those who call in the next 2 minutes. Call 214-937-5000. That's 214-937-5000. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your life back. Call South Valley Medical Clinic now to qualify. 214-937-5000.
Cloudy with a chance of showers all day, high 91.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Bacon Plumbing.
At Bacon Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electric, we treat our customers like family. Clog drain? Call Bacon. For $99, we'll clear the clog and do a free camera inspection. Call or visit everyonelovesbacon.com and schedule today.
Everyone loves bacon.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. What's the worst job you've ever had? 877-881-1053. Now, this is based off of the fascinating saga in the last few days of Greg Hardy. Have you kept tabs on this at all?
On Greg Hardy?
Yeah, just the last few days.
I didn't know this until yesterday. Somebody up at Bally showed me a picture of a former cowboy working at Walmart,
Yes.
I believe.
And it is still weird that Greg Hardy is labeled as a former cowboy. Like, I know he played here.
And I go, that looks like Greg Hardy. Is that Greg Hardy? And they're like, yeah, it is. He's selling Spectrum cable?
Unless that's not what's happened. Now, personally, I think he was just like kind of embarrassed and he was like, I'm going to change the story and stuff like that. So the story went like this. He was on Instagram Live on Thursday talking about the struggles of working a regular job. And I took particular interest in this because he was selling Spectrum packages at a Walmart in Garland. And I was like, oh, nifty.
What, you need cable? Is that what's happening?
No, just, like if I walked into the Walmart and I saw Greg Hardy, that would just surprise me, especially if he was like making sales.
Would you think you were on like a prank show or something?
A little bit I would. And he did not enjoy the job and claimed that he was going to quit, but still told fans to come to Walmart and buy from him before he left his job, which is a dicey proposition. Now, in the ensuing days, he has denied that this is what happened. He said that this was a media snafu, as he was supposed to be doing some media and market work, and he doesn't know how this all happened.
Oh, for Spectrum?
Yeah, I don't know, actually. Wow. But sometimes he lies about things,
I will say this. If Greg Hardy is working at Walmart and had to take his pride and his ego down to, I have to get a job, and right now this is the best I can do, I want to say good, because I don't like this, and this just comes from a perspective of my life, is, oh, he's probably down at Home Depot or bagging groceries or whatever, because we're all dummies who ended up playing sports, right? There's a deal to that. I get that, sometimes athletes, including myself, don't take education as seriously as we need to. So does like 80% of the population type of deal. But it kind of hurts, like, oh, he's probably bagging groceries or he's probably at Home Depot, right? It's a shot, a little bit of a jealousy shot, I think, at
which is
athletes.
Unfortunate, because I don't think there's anything wrong.
There's pride in work, man.
Yeah, exactly.
There's pride in earning money off of your hard day's work.
100%. Like there was this wrestler who'd made a lot of money, Shane Douglas, and people made fun of him because he ended up working at a Target. And then I was like, isn't he like the store manager at that Target? Man, that probably makes a crap ton of money.
I don't know Greg Hardy. Doesn't seem like the nicest person in the world, that is based off of his history. But I will say, if he had to swallow his pride to go work at Walmart to make sure that, I don't know what for, but like, I'm just saying, let's say for himself. There could be for other parts that, of his life that I don't know about. Supporting a child support type of deal. I don't know his life. But I'd say, man, if that's what he has to do right now in his life, or to your point, maybe he's trying to make it up in Walmart in a weird way, like he's trying to go from Walmart employee to Walmart store manager. I don't know.
And there's a lot of people that are contending the idea that he was working for Walmart, just happened to be working at Walmart at the Spectrum, whatever, right?
Yeah. But he also disputes that.
Right.
Disputes that was like actually what he's doing. And this is the part where like I just bring this up as somebody who maybe it's not the worst thing in the world if they got taken down a peg, is he was like, no, people twist things. And I was like, well, this did all start off of your own Instagram Live.
Yeah.
Or IG Live, if you prefer. He was like, I got fight announcements coming up soon. He got a shot in the UFC and they fast-tracked him because of the name and because he was freaky athletic for a heavyweight. He didn't do very well. And then he went to bare knuckle boxing, and in his first fight, he got knocked out. So he didn't do, and he's like, I got another fight announcement coming. It's going to be awesome. And you're like, maybe not, or maybe this is what you do now, and that's totally fine as well.
I also think that there's a conversation to be had here about like the way that we view athletes and the money that they get, right? Like we often, because their money is public, right? We often do a lot of pocket watching. And like we have to come to the realization that like the idea that they're making so much damn money that's going to last a lifetime isn't as realistic as we sometimes think.
For sure.
Whether we can talk about negligence, that's a portion of it. Also, like we ignore the massive amounts of money that sometimes it takes to upkeep in order to play in the leagues and those types of things, fraud that can happen, all those things. Like the idea that somebody was a athlete that made a lot of money for a short period of time, that can change and they might end up in what we would consider like general society doing a normal job. And that is something that happens a lot more frequently than we care to realize.
And so that spins into my question, because Hardy himself framed it as like, I hate this job, I'm going to leave, but you should still buy some packages from me before you go. What's the worst job that you've ever had? From the 806, customer service rep at a call center for an insurance company.
Oh.
That was hell. There are some of these jobs, and keep in mind, the worst job, it doesn't have to be because like you think it's below your station or whatever the case might be, it can be your worst job for a variety of reasons.
Right, personality types.
Yeah, exactly.
Is one that I think of.
So for me, it was working at the car wash, and not for the reasons I would have initially thought.
Car wash.
Yes. Sometimes it was that fun. Other times it was not. So the third day I was there, everybody told me the next day that they thought I wasn't coming back because I got burned to hell, and I did not put thought process into it about suntan lotion and everything. I got burned to hell. But the whole reason I was thinking about the car wash was because of this, and then because of the weather we have right now, is the rainy days at the car wash. As you might think, what a glorious time to be there. You don't have to do any work.
Did they just cut you?
No, they did not just cut me.
Oh, no.
Is because I was in a position where I had like a salaried job that they were trying to teach me all the different jobs of. And one of the things you needed to learn is, where do you think all that stuff goes? When
the muck and stuff?
Muck.
Oh,
I had to go in
to clean the muck trap?
And clean the tunnel. So you have to, and when it rains, like that's one of the things. You might do inventory, but you're going to clean the tunnel. And my goodness, was that so gross. So that's probably my answer right there.
Well, mine is substitute teaching middle school. So right before I made the major leagues, I get married. And I didn't know I was going to make the major leagues. I mean, I was hoping to and everything, but once I've said this before, you make the minor leagues, you're making approximately $7,000 a year. That's approximate, give or take, what you make playing professional baseball.
We've doubled that now, though.
Yeah, we have. Yes. And so you make zero money in the off season. You only get paid while you're playing. And so I needed a job and went to Duncanville High School. So, ended up applying for substitute teaching, and I had to substitute teach elementary school. Not bad at all. The kids are very little. They seem to kind of get, intimidated, I will say a little bit, and kind of do what you need them to do. Be quiet means be quiet. When you substitute teach in high school at Duncanville High School, it felt like the kids knew, if I don't do this, I'm going to fail and I'm not going to graduate high school, or I'm going to have to repeat, let's say, 10th or 11th grade.
Right.
They seem to want to finish their work in the classroom or do what they need to do for the most part to get things done. 7th and 8th graders don't give two craps. And there is nothing you can do.
I've heard Jess say the same thing.
It's crazy because they feel like the big dog on their campus before they become the little dog on the next campus. So they run around like they Pac.
They just are almost if they're a crap kid, it's almost impossible to get them to do something you want to do. At one point, I was like to this guy, to this kid, and this is about 2000. I want to say the year is 2000. I asked the kid, I said, why aren't you doing your work? And they told me, and I don't know if it's the same. It's 20-something years later, but let's assume it's the same. They were in 8th grade for the second time. They have to go to 9th grade as long as they show up enough.
Really?
Because for state funding and everything, for 7th and 8th grade, I don't know if it's the same. School teachers can text in and stuff.
Yeah.
But as long as they showed up to class, as long as they showed up, they actually didn't have to pass 8th grade if it was their second time to take it, because they force them into 9th grade for the numbers in high school. Now, you fail 9th grade, you're out.
Yeah.
You have to repeat 9th grade until you pass 9th grade to go to 10th grade. But there's something that was state funded that somebody told me about. This was 20 plus years ago, that if you're in 7th grade and 8th grade and you do those for 3 years instead of 2 years, that 4th year you go to 9th grade as long as your attendance is there.
Some of these answers are wild. From the 214, I once worked as a skip tracer locating vehicles for people that didn't pay for and had to be repoed.
Oh, the repo man is a tough one.
Once found out that a family was going to go to a funeral, my manager made me send the repo truck to the cemetery to repo the car. Holy moly. From the 469, I assisted with autopsies in college. We were responsible for removing the organs and sewing it up after the pathologists were done. Man! And then from the 682, I know this is relatable for a lot of people. My worst job was when I was in high school, 1989. I was a Little League umpire, and it was so stressful. And unfortunately, parents have gotten 10 times worse since then. Sometimes, because when you describe that, sometimes I think it would be a good job. Other times I'm like, the verbal abuse you probably take there is off
Think
the
about
charts.
it like at college, especially like when you talk about refereeing the fraternities, because they take this serious. Yeah, that gets nasty.
I'll say this, like I was in Melissa this weekend. I was there Sunday. The umpires were great. They were good umpires, handled everything great, handled the coaches great, the kids great. Now, there was nothing that became very controversial. But I think if you have if you understand the game, and it seemed like at least the umpires on our field, they understood the game. They understood what a strike zone is. They understood the rules. They did a great job, and the coaches really didn't have much to complain about at all. So I do feel like, this is my opinion, the people who are complaining about the parents the most, the umpires or the referees in basketball games, are the ones that don't know the sport at all and are just trying to get the $50 an hour, and they really struggle with, man, these parents are yelling at me. Yeah, because when a ball's 3 feet outside and you call it a strike, it's at times tough for a parent not to yell from the stands, that ball's 3 feet outside. I get it's not always the case. I get that there are parents that are out of hand. Like, it's tough to generalize this, but I feel like the umpires at times that I watch are like, man, the parents are really bad. It's like, you've never played baseball and you don't try to understand this game at all either. You're not watching a major league game to try to see how they're doing it, the positions they're in, to try to become actually decent at this job.
From the 682, I worked at a meat company, went my first day and quit before my first break because the conveyor lines were giving me vertigo. From the 469, working nights at Amazon, they said was the worst for them.
Oh, boy.
I don't know what all goes into that, but I've heard the breakneck speed at which you have to move.
They are driving them folks. I was going to say when I was a busboy, because, picking up people's food and stuff, but that was actually pretty cool, man. People left me alone. I could do my work diligently. Retail, oddly enough, is it for me. So and that's the personality thing. I think somebody else mentioned it on the truckwreck.com text line. The general public, right? Like, you don't know what you're going to get, and you just have to find a way to deal with it. Plus, I hated the idea of like, would you like the credit card? I'm like, you don't need this credit card. I don't want to give you this credit card, but I
Insurance on
gotta
a
ask
basketball.
you. Right? I gotta
it's
ask
a
you.
$25 basketball. If
I'll
it
be okay.
pops, it pops.
See, I liked working retail for that exact reason. I remember a specific incident at Blockbuster. No, it wasn't that one incident. It was the store I was a store manager at. And we had just gotten this big memo not to let customers into the bathroom because like people were stealing things and like removing security.
From the bathroom?
Yes, in the bathroom. They were removing the security tags and everything like that. So this lady came up and said, do you have a restroom I can use? And I'm like, I'm really sorry. We don't allow customers to use the restroom here. I apologize. And she goes, well, what would you do if I just peed on the floor right here? And I said, I don't know, probably grab you a mop and call the police. And so, like, I didn't totally hate those types of interactions. But
but you're a stirrer.
Yeah, that's 100% fair.
You understand the censorship.
I
there.
absolutely do. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Thank you so much for all the feedback. There's so many more, from lifeguard to
hay baler in high school.
Oh,
that's. I know you strong.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I appreciate how eclectic our group is with all these different jobs and everything. It's super fun to read a lot of these. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Out of luck, the Commanders still apparently have their QB of the future. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Must be over 23 with 2-year CDL experience. Ready to earn your full potential? Go to SISUEnergyLLC.com. That's SISUEnergyLLC.com and click Join the Pack to apply.
Get ready for summer with DFW Security. Keep an eye on the kids that are out of school and protect your home, small business, or large commercial facility with security, cameras, and access control from a trusted local company. DFW Security outperforms the competition in technology and value and has a reputation for taking great care of their customers. Call DFW Security today and tell them Sean sent you. 888-594-5018 or DFWSecurity.com.
DFWSecurity.com. Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Man, I love biscuits.
Let's start talking about the Commanders and the Colts and how this is all intertwined. There was a story up on ESPN over the weekend.
Is it because they both stink?
Yeah, actually, maybe kind of.
Okay.
There was a story about how over the weekend on ESPN.com about how Washington was all in on Sam Howell as its quarterback, because obviously the Commanders were one of the teams that you're like, hey, are they going to go get this person? Are they going to go get this person in the draft? Is in the article, it says the Commanders called every team that might have a quarterback available before 2022, and they even called up retired Andrew Luck just in case. Now, he declined. They picked up Howell, I think in the 5th round, and they're going to stick with him. But the interesting thing about that, first of all, is that they apparently are all in on Sam Howell, at least for now. But also, now the Colts have said, Andrew Luck is still under contract to us since even though he's retired. If you would need to go through us first to contact, so supposedly Irsay and company have at least inquired about whether...
Is he in shape at all? I mean, is he coach high school? I saw
and that's probably one of the reasons he's
thing on him or whatever. He's like, his life has changed and he stopped loving football and was totally out on football. And then a year or two later, he decided to coach football, and that's what he enjoys now. He enjoys being part of the game as a coach.
ESPN did a fantastic long form article just like about his life, and the impression I got is, that dude is done with that portion of his life.
And so that's obviously one of the reasons why he would say no, but now apparently the Colts are looking into whether or not this qualifies as tampering, and potentially they could get, I don't know, a draft pick or something out of this. Now, speaking of the Colts, Nick Foles was released, and he said, don't worry about it. He's been released a lot and thought about retiring many years of his career. So I don't know if he's going to retire or keep going after it, but it sounds like he wants to give it another shot. But they moved on from Nick Foles.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he's still got a value for some team out there.
I guess great career.
I mean,
he did solid for himself.
Yeah. Made good money. Super Bowl champion as a starting quarterback, beating Tom Brady. That's
pretty impressive.
Yeah. Overall, good resume.
I saw this question posed from Pro Football Focus, and this is the idea of there can be no changes. Who should be QB1 for the Titans? Now, I know the obvious answer is it'll probably ebb and flow just a little bit. Would you go Ryan Tannehill, Malik Willis, or Will Levis? Who's your QB1 for the Titans? Tannehill, Willis, or Will Levis? Which that's actually a little confusing.
What's their goal?
Well, I feel like he probably can't be Tannehill. Although, I guess you're still in a place where that's a winnable division, I guess, unless you view the Jaguars as just so far ahead, better than everybody else.
Thank you, Reggie. Finally, you said what we needed to say. Jacksonville.
I feel like as a future prospect, it's either Will Levis or Malik Willis based off of what you were trying to develop towards the future.
Isn't your question how hard can they tank out for Caleb Williams?
So here's the deal.
Malik Willis then.
I need to know if you've given up on Willis already, which I think
supposedly they
have, is I need to see my final 10 games of the year. Is Will Levis my answer to build around? And that's too fast of a way to do it. But if I'm
Or at least, is there something here, right? Like, maybe you don't have to see the full product, but the way that I view quarterbacks is like, do I see the flash that, is a proof of concept that I can continue to build on? Which it seems like they did not get with Malik Willis.
Their tough thing is that division. I do think Jacksonville wins 12 games next year, and not because they're super awesome. It's because they play Houston, Indy, and Tennessee 6 times. I feel like Tennessee's going to run into 3 wins in that division, and that hurts you overall if you want to go get, Caleb Williams or
Drake May.
Thank you. And so, I don't know. They're in a weird spot. I still think this. Wouldn't there be time to trade Tannehill?
I do.
You just mentioned Washington. In a weird way, if Washington believes their goal is to win 10 games and to make the playoffs, who's better, Sam the Wolfman Howell?
Nicely done. I hear what you're saying, but I just reading through this article, I did not get the sense that this is a 4 or 5 game and bail prospect with Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Now, Dalvin Cook is, of course, been a name that's been rumored out there for a while, and Adam Schefter added to that, saying there's some real question as to whether or not he will be in Minnesota this upcoming season. My question for y'all is, how much do you think Dalvin Cook has left? Because we've talked a lot about, what's going to happen with Derrick Henry and this and that. Is Dalvin Cook had almost 1,200 yards this last year, 8 touchdowns. Is he worth making a run at if you're a team that thinks, hey, if we could upgrade running back, I feel pretty good?
It's scary taking veteran running backs.
I get it.
If another team isn't trying to keep that player, you have to worry. And I would say Dalvin Cook, you have to worry. The other thing too, Reggie, is I assume he's going to play 10 games and miss 7.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like with the injury,
he did play all the games this last year.
He did. Yeah, you're right.
But I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'm just, if you look at least you could say, hey, this last year gives me encouragement.
Yeah, I think for what you are putting forward, the idea of a team that needs a running back or that's looking to put a cherry on top of what they are doing, he absolutely has that level of value. And that's the tough thing about the blanket, running backs don't matter statement, is that we lose that portion of the information, which is, hey man, if you're in a place where this is a finishing piece, then that matters. And I think Dalvin Cook can be that type of player. And this is the tough thing about it, is now you have a market of running backs that are not quite happy with where they are, that are looking to get out and that are good. You talk about Dalvin Cook, you talk about Derrick Henry, talking about Austin Eckler, right?
Already saw DeAndre Swift move.
Yeah, you could probably get whichever one you need at a pretty good price by bargaining against all of those teams.
Can I ask you guys a question off of this? If you're a team, and I know that they'd be different prices and they're very different running backs, would you rather have in 2023 Zeke Elliott or Dalvin Cook, and how close is it?
Dalvin Cook, and it's not close.
Yeah, same.
Do you think Zeke Elliott finds a team before training camp?
I do.
Do you think he has offers and is refusing to sign them because he thinks maybe there could be more, or he just doesn't want to do training camp?
I will point out, I do not know that for a fact, but yes, that is what I think. Because I think, and it could have been a general offer, not a specific, let's sit down and hammer out the deal. But I think he might have been given hey, we could probably throw you $3 million if you want to come in and sign a heavily incentive-laden contract. I don't think there's
interest, but not the role necessarily that he would prefer.
Exactly. And so that's what I think. I don't know that for a fact, but that would be my guess on that. Now, I brought up DeAndre Swift. We didn't get the chance to hit this on Friday. It sucks, but it's kind of funny too. DeAndre Swift was asked why he was going to be number 0. And you got to admit, this is a quality burn. He said, that's how many times the Cowboys have been to an NFC championship game in my lifetime. And, of course,
facts.
Look, if you're going to play in Philly and endear yourself to, look, you just got traded from a place. Let's see if we can build roots.
For sure. I always think when people come up here, into the Metroplex, especially if you're from California or something, I'm surprised more often you don't get the In-N-Out is trash, Whataburger all the way. And that's just a way to... And what are the Cowboys?
Are you saying that's why Dalton Schultz isn't here? Because he came in
about
Tex-Mex?
I don't think you can rule that out. And what are the Cowboys supposed to say? I love the Cowboys with all my heart, but he's not wrong. And so I'm well...
About In-N-Out?
No, about not being in the NFC Championship. Don't try to get me in trouble there. I haven't even tried In-N-Out yet. The hamburger place.
That's how much of a Texan you are.
That's right.
We know the other thing isn't true. You got 2 sons.
Yeah.
That is a great point. And the last thing I got for you.
You good?
Yeah.
Animal. You need to order animal style.
I've heard that I would not.
You would hate
enjoy
animal
that.
style.
Is Mekhi Becton deleted this tweet, but he tweeted out that he goes, "I am a left tackle." And so they asked Robert Saleh about it, and he goes, "Sure, go out and earn it then." And so he goes, "My expectation for him is no different than anybody else. You want that spot? Go earn that spot," which I thought was a quality message back. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the Stars. And my broader question to go along with this, right now, are you more invested in the NHL or NBA playoffs? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truck.
is running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your card today to Junk for Joy. Hooray! Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Donate your card today at junkforjoy.org. You'll get a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Donate today and your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
We're so excited to be on the verge of the opening of our 100th store later this month. To celebrate, we're giving away Twin Peaks for a year to one of our loyal fans. To enter, visit our Instagram page for more info. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, Gavin Dawson here. Life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one may be injured in a car or truck wreck accident due to someone else's negligence. That's where Franklin Frankel come in. Franklin Frankel are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. If you or a loved one has been injured, contact Franklin Frankel today. They offer a free consultation, and you don't pay anything unless they win your case. Visit truckwreck.com or call them today, 214 or 817-333-3333. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go back to the Stars from last night. Unfortunately, that means I'm going to go ahead and call for cut 4. Look, there's not a lot of audio I could play from last night that made it sound super positive, but this one might have been worse than most of them.
RJ fires, blocked it again to Heiskanen. Seattle has the lead with Miro Heiskanen laying injured on his knees. What a contrast. Eberle leading the receiving line. And Miro Heiskanen in distress.
Part of the reason he was in distress is the puck deflected and hit him in the face.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
So, that'd probably do the trick. And so without Miro for a bit, though he did come back, and then we're curious to see status going forward. But the fact that he came back in the game is very encouraging. But he's been fantastic this playoffs. And so to lose him on the same play where you give up the goal, that sucks.
Help me out. 4-0, TV off. Frustrated. Even though I'm not a huge Stars fan, I'm rooting for them and I'm enjoying these playoffs. I'm like, I can't watch this anymore. Well, I don't want to be mad tonight.
That's fair.
So turned it off. How did Miro's face look when he came back? Could you tell he got hit by a puck?
I mean, you could, but it wasn't like, I don't know why this came to mind, but you're almost like thinking, could it be like a Delino-esque, remember how swollen, which is probably unlikely just because of the nature of the deflection. I did see that slow, the deflection, but it didn't look like that, but you could definitely tell he had got hit. And you know what, Mike, you were smart to turn the TV off at 4-0 because the Stars scored a goal, but it just spiraled from there. They gave up a goal in the last minute, I want to say, of the second period. Then they gave up the shorthanded goal, and it was just a catastrophe across the board.
Yeah. There's always tomorrow.
There is tomorrow, which is game 4.
Unless you lose the game 5, which would be your 4th loss, then there isn't tomorrow.
Sure, but I'm going to assume we win game 4. So I say we keep going for it.
Keep assuming.
All right. So my question is, are y'all right now way more into the NBA playoffs or the NHL playoffs? And By the way, thank you very much to all the people who texted in. I did not realize both me and Micah Parsons fell for the fake DeAndre Swift quote. And so I apologize. I am now fake news. I apologize for bringing that up. But when I saw Micah quote tweeted, I was like, I trust Micah. Let's go with that.
He's a big Philadelphia 76ers fan right now. Did you see him at the Sixers game?
He is.
Going for that guy. Thank God we didn't draft the guy from here and we got Josh Green instead.
Tyrese Maxey.
Oh, wow.
That is going to be one of my NBA playoff questions for you.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, as you could probably guess, there's a lot of people saying NHL because the Mavericks aren't in it.
Right.
But that's why I was curious. Are you into the NHL playoffs across the board? Or are you just like, I'm into the NBA playoffs and the Stars? You know what I'm saying?
Great question, because I fell into this. I'm like, all right, the Stars are about to start. Let me get my channels ready to go, because it's a little bit difficult right now, because I was like, wait, it's not on ESPN because that's the baseball game is happening right now, Padres Dodgers, so they're not going to be on ESPN. I know they're not on Bally Sports because there's no more local coverage of the Stars. So I turned to 245, and obviously I've been watching basketball there, and basketball is on. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. And so I'm like, well, where are the Stars? Where are the Stars playing tonight? And it's 247, or TBS, as people like to call it. And so I'm like, all right, so Florida and Toronto are on, and I'll tell you what. Here's my first thought when Toronto and Florida are on, and there's about, 8 minutes to go in the third period. I'm like, you MFers. Because I'm like, this is going to go overtime.
Yeah.
And then they're not going to turn on the Stars game, and they're going to try to delay the Stars game as much as possible. Yeah. Luckily, Florida scores late. I didn't stick with that, though. I went and watched basketball.
Toronto, by the way, who we told you was not going to win the Stanley Cup final, or the Stanley Cup winning favorites going into this round, are now down 3-0 to the Panthers.
All right. So I went basketball, but I will say I flipped over, and then rats were on the ice, and I'm not sure why they throw rats on the Florida Panthers ice. I'm like, did they have a rat issue? And then they make it's like you throw possums on the field in Oakland because there's a possum issue. I don't know the whole rat thing with Florida, but I do lean towards NBA basketball over all the non-Dallas Stars hockey games.
Okay, and from the 2-1-4, it kind of ebbs and flows a little bit. From the 2-1-4, my NBA team didn't make the playoffs, so it's the NHL. From the 6-8-2, it's the NBA, and it's not close. From the 2-1-4, it's the NHL, of course. And then from the 2-5-4, and this speaks to what you were just saying, the NHL, but these 8:30 start times are BS. And unfortunately, that's what you're going to get again tomorrow night, the 8:30/8:50 exactly start time. And so
it's because they had a rat issue in 2019. Is this person telling the truth? Is Kill 48 Switch 68 telling the truth? They did have a rat issue, so now they throw rats on the ice.
Well, we just established I cannot be trusted to provide.
I'll do the Googles.
Okay, all right. And from the 8-1-7, since the Mavericks aren't in the playoffs, I don't even care about the NBA right now. Stars all the way. And then I saw another person who said, I am super in on the NBA playoffs. And so that's what I was curious is, if you're a Stars fan, are you in general super in on the NHL playoffs? Like, are you really monitoring like Vegas and Edmonton to see who's going to come out on the other side and who you're going to be matched up with? Or are you just focused on the Stars and you're like, we'll figure out who they play next once it's done?
I want to get into hockey. Like this, it feels like, I know the Stars are kind of in and out of the playoffs, more out than in, but I want to get into hockey. It's tough when I don't know a human being playing on the Florida Panthers or Toronto Maple Leafs. I do know Connor McDavid is maybe the next Wayne Gretzky of the sport. And I'm interested in that. But still tonight, I'm assuming Edmonton plays tonight. I'm going to assume, but I don't even know. I do know the basketball schedule. Now it's every other night for the most part. Like, I know Harden's ticked off. He can't go to Vegas and do strippers and alcohol.
We don't know that.
We do know that. That's,
I do not.
He went to talk to the coach first.
Yeah. What do you think he wanted to do in Vegas? You tell me.
That was not the question.
He wanted to go see Usher, clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Rat Trick, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, in Florida?
1995-96 season. So this is well established, but apparently it was originated when a rat entered the dressing room, and then it seems like a goaltender. I'm sorry, I'm not going to try that name. I apologize. I typically do. or no, somebody else, Scott Malanby, that's a name that's a little bit closer for me, reacted by shooting the rat across the locker room with the stick and killed it. And then he went out and scored 2 goals. And so since then, they were like, yo.
It's the rat trick?
It's the rat trick, not the hat trick.
Okay.
It's kind of cool. I want them to throw real rats out there, though.
How would the logistics of that work, Mike?
You bring a lunch bucket, an igloo thing or whatever.
You heard the man. You're working on a construction site in the 1950s,
and you bring
eating gruel,
and you bring rats, and you bring another lunch bucket, and you bring a couple snakes. And then to really entertain the crowd, you throw rats and snakes on the ice at the same time. Both of them out of their element on ice.
Your idea is to unleash mongoose. I'm going to assume that's them. That's the
mongoose plural.
Yeah.
And what happens, Mike, if some of these people come up short with their throw of the rat or the snake?
Part of the experience.
That is not. So now the first level seats are going to be the cheapest because you're going to be like, I don't want somebody throwing a snake on me or a rat on me. Mike, I'm going to go out on a limb.
Would the rat immediately die? If you threw a rat from the 7th row onto the ice, does the rat immediately die or make it? If you shot it with a hockey stick and it hit the wall and it died, I'm wondering if I throw a rat, which I can't imagine even touching a rat. I'm going to be honest.
You have been talking about this for a while, though.
I've always been told that rats always land on their feet, so they'll be fine.
No, that's cats that you're thinking of.
Oh my gosh! If
Do
a cat
not throw any animals that are alive onto the ice.
Toronto should have the cat trick if they make it back to Toronto for the hat trick and they start throwing cats on the ice.
No, why?
Well, because cats on ice is a very valuable thing to have.
Yeah.
People will pay lots of money to see that.
Don't say yeah like you just knew what that meant. Yeah, I get it.
I get it.
Okay.
Hat, cat, rat. They all rhyme. If it has an at the end, you should throw it on the ice. Octopus. That doesn't end in an at, but they do get thrown on the ice in Detroit, maybe?
Yes, it is in Detroit.
The octopus trick.
From the 6'8".
Make sure you say octo on that one.
Good Lord. From the 6'8"
for James Harden will show up.
I got it the first time.
Why are you like this?
I understand what you're saying. 6'8". I'm enjoying both, but the NHL playoffs are always more entertaining. And then somebody just asked the question, are the Stars just not as good as we thought they would be? Well, I mean, I will point this out. This is the first time they've advanced in the playoffs in 3 years, and I think only the 4th time in the last 20 years that they've advanced at least around in the playoffs. And so this is already, they have made some progress, and it's 2-1. You know, like you're not down 3-0, even though in hockey, you've seen a few comebacks from 3-0. It's only 2-1.
You know what I thought, and I just reminded myself that it wasn't hockey, it was soccer. This is serious.
Okay.
Kind of. When it was the World Cup, soccer coaches like, the worst thing in the world is to get down 2-0. When the Stars got down 2-0, I'm like, is this good than being down 1? Because it sounds really bad to be down 2-0. I'd rather be down 1-0. But there's this sport that I barely follow that it's 2-0 is a danger spot to be up. But that was soccer, not hockey. Hockey, you want to be up 2-0?
I think in soccer you would want to be up 2-0. But what everybody says is
it's a dangerous lead.
The most dangerous lead in soccer is 2-0. I have heard that from no less than 30 different coaches.
Yeah, it's like the psyche of taking your foot off the pedal in some ways.
And then at least with 1-0, it's really close. But at 2-0, then if they score the goal because you're being lax, then they have the momentum. And now it's a 1-goal game again. But I always inherently thought, no, I would much rather be ahead 2-0 than 1-0. But I have heard that from so many people. So no, I was not excited when the Kraken scored. I wasn't like,
finally,
we got them.
Yeah, we got them just where we want them. But I kind of scoffed at the idea of depth being the difference maker in this series. I will say that in looking at the numbers even further, and you've seen the across the board contributions that the Kraken have gotten, is they have at least 6 players with 20 goals in the regular season. And you want to take that a step further. Seattle had 13 players with at least 13 goals in the regular season. The Stars had 6. And so, unfortunately, you are seeing that. I mean, you'd have to say Seattle's now the favorite as they're up 2-1.
Right.
But if you're a Stars fan, you just saw a very similar script play out with the Wild, and I'm hoping that they can turn it around again. And by the way, after every game, Spits and Suds podcast puts up a new episode.
I'm not against the Dallas Stars jersey, sweater, whatever you want to call it. The Kraken's black jersey is pretty awesome.
It is awesome. But think about all of the teasing and all the work that went into before they revealed this was going to be the thing, because so many people were like, oh my gosh, what if it was the Kraken? And then they started putting out social media teases that like led into that, you know, water-based mascot, and everyone's like, it got to be the Kraken. And so I agree with you. I think they have very...
What should the Kraken throw on the ice?
See, and that would make more sense, the octopuses, for me. I'm sure I know somebody from Detroit is going to be like, it happened because of... I hear you. I just don't think Red Wings and think octopus. And the Kraken, I guess, would be closer to that in the sea ideas.
What is a Kraken?
It's like a mythical, monstrous sea creature, right? That like used to destroy ships and stuff. I think it's mythical.
Yeah, no, it's
okay.
yeah.
I was gonna say.
Although to be fair, we don't know as much as we think we do about the oceans, and I feel like we should keep it that way. Leave those folks down there to their devices.
That's true. Now, Mike, several people have offered ideas for
great.
you.
This is a good idea.
Is if you hit them up, if you teach them more about sports cards, they can teach you about hockey, and it can be kind of a barter system along the way.
I think the thing about hockey, which I'm noticing is, first of all, they don't fake an injury every 30 seconds like in basketball, which I'm getting tired of. They play. So if you go to a Stars game, you're going to actually see the Dallas Stars play unless there's a real injury.
Yes.
There is a great pace and tempo and flow to the game. It's one of those things, I just didn't grow up on it at all. But I think, watching Connor McDavid highlights, I'm like, am I missing the next Wayne Gretzky? Like,
to me, I don't like that comparison because I think of all sports, Wayne Gretzky has distanced himself the most from the closest competition. Like, I think I've said this before. If you took out all the goals that Wayne Gretzky ever scored, which is the most in NHL history,
the leader on points.
He's still the leader in points.
Incredible.
That's crazy. And I know Ovechkin's coming up on him, but like, I think if you said the next Ovechkin or the next Crosby, who are still like all-time great players, I think you are seeing a generational player. I just have a hard time with Gretzky just because he's different than, like, they started West Coast hockey for Wayne Gretzky. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was part of the boost, is the Kings were like, let's get him out here. And the NHL supported it because they were like, he can make hockey matter in the West Coast. I know, like, they didn't start that year, but I'm saying, like, he was the guy that they said, if we can make hockey work on the West Coast, he's the guy after they dominated. So I think Connor McDavid can be a generational player for sure. I don't know about Gretzky.
All right, fine. McDavid stinks.
No, I don't know why that is what you took away from that.
Yeah.
By the way, quick Stars thing that is really
He's
interesting
no Pavelski.
is, did you see that two of the three finalists for Coach of the Year are former Stars coaches in Jim Montgomery and Lindy Ruff?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
Well, that's not hard. We get a new coach every year, I think. Every year you tell me about the new guy. After this year, I'm sure 17 games in next year, we're firing this guy and getting another guy.
I don't think that is going to be the case,
All right.
but I hear what you're saying. Not all of those were the Stars' fault. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, bold predictions for the upcoming NFL season, including a big one about the Cowboys. Plus, Mike likes it. We'll jump into the lunch rush next on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's take that first step to regain the lost energy, drive, focus, and mood that you've lost over the years. I get it. I'm 45.
Of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Our baseball team is hot, and the weather is heating up too. Are you prepared for the Texas heat? Time to call Hart HVAC. Providing HVAC efficient solutions in the DFW Metroplex. Call Hart. Same-day service available. Financing available. Service fee waived with the promo code RANGERS. Hart HVAC. Hart, spelled H-A-R-T. Proud partner of the Texas Rangers.
This ball is crushed.
HartHVAC.net. 682-804-8190. TACLB 48768E.
In Texas, people rise to the occasion, refuse to give in, square up to the future, and drive. At Classic Chevrolet, we know unrelenting Texans drive America forward. We're doing our part with unprecedented Memorial Day savings. New Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. Don't miss one-time savings to fuel the fire in you. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Bacon Plumbing.
At Bacon, we are dedicated to our customers, and now is the best time to upgrade to a new high-efficiency HVAC system. Plus, we're offering HVAC tune-ups for only $55.
Everyone loves bacon.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Having a lot of fun today. Appreciate everybody who's been participating. The Tolos, the Twolos, the YouTubers. Thank you very, very much. Ooh, Mike, you might need to check this out. Some folks are saying that Baseball America has released their updated prospect rankings. So, I don't know if you want to check that out or not. I should have known.
I was thinking about college and the draft, and I was like, oh, I've seen mock drafts. It's
I did
two
see
LSU
that too.
kids are going
Yeah,
1-2, but I have not seen Baseball America prospect rankings.
So I was reading an article on CBS that talked about bold predictions for the NFL season. I wanted to run down some of them and see, do you actually think this is a bold prediction or not? And then I've got one of my own that I just wanted to go ahead and throw out there. Now, and there's one about the Cowboys in here. Bold prediction, do you agree or not? The Detroit Lions will win a playoff game this season.
No.
Oh, man. We got a no and an ooh.
Well, you have to believe that the Lions are making the playoffs this season.
I do believe that.
And the NFC North is tough. Or not tough like good. Tough like not that great.
They suck. All right.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm willing to go that far.
All right. Lamar Jackson throws for 4,000 yards. Now, I know he said his goal with all the new weapons and stuff.
60,000 yards?
6,000 yards. But Lamar Jackson throws for 4,000 yards. His previous career high, I believe, is 3,100 and something.
Kevin, I'm going to answer your question with a question. New offensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens is Todd Monken. Do you remember what his last NFL job was?
Oh, crap, I don't.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Jameis Winston.
Oh, we're going to throw the ball around the yard.
Right. Think about the way that they've set this offense up with all of the wide receivers that they've got. Like, they might toss the ball a good amount in this. I think 4,000 yards is absolutely doable.
Oh, I love hearing that.
So he needs to throw for about 350 yards a game to hit that 6,000
Okay,
mark.
I thought you were saying to hit 4,000 because he'll be hurt. Yeah, to get to
Just looking at it, if somebody did throw for 6,000 yards in a season, you're averaging. I'm trying to do the.
It's about 350. I think you're
Yeah, it's
right.
a hair over 350.
Yeah. That would be. I don't want to. It's not going to happen yet, but I do believe it will probably happen. We've
That's
seen
the
that.
NFL dream,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, they do want the game to go that way.
Absolutely. For the first time since 03-04, the NFC East will finally have a repeat winner. And the Philadelphia Eagles.
That is bold because what about these Cowboys?
Yeah, I say no to that. Just because every year I thought at least like 5 times, well, surely this is the year it never works out.
Philly's really good. I get they're really young on defense. If I'm going to stick with this Cowboys opinion of mine, which is crazy, I think they have to make the Super Bowl by winning the division. I will say this. If the Cowboys don't win the division, I don't think they're going to run through San Francisco and Philadelphia, which most likely would be where they have to go and win both those road games. So I will lean towards Dallas figures out a way to go 13-4 and win the division.
I love to hear that. We're going to get back to something about the Cowboys in just a second. Bijan Robinson finishes in the top 5 in rushing. No?
Atlanta.
Yeah, but I mean, look, the Desmond Ridder thing.
They're trying it.
And then also, look, man, they ain't draft that dude 8th overall to not use him.
I say yes.
Yeah, I'm there. I feel like they went and got him. They're like, and also Arthur Smith, didn't he like running the football?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, at least give him the opportunity to do that with a really good player. Let's do it.
Disagree, Mike. It's okay.
No, I'm not a member of Baseball America, so
I
don't know how to look at this list.
Okay, we will.
It's paywall thing.
If anybody wants to help Mike
Wall
out
played protected
as we go along, maybe we can just get somebody else to pay for it. All right, next up on the list.
Kevin, you got some money?
Yeah, I do. How long do you think it's been since the same player has led the league in receiving yards in back-to-back years?
Huh.
So it would have been Cup the year before. Was it Jefferson this year?
Yes, it was.
Okay. The last time somebody did it, I'm going to guess the Julio Jones era, maybe Calvin Ridley. I mean, not Calvin Ridley, Calvin Johnson.
That is correct.
Yeah, Megatron.
Calvin Johnson in 2011 and 2012. So here we are going on 11 years it's been since you had the repeat. Justin Jefferson leads NFL receiving yards again. I say yes.
I'll lean towards no.
Okay.
I'm going to lean towards. I'm going to lean towards. I'm going to lean towards. There's so many good receivers. I'm going to lean towards Cincinnati. I'm going to lead with Burrow and Chase.
Yeah, but they've got a lot of wide receivers in that core that ball might move around.
Okay.
I'll go no as well, just because it seems like this is a tough thing to do, and there's so many really good wide receivers.
The Dallas Cowboys reach the conference championship game for the first time in 27 years.
True.
You really believe that? I think
I've been wrong in 2017. The last time I picked the Cowboys to be great was 2017. I thought off of Dak's rookie year, off of Zeke's rookie year, that they needed the experience of that harsh loss at home to then go to another step in their process, and it never happened. I think they have a great chance. I think it's between 3 teams: San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Dallas. 2 of the 3 are going to make it. Why not us? Why not the Dallas Cowboys?
I like it. I agree, Mike.
Oh my gosh, what is happening? Does that mean I have to do it?
Mm-hmm. That's how that works.
Yeah, I'll disagree on that.
What?
Until it actually happens,
Who do you think will be there, Kevin?
I mean, the 2 other teams that he just mentioned make a whole lot of logical sense. I hate saying that, but it's not crazy to say San Francisco will defeat Dallas because, you've watched playoff football. Nick Bosa will get to 20 sacks this season.
His last name's Bosa. He's hurt.
I mean, that could happen. That could happen. Patrick Mahomes throws for 5,000 yards in consecutive seasons. The only other quarterback to ever do that is Drew Brees.
True that.
Okay. Okay. I'll mark that down.
Anything positive for Patrick Mahomes? I'm just saying yes.
Is a yes.
I almost feel like at this point he's starting to become underrated with how great his career has started. It's not close. Like, has anybody ever done this in their first 5 years as a starting quarterback?
I give you the Chiefs and the Eagles versus the rest of the NFL to win the Super Bowl. Which are you taking?
That's tough because we start talking about the path to there because of the congested AFC.
I mean, I guess I would lean towards the Chiefs and Eagles, but I like the other side too. And there's so many good teams out there.
I'm going to throw in the 49ers. So you're definitely, you already taken just the Chiefs and Eagles. Reggie, I give you the Chiefs, Eagles, and 49ers versus the rest of the field. Yeah.
I feel like you got to take Chiefs, Eagles.
Wow.
That's tough.
Okay.
Hey,
is this going to be about Baseball America?
I think I might have found it through Bleacher Report, unless they have a different, they have to have a different one. I don't know. Do you know where he's at?
I do.
Is he number 10?
I think he's maybe number 11. Per the things that I have seen.
Okay.
I believe he is number 11.
Too low.
I know.
No, it's still great, though. When you start looking at this list, you're like, ooh.
That is very impressive. And then Bill Belichick will have his worst season with the Patriots.
What is his worst season?
I believe with the Patriots. Was it the 11-5? No, I mean, obviously not.
It has to be recently, right?
Yeah, they just went 500. So I'm probably 6 or 7 wins.
Oh, yeah, that division's gotten even tougher.
With the Jets, yeah, for sure.
And he's a bad drafter.
That is also true. Although it seems like people didn't hate his draft as much.
Yeah, the draft was, they did restock, and they brought in Bill O'Brien, so they actually have an offensive coordinator.
This is going to be an under 500 year.
Okay.
8-9 or worse. I think the Patriots are 8-9 and worse.
Okay. You co-sign that, Reggie?
Yep.
All right. Now, I got a couple of other random things. I know we made some jokes about it and stuff, but did you watch any of the Kentucky Derby? Because clearly Churchill Downs was dealing with even more terrible fallout. We talked about this last week, how there had been, I think, 4 horses in the lead up that had been put down. They had put down 2 or 3 more. And so now Churchill Downs had to put down and euthanize 7 horses over the span of like the last 4 or 5 days.
It has to be the medicine they're giving these horses, right?
I think the last 2 got hurt when racing because the Kentucky Derby, but they have races like most of the day. So I believe the last 2, if I recall correctly, got hurt in the midst of races. But I mean, there's been accusations and shady stuff surrounding that area before.
Yeah, I don't know horse racing well at all. Like, how uncommon is this? But I'm just wondering with the medication over time that you're giving them.
Okay, yeah.
We're going to, let's be honest, all of these horse racing people seem to be like, we're getting right to the line of illegal and trying not to cross that line. That obviously the drugs/medicine they're giving these horses seem to be crossing the line of unhealthy for the horse.
And that's why there's been multiple suspensions about it and stuff as they've tried to clean that up. Now, speaking of suspensions, the Suns owner has come out and said, quote, "Great win for the Suns last night in an amazing series so far. That should be and is the only story. Suspending or fining anyone over last night's incident would not be right."
Oh, wow. I feel like Cuban would be the opposite.
For sure. I have a lot of respect for Jokic and don't want to see anything like that. Excited for Game 5. Go Suns. Now, I get that this might be the sporting thing to do, but I could also see if you're an owner and like, go ahead. This was terrible. Go ahead and suspend him for Game 5. Because, massive advantage to the Suns.
Yes.
If you take out Jokic in Game 5. But
do you think that him protesting for Jokic to get suspended moves the needle at all, or is that simply just him?
I do.
Grandstanding. Okay.
No, it can be both, though, right? Because I do think it can be a level of grandstanding. But I think with this, now I would be pretty surprised if he got suspended. If even the person involved in the incident, who clearly is an owner in the NBA, was like, no, don't suspend him.
Do you think surprised. I mean, obviously he's made his comment public here because you're reading it.
Yep.
Do you think he's called up commissioner?
I do.
And said Adam Silver and said, hey, don't do this. Don't suspend. You can fine him. Don't suspend him because it makes our possible victory in this series cheap. I don't know.
Do you think he called Silver, or do you think Silver got him on the phone last night and was like, hey, what's your headspace to like determine?
Oh, I thought you were going to get to a place where you said maybe Adam Silver called him like, hey, mellow this down, because what we're not going to do is suspend a 2-time MVP in one of our best series that's, helping all these ratings.
That makes sense. I guess I'm fundamentally of the opinion that the NBA, if they had their choice of everything, would love to see Denver go away. I love Nikola Jokic. We've talked about this before, but his name value, it does not come close to comparing with your KDs. And obviously you're like, oh, we're going to get KD against Steph, or we're going to get KD against LeBron. Like, that's your money matchup versus Steph versus Jokic. Like, they're both phenomenal players, but I don't think that's where the money is or the TV ratings are. And so I would actually think Adam Silver, if you believe that the NBA is rigged in a certain way, would not hate Denver going away. So I wonder if they did have that conversation, if he called him up, was like, hey, how are you doing? What's your headspace, before we even go into any of this discipline stuff. But I have no clue.
Yeah, I think that they'd be more inclined on making sure that would that be game 5 at this point?
Yes.
Is maximum interesting that you can sell it, as opposed to one of the major players not being there and undercutting the value of that game entirely.
Yeah, because, I mean, unless you think Jamal Murray is going to go out and do the things.
He's done that before.
He has.
Yeah.
Exactly. That does take a lot of steam out of it. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now, all
right,
it's time for Mike Likes It.
You've intrigued me tremendously.
I didn't mean to throw you off.
No. Because I've been looking at this, and I went and trying to Google search it. And when I go to Baseball America, obviously it says pay money to get this. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Do you have the top 11 list?
I'm sorry, I don't. Multiple people messaged me saying that Evan Carter was number 11.
So they do have a Bleacher Report, which I'm going to assume they work off of Baseball America. But here is the top 10 updated prospects by Bleacher Report, because I do think this is really intriguing for Ranger fans, because people ask me about Evan Carter, and I do think, now here's the deal. Leody Taveras went 4 for 5 yesterday, I believe. I think he went 4 for 4 to start the game and got out on his last at bat. But Leody Taveras, that game was important. I believe he got to 300 batting average because of a little bit of lack of at-bats because of, missing the start of the season because of injury and spring training. So I do think it's important that Leody has a good year this year, because I do think when we get to July, the start of July, I think the Rangers are going to strongly consider calling up Evan Carter as almost the bat that they need to maybe try to put the team over the top. I'm not saying he's not Ichiro, it's Shohei Ohtani.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that he could really help the offense. And he can play any outfield position. Usually when you're a good center fielder, you can play all 3 outfield positions, and he can. But here is Bleacher Report's top 10 prospects updated, and this did come out today, and I'm wondering if they're working off of Baseball America. Number 1 is Jordan Walker. He started off the year with was it a 14 or 12 game hitting streak, his first 12?
And it was the longest in like 100 years.
To start a season off. Okay, so he's number 1. Number 2, I feel like is cheating a little bit. Number 2 for Bleacher Report is Anthony Volpe, who is the everyday shortstop for the New York Yankees.
Yeah.
He should be off of this list. I feel like once you've spent a month straight in the major leagues, you have to be taken off this list. Now, I guess you can be put back on if you get sent back down. Number 3, this one makes sense just because of where he's picked. It's Jackson Holiday, the number 1 overall pick in the draft last year. So he's a year or 2 at least away from contributing to the Baltimore Orioles. Number 3 I believe he just was called up. I haven't checked his stats yet, but it would be Brett Beatty, the third baseman for the New York Mets. Did he get called up? I think he did.
I'm not familiar.
Next one, I'm going to be honest, I don't know at all. I don't know anything about this prospect. Is Jackson Chourio, if I'm saying it right? He's an outfielder for the Milwaukee Brewers. Number 3, I have heard of him. Or sorry, number 6, I have heard of him. Ellie De La Cruz. He's a shortstop for the Cincinnati Reds, but in the minor leagues. Number 7, I have him on my fantasy team, and they had to send him back down. And this is a heck of a story here. His name is Taj Bradley. He is the number 1, obviously, prospect for Tampa Bay, but also the number 1 pitching prospect on this list. When you look at this list, he's the first pitcher that is on this list. They're having to send him back down to the minor leagues, and you tell me if this is a weird story or not.
Okay.
And baseball's running into this. Every Monday is an off day in the minor leagues. There's no minor league baseball on Mondays. They play 6 days a week, and then they have off on Monday, and then they start a new series on Tuesday, and they play the same team Tuesday through Sunday. It's all 6-game series now to cut down on the cost of travel. So you have 6-game series. It's always Tuesday through Sunday. Taj Bradley just got sent back down to the minor leagues again. Why? Because he is not prepared to throw every 5th day, which is asked of in the major leagues. Because he's pretty much been pitching kind of almost every 7th day.
Right.
As they have 6-man rotations, and so he pitches, let's just say, every Saturday night. Okay?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you start changing that when you make it to Double-A? And Tampa Bay, who am I to question Tampa Bay, right?
They've clearly built some phenomenal things up there.
But if the Rangers, when they get close to possibly calling up an Owen White or Jack Leiter, or unfortunately Cole Winn, he is tanking as a prospect right now. I hope it gets better, but it is real. Cole Winn has, after having a very good 2021, last year wasn't good, and this year's getting worse. If you're worried about Jack Leiter, I get it because he's number 2 overall pick. Unfortunately, Cole Winn is, maybe they need to transition him into a reliever and see if it gets better as a relief pitcher. But my question here is, in the minor leagues, once a guy kind of reaches Double-A, or you think he's maybe a few months away from being a major league pitcher, shouldn't you start pitching him every 5th day?
Yes.
Like, this is a really weird thing. The Tampa Bay Rays, who are the best team in baseball and need Taj Bradley because of Jeffrey Springs, a former Texas Ranger, great pitcher. He needed Tommy John surgery. He's done for the year. So they're like, Taj Bradley, you kind of need to be an everyday pitcher for us now because you are good enough. But they're dealing with, I'm assuming, his arm fatiguing because they're like, he can't handle every 5th day.
Yeah.
It was the biggest adjustment for me in my life, was throwing every 5th day. I know I was drafted out of high school, but so I'd pitch every Friday night for Duncanville High School. Well, then I had to pitch every 5th day. And that first full season of pitching every 5th day, my arm felt like it was going to fall off.
Oh.
It hurt. And it's tough at 19 years old to transition from pitching every Friday to pitching every 5th day. Yep. And college guys have to do that too. Jack Leiter only pitched every Friday night, and then it could have been reversed. And then Rocker would pitch every Saturday night. That's all they pitched. That you play Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in college, and you only pitch your day. And you pitch once every 7 days. Same thing in high school. But that's a weird deal. That like now we're calling up pitchers and they're like, oh, my arm can't handle every 5th day.
Yeah.
I think you start when you get to AAA or advanced in AA where you're like, hey, he's pitching pretty well. You might want to start going, we're going to adjust our rotation to make sure he's pitching every 5th day to get his arm used to a major league schedule.
Right. That makes sense to me.
He's number 7. I just found that a really weird story that Tampa Bay is like, yeah, he's good enough to pitch in the major leagues, doing a good job, but his arm's fatiguing tremendously because he doesn't know how to pitch every 5th day. Grayson Rodriguez, who has been called up by Baltimore, he made his debut against the Texas Rangers. He's number 8. Francisco Alvarez is the catcher for the New York Mets. He is number 9. And number 10, according to Bleacher Report now, is Evan Carter.
And, I mean, I think...
Of the Rangers, center fielder in AA.
Take this for what you will. We had a couple people say Evan Carter is 11 and Owen White is 56. Since we've been, like, in the midst of the show, I haven't had a chance to find it just quite yet. But still, whether it's Bleacher Report at 10, Evan Carter with Baseball America at 11, that's pretty darn good for somebody who's 20.
He is doing a tremendous job. I'm leaning towards he's going to make the major league team at some point this year. But if Leote is batting around 300, or let's just say 270, I don't have to make it that high, because his on-base percentage is going to be low because he doesn't draw a lot of walks. I think one thing is pitchers aren't threatened by Leote at all. So if you get into a bad count, 2-0, 3-1, 3-2, and 3-2 is not a bad count, but you get into kind of the hitter has a little bit of an advantage here count.
Yeah.
Just throw a strike.
Yeah.
What's the worst case scenario Leote's going to do to you? And once Leote starts showing that he's going to do more damage, you start getting a little bit more careful in hitters' counts. But right now, they're just challenging Leote in those counts. He's taking advantage of it. Good for him. By the way, on Bleacher Report, 65 is Owen White. That is your second Ranger prospect on the list. At number 80, he is off to a good start. He's years away. But Brock Porter, as the 4th round pick, looks like a good pick right now.
Yeah.
He's gotten off to a really good start in A-ball.
The combo deal with
Yes.
Rocker, we felt like.
And then as I move up a little bit more, you do get, I believe, the Vandy boys, because I saw pictures of them. Well, Kumar Rocker is number 100 on the list, and they have a picture of Jack Leiter off the list. Honorable mention in the next 50 is Jack Leiter.
Okay.
So that's Bleacher Report, not
Yeah.
Baseball America. But, man, that's exciting for Evan Carter. The Rangers do need some guys to start developing somewhat in their bullpen. In a weird way, we've drafted some starting pitchers, but the help really needs to come that you're developing the next, in a weird way, Neftali Feliz.
And that's what I kind of thought for a minute earlier this season about Cole Reagans. Like, I know he's been groomed to be a starter, but I did kind of wonder when they used him in relief if that could have been a viable
Yeah, and I know Bobby Belt has dropped in, like, let's just advance Kumar Rocker into relief pitcher. I'm not for that yet. But since Cole Winn is struggling so much as a starting pitcher at the upper levels of the minor leagues, I would change Cole Winn to a relief pitcher. I would, if I was CY, I would have a strong conversation with my pitching coordinator in the minor leagues, my pitching coach in AAA, and saying, hey, if it's not working out, if he cannot pitch 5 innings, what do you guys think about making him a 1-inning pitcher? I would want their opinions. And I would say, what do we think of making Cole Winn a 1-inning pitcher? Would that make him a better pitcher? Could he then throw a little bit harder? Would it be, I don't know. But could Cole Winn not develop into a closer? I'm not putting that much on him, but could we get more out of him being a 1-inning pitcher rather than trying to make him a 5 or 6 inning pitcher? Next, Mike Likes It. This has been really fun to somehow find on YouTube. I have no clue how it got on my list. But there are these 2 British, I call them kids. They're very young. They're like young men.
Okay.
They've been doing this for a while, and they have a tremendous following. They get like 1 million or more views on their YouTube videos. It's called Jolly, Jolly.
Okay.
They go around the world and kind of test out food, but in a very fun way. They just got done going through Texas. They flew into Austin because they wanted to go to Terry Black's. They wanted to try, for the first time in their lives, they wanted to try Texas barbecue.
And I liked we had Brandon's birthday up here at Terry Black's. The Terry Black's, and it was very good. The Terry Black's in Austin was one of the best meals I can recall in recent memory.
Okay.
It was outstanding.
They have been to some of the most famous Italian restaurants in Italy. They have been to steakhouses in New York. They said on this that the Terry Blacks, now they don't have a comparison. They've only had England barbecue, which they said is a joke.
Okay.
But they're comparing it also to the meals that they've had. They said it's the greatest meal they've ever had. They've been to Michelin star restaurants where, that's
where they have tires, yeah.
No,
yes.
that's not right.
They have tires and they serve food.
The best food, apparently.
But they said they felt really bad at the end. They're like, I don't know how we can describe this better than like, this might be the best meal I've ever had in my life.
Wow.
So now they've never been to any other barbecue restaurants, but they were just like, at least, I don't know every video they've ever put out, but it was interesting. They also went to Buc-ee's.
Okay.
They were mad at how good. They were like, this is the craziest thing we've ever seen in our life. They're like, they call it petrol stations.
Oh, yeah.
In England, they were telling when they were checking out at Buc-ee's, they're like, have you ever been to England or London? And the person checking out said, no, You go, you're going to be really disappointed with our petrol stations because.
But Buc-ee's is not representative of all gas stations.
And even around these, because it's funny, there's a lot of folks that are not from Texas. Like I have friends that are, across the country, and they'll be like, so what is this Buc-ee's thing? I don't understand. It's like, yeah, you're not going to. Like, there's not a lot of places around the nation that, resemble in any way what Buc-ee's is.
Like a gas station mall.
They're very funny.
Pretty much.
These two guys are very funny. And what they said is, what would be the result if your answer was yes to every question you got asked? And that's Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is the ultimate, just say yes to every question.
That's a great slogan.
Like, hey, you want to make banana pudding? Yes. You want to make barbecue? Yes. You want to make all the beef jerkies ever known to man? Yes. Like, whatever the question is, the answer is yes.
How big of a soda do you want? Yes.
Yes. And so they also went to Whataburger. There's a video on them going to Whataburger for the first time. And it was funny. They're like, because their favorite thing there was the patty melt. So then they're like, is Whataburger like, you're going here and you're like, what, a burger? Like, no way should I order a burger. And they also obviously love the honey butter chicken biscuit.
Yeah.
So it was really funny watching these guys go to a lot of different Texas places. They went to the Houston rodeo. And when those kids got on the sheep, and then they would hug the sheep and then fall off and they would cry or like look like they were really hurt. They were looking around going, so this is different. Like this is very entertaining to the people here. We find this a little bit disturbing that they're putting 5-year-olds on sheep and they take off running and then they eventually wipe out. But they had a great time.
They're supposed to be cultured.
Trying all the fried food at the Houston rodeo. But
this does sound fun. What's it called again?
Jolly, Jolly. They just got done with their tour of Texas. They never came to Dallas. They did Austin and Houston for the most part, but kind of did all the things that they were told you have to do if you come to Texas. They're like, we have to come back to Texas. We have to bring back kind of our spouses because this was an amazing trip.
That does sound incredible. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Luka, from those Utah Jazz rumors to an anonymous GM calling him selfish. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 105.3 The Fan.
gettyimages.com. Let's talk about cash out refinancing. If your credit score is over 680, you're going to get a great rate. If your credit score is below 680, your rates are going to be a little bit higher. And you know what? There are still cash out refinance loans with credit scores below 620. Call TexasLending.com to find out what your options are. Find out your benefits. Go online today, TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773, Equal Housing Lender.
It's Zach Wolchuk, and I found the pain-free fix to my receding hairline thanks to my man, Dr. Michael Bailey at Elite Skin Center. Introducing Almatet, the newest treatment for regaining thicker, fuller hair with a pain-free ultrasound-based technology that revitalizes hair follicles, promoting hair growth, all in a relaxing massage. Guys, it's really pain-free, and it's just 40 minutes. Don't let hair loss hold you back anymore. Visit EliteSkinCenter.com, schedule your free consultation, and you get $500 off when you mention Tolo. That's EliteSkinCenter.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There's still plenty more to talk about from the Stars Game 3 perspective. If you have any thoughts you want to get out there, Stars lose 7-2 to the Kraken, we can discuss. But we also have a lot of basketball, including local basketball, which sounds weird because the Mavericks most definitely didn't make the playoffs. I don't know if you saw this report, is the Utah Jazz are quote-unquote keeping a very interested eye. And I was like, sure. Most teams are probably curious about what that happens. So I had a couple of different things for you from the more fun angle. What would be the Utah Jazz trade package you'd put together to get Luka? Now, so I want to hear those as well, because obviously it starts with picks 9 and 28, and we go from there. But then on the more pressing potentially issue list is, I was reading this off of Bleacher Report, which came from Heavy.com, is that one...
Oh, that's an aggregation site.
Yes, exactly. And so that probably came from Who the Hell Knows. And so I got tired of chasing down the original source. Is that one general...
Yeah, but that's what got you got by DeAndre Swift.
That is true. And Micah Parsons got me got on that too. I was like, oh, he quote tweeted. It's definitely real. Is that one anonymous GM said that Doncic, quote, doesn't want to share with Irving. And I think that they want Kyrie and they like Kyrie being the Mavs. But what I can tell you is that Luka, who wasn't against the trade, just like so many young players today, doesn't want to share. And now, Mike, you brought up an interesting point before the show, is maybe it's a GM or maybe it's a whole other network of people trying to get their message out.
It could be a little bit of Kyrie Irving's agent. Kyrie played the Dallas Maverick trade perfectly, as in this. He caused no problems. Teammates loved him. Media loved him. He did have to sit out games because of injury, and that's part of his, it just is what it is. He's just not a healthy guy. He cannot handle close to 82 games in an NBA season. But all the things that he had to do after demanding a trade, after, I don't know, Brooklyn, it felt like was 25-5. And then he's like, I want out. And you're like, what the F, dude? Like, you are such a cancer. That's his, that's the definition of who he is. But he comes here and he wasn't. He got along. He played the role of kind of the supplemental superstar. Yeah. But at the same time, you hear that this isn't Kyrie's destination. He never wanted to be a Dallas Maverick. It wasn't that he's totally against the Dallas Mavericks, but he doesn't really want to be a Dallas Maverick, doesn't really want to play his next 3 to 5 years with Luka Doncic to finish his career out.
He's a guy who seems to have very defined preferences.
Yes. And so I wonder in this, and maybe been told a little bit, but, people don't want to believe me because I'm not a Dallas Mavericks source, is that this could be a little bit of the way of Kyrie getting out his message without any type of Kyrie being part of the message. Is that, hey, maybe other general managers feel that Luka's a ball, and he is a ball hog.
Yeah. Oh, he is.
And guess what? His teammates feel that way too. There's a little bit of issue with that. Like, dude, at times we do get tired of standing and watching you dribble for 18 seconds. So this is tough because Luka has to, if he wants great teammates, he does have to change a little bit of the way he plays. Yes, you can dominate the ball as the dominant player. Michael Jordan dominated the ball. Kobe at times dominated the ball. LeBron dominates the ball. But it can't be the way you do it, the way James Harden did it, and the way that Russell Westbrook did it. It doesn't work out. It's never worked out when you're that ball dominant. But in this GM thing, I do think there's a little bit of Kyrie in there, making sure that there's a little bit of the message of when he tries to leave the Dallas Mavericks looking for a sign and trade, that it's put it on Luka, don't put it on me, because I need the $40+ million a year, man.
I don't think, I know there's some people who think that report was a bombshell. I don't view it that way. I view it in terms of, I believe that. And I feel like we knew that.
Yeah.
Luka was kind of a ball hog. And that's why we keep bringing up Ayton.
Yeah. Ask Porzingis if he thinks Luka's a ball hog. He will. I don't know if he'll answer it truthfully to the media, but he kind of has. Yeah. I didn't like playing with him. I have to go stand in certain areas and just wait for the ball to possibly come to me.
And that's why I wonder about the idea of DeAndre Ayton. Not that DeAndre Ayton wouldn't want to be fed the ball and anything like that, but it's different from the guard perspective of, Kyrie, even if you think he's a combo guard as opposed to a regular point guard, I get that. But he would like to have the ball in his hands more often than not. It feels like Ayton would like to have the ball in his hands, mostly to attempt to finish or for a rebound or whatever.
I think this is where, Kevin, I'd love your opinion on this, and maybe Reggie too, this is where drafting can become so important. Hardy has no idea what it's like to play without Luka for the most part, unless there's an injury to Luka and he sits out games. Josh Green kind of has no idea how basketball is in the NBA without Luka Doncic. If you do draft a guy, let's say you do keep the 10th pick, that guy's only going to play with Luka. He doesn't know another way. When guys play in other NBA cities with other NBA players, they know a different culture. They know a different way to play the game at this level. So it's kind of one of these things where drafting can become really important, because if you're 19 or 20 coming into the league and you play with Luka and only with Luka, you're like, this is great. I'm in the NBA and I'm playing basketball, right? And I'm getting open looks, right? And you don't know what it's like to play another style.
And that's why I keep lamenting things that they're done and they're not going to change. And I don't know why. As I keep lamenting, I wish you would have, even after the trade, I wish you could have still found a more defined role for Josh Green. I still wish that Hardy would have continued to get consistent minutes. It's done. It's over. Yeah. It didn't happen. It can happen this year, but it's but it also feels like it could have happened last year and we would have been ahead of the game. But I need to stop doing that, because it's done, it's over, and it's not going to change. But that's why I'm so intrigued by the draft as well, right? Whether it's Gigi Jackson or whoever you want to go with.
I know people didn't like what I said. With, I don't know, 3 weeks left in the season. It might have been less than that. But we're starting to get another. Where did this come from? If everything was perfect and everything was great, how come now there's another GM saying, hey, man, Luka's kind of a ball hog and he's like all these young players and it's tough for these guys to really play with him? Where did that come from? How did this happen? I thought everybody was having the best time in the world playing with the Dallas Mavericks last year.
I mean, I think we all knew that was fake at the time. I know some people push back on you. I knew it was fake at the time because we had heard from multiple people, both in and outside of the organization, that there's problems. Just like I'm sure there's problems on every team. It's just those problems become more, I don't know, front of mind when you're not winning to go along with it. Because I'm also sure there's been plenty of teams that have won that they freaking hated each other. But they won and then nobody cared.
Right.
Now, to go along with that, what would be an acceptable trade haul for you from the Utah Jazz? I've decided I'm going to make this trade happen somehow. Even though
every pick that's possible plus every pick swap that's possible. Whatever is under the law that you can legally do. I don't want to trade Luka, but I do see where the Mavs are probably going to be put in this situation a year or two from now. I don't think you have to worry about it now, but I do think in a couple of years you are going to have to strongly consider this. And I would just say whatever team wants to give me all the legal picks and all the legal pick swaps. That's where we start.
All right, so like if you're starting as like trying to find a foundational base that will help inform your trade, is it Rudy Gobert? Is it Kevin Durant? Like, what's the base that you go that trade?
Not even close.
Establish.
Rudy Gobert's not even like a top 20 player. Kevin Durant is close to 40 years old, not close to 20 years old. So if we're doing this, I look at it, this has never happened in the history of basketball. So I'll be the first team in the history of basketball to trade he's 24 right now. He'll be 25 in February. If I'm doing it today, I'm trading a 24-year-old who's a 4-time first-team All-NBAer. So I want probably, Reggie, I want 8 picks and I want 4 pick swaps. I need almost 8 picks that I'm getting free, as in I'm getting 8 new picks.
Is the max 4-4?
I don't think it is. If like Oklahoma City next year has 4 first-round picks. They have 1 first-round pick this year. I believe they have their pick and 3 other first-round picks next year. I think they can trade all of those picks. So I can get 4 first-round picks in 2024. So that wouldn't mean I'm done with first-round picks and pick swaps. So if a team has a whole bunch of stored picks,
okay,
I believe I can get like 8 first-round picks, and then I can get pick swaps.
I don't know why. For some reason, I thought it was 4 picks and 4 swaps.
It's because you can only do up to so many years.
So maybe that's
of your own picks. That's the distinction. You would only be able to give up 4 of your own picks because you cannot trade first round picks in.
But if you've
back-to-back
acquired
seasons.
all of this,
you can trade other
because
teams.
I was looking into it and I was like, yeah. Plus, I'll go ahead and take Walker Kessler, and I'll take
but they kind of in this Utah thing, aren't they? Kind of saying in some world where the Mavericks trade him in the next 3 months,
we're gonna go
that
Kessler
they need Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler because they want a championship team around Luka.
Yeah. No, you're probably right about that. If it was posed to the Mavericks fan base, because we talked about this before, I don't think it has to be a thing where it has to be only Luka left or only Kyrie left. But for a lot of the season, people kind of positioned it like that. So if I told you just your generic trade was the Mavericks get 6 to 8 first-round picks and 4 first-round swaps versus Luka, how many people out there do you think would be like, good, let's rebuild, I think Luka's a problem, versus people would be like, are you crazy? We have one of the best players in the league. I'm not trading him for any of that.
I think both of those perspectives are relatively valid, and I do think that it's a little bit closer than we give it credit for, but of course it's going to lean towards you have a superstar. Why would you get rid of that? Particularly around these places where you've seen, obviously you had the superstar in Dirk, but you've seen how difficult it is to like get somebody alongside. Tough part about it is I think a lot of people are coming to the terms with the idea that it feels like a window is closing, and not even a window for contention, but a window for keeping your superstar and ending up in a place like New Orleans did, where Anthony Davis looks up and he's like, I got 1 year left on this rookie extension. Get me out of here. Right. So I think that people are starting to feel the pressure of that, and that might make people look up and go, getting back a whole bunch of picks after you've depleted yourself of picks, so that you can start anew with another star, is something that would appeal to folks.
You know, it's interesting, Reggie, as I was talking to somebody and they said this to me, and they say Mark Cuban doesn't see the NBA this way. And this is maybe where he reads the salary cap and the CBA way different than all 29 other teams. You cannot lose assets for nothing in the NBA. You have to get talent and keep the talent. If you want to trade the talent for different talent, you do that. Mark Cuban has decided throughout his history is, I'll lose Steve Nash for nothing.
Yeah.
I will lose whoever it is. I will lose this player for nothing.
Brunson.
I'm okay with losing Jalen Brunson for nothing. And most teams see that as the worst thing that can ever happen to you as a team is you cannot lose talent for nothing, because that talent has to either acquire other talent or you keep that talent at any number possible. You're like, screw it, Brunson, you want to leave? Max out contract. 5 years, $150 million. We will max you out because we cannot lose talent and not replace you with other talent. It's impossible to do. So you just keep acquiring talent to make sure you can take that talent and get different talent if you want it. But Mark Cuban sees it differently. He is willing throughout his history as an owner to lose talent for nothing.
Well, and with that in mind, actually, because we're getting a lot of feedback here, I kind of want to carry this over into a new avenue of this discussion. is The Athletic talk with about 2,000 fans and got responses for the kind of the exit survey. You know, like you finish up the year or you finish a job, you do an exit survey. We're going to go through these questions and see how people feel, because there are some results in there that I don't know if he would, but I would love it if our organization took a look at these answers and realized maybe where the team and definitely where the fan base is. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag Nation starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this.
Class of 23.
Yeah.
Sounds excited.
It's just all things Lakers. I feel like beat him down, especially when we play a Lakers highlight. Is that fair to say?
I hate the Lakers.
I know that you do.
I don't hate LeBron James. I hate him right now because he is a Laker. I wish he would have just stayed with Cleveland. I totally get why he went to LA. I'm not saying it was a bad decision. He went and won a championship there in the fake bubble playoffs. But I don't know. Like the Bronny James, obviously I saw him watching. I shouldn't have anything against the kid or anything. It's
not his fault. Yeah.
I feel like I don't know this. I feel like at the end of the day, we're going to try to make him Ken Griffey Jr. And I know that Ken Griffey Sr. was never LeBron James, but it's like, is he getting rated this high because he really is this good? And he might be, or is it because they know he's going to be a top 5 pick? Because
it's definitely because he's good, because he was rated pretty low earlier.
I mean, I know Duncanville beat the crap out of him, and he couldn't compete with the Duncanville kids.
But over the last, especially year, you've seen him move up because a lot, we talked about, he was a fringe draftable prospect, like 60-ish. And it wasn't just because of LeBron. Like, he really does seem to have gotten a lot better.
And to your point, when he competed against Anthony Black, who is going to be a top 10 pick this year from Arkansas, and they had Ron Holland, who is a top 5 top 5 player in high school who went to Duncanville, who's now going to UT next year. Like, when he had to compete against that team a year ago, I don't know if he would have started on Duncanville's team a year ago.
And being a year younger
but
than
now it's a year
kids,
later, and you can improve a whole bunch from 17 to 18 years old. But he was not good enough to be one of the 4 or 5 best players on Duncanville's team his junior year.
And then on the Stars front, we've talked all day about their loss to the Kraken 7-2. But tomorrow, Reggie, I'm going to put together even more reasons for Stars optimism going into Game 4. This segment, however, won't be that.
What?
Because I feel like I set that up well.
It's a bait and switch.
I'm
going to talk to the local Better Business Bureau.
Do that. Let me know what they say. Is The Athletic did a exit survey for the Mavs, and they got about 2,000 responses, a little bit less than 2,000. And I wanted to go through some of the questions and see if this is how you feel as a fan. And does this message make any difference at all because the Mavericks are going to do what they want to do? On a scale of 1 to 5, how disappointing was the Mavericks season?
5.
Reggie?
I didn't hear the question.
On a scale of 1 to 5, how disappointing was the Mavericks season?
Ooh, that's a solid 4 or 5. 5. Give me a 5.
8% voted 1, 2, or 3. 92%, with 62 of that percent being a 5, said a 4 or a 5. So, like, the vast majority of Mavericks fans were like, this season was shockingly disappointing.
I knew that, I don't want to say I knew. I didn't think after watching them play early in the year that they were going to have a magical season and make the NBA Finals. But I didn't think that at the end of the year you'd be talking about one of the 10 worst teams in the NBA. And if somebody says, well, they tanked no. They were one of the 10 worst teams in the NBA. They were horrible after the All-Star break.
I mean, they went from, in like January, I was talking about that, well, they're not looking great, but, you know, they're still in the top 4 or whatever, to not making the play-in.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, this is interesting. So there's 4 different answers, and you can rank them in order. Ownership, coaching, front office, and the players' individual performances. What is most to least responsible for this garbage season?
Oh, my goodness.
Most is ownership. I think Mark Cuban has taken over, and he has been for a while. He is Jerry. Everything you thought Jerry Jones Jerry Jones says he is. He's not anymore. It's actually Will McClay and Stephen Jones are the general managers of the team. But what we saw from 1994, 1995 through about 2016, that's who Mark Cuban is. And Mark Cuban ain't going anywhere. He's the real general manager of this team.
I said that a few years ago. I remember we had this conversation. I was like, is Mark Cuban really that different from Jerry?
And so I would say ownership 1.
Okay. And then there's coaching, front office, and the players' individual performances.
I'll lean towards coaching 2. I think he got the least out of the team.
Okay.
But I think the talent is, I do understand the excuse of Jason Kidd did not have a lot of talent to deal with. So I get both sides of it. I'll go with players 3. I'll go with front office 4 because I don't think Nico and Michael Finley have a lot of power.
2 and 3 are really close. 2 is the front office and 3 is the coaching.
Yeah.
And it takes a pretty good...
I think that's tough for me because I take front office out because I would vote front office pretty high too, but I think Mark Cuban is doing both.
The players are the least of the concerns. They got the least amount of votes for 1, and they got the most amount of votes for you're the least of our problems.
Yeah.
Which means ownership is, in fact, number 1 on the list of biggest problems with this franchise. And again, I know Mark Cuban's not going to look at this and put out a press release and say he's selling the team.
Right.
But sometimes I do wish some of this feedback was easily accessible, and maybe it is by Mark Cuban to see where people think the problem lies.
Reggie, I don't know if you heard the John Daniels interview, but at one point John Daniels did say, hey, look, I had a little bit of burnout going on. And John Daniels decided after Cornell, he decided I'm going to get into baseball. And it took him a long way into general manager / president. Mark Cuban is an entrepreneur at heart. I don't think he cares nearly as much about basketball as he used to. He's never going to admit that publicly because he's the owner of the team and making decisions. But I don't think he has a passion. After winning the championship, I don't think there is the passion and the fire burning within him to get this thing right.
How much of that has hit you this year? Because, and I know you talk about this, Mike, for the year, you were like, I think the Mavericks can win it all. Like, when did this start to hit you specifically about Cuban?
About 2016.
Okay.
Where I started going, I don't think... he has it. And then if you start going through it, you're just like, what is he doing? What's his plan? And I just think his plan was, let's just do the sellout thing and make the money. He was thinking about running for president.
Yes, I
think
do remember
he's an entrepreneur at heart. His brain is mine, and he's unbelievable at that. But that's who he is. He's not a basketball guy. He still, to this day, isn't spending really enough time. Like I say, can you imagine if Chris Young right now is talking about crypto and politics and everything? You'd be like, Chris, dude, like, you're supposedly running the Texas Rangers and you need to know the farm system and you need to know your players and you need to know. And Mark Cuban's like, no, crypto and politics. And you're just like, and he's doing a great deal with the medical thing. I think that's a great deal he's doing.
Phenomenal, yeah.
But he's so scatterbrained because of his entrepreneur brain that I don't think basketball is that big of a deal to him anymore.
I'm going to quick hit these next couple questions. Best moment of the season as a fan. 66% voted for the Luka
60-point
game against the Knicks. Everything else, 34% combined. The worst moment from the season, it's interesting the way this gets framed. 53% said the loss of Jalen Brunson.
Okay,
and then
I get that.
37% said the back-to-back losses to Charlotte were
That
the
was pretty
worst
bad.
moment of the season.
And I think that coincides with mine is kind of when Jason Kidd let us know that he doesn't really care to coach.
Yeah, nobody's dying.
Which I think that was
or
right
like-
around Charlotte where he started having press conferences of I'm not the savior, nobody's
Right.
dying. It's just like, oh my God, dude. Like, what the hell is going on?
It goes off the normal grade scale that you think of, A, B, C, D, and F. What grade would you give Luka for the season? And this is based on the responses from the Athletic.
C.
C. Okay. Reggie?
I think because of all the other situations, he has his culpability, but I think folks will still give him a B.
Oh, I understand that.
15% C. 26.5% A. 55% give him a B. This is somebody who
I like that.
I still don't think we've seen it, but will at least be second team All NBA, if not
Yeah.
first team All NBA. 55%
I just don't think
give him a B.
I don't think he improved at all his game.
Okay.
I think that he still stayed a top 10 player in the league, but
Yeah.
he did not improve his
And then
mental game.
regressed regressed in
And
the
in a weird
mental.
way, got fatter as the season went along.
Kyrie Irving. I know he wasn't here the whole year, but what grade would you give him?
I think
Here-
a lot of people enjoyed him here.
Here in Dallas. Go ahead, Reggie, give your grade.
Yeah, I think people are going to give him an A. I think people, Mike, you laid out some of this is like he was not an issue, and I don't think anybody views him as a big issue on this team. I think a lot of people are happy with him. I say it's A.
I would give him a B just because the success on the court didn't happen. But also, to Reggie's point, and I think to a lot of fans' point, I don't think a lot of it was his fault. I don't think there's great. I don't think there'll ever be great chemistry if he stays here between Luka and Kyrie. They're two games, and they don't match up perfectly.
37% gave him an A, 48% gave him a B. And I just want to compare that versus Luka. The B's were 48% for Kyrie versus 55% for Luka. And the A's were 37% for Kyrie versus 27% for Luka. So Kyrie got better grades than Luka. Christian Wood. This one is difficult.
I guess because he made the coaches so furious at him that they wouldn't play him.
That's true.
I will give it a D.
Okay.
I don't know that this is a fan survey, right?
Yep.
I don't know if the fans viewed it that way. I think folks will give him a B. I think fans can acknowledge to some extent, all right, maybe he just wasn't like amazing. However, the way that he was not played consistently and not for a lot of minutes really seemed to irk the fans. I think from that perspective, they're like, it's not his fault, it's the coach's fault.
B, 21%.
Okay.
That's third.
Wow.
A D, 26%, and a C, 43%.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you look at it
I
right
get
there, 69% of the people gave him a C or a D.
Okay,
I
so
like
maybe
it.
people were a lot more fair then.
I like these grades, honestly.
Is there a specific player you want? Obviously, I'll get to the one.
Wembanyama.
No, for the Mavericks.
I don't know. You asked the question, and he
That's
answered
right.
it.
You're right. A specific Mavericks player grade for this past season that you would like. Wemby is a good answer, though.
I'll tell you what. I want to know the 2,000 fans because they're not me. What are we giving the future Hall of Famer in the Mavericks, Dwight Powell, when he gets his 10-year, $200 million deal in the offseason?
Okay. Reggie, I want you to guess the vote. Dwight Powell has the most bizarre
Polarizing
voting breakdown.
All right. I think that there's going to
It won't be R for rebounds. I know that.
I think there's going to be a lot of B's, and then there's going to be a lot of D's.
Okay.
And I would say
he doesn't
more
play
B's than
defense
D's.
or dribble, but maybe he gets a D in his grade.
19%, give him a B.
Dang it. All right, I was wrong.
21%, 21%
Hey,
give him an F.
I forgot F was a possibility.
22% give him a D. So just think about that for a second.
Oh, there's a lot of A's?
43. No.
Oh.
43%.
I wasn't counting. I just heard.
Fear not, Mike. You're going to be fine with this. But 43% of the people give him a D or an F. And then 34%.
Thanks for listening to the KNC Masterpiece, y'all.
That's right. 34% goes C. So The vast majority, so B is fourth on the list behind F, D, and C for Dwight Powell's grades.
All right.
Does that make you feel better, Mike?
Yeah, at least I guess most of the fan base see him as a underperforming. I get how great of a person he is. I get how much Dirk loves him. I get how much Mark Cuban loves him. I get how much Luka Doncic loves him. But he's a bad basketball player.
You want Jason Kidd, or do you want a quick hit Green and Hardy?
Jason Kidd. I think he's more important in a weird way.
Yeah, the young kids are fine. We all believe in that.
Yeah. I would give him, this year, I would probably give him a D, and the only reason I'm not giving him an F is I do know that he has a non-talented roster. At best average. He has an average talented roster with a superstar player and another kind of star player at the end of the year on the team. But at the same point, I thought he did a crap job with Christian Wood. I thought he did a crap job with getting the most out of the team. Inbounding the ball looked like he was trying to fly a spaceship to the moon. Hey, there's 10 seconds to go. You want to inbounds play? He's like, I don't even know how the hell this works. I'm just watching like everybody else. D.
98%.
98%.
Well, I combined some of those. Only 2% gave him a B. I believe no percent gave him an A.
Fair.
So the other 98% said C, D, or F. 16.6% C, 34.5% D, and 46.6% give Jason Kidd an F.
You know why I feel like that's so heavy? He got out here antagonizing, in some ways, the media, but that's the forward-facing aspect of this. And, you were not going to endear fans to your perspective, even though I understood what he was trying to say in some of those instances. You weren't going to endear fans to your perspective behaving like that.
Reggie, to your point, I think you make a great point there. Bruce Bochy, the other day when Jose Leclerc had a bad game, do you know what Bruce Bochy said at the end? And he did, say,
would have been lower pressure situations.
He said,
right?
yeah, and you know what else he said? He said, I probably should have gave him a clean inning. So, Bruce Bochy in these games, if you want to blame Bruce Bochy, I guess you can blame Bruce Bochy. But at the end of the game, when he does a press conference, he kind of blames himself some too. He's like, you know what? Maybe I did a bad job of putting him in a bad situation. Jason Kidd still has not made a mistake to all us humans watching basketball as a coach.
Now, and I'm just going to quick hit the end of these. Keep or trade the pick. 53.5% say trade, assuming the Mavericks stay in the top 10. 46.5% say keep. Players you want back. Maxi Kleba, 72%. Christian Wood, 30%. Tim Hardaway Jr., 37%. Dwight Powell, 24%. And on a scale of 1 to 5, the most percentage has Kyrie Irving at a 4 to return to the team. However, do you consider that the Mavericks will have a successful offseason? The highest percentage on 1 to 5 is a 2. So not a lot of optimism about having a successful offseason. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Cardinals finally snapped their long losing streak over the weekend, and now the BetQL model might find a way to play St. Louis as they visit the Cubs.
To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/joy.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
It's the place to be for all sports enthusiasts. The Eagles Nest. All your favorite games can be watched on their 73-inch house TVs and on their new seamless 163-inch LED screen. How about watching your favorite games on that baby? Their Sunday specials include $3 Miller Lite pints, $15 domestic buckets, and $4 fireball shots. Saturdays and Sundays, they serve breakfast and $3 Bloody Marys and mimosas until 11 a.m. The Nest is also expanding, so just bear with them as they do so. They're over on Boat Club Road in Fort Worth. Tell them Zach from The Fan sent you.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to read this. I know we made our statement in the opening segment that we've been just trying to do our normal fun show today to give people a diversion if we can from the 469. Kevin, I know it's not Friday, but can I get a shout out to my work buddy who was shot on Saturday, and his son, who is going to go with us for the time being. We listen to The Fan every single day. I can't give out names because it's still not public record. And then while we were doing the show, I apologized to Mike. I dipped out like in my head for about 30 seconds because they said there's a second grader and a fourth grader were identified as two more of the victims from Wiley. I mean, it's sad no matter what, but for whatever reason, that just feels even more devastatingly awful.
That's wild. I just read about that story in the morning news about the boy who had survived and lost the rest of his family. And that's just crazy. You know, you take stock of a lot of things at a time like this. And, you know, I wonder how many Tolo's lives were affected, you know, when we have an event like this. And it's incredible to know, you know, God bless that guy for taking his buddy's kid. It's just unbelievable. You can't imagine what that kid's going through right now. And, you know, I wish, you know, God can bless that gentleman who just texted in with all the right answers.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm praying for. All the right answers for that kid, please.
I was listening to a criminologist this morning and said, like, for some people, maybe a lot of people, it's easier to compartmentalize until it's in your backyard. And like, not only is it in our backyard now, it feels almost, and I don't mean to sound hyperbolic, but it feels almost inevitable that it's going to be in your backyard at some point. Like wherever you live in this country, wherever you are, it just feels like you're getting closer and closer to the point was like not if, but when. And it just really sucks. So most of our show has just been regular shenanigans to try to get people's mind off of the crushing sadness of the day, week, month, and year. But I just wanted to bring that up since that person went ahead and texted in. Now, on the sports front, as we always thank the good people at D&M Leasing for bringing us this chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. How we feeling about the Stars? Because on the positive, it seems like perhaps this series is running parallel to Minnesota. But on the flip side, I know there are other people who are like, this team is better than Minnesota, and I'm concerned.
Well, you know, my heart's telling me to go into a full-blown panic right now.
Okay.
My mind is telling me nothing bad has happened yet until you come home. Now, Miro's hurt, and Ottinger looks like he's not seeing the puck. So that's what my heart is screaming right now. But I've been told this can happen to netminders, and they bounce back. I feel like we've seen this 3 times in the playoffs already. You know, what do we play? 9 games, and 1 out of every 3 games, it's just a goal fest against Otter all of a sudden. What the heck's going on?
Well, look, Otter's been fantastic in the postseason when it comes from bouncing back from one game. I think it's 5-1 after a loss in the playoffs. So I'm not really worried about Otter. I think he'll be okay. What I am worried about is just the puck movement, the pace of play, the physicality that the Kraken provide, and Miro. We've seen guys get hit in the face with the puck, then they get stitched up, they come back out. So maybe Miro's good to go. He can play game 4, but you saw just how quickly things snowballed as soon as he left that game.
Yeah, because, first of all, he's been a presence offensively in terms of your puck movement and setting up a lot of these goals. And not to mention, clearly, the defensive deficiencies that you run into when he exits the game. What about you guys?
Yeah, I think there's I'm on the worry side, because I think the one thing the Kraken have shown you is they have a lot of guys that can score.
Yeah.
They don't rely on just one player to get that done. And they've created opportunities. I think it was very clear at the end of the first period that shots were even, then all of a sudden shots doubled, and it seemed like that the Kraken were getting to more pucks. It seemed like they were more physical than what you were accustomed to, and the Stars weren't winning faceoffs. And which
is shocking given how the rest of the series is going.
And I think they were very fortunate that they weren't down a goal after the first. And so, to me, that's when things started to kind of go sideways for the Stars there. I didn't feel like that, that they handled the situation all that well. The opportunities they had, and they weren't able to convert, which we saw in game 2. They were able to make some of those, opportunities and even the series. But that was a tough one last night. Your goalie's not right now. He really isn't.
In the regular season, the Kraken had 13 players score at least 13 goals. The Stars had 6. And that's a pretty big discrepancy.
It's huge.
My hope for Ottinger is, you're right, we saw this in game 1. And it's not a coincidence that the 2 games where he has had a period where he collapsed are the 2 that they lost. He was really good after that first period against the Kraken in game 1. And so I know that doesn't fix the fact that you're now down 2-1, but I'm hopeful for that.
Well, I don't know what goal it was that he gave up, if it was goal 5 or goal 6.
6 was Wedgwood.
Okay, so goal 5 then. It was where he had a chance just to cover, and then he pushes it back out. He pushes it back out, and you're like, whoa, bro, what are we doing here? And so you wonder, is it just a bad day at the office?
Yeah.
Or, and he's been saving you really all year. I mean, let's be honest.
Sure.
He is what he is. But when he is bad, he is bad.
When did y'all bail then on the game? Did you ride out to the bitter end? I stuck around until our power play at 5-1 turned into a shorthanded goal.
When it went shorthanded, I'd had enough. I did. I
can't.
That's when you knew that
I turned it off.
Not your night. And I do lean to that with Otter last night. I mean, I think he was just off. It's a new building he hadn't played in a while. There's a lot of reasons for it, but when he gave up 4 goals,
we had cough medicine, maybe the old.
Oh my gosh,
Eddie Belfour, the old. They got
go.
run in that Stanley Cup game in Jersey.
Yeah,
maybe we can do a little cough medicine.
Little Robitussin.
Sure,
you could just tell
Robitussin.
He gave up those 4 goals. I'm like, all right, I think you just need to pull him and then let Wedgwood go in there, ride this out, and Otter will bounce back for game 4. If game 4 turns into a similar deal, then we have something to worry about.
Yeah, because they've bounced back in every series. He's been a good bounce back guy, and you've seen blowouts. You've seen teams give up, good teams. Carolina, we're just talking about with Spitzy about it. Carolina's given up a ton of goals in a game. This kind of stuff happens in these playoffs. So the next game, if it doesn't look good, then I think that's when I start to
Toronto's in trouble.
Lose my positivity.
Toronto's in trouble.
I could not believe the Cowboys of the NHL got installed as the favorite to win the Stanley Cup after they won their first playoff series in 19 years, and now they're down 3-0.
Is that the sports book just trying to go cash in on as many sucker bets as possible?
It's the Maple Leaf discount.
Yeah.
I talk about that with the Cowboys all the time. Whatever number you're betting, that's not the real number.
Right.
That's what the Cowboys discount, because they're like, you'll bet no matter what. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Haggy, thanks so much for asking. Cy Young 420.
Woo, looking forward to that. He's always very insightful. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. Corey will be back 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say mongoose, Kevin.
Mongoose.
Always a
804-8190. THCLB 48768E.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us a part of this Monday here on the show. General at your service. There's Broaddus, the former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award-winning media member, and the number one influencer across Cowboys social at Brian Broaddus on Twitter. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control, Wolchuk and Chiafalo present. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. Carter Freeman continues to work remotely, and we wish him nothing but the best. Dallas Stars are down 2-1. How shaken is your confidence is the question. At 877-881-1053. 817 says they were off because of the Allen shooting. DeBoer said some of the players had been there. That's one theory. Who knows how that can affect somebody's energy. They definitely looked like they were playing in the second of a back-to-back. And the other team had 3 days rest and was way better. That's what that looked like last night. But hey, in the NBA, the Lakers just became like the fourth team ever to win by 25 after losing by 30. Or was it the other way around? These things happen in the playoffs. Once teams realize it's not their night, sometimes they take their foot off the gas and, maybe rest out there on the court or the ice a little bit. Whatever the case, though, that really took it out of you. 5 goals on 8 shots, and that's my biggest concern. Like, is the Otter all right? Is the confidence shaken? I think that's a legit question to ask right now.
Yeah, and I think he, much like we talked about with the Cowboys draft, right? He deserves the benefit of the doubt. I gave his playoff win total following a loss. He's 5-1. His save percentage is incredible. He's shown the ability to bounce back. Wasn't just him. The rest of the defense was off. I mean, Pete DeBoer talked about it afterwards. Jamie Benn said as well. They were the hungrier team. Stars had some flurries where they were getting some good goal opportunities, and Grubauer was fantastic. Otter looked horrible last night. He really did. He just didn't have it. But the whole team was very off. I thought they should have made the decision to pull Otter after the 4th goal. You could clear it wasn't there for him, and just put Wedgwood in and let him get his mind right for Game 4. I think he's going to be okay. I'm not concerned, but certainly I think Seattle poses a greater threat than Minnesota did. There's no question about that with just their style of play, how deep they are. We talked about that coming into the series, but their puck movement, their fluidity, but also just how quick they are is putting a lot of pressure on the Stars D.
Yeah, the defense is the huge concern. I mean, you lean so much on Miro, you lean so much on Otter, and when you're going to lose both these guys, I mean, Heiskanen goes down, and then Otter just being not himself at all. That's a recipe for disaster, dude. And that's what it was last night. Yeah, so now they're sitting here down 2-1, and a must-win Game 4 is coming up tomorrow night. Broaddus, where are you at with it?
Yeah, I tell you what, I did not like at all what I saw. I mentioned this earlier. I didn't like what I saw at the end of the first last night. It just seemed like that both teams were, had their chances, but then it's like the Kraken all of a sudden, they started to feel a little momentum, and they got some shots. They got some opportunities. Some of the saves that Otter was making were, we've seen him make spectacular ones. But the thing that was a little concerning in that game last night was the fact that, they come out in the second, you're kind of feeling like, okay, you weathered the storm at the end of the first, and, now we're, clean sheet of ice, and here we go. And the Kraken just from the jump, I mean, the goals just were back to back to back. And you're like going, okay, the Stars don't have an answer for this tonight. And when, there was no saves that Ottinger was making that kind of gave the Stars momentum.
Right.
Faced 17 shots, gave up four goals. That's rough.
It is.
That's really rough. And so to me, as you mentioned, they lean on him so much. But, when he's bad, boy, he is really bad.
Okay, I thought it was the puck shot to the face that took their focus away. Who knows, says the 469. I think that's a good theory. But, to me, like, their lack of response and how it just got worse, I don't want to overreact, but I thought, wow,
where's coach here? Can't we say something? Can't we do something to reverse this momentum? And the players, it seemed, were giving up in a troubling way. There was no urgency. There was no physicality. And to see that in the NHL playoffs of all places, where these guys' heart and determination and energy and passion for the game is all anybody wants to talk about when you're talking Stanley Cup playoffs. Mm-hmm. They had little D energy last night in a big way, Wolchuk.
Yeah, it's Jason Robertson is the concern for me right now. He was your best player in the regular season. I think he's got 1 goal in his last 8-9 games. Robo hasn't been around. He
had
has
a couple
been
of
missing.
Opportunities last night.
Big time MIA for Robo. He's got to step up. This is one of those times where Jamie was accountable afterwards. He said, I didn't play well. I mentioned the hunger comment. Pete DeBoer said it too. Pete DeBoer took ownership last night. Said, we got to find a way to be more resilient. I thought we were. I thought we could handle adversity better than that. They didn't.
It's not too big for Marchment. It looks in some ways too big for Robertson to play on a star level. I don't like his body language. I don't like the look in his eyes. I don't like how he looks unsure of himself in front of goal at all. And I think those things are pretty consistent across all sports. I don't have to be some sort of a hockey expert to look at a guy who's lacking confidence compared to what he was in the regular season. I think that defines Robertson in a big way right now.
Well, we're in a situation now where there's going to be a lot of 5-on-5 hockey, and that's the thing. And the one thing is when the Stars are able to get on the power play, the Kraken are doing a great job. They're one of the better teams in the league when it came to shutting down power plays. And, clearly the Stars, they needed to get a little momentum last night. It was 4-1. They had an opportunity to pull that game back to 4-2 and maybe make it a different game, but they got one shot on net.
It's honestly crazy to think about how bad Robertson has been. Because in the regular season, you're talking about only 5 players having more even strength points than him.
Yeah,
and then to be that good and then this bad is it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah,
I know the stage and the competition, but that's a full on regular season, large sample size. You are good at this, and all of a sudden you're just not.
It's what pressure does. I think it's the pace of the playoff hockey as well, from what I can tell. But he's so young, this is a huge learning opportunity. And oftentimes, especially in sports, we learn through our failures. So this is a hell of a learning opportunity right now for Jason Robertson, and hopefully he can speed up that learning curve. Rangers are soaring after back-to-back explosions against the Angels in Anaheim. They've won the series again. Hey, by the way, we're going to have Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, coming up at 5 o'clock. He will tell you why he is still confident. Gavin Spittle, Hockey Hawk, will tell you why he's still confident coming up at 5. We're going to have Chris Young coming up at 4:20, the Rangers GM. I mean, to be having success like this without their 2 best players, it definitely feels like this is very real. And 10 days after losing 4 in a row, I think we can trust this thing here sitting at 20-13. It'll be John Gray tonight against Logan Gilbert. He's been quite a good pitcher in his 6 starts this year, but needed that after Friday night, didn't we, Brian? I know you were on edge a little bit.
No, I was really on edge, and I apologize to Jared Sandler for my rant that I went on Twitter while he was broadcasting a game there. Very unprofessional on my part. I dropped a few F-bombs. I mean,
get it together, Brian.
It is fun though. When the emotional fan comes out abroad, is because in football he's kind of got this thing, but then in the other sports there's that fandom, the emotional that he just can't really contain.
No, you brought up the word fun, and I do think, Brian, in your defense here, this is what the focus should be on. You shouldn't be apologizing. How bleeping exciting is this to give a damn about Rangers baseball again?
Let's go. I like that.
I absolutely, I do give a damn about Rangers baseball because I do. I want to see this town enjoy the, I keep hearing, we keep talking about the ghosts of the past. I'd like to see some success here. But, yeah, that, with the bullpen, honestly, they should have swept the Angels. They should, and you're competing against the Angels right now. You got the Astros that are kind of a 500 team. You just can't keep throwing away games because of the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when you have an opportunity to close these
and what
things
looks
out.
like it'll be a tight division race.
Yep.
Let's ask Chris about that at 4:20. Hey, you going to make a deal here or what?
I think we ask him about that every week, right? It
Yeah.
just gets a little bit more closer to the time where you need to make a deal.
So a month from now, he'll say yes.
Yes.
We're about
close.
to get Chapman or name the reliever.
We'll have a huge and historic Game 4 in the NBA playoffs tonight. Lakers hosting the Warriors up 2-1, looking to take the 3-1 lead and give Brian and I victory over the Nosebleed boys over there.
Yeah, man, this feels a little must-win-ish tonight for us here, Wolchuk. It does. I mean, I would love to see the Warriors come back 3-1 on LeBron the same way he did it to them years ago. So it won't be the final nail in the coffin if they lose tonight. But tonight has those must-win sort of vibes, man.
Yeah, they've won one series in the history of their franchise in the postseason. The Warriors have, when they've gone down 3-1 in a series. So if they don't get it done tonight,
it was a big one, wasn't it?
I think we got to. Yeah, I think it was that Western Conference Final. I think we got to start looking at our bet payoff options.
Yeah, I'm not looking yet. No, if all eyes on tonight, but
if they go down
tomorrow
3-1.
morning, I'm going to start trying to figure out how can I get out of this.
It's going to be even up at 2.
As pain-free as possible.
Klay Thompson's bouncing back.
And
Wiggins is putting up.
I think Jack Nicholson's back in the building. I think old school Lakers show up tonight.
The Jack vibes are
vibes are for real.
The stars were out too Saturday night at Staples Center. It's still Staples.
No
Center.
Kyrie though.
No, there was no Kyrie, but there was every other superstar there.
Sandler was there.
Sure. Yeah, I saw Michael B. Jordan.
For the first time in his career, they saw LeBron not take a single shot in the first quarter. It was crazy. He still ended up with 21, 8 and 8, and Anthony Davis had a great bounce back game, 25 and 13. The Lakers just blew out the Warriors on that Saturday night. And by the way, Chief, I'm going to disagree with you that Rob Pelinka is working that old Silver Fox look better.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's about time
Rob
somebody
Lowe?
steps up.
Nobody. Yeah.
Rob Lowe better?
I took note of it. And I
You
was
saw
like,
some Pelinka
I did
cuts
see some
and
Pelinka.
they weren't good.
Maybe
you got a different angle.
Unless Rob Lowe has fallen off. He was a little slouched.
Let me show you. I'm going to show you.
He was
I'm
a
gonna
little
show you.
slouched with chin down, and it was, you could see the symmetry of an actor's face. Pelinka, it was.
He's not Hollywood.
He's a good looking guy for an agent.
He's in Hollywood, but he's got a 9 to 5. He's not like one of the stars.
That's at least that's the look I saw. Maybe he had a bad night. Maybe he went to go drink off that Game 2 loss and had just shown up all hungover.
Hey, we all have some bad nights. I'm going to DM everybody on this show the side by side of Pelinka and Lowe from an earlier matchup. Maybe it was Game 1. And we'll let you guys decide, but that is a little bit eye-opening for me, and I'll have to reevaluate some things when it comes to Pelinka.
Embarrassing night as in the NBA in Phoenix as Jokic and the Suns owner Matt Ishbia came together on the sideline. Joker pushed him back into his seat. Nobody ejected. Jokic did get a T and says, "Hey, the owner's just another fan who put his hand on me first." But calmer heads didn't end up prevailing. The Suns win and they tie that series at 2 games apiece. Devin Booker just elevating his game.
What in the world?
I thought the Suns were dead.
I did too. I thought they were going to go down 3-0. Next thing you look up, Chris Paul's not playing. Yeah. We're getting dubs.
Dude, Devin Booker is playing some high-level basketball right now, and I guess he's at this point, you have to say it was Jimmy Butler there for a stretch, and it's probably 1A, 1B, but Devin Booker's been the best player in these playoffs.
Wow.
He really has.
Yeah, he's been on fire. I don't know where he is if I was thinking about building a team. I don't think I would take Devin Booker in the first 5 or 10 guys. I would love if he's my second guy, but you got a good point. He is balling, and maybe I undervalue him a little bit. Kentucky Derby came down to the final kick. 15-1 underdog Mage.
Let's go Mage.
Did you bet on him?
I did.
Nice job,
I made
dude.
some good coin. I split a bet with a buddy of mine, and we had on our Bet Nation show the week before, we had a guy say, like, look, if there's a long odds horse to bet on, it would be Mage. So just for funsies, I threw a little bit on Mage. I threw some on a couple of horses that Brian told us on Friday.
Yeah.
Mage ended up coming up in a big way, baby. Let's go.
He did. You have him to win?
Yeah.
Nice.
Had him to win.
Yeah.
At great, like 80-1 or something.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I took my advice and I bet on 2 Phils.
I did.
So
Two Phils was one of the one.
2 Phils was running neck and neck with Mage, and I just kind of thought, man, it just the way that the trip was for both the horses. I thought this is going to be a photo, but yeah, Mage with the
2 Phils did look good though for a while.
Nice finish though for the race. It's a shame. Yeah, that one hurt me a little bit because I thought I was going to cash a ticket on that one.
Who are the 2 Phils? McConkey and Mickelson.
Yeah, I don't know who the two Phils are. I don't know that.
Please, God, tell me it's not Sims.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh,
yeah,
McConkey and Sims.
McConkey and Sims. It might be a giant connection there.
Collins.
Could be.
Exact. Phil Collins.
I
would
think
be a good-
Collins. I'd be in on Collins.
Maybe
Mickelson. Did we say that
Yeah,
one?
yeah,
Mickelson.
It was just the
We
fourth
started there, yeah.
Fourth career race for Mage, who was led by Hall of Fame jockey Javier Castellano, and the colt took home a prize of $1.86 million. So congratulations to everybody involved there with Mage.
Maybe Phil Lodeholt. What about Lodeholt?
Lodeholt?
Yeah.
You guys
remember Lodeholt?
I don't remember that name.
How much should
He
we
was
really...
a tackle.
He was
with
a Sooner tackle.
Minnesota Viking.
Yeah, he was
he
a Viking.
was.
Good
Yeah.
pull there, Broad. It's
How much
football
should
guy.
we pay attention to these jockeys? Like you mentioned, Hall of Fame jockey.
Absolutely, absolutely. You got to pay attention who's in the irons. Seriously, it's one of those things where if you get a guy or a gal that's on a really good run, and you could tell when the other jockeys at the end of that race were super happy for the victory there.
That's awesome.
We're off and running, G-Bag Nation. Again, Chris Young's going to join us 4:20. We'll talk to him about your first place Rangers, and the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle's going to join us coming up at 5 o'clock, and he'll tell you why he's still very confident in this Stars team, even though they fell 2-1 in the series in dramatic fashion last night. Okay, we're coming back here. G-Bag today at 2:30. Hodgepodge, Chief, where are you taking us?
Hodgepodge. I think we need to go back to the Palinka versus Lowe. We'll get a tail of the tape, and we'll get a final victory based on the show. It's all in the DMs. And how offended were you by this DFW superstar this weekend? That's next.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford.
And no charge for covered repairs. Call Constellation at 888-921-MORE. Restrictions apply. PUC 10014.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. Segment is brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. Segment's also brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultations, always free. Truckwreck.com. We're 7 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Here's Giafalo.
All right, the Palinka Low pictures have been sent to all the DMs. So you guys, Dawson is Team Low. I came out as Team Palinka just a week ago. They're both named Rob. They look very, very similar, honestly. If you told me they were brothers, I would agree with you. Who looks better these days? I will request those answers before G-Bag of the day. But how offended were you guys when you saw Micah Bleeping Parsons repping a Philadelphia 76ers jersey, sitting courtside and loving him some 76ers basketball? Is this something that we should be and have a right to be annoyed by as Cowboy fans, being that Philadelphia is our most hated city in the country? Or is it, hey, different sport, all is fair here?
My honest take is this challenges us to be better versions of ourselves, okay? Because we have to accept it, just as we know several people are going to be Cowboys fans and fans of DFW sports teams, and we want them to be supported, you know? I do think, Micah Parsons is obviously a true alpha because he does not care what we think.
That's fair.
If it was me, I might be like, I don't want to rub it in these people's faces.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 76ers jersey, not nearly as bad as like loving on Lane Johnson. You know, don't love the Eagles when they're in the playoffs and we're at home.
Yeah,
you know?
That's true.
But rocking a 76ers jersey, yeah, I'm all right with that. It's actually a pretty sweet looking jersey, and Tyrese Maxey is nice.
Yeah, and he's also repping Tyrese Maxey, who's from Dallas.
Okay,
that's what's been lost.
That was the one help there.
He's repping a Dallas guy, and he's from Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
I have no issue with it. It does not matter to me. And who's the one player that has talked a bunch of ish when it comes to the Eagles? It's Micah.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in myself not wearing during the NFC Championship game. I sat in that box in San Francisco. Instead of Packers gear, I should have worn Cowboys gear. I'm kind of mad at myself for not showing up that way. You know, I should have told those people in that box, I'm not here for your enjoyment. I'm here to watch you get your ass kicked tonight. So to me, I have no problem with that. If you're from a place, he's a Pennsylvania kid. That's a team he pulled for. No problem with what he did.
Okay. I mean, I get it. I see Pat Mahomes, who's a Kansas City Chief, coming back to DFW and wearing Mavericks jerseys and sitting courtside at Mavs games. But I do think it's different if the Chiefs and the Cowboys had this huge rivalry kind of thing, and then you'd be coming back to Dallas. I don't know that he'd be doing that. I think if Micah was doing it in any other city, repping any other jersey, I don't think it's even really a topic of conversation if you're hometown. But this is the city that is our most hated city. Do you want to sit there courtside and maybe not wear the jersey? I guess it's Tyrese Maxey, so that cancels out local kid. Yeah, not a local jersey.
Going for a DFW guy, man.
He's a 76ers fan, maybe. That's to me.
Well, evidently, he clearly is a 76ers fan.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you grow up and you're a fan of that team, and sure. Go ahead. It's not like I say. He's not wearing an Eagles jersey. He's wearing a Philadelphia 76ers jersey.
Okay.
Mahomes,
we just have to be comfortable with the P and Parsons standing for Philly.
No, the thing about it is Mahomes. You mentioned him, and doesn't he own part of the Kansas City soccer team?
That's right.
And he owns part of the Kansas City Royals. I mean,
looked pretty good yesterday too.
Are we going to be mad at he's wearing those things? Being from here.
No.
If it was apples to apples, Broadus, I would be totally able to understand.
You brought up Mahomes.
I brought him up because it's not apples to apples.
You know how much I hate the Eagles.
Right. That's why I thought if anybody
I think this is a non-issue.
Okay.
I really do.
Perfect. I think I've won the argument.
It's a bad look.
It's really not perfect, is
but
what he's saying.
Text agrees with Wolchuk pretty much.
He does. The text is agreeing.
I would say at least 9-1. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. That's good. I'm glad to know that. I thought Cowboys fans were going to be pretty frustrated by this, and I could understand. I think that you would have a right.
I think the full story, the whole context of it is what you need.
Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the truth. They're going to say because he's awesome that they love the guy and whatever he does is fine. Subconsciously, they will be a little less likely to buy his jersey
because you add on the Lane Johnson factor too, where he's championing Lane Johnson when they're in the playoffs and he's sitting at home.
Yeah, that part of it is not acceptable.
No, I didn't like that.
Yeah, but the part that he was a 76ers fan, it's a completely another sport.
Yeah,
I mean it's not the NFL.
And he's wearing a Dallas guy's jersey. Yeah. He picked the hometown kid.
Certainly was help. I think maybe Walchuk, he's wearing a Harden jersey and a B jersey. Is a little bit different.
Oh, yeah. I think the Dallas thing is cool. That's a good way to show a little love.
Yeah.
It's a good compromise there.
Okay, I think I've won the argument about Burger King after what we found out about them this weekend.
What happened?
Shutting down over 400 American locations by the end of this year.
Wow.
Burger King starting to the cat's out of the bag about Burger King. They've been serving bad food since 1970.
You speak for yourself. Big fan of that Whopper.
It's just the last couple of years, I guess. You're clearly in the minority on that one there.
I tell you what, man, I totally disagree with you on that. I think the Whopper is outstanding.
Well, keep them in business then.
I have.
It's about to go away
find
from
stories
you.
of some of these others that are closing locations.
It's
400 seems pretty dang.
4,000.
Quite a bit.
It's 400 or 4,000?
400. Yeah, over 400
They tried to do some
locations.
Of that rib sandwich.
You know how many damn locations they've got?
It took them down that not McRib, but the
Did they try to compete with the McRib?
They tried it. It didn't work. They've tried a lot of things that didn't work. I mean, if they just would have stuck with the Whopper, they'd have been all right.
Yeah, that's their main thing.
I think they're doing great work still. I'm going to be
the chicken sandwich.
A lot of things there. I will continue to eat like a king that's on a budget, Chief. You can rest assured.
I don't if you're still able to. I don't know.
400.
Who knows where you're going to be able to
There's
get
400
these
within
from.
5
You
miles
realize
of
how
here.
yes, exactly. 400. He
I'll
makes
be
a big
honest with
deal
you.
about this.
I don't see that many Burger Kings. Like I get that with McDonald's.
I
They're
see a
every
lot.
turn. I don't see a ton of Burger
I'm
Kings.
smothered in Burger
For as
Kings.
much as you drive on side streets avoiding tolls, I think you should see quite a few.
I should be. You're 100% right.
And
These guys.
we have just learned that Eric Chiafalo is the real hater of this Burger King situation.
Yeah.
I had some fries this afternoon, buddy.
Did you? The chicken fries?
Oh, they were so good. No, Remy
know?
was having some chicken fries.
Yeah, you've been looking into their menu.
What have you been doing over there?
They got commercials running. They got commercials running. They're just their commercials aren't convincing enough to keep almost 500 locations
commercial's
still
the
available.
jam.
You just added 100 to the number.
They're close to 1,000 locations.
If it wasn't
at
for
this
that
point.
commercial, they would shut down 1,000 locations. That
Probably
commercial's
true.
doing good work,
That's
bro.
the one thing helping them. All right, Palinka or low? Put it in right now.
It's obviously low. I saw the picture that you sent, and that's like the ideal angle for Palinka.
Potentially.
While he's holding his eyebrow, everything
helped.
lines up perfect for him to look somewhat handsome in this shot.
I like the Tana Palinka.
There you go.
It's Palinka because
It's 3-1 Palinka.
Rob
Lucius, I'd like to get your thoughts on this. I DM'd you.
I mean, if I had to bust it open, it beats Palinka.
My God!
If I had to. If I
You
was
guys are not
forced,
right.
gun to my head, bust it open, LA.
Palinka at
That's
least.
right. We got him on Micah and Burger King, Gavin, so just own those.
He doesn't have bacon neck T-shirt either. That's Rob Lowe's got the bacon neck T-shirt.
He
the fried
half-assed
bacon
his
neck.
photo. Time now for the G bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me sit down in this chair. Hey, brothers, where did you get those burgers that you gave the G-Bag Nation last week?
Knife.
Knife? Fam, I've been thinking about those burgers since.
Okay, so it lived up to the hype.
Yeah, it did.
Remember,
Every single day I've thought about that burger.
We did a top 10.
Wow.
Zach did a top 10, and that was number one in
number one
Dallas.
in
So
Dallas.
we went and got some.
Yeah, it's fire, bro.
So good.
Every single day I thought about how pink that meat was. And
So tender.
Love pink meat.
yeah, oh my God.
We're all pink inside.
Let's see. Cleveland Guardians broadcaster Tom Hamilton is our champion so far. He has some words for Trevor Bauer and his antics.
That was the year his teammate Trevor Bauer was the third pick in the draft to Arizona. Now Bauer's making enemies in Japan. Now the 2-1. Check swing, strike called, another curve. Bauer wants to celebrate a strikeout by pretending he's shoving a sword into a sheath. And his Japanese teammate said on Twitter, "That's disrespectful." Now the 2-2. Check swing down and in. Did he go? No, full count.
Tell us, Tom.
Absolutely shocking
Get him,
that
Tom.
Trevor Bauer would go to another country and make enemies with teammates. Nobody could have seen that coming.
Could you have predicted an international incident? What's the over-under on that for him?
What an idiot.
What an idiot.
That's a good chant, man.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Coach Malone here.
Oh, yeah.
On the Joker pushing the Suns owner. What do you think about that, Coach?
Yeah, I'm still not really sure what happened. I haven't seen a video of it. I think it's crazy that Nikola got technical foul in that situation. He's going to get the ball, and some fan is holding on to the ball like he wants to be a part of the game. Just give the ball up, man. You know what I mean? And, you know, they deemed Nikola doing something that was excessive, I guess, and they gave him the tech, but I still don't really understand it.
Do you think the fans, the owner of the Suns, made any difference?
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't care.
He's right.
Yeah.
You're just another guy at that point. He went full Mark Cuban, didn't he?
He did go Mark Cuban on you there. Yep.
Yeah. Let's go to Draymond Green. His son was snitching on him. Draymond was doing a little capping on the microphone right there.
You know, last night I was in the gym. He was here with me. Olive was here with me. And, you know, they love that. And so I think it's, you know.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
And it.
He doubled down on it, too. No, I wasn't.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
Like father, like son. We're going to speak the truth in this household.
Let me finish that clip since you say that, bro.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
And it, you know, it just pushes you way harder knowing that they're watching every single thing you do.
Yeah. He sure is, buddy.
Wow.
On that Michael Parsons thing you guys were talking about earlier, Michael Parsons. I call him Michael Parsons, like my dad would do. Hey man, tell me about Michael Parsons.
Dude, the Dak and Zeke thing for my mom for so many years has just been
back and
train
forth.
wreck.
Oh,
How's Zach doing? Or is it? I'm sorry. Is it Zeke and Zach? I'm like Zach Martin. She's done it for 7 years.
Bro, we've been doing Michael Irving for 40 years.
Oh, yeah, we
Putting
have.
a G at the end of that.
Michael.
He deserves the G.
Parsons, I don't think that's a good look. I don't think it's a good look. Now, he can do his own thing, and I'm not going to be hating about it or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm not even a super Cowboys fan, but I'm not going to wear the rival situations. And I wear a lot of stuff. I wear, Yankees, LA. I wear fly stuff.
Yeah.
But I will not just put on a Cowboys rival in the city of the Cowboys, especially if I'm getting a check by the Cowboys. Yeah. I'm not getting a check by the Cowboys. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I still show some respect.
I hear you.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar with me because I grew up in the Northwest. A huge Trailblazers fan, huge Portland Timbers fan when I moved here. I don't wear their stuff. That's just bad business.
That's crazy because you had some pretty good seats to a Trailblazers Mavs game recently.
did.
You weren't wearing a Trailblazers jersey and donning and flexing about how much you love that.
No, I wasn't.
Spitting in people's faces.
Yeah.
I'm about it.
Let's go, Dave. Eating your Drexler box of Wheaties right there courtside.
No, I just.
Because you have some damn couth about you.
Yeah.
But Micah is so damn good
that people love him.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter.
If it was T.O. when T.O. was playing, showed up like that, everybody like, he wants to go back to Philly. Look at him. Yeah. When people love you, man, they'll let a whole lot slide, brother. I'm telling you. All right, let's see. Mookie Betts. Eric sent me this one right here on the best sign that he's ever seen during a game.
The best sign I've ever seen yesterday, and I don't know if I can really say it on air, but it was a great sign.
Can you paraphrase what it said?
I mean, it just said Mookie Betts eats corn the long way. You know what I'm saying? So I thought that was very creative, and shout out to whoever made that sign.
What?
People are wild out here.
Well, they wanted to know what the sign was.
I love it that it's similar to the fan text. Sometimes there's a good joke that comes at you that's crushing you a little bit. It's like, hey, that's funny. Mookie was like, you know what? That's pretty dang.
That's pretty great, man. That's what I like on the fan text. Don't just send rude stuff because that's low brow. Be funny with your rudeness if you're going to do that. At least show some type of hubris to you, sir.
That's right. You gotta
Come
be
on.
clever.
Yeah, be clever, bro. We'll take the L. I'll take the L with you. Zach, this one right here made me think about you.
Okay.
Motorboating for the Lord.
Let's go.
TD Tuesday is back.
That's a skill set right there.
That's awesome.
And this pastor right here is bored with the choir. Like, put some sauce on it, please.
Okay, when they are ready. Thank you, guys. Be seated, please. Livingston is amazing, but that song was boring me to death, so I had to come up, man. That's long.
Wow. Ooh, okay.
So, but thanks, guys. We'll come back. We'll sing together in a minute. Just was sleeping off.
Wow. Yeah, the Lord does love honesty, I suppose.
Yeah, sure does.
All righty, there's a church combo platter. We got the Cleveland broadcast, are a 3 or 4 time champion by now. Coach Malone on Jokic pushing the owner. Draymond Green's son says he wasn't at the gym with his dad last night. And Mookie Betts on the best sign ever made. Man, that would be tough to eat corn a long ways. Trying to get your teeth on it. I'm trying to picture that. I love a good corn on the cob now. Do you guys get the little spikes you put at the end?
Those
Turn
are
it,
a
keep your
game
hand clean.
changer.
Yeah, those are
I
great.
don't think I've ever used those.
Oh, they're so good.
Yeah, you got to
Saves
pick
your
some
fingers.
up. You got to pick some up at the grocery store.
Something about the corn off the cob that just sounds better. It's so much better.
I'll go with Coach Malone on Jokic. I like that cut, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with Mookie.
All righty, Lucius.
Yeah, me too, Mookie.
2-1.
I got to go with the motorboating church situation.
Yeah, it's terrific.
It's on brand.
Yeah.
And brought us.
You can tell him to send a cease and desist, bro. That's your bag.
I'm going to go with
Drop, bro.
And then he stayed on pitch and hit the note afterwards, man. That's talent right there.
Real talent.
His wife loves him. Do that thing again, baby.
I'm going to go with Mookie Betts.
Okay, by a score of 3-1 and your new G Bag of the Day champion, it is Mookie Betts. Krusty's Corners coming up next, or where are we going?
Yeah, we've got a Cowboy mini camp this weekend. Let's talk about their undrafted free agents. We'll do that next.
Let me chat with you about the Frankels. Before we do that, though, if you are hurt in an accident, not your fault, you need to call them 214-333-3333. At 3 o'clock, NFL news of the day. But right now it's time for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much. Lucius playing a little Steve Miller for you, Dallas's own Steve Miller. You know, him and Boss Skaggs went to the same high school together.
Very talented.
How about that? Boss Skaggs
must have been a hell of a
and
talent
Steve,
show.
They must have had a hell of a talent show. God.
Boss as a first name is sweet.
Boz Skaggs. B-O-Z.
Oh,
Boz-
B-O-Z.
Boz Skaggs. I always say things wrong. You know me and names. I never pronounce them correctly.
They can be challenging, dude.
Yeah, that every once in a while.
I'll never forget that time you called Roy. Very disappointed. Very disappointed. Thought you knew hockey, Brian.
Yeah.
What the hell, Brian?
Oh, wait, maybe that was me. I'm sorry.
Yes, I remember that.
What's that Pittsburgh running back again that got drafted?
Addy Bandicana.
He threw a couple of extra consonants in there. I know he did.
Real quick before I get to this Cowboys mini camp this weekend. It's the rookie mini camp this weekend.
Very exciting.
I'm going to go through a couple of guys here because I was interested, like, on Dane Brugler's draft board of how many guys he had off his top 300 that the Cowboys got as undrafted free agents. And to be honest with you, it was the most of anybody in the league. So Dane agreeing with the Cowboys.
Put that star to work.
But before I get to that real quick, did you guys hear the story about there's a coach named Noel Mazzoni, offensive coordinator, was a college coach. You hear about this cat?
No.
Noel Mazzoni, he was at Texas A&M. He's at Arizona, Ole Miss. He's been a couple spots. He was a big time offensive coordinator in college football. He's about to do something that I've never heard before that a coach will do.
Bringing back the triple option.
Nope.
No.
Good guess though. No, he's actually going to coach and call plays for 2 high schools.
Oh.
They're going to split these 2 high schools, Chaparral High School and Higley High School in Arizona. They're going to alternate having him as the offensive coordinator. So one week, one team gets him, the next week, the other team gets him.
Wow.
These 2 high schools are located 38 miles apart, or about 45-minute drive on the 101. I think we've been on the 101. I think we have, right? With a bad van.
Oh, for sure.
With a bad van.
Love the 101.
No windshield wiper and all that.
The stories we can tell from the 101.
Not
safe for air.
Not safe. But how about Noel Mazzoni? He is going to be the offensive coordinator for 2 different high schools in the same year.
So one team had him and the other team was hiring him away, and they said, listen, we can't let you go. Is there any way we can work this out? And
No, this is first time. This is going to be his first time being, like, he left college football. He was a coordinator for
so he left last year. He was in college.
Yeah, and now
he's dropping into this very
yeah.
I want to talk to both these athletic directors. Like, what the hell are you guys thinking? How's this guy going to coach your kids? How are you going to be on the same page throughout practice week? You're going to have different coordinators every other week. What does this guy do that's so special? I've never heard of him. You guys are acting like he's Jesus with a headset or something. Okay, figure it out. Open up your network and go find a different OC, one of you. This is the weirdest story ever.
This is wild, and I wonder if, he gets halfway through the season and he realizes, I really like this team more. This team's got better players.
What if team's doing better?
I'm just sticking with them.
Yeah.
This other team they don't have a quarterback. I'm sticking with the other team that's got John Schmitz throwing the ball.
I didn't think we were going to get weirder than Fat Patricia and Joe Judge doing the play calling for one team in New England last year.
I wonder if
we get this.
I wonder if there's any possibility that these 2 teams could play each other in the playoffs.
I bet there is. Yeah, I absolutely bet there is.
There's not totally that far
One
apart.
gets him in the first half, the other gets him in the second.
Yeah, unless they're in different classifications, they absolutely probably would be able to match up.
They have to be the exact same playbook, right?
I would think.
There's no way this guy's learning 2 different verbiages and having 2 different philosophies here.
Yeah. Noel Mazzoni.
That would be the anti-McCarthy.
That would be very
The
anti-McCarthy.
sports books are going to be onto this one. They're going to see something fishy. No gambling on these games.
No, I'm throwing down though.
All right. Dane Brugler likes the guys that you signed as undrafted free agents. And I just want to go through them real quick here if we could. And Zach, feel free if you've seen any of these cats too to kind of throw in your 2 cents. Player 129 on his board was Tyrus Wheat, who we talked about from Mississippi State.
Yeah.
And Dane thinks that, and he had him in the 4th round. So here the Cowboys get a guy that's the 4th round on his board as an undrafted free agent.
What position?
He's at edge.
Sweet.
6'2", 263. and he's got the versatile skill set and the motor. His best fit is a stand-up outside linebacker in a 3-4 base. And I think that's what the Cowboys are going to look at. They're going to maybe slim him down a little bit and think about maybe playing him a little bit as an outside linebacker.
Yeah.
So there, TJ Bass from Oregon, the guard. He was player 224 on Dane Brugler's board. He's saying, like, he's talking about him. The athletic ability is very reactive as a player. So, and he easily counters and keeps blocks centered up and stuff like that.
That's a compliment when you're reactive.
Yeah, when you're reactive, when you could do it easily.
He's got good adjustments
along the way. So yeah, this is a guy that I know John Bichota did his list of the possible 53, and he had 10 offensive linemen, but he didn't have Bass. This is one of those guys that might be the guy that replaces like a Ball.
Sure.
That all of a sudden he's your 10th guy that he plays well enough.
He's a true guard.
Yeah.
They're projecting Awesome Richards to move inside. I think you and I both like him at tackle, but Bass has some nasty to his game.
Okay. He's a 5th, 6th round guy. Isaiah Land is from Florida A&M.
Freak athlete.
I talked to some folks over there. They're going to start him out as a linebacker first and then use him for some of the stuff on the edge. He's 6'3", he's 236. And so he's a high-end development prospect with a buy low stock that has boom potential for a team willing to invest.
Yeah, he's a guy that'll flash in the preseason. I think fans might watch him make a couple of plays and say, look at Isaiah Land.
Isaiah Land, Florida A&M, player 229 on his board. Hunter Lipke, we've talked about, is a fullback from North Dakota State. He's player 237. Again, here's a guy that he had as a 6th, 7th round guy on his board. He's a running back. He's kind of a hybrid fullback projection. I am worried about the shoulder. That's the only thing. He had some shoulder issues that he was dealing with, and you wonder about a guy as a fullback. Is that a clean prospect when it comes to blocking, and having to dig guys out of there with the shoulder issue? Did you see him as a player? Did you like the way he caught the ball well?
Yeah, Lipke's a good guy because he's a Swiss Army knife, right? He played a little bit of tight end. He's got a dominant wheel route outside of the backfield. So he's kind of a jack of all trades. People always are looking to find the next Cal Juszczyk. Not quite the athlete, but a good player.
Player 241 out of his top 300 was Jalen Marino Cropper.
This guy's getting a lot of buzz.
From Fresno State, 5'11", 172. He's undersized. He struggles sometimes to deal with contact, but there's no doubting his play speed, his tempo, and his understanding of how to be friendly to a quarterback. So guy that gets open from Fresno State. 6th, 7th round guy. Player 249 was David Durden, another wide receiver from West Florida at 6'1", 204. They're saying that Durden will need to prove he can match up versus NFL speed and strength, but he has the athletic profile and instincts as a receiver and ball carrier to earn an NFL roster spot in camp. And he was a 6th, 7th round projection. Again, player 249 on Dane's board. Player 253 was Earl Bostic Jr. Again, these are guys that are going to be here all weekend.
Oh, the KU tackle?
Yeah, the KU tackle. Bostic moves with slide quickness, athletic body control, and expected of a former tight end, but his play strength and timing aren't currently on the NFL level. He'll have to get better at that. That's a 6th, 7th round projection. And then also Miles Brooks, quarterback from Louisiana Tech, 6', 201. Brooks doesn't have the high-level athletic traits that needs to become more of a button-up for the program, but his anticipation and ball skills should translate well. That's another 6th and 7th round grade right there. And then the last one is Darrell Johnson. We've talked about him a bunch. He's the edge from Liberty. Long, thinly built edge rusher, but he has first step quickness and he can get the drop on blockers at the snap. I really like this guy a lot.
Same.
I have him a lot higher than what Dane has, but that's, I believe, 9 guys that he had off his board that the Cowboys, that he had 8 of them had draftable grades on. So we'll see these guys as they participate in the rookie minicamp this weekend, Gavin.
Thank you very much, Brian. You're going to be out there the whole weekend?
I will be out there
out
Saturday.
As much as they'll let you?
As much as they'll let me, yeah.
I love it. There he is. He's at Brian Broaddus on Twitter, a must follow on social media, the #1 influencer in Cowboy social. We got the NFL news of the day coming up next. Chuck, where are we going with that?
Washington tried to poach this QB. An owner is not happy about about that? We got a former Cowboy invited to camp, and oh my goodness, Lamar. Did you almost get replaced in the draft? Next on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this. from our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We do have the latest on the Mavs coming up at 3:20. A fan survey results have been released. The draft lottery is right around the corner. We'll talk about the Mavs' chances to land Wembanyama or get a good pick and so much more. That's coming up in 20 minutes. Brian?
Should we study the draft, Zach? Should we study the NBA? Draft? Would that be kind of fun?
It would be kind of fun.
If they have a top 4 pick, it'll absolutely be a blast.
Yeah, if they end up, locking up this pick, which I think that they will, then we'll get in on that. I'm down.
Okay. I'm in for it too.
In the meantime, it'll be time now for Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. Here's the bully.
Washington is apparently very committed to Brian's quarterback, Sam Howell. They
I love
like
me
him.
some Sam Howell.
They're going to commit to Sam Howell. But before this, there was a report from ESPN that earlier they phoned the Colts. They phoned home about retired quarterback Andrew Luck just in case. They ultimately traded 2 third-round picks to Indy for Carson Wentz and his $28 million cap hit. Then they ended up cutting Carson Wentz at season's end after injuries and inconsistent play contributed him finishing 30th in QBR after just 8 starts. So they were looking around. Andrew Luck has said that he has stuck in this process of rehabbing injuries. He hadn't been able to live the life that he wanted to live, and he seems committed to retirement. But today, just in case other teams wanted to call and ask about Andrew Luck, Jim Irsay said if any NFL team attempts to contact Andrew Luck or any associate of his to play for their franchise, that would be a clear violation of the league's tampering policy. He put that on Twitter. He's going to come for them and their draft picks. Don't touch our retired Andrew Luck because he put us in quarterback purgatory for years, and we're not over it.
If I needed a quarterback right now, if I'm Washington or the Jets or one of the, well, Jets don't need one anymore. But if I'm one of these pathetic franchises at finding a quarterback, I'd give you a 2 for Andrew Luck right now, so I don't see.
Oh, hell yeah. And I think Washington, I told you what they just gave up for Wentz. They probably were willing to do way more for Andrew Luck if he said, I'm down to play for you. Why not?
Yeah, for sure. I get it. But I also get Jim Irsay trying to capitalize on this as best he can. Can I get... Well, I guess he's not going to get anything out of it, but Washington could just lose things, right? They're not going to say, okay, here, you get Washington's picks, but maybe Washington gets affected by this. And I'm totally here for that.
Irsay's coming after you if you want to flirt with the Luck.
He's not playing with that.
Irsay, wasn't he mad at he was the one owner that stood up, and when that whole thing went down about Daniel Snyder.
Yes.
He was the one guy that stood up and said that they need to take his franchise away from him and stuff like that. He's got something against Washington. And I don't know if it's from his old man's day when he was in Baltimore. I know. I'm just trying to kind of connect some dots here.
That would make
sense. Or he's just got Snyder beef, maybe some personal Snyder beef.
There might be something to do with the Commanders and Snyder and the fact that his dad's team, Washington forced his dad to move to Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That kind of thing. I think he's clearly going after somebody over there.
So are you saying you're ruling out that Jim's ethics and morals are so strong he's just highly offended?
Yeah, no.
He's very moral, that guy.
he's one everybody looks to for that moral compass.
He's in the upper quartile of the upper quartile of great morals.
I want to be like this guy. Yeah. That's what you do.
Just a great role model.
Very good role model. We're all excited because supposedly this Thursday we're going to have the schedule release. Well,
or are we?
Maybe we won't. Peter King.
Oh, no.
Peter King reporting.
I'm trying to get it right now.
The schedule may not be finished in time to release this Thursday, May 11th, which had reportedly been the set date. Now, we got the marquee games for the league, which is opening weekend primetime games, Thanksgiving Day, Black Friday, the Sunday night game on Christmas Eve, and the Monday triple header that they're going to have on Christmas. Those are not yet finalized, and Rodgers and Lamar Jackson situations may have altered the primetime side of things here, and the NFL needed more time to kind of figure things out and jockey those around. So I'm hopeful that they get this done in time. ESPN has a cool piece that they're airing now about how all the social medias for each team, they put together the videos for
some of the best.
Derek Eagleton's in it from DallasCowboys.com.
Yeah.
And it is really cool. Last year, of course, Cowboys made headlines. They had Stephen A. Smith in there, but all those teams are waiting around like, what the bleep? We've been planning for this. Now you're telling me we're not going to get it on Thursday? Give us the damn schedule.
Yeah, dude. I do. I love schedule release time. It is fun. You start going down. You make your picks. You see what the There's always a lot of W's on that one. It just popped in my head. I'm sure there's so many logistical reasons why they couldn't do it, but what about like just releasing here's kind of a first half schedule. Let's see how these teams are doing so that when we decide what our huge holiday games are going to be, we have a better context for what matchups are going to be good.
Yeah. Yeah, we need a little bit more flexibility with our itineraries.
Yeah. Here's the first 8 weeks.
I like it. But I can tell you what's on that schedule right now. 13 wins and 4 losses.
Hell yeah. Let's get it.
Despite having 4 out of 5 good linemen, we're still going to go win 13.
Oh, yeah. You'll be fine.
Regular season is
You're not
fine.
the only team that has to deal with that.
It's just the playoffs,
and the
right?
fact that they completely overhauled the offensive coaching staff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You still won't be that good. You're just a lot better than these regular season teams. You'll be out in the divisional round.
Go bleep right off.
I'll take that 13 though.
It'll be a fun ride. Yeah, just as the Jones planned it.
So speaking about the scheduling release.
Wait, time out.
Yeah.
13 wins.
Yep.
Does that get McCarthy an extension?
Yeah, I think so. I think Jerry's got exactly what he wants. We're going to make the playoffs for the 3rd straight year.
You should be the
You
one
know how much
seed.
money that's worth, Brian? You think Jerry's going to let Mike McCarthy go?
Here's what's going to happen. You're going to win 13 games, but then your offense is going to fumble fart it in the game that matters most. They're going to point to McCarthy. You're the reason. Dan Quinn's about to get a head coaching job somewhere else. We can't let Dan Quinn go. The defense wasn't the problem in the divisional game. It was the offense once again, because it's always the offense, because they neglect it in a couple of unfortunate ways.
That's what I was looking for from you right there.
That's a good point.
Dan Quinn ends up being the man.
Yeah.
That defense could be rocking and rolling on that divisional
They're quicker
Sunday.
to give up on McCarthy than they were Dak. That's for sure. They're not going to move on from Dak. For all the reasons that they've got a quarterback that's capable of getting them 13 wins.
Jerry's having the success of his life right now. I mean, he's overjoyed with making the playoffs 2 years in a row. Hadn't done that in a long time.
It's true.
You know, this is perfect. This is a man that can execute it. And if you can continue that regular season success after changing your offense, no way Jerry's going to move on from that.
No way.
There you go.
All right, week 1, we know the season's going to open in Kansas City. Bengals are kind of hopeful that it's them that gets to go to Arrowhead. Here's the Bengal players, and including new Bengal, Orlando Brown Jr., former Chief, talking about a return to Arrowhead.
I think a week 1 in Arrowhead would be pretty fun. Oh, definitely, man. I mean, there's no better time to do it, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I'm pretty sure that's a game everybody wants to see opening night. So hopefully to the schedule release, guys, y'all make sure that happens.
If you're the Bengals, would you be pushing for this week 1 in Arrowhead?
It's nice you just get to early L out of the way that you can recover from the rest of the season. Week 1 L is not as bad as a week 12 L.
They were 0-2 to start last season. Remember, they came to Dallas and lost in week 2. They couldn't figure out
Cooper Rush.
The pass protection and all that. They gave up like 20 sacks.
They'd won 2 in a row at Arrowhead until this past year.
I think the league is saving that game. I think they're saving that.
One of the holiday games you were just talking about.
Yeah, I think so.
We're pretty sure these two teams are going to be good. Look at their quarterbacks.
Well, they don't need to make it a holiday game because everybody's going to watch it anyway. So it's going to be a natural game.
But it's also a safe one, I think, as we're talking about. You never know how these teams are going to be good. I'm pretty sure, unless something happens to Burrow or Mahomes, those are 2 teams that are going to be good.
You have to be careful. You don't want to wait too long because of injuries might be a factor late in the year.
Because I saw some people talking about
guys like that.
You've already got Tyreek Hill, former Chief, Dolphins and Chiefs play in Arrowhead.
That'd be a good one.
And Tyreek Hill's already done some smack talking on the streams and maybe his podcast or something like that. And you can really only guarantee 1 game of Tua health. So if you want to get a fun Dolphin game, and that's like electric offenses, you could see that being a fun opener with Tua for sure available, at least for the first Dolphins.
Does Brady end up at Miami when Tua goes down?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm still holding out that you get a mid-season concussion. See you next year from Tua.
Out? You're rooting for that?
No.
I just want to let yourself clarify.
Not holding out.
Somebody clips that exactly, and then wants to say you said something you didn't mean.
Not holding out hope, but holding out, I guess, just the understanding
you would like to see,
might happen. I would not like to see.
You don't want to see.
I think
Tua
that I
get
might
hurt.
see it. Yeah. It's not anything I want to see.
Going by the track record of Tua.
I think there's a fair chance that you could see that. History is going to tell you Tua's going to get banged up, and they're going to dial up Brady, who's just going to be a couple of miles away. He's, I believe, living in Miami.
So this is amazing. Isaiah Pacheco, the Chiefs running back who was amazing in the Super Bowl, he played that game, fellas, with a broken hand and a torn labrum. We just found out today.
Wow. Shoulder labrum?
According to USA Today, yes. How?
It's a good clarification. I didn't realize we had one in our hip or whatever it was.
Yes, I didn't know that until last year either. But that is absolutely incredible. And how tough is this dude for playing that game and also being really good in said game with a freaking broken hand and torn labrum?
Yeah, the shock to your system when you're taking hits in the shoulder, people swatting at the ball, that's tough. And I would say it increases my respect for him significantly. That's some Emmitt Smith type of stuff right there, Brian.
How many carries did he have in the fourth? Do we have that? I mean,
I don't have that in front of me in the fourth quarter, Brian.
How dare you?
What the hell?
No, I was
You
just
claim to be a football guy and you don't have that on you.
Asking me these questions.
how about you come prepared for the dang show?
Now I need to search it up. I got another
some dang pride in your
story
work,
I'm trying to
Wolchuk.
queue up here for hell. I mean, what in the world?
I got you, Wolchuk.
Just wanted you to have some context. You're going to bring the story to the table, and you're not going to be able to answer any questions.
My guess is 10.
It's just disappointing.
You have it, Gavin?
I don't.
It's going to take a second, Brian. It's going to take a second. All right, you settle down over
Eric
there.
sits over there and throws numbers at me all day.
Yeah,
right.
right.
He doesn't understand.
that's
I don't
yeah,
either when
yeah.
he says them.
I know the shoulder, the labrum is going to go down as the upper body hockey injury. Does the hand go down as upper body or lower body?
Good question.
Like
I'm gonna go
lower
upper.
extremity?
Upper. I'm gonna go
It's
upper.
going upper for sure.
You can hold your hands above your head.
Yeah,
That'd be an upper.
That's a good way to clarify it.
I mean, somebody's going to do a handstand. Their
Or you're
foot's
going to
going
hold
to be
your hands
broken.
down below your knees,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
right, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Is it like an arm length thing?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So Lamar Jackson was talking to the team, Ravens team podcast. He said, they're asking about the trade stuff. Like, did you really want to be here? What's going on? You requested a trade. He's like, okay. Look, the trade, it was just to get the ball rolling. It's part of business, but I'm satisfied. It's in the past. I'm glad it's over with. I'm happy to be here. So he's like, I didn't mean anything about this trade.
Sure you didn't.
It's just a tactical ploy to get this contract done, which, hey, good for him. He did get it done, and he got it done with no agent. But the Ravens had a contingency plan, according to Jeremy Fowler. If this deal didn't get done, they were going to take Will Levis when he slid there on the clock. But the fact that they got the deal done, once Will Levis is sitting there in their lap, they're like, we've got Lamar now locked up to a $260 million deal. No need to take Will Levis. If that deal hadn't have gotten done, Will Levis would be a Baltimore Raven
So
today.
at 22, they were going to take Will Levis.
They would have taken Will Levis.
All right.
Had they not have had Lamar Jackson under contract.
Bad pick that would have been.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, who knows? We'll see.
Sound like to me they knew what they were doing. It's one of the better drafting teams, wouldn't you say? There,
It is. It does. It does bother me that it's the
Does it
Ravens.
It's kind of kick you a little bit in the labrum there.
It
How's
does.
that
hurt.
labrum feeling?
It was actually in the nut.
Just
I only have one, remember?
Just the one that works. Mekhi Becton, the tackle for the New York Jets, he put on Twitter on Sunday or on Saturday in all caps, I am a left tackle. Saturday morning, Brian.
That's all cap.
All cap. Sorry. Robert Saleh said, all right, well, if you think you're a left tackle, why don't you go damn well earn the position, bro?
Ooh.
We're going to play our best five. Elijah Vera Tucker is our best guard. I'll say that. And at left guard, we got Laken Tomlinson. But center and both tackles, it's going to be a really cool competition for the entire offensive line. So go earn the left tackle spot.
Okay, I'm assuming Robert Saleh is saying this into a microphone somewhere at a press conference, but I like the idea of him jumping on Twitter and quote tweeting the original tweet
And just
from
clapping
Becton
back at him
and responding.
I don't
to
know
him
if he's
there.
on Twitter or not, but I like this. It's like, look, Mekhi, you can campaign for this, but you've been hurt the last 2 years.
I was going to say he's played
one game. We saw that stat. One game.
One game in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
That was surprising to me. I didn't even know it was that bad.
Me either.
That's a situation where, as a player, you want to do what's called worrying about things you can control and the process of getting better, and not how the team views you. That's just that's tough.
Oh, it's tough, but I like Robert Saleh's attitude. Nothing's earned. All right, you go out, you got to earn it. Nothing's given, is what I'm trying to say.
He wants the tackle tag money instead of the guard tag
Which
money,
makes
which is
sense.
the difference of $5 or $6 million, which is something your agent can handle.
Shout out to Ben DiNucci. Our guy's getting an invite to Broncos minicamp.
There you go.
After he was good with the Seattle Sea Dragons, and you know who is the head coach of the Broncos now, Brian?
Who?
Sean Payton.
Sean Payton.
Working his magic.
He's got an eye for quarterbacks.
He does.
Maybe Ben DiNucci turns into something.
No, but doesn't Sean Payton believe in the idea that you got to have one tune up the defense quarterback, for confidence factors? We're gonna throw this Nucci out there. You guys are gonna pick him off. You guys are gonna pick him off left and right. We're trying to boost the defensive morale.
This is
trying
not
to
good.
boost the defensive morale.
He did forget our hats, Brian. Okay.
By the way, they need a guy to throw and get the confidence.
Why do you think the Cowboys are such a dominant turnover defense over the last few years?
Wilson's doing that every day for them.
It's because they had a Danuch walk through that facility, get on that turf, and get the turnover hubris up on the defense, which has paid dividends over the last few years.
I thought my takes were bad.
I saw him play his first XFL game, and it was bad, so I tuned away. Did he turn into something?
He had Flash Gordon.
He did. He had a good
Philip Lindsay.
season.
He had a couple of NFL guys.
He said it was the best receiving core he's ever played with.
Okay, see, it's takes like that. They're going to get him out of the league.
10-game season, 20 touchdowns, a league high 2,671 yards. So congrats to DiNucci there, getting a chance to work with one of the great quarterback minds in the history of the league there, Sean Payton.
You want me to get him on?
That's a real thing, though, Broadus.
Yeah, he did something.
He gets the general stamp of approval now.
He did something.
Our Renegades in the championship game,
we
right?
got Bob Stoops on Thursday.
There we go.
To preview that.
Nice.
Yeah, we're coming up on these summer months, buddy. DiNucci be great. I was thinking we need to get the backstory on how Chiafalo and the marriage situation evolved.
Yeah.
Leaving. That'd be good.
I'm going to put that in the evergreen in my
that?
email so we don't forget.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we can still do that.
We can
still clear out some of the stuff we probably used.
I can't wait to ask Bob Stutz about what I believe to be real. Did I say I said Stutz? Yeah. Broadus is rubbing off on me in a bad way. Bob Stoops, I want to ask him, this is a real thing. You got to have one quarterback on your roster every year that is there to boost the defense's confidence. That's a real thing. I can't wait to get his confirmation on that.
And I feel like DiNucci's there for that and for helping Sean's real quarterbacks rest their arms.
Yes.
You can't have these guys throwing 3 consecutive days high volume these days.
You guys watch Russell Wilson play
100%. And there's also the effect of the other quarterbacks that you feel like you're going to have to depend on in real football games, looking at like what not to do, and also giving themselves confidence as well when they get to go watch him.
So he serves as a bad example for everybody else?
Yeah. I just want to know if he got rid of the sidearm throw or if he mastered it.
Well, I'm not asking him to come on now.
Come on now. He knows what time it is.
Nope.
He's getting some of that camp arm money.
He gets the show, bro. He understands what the deal was. It was in the contract. You're here to boost the defense's confidence.
Look how uncomfortable Brian is. Is DiNucci one of your sources?
No,
is he one of your
no,
guys?
He's one of my gang of 7.
No, maybe
you guys are killing that relationship.
maybe Sean is, but you guys don't, we'll work around that.
Okay, we'll go around the rim, including the results of a Mavs fan survey, their chances to land Wemby, and so much more next to the nation. Friends at D&M Leasing won big awards this year for exceeding customer expectations across the board. If you're looking to start a new car lease, D&M sport right now, because if you get a top 2 or 3 pick, there's a good chance you get a star. Top pick, obviously, possible for a superstar. And there's a lot of other drama, including the fact that the Mavs have a 3.3% chance of getting the 2, a 3.6% chance of ending up with the 3, and a 4% chance of the number 4 pick. Okay, they have a 65.9% chance of keeping the 10 pick.
Nice.
And then it gets crazy, okay?
Crazy.
The 11th pick, 19%. You draw those odds, you're sending that pick to the New York Knicks. Number 12 is 1.2, and numbers 13 or 14 are less than 1%. But you're basically looking at an 80% chance of keeping that pick one way or another, and a 3 or 4% chance of having the draft gods smile upon you grandly and giving you a top 4 pick. But the thing about it is, this draft class is deep. And just with the 10th pick, it gives you a hell of an opportunity to add another two-way player. So I'm just trying to avoid worst-case scenario with this scenario, gentlemen, because I want to add somebody to what I think is a pretty impressive young core now that's coming together with Hardy, Green, and Luka. That's where my head's at. Okay,
boy, would that be fun?
Oh my goodness! Just getting a win at the 10th pick would be a ton of fun. But if you jump into the top 4. Now you're talking about sidekick territory. Not Mikal Bridges, hey, I'll be your 3rd or 4th best player and be a good two-way player, but hey, let's go out here and find a legit sidekick here for the next decade plus with Luka. Here's Wolchuk with some more Mavs details.
Yeah, The Athletic put out their fan survey results this past season on a scale of 1 to 5. How disappointing was it? Well, in a big major fashion, a 5. With how disappointing this season is what was the winner. What also is interesting
5 out of 5, right?
Yeah. They ranked the order of reasons for disappointment. So the options were the ownership, long-term direction, the front office, this season's roster, the coaching, or the player's performance. What won was the ownership, long-term direction. Fans are starting to get a little fed up here with Mark Cuban.
Smart basketball fans know.
What moment of the season felt best as a fan? You had Luka's 60-point game against the Knicks.
Oh, yeah, that one.
The Kyrie trade. Doncic and Kyrie combining for 82 to beat the Sixers. And then Maxi's game winner against the Lakers. The winner by 66% majority was Luka's 60-pointer against the Knicks.
Yeah, that was super special.
What moment?
60-point triple-double with him just doing crazy stuff.
Insane.
Yeah.
What moment felt worst as a fan? The decision to tank the final 2 games. The 2 consecutive losses to Charlotte, the Irving trade / Dorian Finney-Smith's departure, or Jalen Brunson's departure and his absence being felt and discussed. That one.
Yeah, the back-to-back losses to Charlotte. That's what let you know.
So,
because after that, the tanking decision was a relief.
Yes. Now, a write-in vote did include Jason Kidd's press conference quotes. But
the no one's dying.
Yeah, no one's dying. The 2 consecutive losses to Charlotte finished second with 36%, and then the Jalen Brunson departure and his absence being felt was the winner amongst fans that felt worst with 52.8%. They also graded all the players. Luka got a B for his performance from fans. Kyrie also got a B. THJ got a B.
They should both get an A.
Christian Wood got a C.
THJ got a B?
Yeah, which is shocking. That had to have just been, hey, we feel for you. And Dwight Powell, of course, got a C as well. Jaden Hardy, though, got an A with 69% of the vote.
Exceeding expectations.
And then finally, grade Jason Kidd and his coaching staff's performance, F, was the winner with 46% of the vote.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of times where we were looking at Jason Kidd, and we're talking about it in the offseason, the offense and some of the late game decisions and the plays that were getting drawn up and when to use the timeouts. And Jason Kidd just like distancing himself from like where he's in the microphone talking about, I mean, it's up to them. What am I going to do? I'm sitting here. It's like, okay, so what do you do then?
Right.
Like, what is your job if it's all up to them to do?
I'm watching just like
right?
y'all are watching.
Yeah. I'm like, okay,
nobody's dying.
Did he go from an A to an F?
Yes.
In 1 year?
Yes.
According to the fans, had to have gotten an A last year.
The fans were fed up. And the final thing, just to put a bow on this, is we tie it into the Wembanyama sweepstakes. If the Mavs retain the 10th overall pick, would you prefer the team to keep or trade that pick Most fans want them to trade it.
I think they want to as well. I don't think they want to make a selection at 10 if they can. I think their main goal is, hey, let's keep Kyrie and let's find a way to package whatever it is we can package, and the 10th pick in this year's draft will be the most exciting thing other than a Hardy or a Green if they're willing to part with one of those young guys. But I think their number one goal is to trade and get a ready-made, whatever that player is, veteran kind of player to help them go show that they can win immediately.
Right. Like if you could get Bradley Beal and give them back the Bertans and Tim Hardaway Jr. contracts and they're willing to take 10, I think that would be a way that I could go with that.
Would you be down to throw in a Green or a Hardy on top of that? You wouldn't? Okay.
What about for Adebayo? Bam Adebayo? Yeah. He'd be what they need if they're keeping Kyrie and Luka.
Yeah, there are some really interesting trade ideas that could open up for you in a big way. I think you do also have to be maybe a little bit terrified that maybe Mark would want to give away a pick just to do like a pick swap for a team to take a Bertans contract off your hands because of how, for whatever reason, budget and money conscious he is.
Yes.
If you got the 10th pick, is a team going to say, hey, we'll take Bertans and you can have the 24th pick, and Mark be like, oh my goodness, I could save $18 million. And his Shark Tank horniness would just take over. Here's Chief with the rest of this rim session.
Did you guys agree with Jokic or the Suns owner with their little scuffle situation yesterday?
Jokic.
You were on the side of Jokic there?
Yes.
That's smart. I mean, if you saw his, did you see his brothers in the stands?
They're hard to miss.
They are hard to miss.
I'm surprised they didn't try to go fight.
They're yelling
down.
It was on their side of everything, and it was fun to see the brothers in the Jokic jerseys, pointing and talking and probably yelling a whole bunch of obscenities, but. Jokic goes into the crowd a little bit. It ends up being the Suns owner who has the ball, and Jokic is trying to get it away from him because they have like a 4-on-5 opportunity. Jokic is basically saying, like, I'm trying to get the ball back immediately because a Suns player is like 3 rows deep laying down, and I'm trying to go capitalize on a 4-on-5. And this fan who ends up being the Suns owner is holding onto the ball, and then Jokic puts an elbow on him. Pretty small. It was a veteran flop move by the Suns owner there to make it a big deal because it was a
player.
Former NBA player?
Yeah, our guy's a former NBA player. Or was it our guy? Did he play at which one played at Michigan State?
He was a good college player.
Yeah.
Seemed like a small. I guess anybody next to Jokic looks small.
I thought the owner of the Suns was a Michigan State
I think that's
player
right.
at one time.
I don't believe they're going to be suspending Jokic. The owner who was involved in this situation has come out and said, like, hey, we don't need to be overreacting to this. No suspensions need to happen. We got ourselves a really nice series right now. I can't imagine that the NBA would actually suspend Jokic.
He doesn't want any money being taken away from the eyeballs on this thing.
He had to be a little
but he's also the
embarrassed as
Suns owner. I mean, he could have leaned into it, like, get this guy off the court,
Sure.
please. I would like to basically steal a game with
But he
no
also
Jokic.
knows big picture. Come on.
He was in the
You want him
wrong.
playing.
He was in the wrong.
Yeah, just because you're the owner, it doesn't give you any sort of extra latitude from this leave the players alone movement that we're right in the middle of. Like, if you would come out of that routine and suspend Jokic for that, it would be very inconsistent with how the NBA has been trending with this story for about the last 2 to 3 years.
And if that's Mark Cuban, he's probably taken out of the arena. The NBA
Yeah.
hates him so much. They're like, oh, Mark, you got involved.
Shout out to James Harden, by the way, once again putting the team on his back and doing some special things last night. He hits the floater, sends it to overtime. He hits the three that ends up mattering the most, and he goes 42 points, 9 boards, 8 assists in the victory. Embiid played extremely well also, but James Harden was the man of the night yesterday in Philadelphia, where big Philadelphia fan Micah Parsons was sitting courtside in a Philadelphia jersey to witness that awesome moment. So really cool for that fan, Micah Parsons, to get
Tyrese
to do
Maxey
that.
jersey.
Yeah, Tyrese Maxey jersey. It's about the name that's on the front of the jersey, not the one
Dallas's
that's on
own.
the back, okay? He had big Fila. If he had Maxey across his chest, I don't think anybody would be really complaining.
From Pennsylvania.
Big Philadelphia.
Represent your home. It's not a biggie. He's not
Represent
an
your home,
Eagle.
unless it's your most hated rival's city, then maybe don't represent.
It's a non-story.
Maybe don't. Maybe just sit courtside
It's
and
okay.
don't wear the Philadelphia on your chest.
Not a biggie.
Okay, so you're not upset that Eagles fans are clowning Cowboys fans right now, saying your guy Micah Parsons actually loves us and all these different
nothing
things?
better to do with their time. I'm clowning on them for even thinking that he's going to be
Well,
an Eagle. That's never going to happen.
He's from there. What if he got up at a commercial break and did the Fly Eagles Fly?
That would piss me off.
That
But
would-
the fact that he's wearing
I just want to see where your line
the fact
was.
that he's
Wolchuk.
wearing a Dallas Players jersey in a state that he's from, and he probably was a Sixers fan growing up, does not bother me, especially when he's the one player on the Cowboys that talks the most crap to the Eagles.
I do appreciate that. You're right.
Except for when he's, just loving him some Lane Johnson. When they're in the playoffs and he just lost.
That was
a tough deal.
And that was wrong.
Devin Booker's been a super beast. Jimmy Butler's been a super beast, and they're Knicks fans are upset at, speaking of a local guy, Julius Randle right now because he's doing the playoff disappearing act, and Tommy Beer has juxtaposed Jimmy Butler and Julius Randle and how one rises to the playoff occasion and one does not. Jimmy Butler has 0 career 40-point games for the Heat in the regular season. He's got 8 40-point games for the Heat in the playoffs. The opposite for Julius Randle, who's got 9 40-point games for the Knicks in the regular season, and he's had 0 of those such games in the playoffs. Devin Booker, just a total stud since the start of Game 3. You're talking about 6 quarters of 66 points, 9 boards, 14 assists, and he's doing it on 78% from the field.
Get a hand in his face.
Just crazy. And back to James Harden for 1 second yesterday. In the fourth quarter, Maxey, who's the last name on the back of the Philadelphia jersey that Micah Parsons was wearing, and then Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris in the fourth quarter went 1 for 10 for 2 points. They were actually outscored by their own player, glue guy PJ Tucker, who's known for putting up bagels in the box score when it comes to points. But James Harden was the man in the fourth quarter and put the team on his back. And that's not something he's used to doing in the playoffs. He's usually
exhausted.
But this is veteran James.
This is veteran James.
Beard has,
different guy.
has pulled it all together. Appreciate that look around the rim, gentlemen. Now, let's keep the broadcast baton over on Chiefs' side of the console because looks like we got you coming up here with the best of the weekend.
I had a friend issue me a sports apology, and it leads me to this. What is your personal 1 seed for the worst sports take you've ever had? That's next.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Hi guys, it's Mark with South Valley Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men. Our wave technology is backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call us now, and not only will the assessment...
1053thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Coming up here at 4 o'clock, top 10, 420 at 4. And then Chris Young, CY's coming up at 420. We'll be talking to the Rangers GM. Here's Chia followed with the best of the weekend.
Okay, so when I go all in on my worst sports take of all time, I'm going to be surprised if anybody can combat me for my personal worst. Now, we being me and Walchuk, had a great time at our good buddy Kyle Yeomans' wedding last night.
Congrats, Kyle and Lorena.
It was lovely. It was beautiful. Food was delicious. We weren't able to make it to the donut station appearance, but the idea that a donut station was going to be popping up at some point in or around that dance floor last night seemed like a really, really heady play. Unique. I don't know how many weddings are doing donut stations, but that would have been really, really cool to experience. The night just got away from us a little bit.
The only one I've ever experienced was Nick Nepic. Him and his wife did
the donut?
a full-on donut deal.
Wow, okay, I don't even remember that.
They also did a
full-on
brunch
breakfast
wedding.
Yeah.
San Francisco Super Bowl media party donut station for the ages.
Ooh.
I kind of felt like that if you did the marriage, if you did a hot fudge sundae or ice cream station, you can go up and get if you want to get your ice cream on.
Okay, you guys are all or have been
divorced,
married, but you've done this now. So they did the cutting of the cake. And to me,
they slam the cake in the face.
I would want to do that. I couldn't. The temptation would be too great than to nicely just go ahead and feed each other. It's like, no, I'm coming. I'm going straight. Pick the cake up. Boom in the face.
The amount of work that I would imagine gets put on from a makeup standpoint on the lovely lady's face and the outfit and stuff. I would imagine that becomes a giant party foul unless you have just a super fun, shenanigan kind of girl.
Besties.
But I like those wedding bells and Wolchuk's.
I like the feeding. I like that. I scoop the ice cream, feed you. You scoop, feed me. Maybe there's a icy finger that gets put on the face or something.
Come on.
Was there a
Just give me a
band
beer.
or DJ?
DJ.
It was DJ. It was
nice.
DJ.
Good?
It was good. Yeah.
Was it good?
Good.
No, the venue was outstanding. It was really a great wedding.
Yeah, good vibes all the way around. And one of our good buddies was there that we hadn't seen in a while. And he offered up during our meal. He was like, "Oh, by the way," he looks at me and he's like, "Hey, I wanted to apologize to you because like 4 years ago," and I didn't even remember this until he brought it up. He went all in on Luka Doncic never being even close to Russell Westbrook when it was all said and done in basketball lore. He was Team Russ 4 years ago. I was obviously Team Luka, and we've seen how that has since played out. And so he apologized. He said that was a terrible sports take by me. And I was like, listen, that's an egregiously bad sports take. And I'm glad that you can own that and admit that. But I can one-up you with my worst one. Let's see if you guys can beat this. Before Mike McCarthy was the Cowboys head coach, I was championing on these very microphones, as Walchuk will attest.
Yes.
For Urban Meyer.
Ooh, that makes two of you.
Well, that's me too. You and I are the same guy.
Is that your all time? There's no way you have a worse sports take than that, right?
No, I think I've got some bad ones, and my memory, I can't remember all of them because I've had a lot of bad ones.
For sure, I guarantee that we all have. But like the year that ensued, because Urban Meyer gets hired,
it's terrible.
Then he goes on just one of the most epic runs of all time in being incompetent at your job and really just as a human being. He was kicking their kicker.
No,
imagine what he would have done to Maher last year.
No, I wanted the Cowboys. I couldn't understand why Stephen Jones, and I think Stephen Jones did talk to Urban Meyer in California, but I don't think it was on the level of we'd like to hire you for the Dallas Cowboys. So to me, I was like, Lincoln Riley was a guy I wanted to talk to in Urban Meyer.
Same.
I was kind of like, okay, let's see an Urban Meyer, Lincoln Riley, talk to one of those guys. I really thought that Urban Meyer was a team builder. And that in college, I guess, in the pros, I mean, my guys in Jacksonville are just like, you don't believe, Brian. I mean, everything you believe and how to do it the right way, this guy went the total opposite of that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, there's accountability as an NFL head coach. As a college coach, everybody's scared of you. And you can do what you want, and in some situations that can get out of control. You step out of that environment into a new coaching environment, and suddenly people aren't looking at you like, oh, well, there's a genius at work, just let him go. They're like, hey, that's unacceptable, and we're all professionals.
So you don't think that one's that bad from Eric?
It's horrible.
What about Josh Allen?
In hindsight,
Tyler Smith can't play because he's from Tulsa. We can go down the list of a few here.
Those
I've
are
got
bad.
a laundry list too.
I did think Josh Allen was a tight end, and for 3
In the
years,
first year
I
it looked
nailed
good.
that. I did the first two. For 3, maybe.
No, the Urban Meyer one.
The Urban Meyer one aged really bad.
I don't think any sports take could ever be worse than that.
Yeah.
That was a bad take in the end. Although at the time you had to wonder.
Well, how about now this is, people are going to get mad. I thought that Dak was clearly better than Jimmy Garoppolo in that game. I've been going into the game.
You're not allowed.
Is that a bad sports
take?
take?
No, it's not a bad sports take. I thought you were going to say Dak being better than Romo his rookie year. Then I was going to come over that studio. And
No,
punch him in the ear.
I thought the Cowboys had the advantage in that first playoff game against San Francisco. To me, my opinion was the difference in this game will be Dak Prescott is better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I had a similar feeling going into that game.
Yeah, I did last year too with Brock Purdy. I would go with Rondo. I thought Rondo was going to be amazing, and there was a long time that I was going Rondo over Westbrook, and that is bad.
Yeah, he was a really good player for them. He's what that Boston team needed. 469 worst take of all time, Wentz over Dak. Yeah, a lot of people had that. I've got a lot of bad ones.
And Micah? I mean, Brian, we were both like, we didn't see this from Micah.
It's funny, we didn't see it, but I mean, I know on my board, Micah was a top 12 player on my stack. So, I mean, I didn't see the rush aspect of
Me
things.
either. And I wanted Rashawn Slater.
But I wanted Slater too, and Bolton in round 2. I still think that, to me,
but Micah's
either way,
the man.
Micah's, you're
Just
right.
so you know, Mike, I've defended you all day.
360.
Egregiously.
This is going to take Gavin an hour,
sir.
LOL. I think obviously the most recent bad one is I thought the Mavs were going to be the number 1 seed in the West.
Oh, that's right.
60
we had a
wins.
60-win Mavs
Okay, that
season.
didn't end well.
We
You're
should
right.
be still in the midst of that 60-win run right now.
Maybe Micah would have been here wearing a Kyrie or Luka jersey if the Mavs were in the playoffs.
I thought Christian Wood was ready to be one of the game's best big men. I was like, oh, this is going to be great. You get him in a winning environment. It turns out they brought him in and it turned them into a losing environment.
Yeah,
I thought,
that's a bad one for me.
I thought Wood was
it
going to be an all-star. Yeah, you thought he was the best player Luka's ever played with.
I thought we'd be talking about Christian Wood being the best teammate Luka's ever had. And that one, after the first game of the season, if I could have just bottled up that moment and casted it into forever, I would have nailed that one.
We were so
and then it became the second worst take maybe of my career. 469, I'm from Indy. I wanted Ryan Leaf. That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
But you're not alone. I mean, there's people.
Yeah.
I mean, trust me, there were people. I remember that draft vividly. And thank God we had Sean Payton on our staff. I told you about his evaluation, but he said no, don't take that guy. Don't even think about taking that guy.
How about the 406? My worst take of all time. Tebow's going to win a Super Bowl within his first 5 years.
Oh, that was funny. That
that's
whole
tough.
Tebow thing was amazing.
That one playoff win was awesome against Pittsburgh.
972 JP Losman is going to be a Pro Bowl quarterback for years to come.
Yeah.
That one hurts really bad.
Dallas got a first-round pick for that one. J.P. Losman.
Sure did.
Is there is any for you back there, Lucius?
Losman,
Do you have any sports takes that stick with you a little bit?
Yeah. One in NBA, I thought Paul George was going to be the future. I really did. I really thought he was going to be the future. I was putting all types of money on it. Yeah, for a while.
Playoff P, bro.
I bought the hype. Playoff P. I bought the hype. And then Joseph Randle. I thought Joseph Randle was going to be the future, to the point where I was on my Twitter and Instagram and hitting up what I thought was Jerry Jones, like, yo, you got to catch this Randle kid. Because I went to the Bedlam game and he was just running all over that. I was like, yo, you got to see this guy, man.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was stealing draws and stuff from JCP. Wild.
I was all in on Julius Jones, then Marion Barber showed up, and the fan base turned on him pretty quick.
Yeah, I remember that Joseph Randle take. That was several years ago, but he was so productive in college.
He was.
Bro, I was so
a lot of reasons
hyped
to
after
believe.
watching that game. I came back here and was just screaming all on the mic, y'all got to see Randle.
817, I thought Kawhi Leonard would be the best player in the league. I denied that he was a real superstar. And
That's worse.
Even as he won a championship, I was like, no, he's not that good. He was giving LeBron problems, bro.
He
and I
was.
was in denial. I was hating.
He's so good. The injuries are what got him, because I think he was. I think he was the maybe the best, especially two-way kind of guy for a little while.
He's a fun guy, though. He's a fun guy.
He's a fun guy.
Fun guy.
He'll acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. When we come back, it'll be the 4 o'clock hour. Chris Young, Rangers GM, coming up at 4:20. Wolchuk's got the top 10 next. Where are you taking us?
F1 drivers did not like this, a high school prank gone wrong, and the top 10 most popular sodas in America on National Have a Coke Day.
Well, it's National Hamburger Month. I hope you know. Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match, and they have some delicious burgers in there right now. Find them at Twin Peaks all month long. National Hamburger Month season. Smash seared burgers are
app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. CY's coming up at 4:20. We'll be talking to the Rangers GM, General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Carter Freeman shall return soon, but he remains on leave. Still coordinating the heck out of your video, though, from home at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20 at 4. Here's the Wooly Bully.
We'll get into soda talk here in just a moment. It's National Have a Coke Day. So I got the top 10 most popular sodas in America. What's your favorite? 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Twolos, I see you in there, Texas size rips. Get off my DAC 82. All these Twolos that are partying with us. Carter, we hope you get better soon, buddy. You're doing a good job with that video. But we had the Grand Prix in Miami yesterday for Formula One.
We did.
It was fun. Now, one thing that was a little bit interesting was they had LL Cool J do the pre-race driver introductions on the tracks front straightaway. And you don't typically see this, but he introduced all 20 drivers at the Miami Grand Prix. Now, it seems as though a lot of the F1 drivers were not into this.
Do you think LL Cool J was their one seed, or do you think they went through about 5 to 10 different options before it was like, okay, he's the only one that's accepting this right now?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
They had Will.i.am.
Let me tell you this. This Grand Prix is huge for celebrities. I don't think there's any turning anything down.
No, the Williams sisters were there. Roger Federer's. It's a who's who.
Well, Dak was there with CD.
Dak and Patrick Mahomes, CD Lamb.
They were all there. I mean, I just think anybody that's celebrity was in Miami yesterday.
Yeah.
As part of that. And it'll be even in November, they race in Vegas, which I think will be even
first time. I can't
bigger.
wait for
will
that.
Be even bigger. So if you're a celebrity, I don't think it was. I think they got their first choice.
Okay.
I don't think there was any, I'm good. You know, I've got another thing to do.
So LL Cool J is still an A-list hype man then.
But
That's
I'll tell
awesome.
you what, a lot of celebrities made the trip from Churchill Downs on Saturday to get to Miami for Sunday.
Hell, I think there was a around the world kind of situation going on. I don't know where the Met Gala is, but Mahomes was at
New York.
Mahomes,
yeah.
okay, so he went from NYC Gala to the Derby to Miami. That's how you do it when you're a superstar.
Making the rounds, baby. So as it turns out, these F1 drivers not a fan of the whole ordeal with LL Cool J.
Ladies love Cool J.
McLaren's Lando Norris. None of the drivers like it, but it's not for us at the end of the day. Williams driver.
What's the big deal? I mean, he's got a good voice.
It needs to be more buttoned up.
It wasn't against LL Cool J. It's the fact that they're not trying to have to sit through these introductions in the heat, in their full outfits. Like, they want to just focus on the race and less of the pageantry with all this. And
maybe not bring them out until they're ready to jump in. Those suits can get hot. I was in one of those suits whipping around with Mario Andretti one year at about 103 degrees at TMS.
Well,
and they were doing like a pre-race ride type of deal. It was amazing. In the June race.
We might get an Andretti team soon here in F1.
Oh, they're going to make
They're trying to jump in, I think, 2025.
Yeah, but they're making it really hard. They're asking for over $200 million as an entry fee.
Ooh.
On top of whatever else cost they have to come. So $200 million.
I just saw from Schefter, by the way, the regular season schedule is going to be released next Thursday, May 11th.
So not this Thursday's May 11th.
That's this Thursday?
Yes, it's the 8th.
Okay.
So that's this Thursday.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, then we're
good.
right on schedule.
We're on time, baby.
We're beautiful.
Perfecto. Let's do this. Yeah, George Russell said it's distracting because, we're on the grid for half an hour in all of our overalls in the sun. I don't think there's any other sport in the world that 30 minutes before you go out to do your business that you're out there in the sun, all the cameras are on you, and they're making a bit of a show of it. We spoke about it as Drivers Friday. Everybody has different personalities. I guess it's the American way of doing things.
Well, he's not wrong, because if you ever watch the build up to the Indy 500,
got commercials to sell.
They bring them out in threes, and they bring them through the crowd. They actually bring them onto the grid, and so they have this walk. A lot of this was going on before pandemic, and then we kind of forgot about, like, we don't need fans, we don't need this and that and the other. And these drivers, it is about the production, but the sport is hugely popular.
You actually make a great point, because the drivers that are complaining about this, Alex Albon, Lando Norris, George Russell, they're all new, and they've just gotten to the grid since COVID. Lewis Hamilton, the king, he loved it. He said, I grew up listening to LL Cool J.
Yeah.
He was there. That's cool. You look over, you've got will.i.am, who's an incredible artist. You got Serena and Venus standing there. I thought it was cool. He liked it.
Yeah. See, the thing with Lewis Hamilton, he understands, he has homes in the United States, so he understands. But the thing about George Russell, I'm sure that he'll appreciate it. His bank account, he's the second Mercedes driver.
Mm-hmm.
His bank account, they were selling gear there for $400 or $500 a shot, mini helmets, hats, anything that you could sell. I'm sure that his bank account benefited from him racing in Miami yesterday.
The pageantry annoys the hell out of me, but it is so important to put on a big event to have it. For months and then weeks, you tell people how big this is going to be. And when it's happening, you can't just go start it, or people are going to be like, this seems weird. Maybe that's how you do it in Europe.
Yeah.
But in the U.S., when you have a big event, you tell everybody it's a huge event for months, and then in the lead up to it, it's taking hours, and it drags on forever. But that builds the anticipation and the excitement. And, if they don't like it, they should stay and race in Europe, Wolchuk.
Oh, I like it.
How long did this delay things?
They didn't really delay things. I mean,
how long were these guys
They were out there
sweating?
standing there for like half an hour at minimum.
So 30 minutes to rattle off all these guys' names? That seems egregious.
It's 20 drivers too. It's not like it's the whole field. It's 20 total drivers.
Did he do like a full-on Bruce Buffer intro for every one of the drivers?
Yeah.
That seems a little,
Okay,
dude.
wow, if it's that long like a boxer, that is annoying.
Come on.
If it's 20 dudes in 30 minutes. Okay.
It's in South Florida. It's swamp ass season. Like, come on, time and place.
I'd say keep the drivers in the garage, and they can run out and wave, and then go back in the AC and chill. We got to take care of the athletes a little bit more.
Yeah, I get it. I get both sides of this. Now, before we slide into the top 10, according to KPRC, Caney Creek High School was forced to cancel class last Friday thanks to a mysterious and unbearable odor that was nauseating to the point where 6 people had to be taken to the hospital for treatment after it was initially detected on a Wednesday.
That's more than your run-of-the-mill fart spray there, Wolchuk.
Wait, the odor began on Wednesday, and on Friday they decided we can't even do this anymore?
Yeah.
We got a body.
The Caney Creek Fire and Rescue Department was eventually able to get to the bottom of the matter and shared the findings of its investigation in a Facebook post where it said the odor stemmed from a bottle of fart spray.
Oh, it was fart spray!
Traced back to an unidentified student who presumably dropped the $10 it cost to buy some on Amazon.
Wow, dude, that Thursday day of school must have just been miserable.
So they got it through
everybody.
the air conditioned system?
They must have attacked the entire school.
Abby got a bottle of fart spray a couple of weeks ago.
Walchuk had one a couple of years ago.
I got Tim Collins once. He didn't know what the heck was going on.
It's permanently attached to his butt. No.
Hey guys, I've been pretty good the last couple of months.
You have.
I've really
I
tried to
appreciate
make
that.
personal
I've been
adjustments.
impressed. Ever since you came and literally farted on me during the show and walked back to your seat, I think it was kind of a come to Jesus moment for you.
That was the last straw. That was an intervention that was needed that next day,
was.
Chia Follow, and I salute you for leading that. No, we got her a bottle of fart spray, or I did, because I was like, okay, you want some fart spray? Sounds funny. Now, she got it. I said, don't take this to school. You're going to end up getting in trouble.
Was the fart spray your idea, or did she come to you and say, Dad, I really need some fart spray?
Yeah, she said, I need some fart spray. I said, damn right you do.
Hell yeah. I love this.
So I said, don't take that to school. It could get in trouble. Like, kids got kicked out of school for a couple of days or suspended, whatever.
And the evolution of the fart spray has gotten crazy.
It's no joke. So she's like, no, I just want to take it and show it off. I said, hey, do your thing, but I'm going to teach you how to, make good decisions and go ahead and live with this one. She takes it, Couple troublemakers take it from her.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, they're spraying it. Teachers want to know, where'd you get this, right? Of course, they tell her the truth. They come to Abby and they're like, was this yours? Yes, it was. I just let them borrow it. I didn't know what they were going to do with it. I had no idea. And of course, me, I'm like, you what?
You don't say.
Teachers let her get away with it.
Did they?
She must be some kind of a teacher's pet.
Good for her.
I'd have busted her ass for at least some in-school suspension. Yeah.
Some ISS.
Lay down a little ISS. You can't bring
early
that
on.
to school and be like, well, I didn't spray it. Just bringing it to school is a significant violation, if you ask me.
Well, it must whatever this kid had to where you're spraying it on Wednesday and Friday we're still having issues here. He must have put it, placed it in crazy places, or he had a super sprayer.
And I've got the name of the fart spray, but it's spelled weird, and I don't want to even attempt it. So you can do your own work on that. But the outlet did report that none of the people who were hospitalized experienced any serious lingering effects, so should be fine. But whoever the culprit was, I don't think is going to get to walk at graduation.
That's heavy-duty stuff right there.
Yeah. Not
got
good.
taken down, got hospitalized by a fart spray.
It's amazing.
That's some powerful stuff.
That's some good stuff. All right, let's slide into the top 10. Top 10 most popular soda pop in America on National Have a Coke Day. Fellas, I don't even need to ask you, Gavin. I know you're rocking with the Diet Coke. That's the best.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have a personal fave, Lucius?
Yeah, peach soda. I like peach soda.
I've never had peach soda.
Yeah, Crush.
Okay.
They make a good peach soda.
Crush is good.
And there's another one that starts with an N, but I don't know how to pronounce that name, but it's a peach soda. It's fire.
Peach soda.
Fire.
I love a good peach tea. You know?
I do too.
Yeah.
I bet a peach soda is fantastic. I would go. I'm a big vanilla Coke guy. Like I love going to Sonic and I don't drink a ton of Coke, but sometimes you just catch a craving that you can't get past. And the vanilla Coke from Sonic is outstanding. Always love Dr. Pepper, of course. Root beer is special. I like the Barks. You know, there's so many different brands.
Big A&W guy.
A&W, that's a
Nothing wrong
headliner.
with Barks.
Cream soda.
Love cream
That's
soda.
why I go A&W on the cream soda.
Yeah. Because they're both in
That's
those
a nice
fun
switch
bottles.
up. That's delicious.
I'm a big A&W cream soda and root beer guy.
Dude, I love it. And then if you got a little tummy ache, I'm going Sprite or ginger ale for the win.
Yeah. Ginger ale on flights was my go-to for a long time. You going ginger ale, Brian?
Absolutely ginger ale.
Crusty.
Yeah.
That's your
least surprising thing.
You play some Uno with the grandkids while you're at it?
But I'll tell you what, I can't tell you the last time I had a soda to drink. I don't drink sodas at all.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah, you're just a beer guy.
Zevias for me have been life-changing though since being on soda, state-of-the-art weight loss. Shout out to you. I love you.
Zimas?
Zevia.
Yeah. Somewhere your uncle's like,
where you get that ZMZ, man? Let me know, fam.
Was it, Lucius, who in your family is the Zima guys?
That's
Your
my
uncle?
dad.
Your dad.
That's my dad,
They're
for
on
sure.
the back of the truck, right? Great
Dad's
bottle.
coming.
Great bottle. That's a great bottle.
469 says, I bet Broadus washes down his prunes with ginger ale. I think that's
Sure.
probably fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You got me.
I like prunes, but they make me gassy.
Isn't that the goal? Isn't that what they're...
Yeah, but they do a little too much.
Yeah.
Like bloated, gassy type of thing.
Very bloated.
Yeah, I
good.
stick to the pears.
Yeah, if I'm going through a prune, I'm hoping I do not have to deal with the gassiness, the bloatedness. That's a clean out maneuver right there. Yeah. I'm not eating it for the flavor.
Absolutely not. It's not because I love prunes.
No, I need it to get me regular. We got some love for Dr. Pepper and Pepsi from the Twolos.
Good products.
Knee high soda.
Yeah,
That's the
it.
peach.
Yeah,
Okay.
knee-high.
I've never
Okay.
said that out loud. Knee high.
Knee high. We got cherry vanilla Dr. Pepper is fire from the 817. We also got some love for pineapple Fanta. Do you want a Fanta? Strawberry Dr. Pepper from the 214. The Baja Blast is getting some love.
Ooh.
Big Red, if you're a true Texan, from the 214.
Is that blue drink from Sonic? What's the blue drink?
Oh, that's the ocean water.
Ocean water.
The one that you just mentioned, the
Yeah.
Baja Blast, is the Taco Bell.
green.
Yeah.
That ocean water, throw a little rum in that joint.
Yeah, bingo.
Oh my God, it's fire.
Bingo.
Go to the mall.
Yeah.
That's what we used to do.
Yeah.
Kids' baseball games.
So here's the top 10 most popular sodas in America. Number 10 is 7-Up. Number 9, you got Sunkist.
Heads Up 7-Up is a better game than 7-Up is
Never
a soda.
drink 7-Up. I do like Sunkist. It should be higher. Number 8 is Sierra Mist.
Sunkist was good, but it make your mouth all orange and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's
you
true.
go back from lunch after that period, you look ridiculous. Somebody's hit you serious because your orange ass mouth.
Crap, I shouldn't have had the Sunkist.
Yeah.
Number 7 is Fanta. Number 6, you got Sprite. Number 5 is Do the Do Mountain Dew.
That'll hype you up, man.
Mountain Dew.
Everybody
over
in racing drinks that Mountain Dew.
Man, that stuff gets you
Huge
going.
Southern beverage. They'll drink it with breakfast.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
That's
Do
exactly
you guys
right.
do you guys remember Sprite Remix?
Sure do. Who doesn't remember
What?
Sprite Remix?
Yeah,
It's some
like
badass commercials.
Missy Elliott doing the commercials and everything. Grant Hill drinks Sprite. Grant Hill drinks Sprite.
Dude,
When the dude gets hung.
I love those commercials.
Those commercials made you think that was going to taste good.
Number 4.
Kind of like, I guess, Burger
Kind of
King's
like Burger
doing.
King, huh? I knew you were going to go there.
Oh, man.
Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
no, you need to stop.
BK.
Yeah, Burger
You need
some
to
respect.
stop. Number 4 is Dr. Pepper. A little low.
How many Dr. Peppers we have on this list? You were talking about like already 3 or 4, right? The
Well,
vanilla one.
Oh, I was just shouting out what people texted
Oh,
in that
I
they
see.
like.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Number 3 is Pepsi. Number 2 is Diet Coke.
Nice.
Number 1, though, on National Have a Coke Day.
Coca-Cola.
Straight Coke.
It's Coca-Cola.
That's right. Now, do you guys remember New Coke?
No,
that
what is New Coke?
You weren't alive yet. About
Yeah,
5 years
they
before you
weren't
were
alive.
born. They were like, hey, let's change the recipe. They
That
called
was
it
a
New Coke.
Terrible idea.
And it was out for like a month or so. And they're like, okay, we're bringing back Coca-Cola Classic.
Classic,
New Coke
yeah.
sucked, huh?
You had New Coke and Coca-Cola Classic
Yeah.
both on shelves for a while.
It's
before they-
weird. They're like
Yeah.
competing with each other. I don't know if that's good or bad.
They thought they had the answer, but the answer, as this poll shows, was the OG Coca-Cola Classic.
Does the original Coca-Cola, and it's the only soda that does this, like make your teeth a little, like make them have a different kind of feel, like
Yeah.
a little bit of
It's
a
the
grainy,
cocaine.
it's
Let me
like
tell
a
you-
grainy
Rub your
kind of
teeth,
feel.
I think.
They talk about using regular Coke, like if you want to clean your battery in your car.
Yes, I've
To
seen
take
that.
the corrosion off the.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah, you
100%
pour it
you
on there
can,
and you
yeah.
scrub with the toothbrush, and next thing you know, that thing looks like brand new.
But no other soda does that to my teeth but original Coca-Cola, and I love it. It tastes phenomenal, but it does add,
No,
like, that's
do
how
you?
you
Do
know
you
the
love it?
difference. Yeah, I like that.
That film.
No, I like the taste. I don't necessarily love the
Don't
graininess.
switch.
that it
Yeah,
does.
don't switch.
Stick with your original
to
point.
me-
That's how you feel.
As a Diet Coke guy, when I drink regular soda, that's all I experience. I'm like the how
TP
much sugar is in there.
Right.
It creates this film all over your teeth and
Yeah.
mouth
Yeah.
that just shows
You're
how.
supposed to rub it with your finger if it does that.
Yeah,
I was
I mean-
told. Get it all in there.
Shoot,
I didn't,
Yeah.
We live and we learn.
Did it numb you up a little bit there?
Yeah. It's fantastic Coke, by the way.
Man, the OG sounds like it was really the way to go.
Always gets me in the best mood.
Yeah.
It drips down in that throat a little bit.
Okay, Brian, what are you doing?
You guys grew up in the 70s right there.
Hey,
Okay,
we
we got
got the Start Club over there downtown. Yeah.
We got to run, G-Bag Nation. When we come back, it's time for Rangers GM Chris Young. He'll tell you what the plan is and how proud of his guys they are next here. In the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan, I do got some amazing news from our friends at Window Nation, though. Shoot, yeah. Window Nation, allowing you to modernize and
AC issues before they happen, and no charge for covered repairs. Call Constellation at 888-921-MORE. Restrictions apply. PUC 10014.
Yeah, buddy, it's time for Chris Young, Rangers GM, to join us. Segment is brought to you by Soda, State of the Art, and the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. CY brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and by Cars for Kids. Pregame coming up at 8 o'clock tonight. First pitch, 8:40 is your first place Rangers visit the Mariners. And a good afternoon, Chris. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
Well, we're having a lot of fun watching your baseball team again, and the two teams behind you, you've played them, and you whooped them in their house. That's got to feel pretty good. How'd you enjoy the last couple of games?
Well, certainly the last two games were a lot of fun. It was a heartbreaker on Friday night, but those games are going to happen, and I think we learned a little bit from it, and the team really showed a lot of resilience with the way they responded, bounced back on Saturday, and then yesterday, of course, coming out and having a huge day, another huge day offensively. It was fun to watch. It was a great series. Anytime you can win a series on the road, especially against a division rival, it's a great series. And so we hopefully take some momentum into Seattle and try to do it again.
What's it mean that you've been able to maintain your spot atop the division without two of your best players for an extended time now?
Well, I think a couple different things. First of all, I think it's great for the rest of the guys to see that we can win without our two best players or two of our best players. I think that's important for teams to go through that. Every team loses players over the course of the season, and good teams respond. I said that when Corey got hurt and we lost him, and then certainly when Jacob went down. We shouldn't be built around just any one player. It's got to be the collective group, and we have a very talented group. We have a strong group. We've got a great coaching staff, and it's been fun to watch those guys respond. So I'm looking forward to them continuing to do so, and hopefully at some point soon we get those guys back.
You know, CY, you mentioned the heartbreak from Friday night, and Boch just talked about Jose Leclerc and some of his recent struggles. But what are your options right now when it comes to the bullpen?
Well, I think that it's the guys we have. Certainly, that we've got the group we have, and we think that they're all talented. We think that they can, that they can perform. There are going to be moments where they all struggle at times, and I think just making sure that they're in the right situations to perform. We're choosing the right matchups. We may not have perfectly established roles for each player, but being selective with putting them in the right matchups and giving them the best chance to succeed. And then maybe when the matchups don't favor them, kind of shifting gears and putting somebody else in who may have a slightly better matchup. But, I think that roles will evolve and probably get established as we go over the course of the season. But right now we don't really have clear defined roles. That said, we have very capable players who are all good major leaguers and can go get outs. And that's our expectation that they're able to do that.
How much would you like to make a move right now? How much would you like to execute a trade if you could snap your fingers and create that reality?
That's a loaded question for me because that means when you add somebody, that means somebody goes. And so I think it's not fair to the group we have to suggest that that we're wanting to make moves at this moment. I think certainly everybody knows that we're going to look for the best ways to win games, and you have a responsibility to continue to try to improve. But to say that I would want to make a move this second is probably premature.
Was the fact that you're a former pitcher give you a different perspective on what's going on in the bullpen right now?
Well, it gives me a perspective that I know how hard it is to get one out, much less three outs. And some nights you're going to have times where, I think we saw yesterday, even with Martin Perez struggling a little bit, Martin's been great for a year and a half for us. And, he had a game yesterday where he wasn't on top of his game. He wasn't at his best, and that's going to happen. These guys they're not robots. They're going to have moments where they struggle a little bit, and it's up to us to support them, to help them understand what makes them good, to remind them why they're good, and then put them in the best positions to succeed. And I think that's where Boch and Mike Maddox do a tremendous job, and it's not going to work out every time. I mean, I think there's probably – my guess is every team in the big leagues has at least one, maybe two blown saves at this point, and it's part of it. So I think the idea is to try to minimize that. Certainly our offense has picked us up and given us a lot of blowout wins, which has been great. And we're going to find the group that will step up and really eventually, perform in those roles. And I'm confident in what we have.
I was listening to Mike Bassick talk on our midday show, and he was referencing, Cole Winn, who was so good a couple of years ago, made the All-Star game in the minor leagues and has struggled a little bit. But when you look at some of your minor league pitchers, because you've had success moving a Dane Dunning and a Cole Reagans into the bullpen, would Cole Winn maybe be a guy that you could see transitioning from starter to coming out of the bullpen potentially?
It's not something we've discussed to this point. I think we see Cole. He's one of the youngest pitchers in the Pacific Coast League. Certainly there have been some ups and downs for him as he's gotten to AAA, but I think we still view him as a starting pitcher. We have not had that conversation. That may happen in time, but I think right now we're happy with some of the things we've seen. Cole's stuff has played up this spring. It's been very good to see him make some adjustments, and we think the results are right around the corner for him, and a level of consistency that at some point will hopefully give us an option of considering him, whether it's in the bullpen or in the rotation at the big league level.
The offensive numbers have just been outstanding to this point in the season, and I'm curious, what's impressed you most about just the overall lineup and the offense to this point?
Well, a few things. I think first, just the commitment to a plan, top to bottom. Throughout the lineup, there's been continuity. The guys go up with an approach every day. Our coaching staff, Donnie Ecker, Tim Hires, Seth Connor, they do a great job of preparing the guys, sending them up to bat with the plan, and the guys have been great at executing. I think that we're one of the top 5 most disciplined teams in terms of chase rate, and it's been really fun to see. The guys just go up there and commit to it as a team, as a collective group. And, when you do that, you tend to have success. I think it's what the best hitting lineups in the league do. There might be pockets of the order that, are slumping or not feeling their best, but, you're picked up by other areas. And I think the bottom of our lineup recently with Leody Taveras and Ezekiel Duran and Travis Jankowski's hit down there. Robbie Grossman has kind of bounced between the top and the bottom at times, and those guys just get solid at bats, and they really grind you down. And then, at some point, we hope to have Corey Seager back and Mitch Garver back, and you add those two into an offensive group that's performed very, very well. It's pretty exciting to think what can come of it.
See why this might be a strange question, but do you ever ask questions of your staff that you already know the answers to as a general manager? Just to see what their responses would be?
Well, it's not in a way to test them, in a way to just understand a different perspective, or to, I have my thoughts, but not necessarily to test them or say there's a right answer and I'm testing you to see if you have the right answer here. No, I don't do that. I will ask for their opinions. I fully subscribe to, I do not have this game figured out. Nobody has it fully figured out. And I know that we've got a lot of smart people and we have collective good conversations that will get to some good answers. But I do ask a lot of questions. I want the opinions of others, whether it's in the front office or our coaching staff. There's just a wealth of knowledge and experience with everybody we have. And I certainly do solicit their opinions frequently. Even if I have my strong beliefs on certain things, I will ask questions.
Do you have an update on Travis Jankowski by chance after he left yesterday with what seemed like a hammy?
Yeah, he's being evaluated today. He's coming in soon here, and we'll get an update on him and kind of figure out what the next steps are. My guess is it's going to be several days, if not a short IL stint, but we'll have that information soon and figure out the next steps.
It's Chris Young here with you. And doing math, we should be coming up on what, 3 to 6 days before Seager?
Yeah, Corey's doing great. He's made a lot of progress, and our hope is that we'll see him out on rehab sometime in the next, within the next 5 or 6 days, and hopefully rejoin the team, next week perhaps. But we'll see how the rehab goes.
With the Mariners tonight, Chris, about 9 years ago, you had a pretty dang good season for them, and I was wondering what your favorite memory is in your career, either playing for or against them when it comes to Seattle.
Well, it was a magical season, 2014. For me, it was a very special season personally because I was coming off shoulder surgery. I'd missed the entire 2013 season. I really didn't have many teams that were interested in me. And Seattle picked me up late in spring training. I went in and had a great year. Won comeback player of the year for the Mariners. We lost out on the playoffs on the last day of the regular season, but it was a special group. And in a lot of ways, reinforced to me, we didn't have the most talented team that year, but we still won 90 games. We were on the cusp of the playoffs, and it reinforced to me that when you get the right group, you play the game the right way, you go out and compete day in, day out, the good things can happen. And you got to have performances from some unsung heroes, and we did that year, and it was a lot of fun. And I think that reminds me a little bit of our group that we have now in terms of the personalities and just the competitiveness, and a group of guys that really don't care what outside expectations are. They believe in themselves. They're going to go out and play their best day in, day out, and see what happens.
John Gray on the hill tonight. What would you like to see from him?
Well, we need to get John going a little bit. Last couple starts, he struggled a little bit, but he's made a couple adjustments mechanically in the bullpen. I know he's really hungry. He wants to go out and perform at the level he thinks he's capable of, and so do we. And we're excited to see it. I think that John's a competitor, and his stuff is there, and we just need to get him locked in on the strike zone and a little more consistent. But I think the mechanical adjustments that he and Mike Maddox have worked on over the past week are going to help, and I expect him to go out and have a big game tonight.
It is Mother's Day week, Chris. That's just a friendly reminder. I know you're in the midst of the season right now, so just as a PSA to you, make sure you're well aware of that. I'm curious, what's the Chris Young Mother's Day strategy when it comes to the gift giving? Are you going into brick and mortar and hand picking a gift for mom and wifey, or are you going online, clicking a couple of buttons, we'll get that thing sent to the house?
I'm an online shopper. I'm not going to make it in store unless it's maybe Rangers gear that I can get in the team store. But beyond that, I don't think my wife nor my mom would appreciate any more Ranger gear at this point. So it'll be an online shop, and I have not done it yet.
Okay, no problem. That makes two of us. And that's the beauty of the online
day of type of thing.
Yeah, we can be last minute. We can procrastinate and still come through big. Now, do you trust your
online? You can't be too last minute. So,
no.
I appreciate the little reminder there.
Hey,
I needed that.
It's my pleasure. Now, are you like, do you trust your own judgment on these gifts, or like, do you need the kids to kind of get involved to help? What do you think mom will want here? Do you put out feelers for mom to figure out what she might be into?
Oh, I think my kids are old enough now that I leave the gifts in terms of what they want to give give my wife to them. I'm not going to intervene there. They have a pretty good idea of what mom likes and what to do. So I think that I'll leave that to them. And then for my mom, I certainly have a pretty good idea on that one. So we're in good shape, I think.
Yeah, Chris, when you the Rangers, like say, being on a little bit of a roll right now, is we've seen the lineup card pretty much the same every night. Is it one of those things where you get in that mode where it is an every night thing, or do you feel like you have a plan? Like, I'd like to see this guy a little bit more, maybe, because we're with Smith getting an opportunity yesterday, and we hadn't seen him for a week, and all of a sudden now, but he's talking about being ready. Is there a time when you walk in there with Boch and say, "What do you think here, Skip? Maybe take a look at somebody"? Or I know you don't always play with the lineup that way, but is it something where you maybe talk about a little bit?
Yeah, Boch and I have very good conversations regarding the lineup, regarding the bullpen too. I'm just making sure that we find ways to keep these guys fresh, to keep them active, and get them looks from time to time. I actually think Boch has done a very good job with some of our guys who maybe have gone stretches without playing much. He's been able to get them in late in game, maybe give them an at-bat here and there. I know he was able to do that yesterday, got Sandy Leone in, Brad Miller. I was excited to see Brad get an at-bat, and then I look up, and it's a position player pitching. So I don't know. Brad doubled off of him, and he made the best of it. But we're going to need all these guys, and I think Boch understands that. But when you're going well, you also ride the hot hand a little bit, and I understand that too. So we do have really good conversations. There's just constructive feedback that we give each other in terms of the lineup construction and the matchups, and we certainly our R&D department does a great job of providing those matchups, and we take those into account. But I think Boch has done a very, very good job of trying to keep all these guys engaged, but also balancing that when certain guys are hot, you got to ride them.
Yeah, Chris, I thought I saw a note that you guys are leading the league in position player pitchers against you. So that's got to be a good thing, right? 9 guys going at position players having to pitch against you. That's okay, right?
That's
the best. That's the best stat ever, right?
Yeah, exactly. I guess there's 2 ways a position player can pitch. One is if you're you're up big or the other is you're down big. I think that all of ours have been because we've been up big, so let's keep it that way.
We'll tear him up. Rangers GM Chris Young, thanks for your time, and sorry about that loaded question from me, and I thought, frankly, one from Broadus as well with your scouts.
No, it's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. It's just a tough one for me to answer because I want to be respectful to the group we have. I believe in our guys and excited about what they've done thus far and watching. Looking forward to watching them continue it.
You're too nice, CY. Next time, just tell them to bleep right off.
No, we're not trading. We're not trading our general manager. You can just forget that right now. We're not getting rid of our general manager here. All right.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it, guys. Have a great week.
Tear him up. We'll be pulling for you. There he goes. Rangers GM Chris Young here on 105.3 The Fan, and he has been great. Our second season, getting to interview him, and he's come on every Monday at 4:20 so far during the season, so thanks so much to him. Okay, we're going to come back with a little around the bases, right, Wolchuk? We'll put a bow on this baseball coverage. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, how high are the Rangers this week in the power rankings, and should we be worried about this? Next on The Fan.
Okay, I want to chat with you, though, about D&M Leasing. If you have any concerns,
Jeep.
Tired of picking between Cousins Barbecue Prime Brisket, Duroc Pulled Pork, or Ribs? And, well, you get it. Now available only at Cousins Barbecue Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays. DFW's only option for all-you-can-meat Prime Barbecue. Why pick between quality and quantity when you can come get it all at Cousins Barbecue?
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of double stacked JBC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Upgrade to the performance you need on all Maytag major appliances during May is Maytag month, happening all month long.
Maytag month is going on.
Zach Wolchuk back with you, and if you've been suffering from hair loss or thinning, I got that solution for you. Go see my buddy, Dr. Michael Bailey, as they are introducing Almated, the most advanced technology for regaining thicker and fuller hair. It's a super easy 40-minute procedure. It feels like a scalp massage. You can go to sleep while they do it. It is incredible, and it's worth it just for that. It's relaxing. And Tolos, if you set up your free consultation, you get $500 off when you mention Tolo or my name, Zach Wolchuk. Nothing to lose. Consultation's free. Only takes about 3 to 5 treatments. I'm 2 down already, and I'm already seeing results. Go to EliteSkinCenter.com. That's EliteSkinCenter.com and schedule your appointment today.
Hey, Mary, is that a new phone?
Yeah, just upgraded at T-Mobile. Their new Go 5G Plus plan gives me the same great phone deals as new customers.
I am so jealous. AT&T's got me locked into a 3-year device contract, and my phone is locked to their network, too.
Ooh, that's a long time.
3 years! That's like the length of 2.5 relationships.
It's time to ditch AT&T. Bring your locked phone, and T-Mobile will pay it off, and they'll give you a new 5G phone for free.
Boom! You hear that, AT&T?
Introducing the Easy Unlock. Bring your AT&T locked phone, trade it in, and T-Mobile will pay it off up to $650 and give you one of the latest 5G smartphones free. Plus, next time, you're ready for an upgrade a whole year earlier. Free your phone now at T-Mobile.
Pay off via virtual prepaid MasterCard in 15 days. Free phone via 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified, plus tax and device connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or credit stop and balance on required finance agreement is due. See T-Mobile.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Bacon Plumbing.
Everyone loves bacon. Bacon plumbing, heating, air, and electric. Flickering lights? Outlets not working? Schedule an inspection and receive $50 off any electrical repair. Call or visit everyonelovesbacon.com today. Restrictions apply.
Everyone loves bacon. Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
All right, Nation, the show rolls on here on a Monday. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Now, coming up at 5 o'clock, Stars fans, how much hope do you have? The hockey hawk Gavin Spittle, is he optimistic or pessimistic after watching the Stars get destroyed? You might be surprised by the answer to that. Here's Wolchuk that'll take us around the bases, get the latest on these red-hot Rangers.
Heck yes, your first place, Texas Rangers, is after they clinched a series victory over the Angels 16-8 yesterday. Rangers remain in sole possession of first place in the AL West, holding a 2-game lead over the second place Angels. The Rangers at 20-13 have produced the club's best 33-game start since 2013, where they also went 20-13. Just the 8th time in team history to have at least 20 wins through 33 games in a season. And they've won all 3 series against AL West opponents to begin this year. And we mentioned the offense with Chris Young just a moment ago. 221 runs this season. That's a Rangers record for the first 33 games of a season, most by any team in Major League Baseball this season. Their first 33 games since the 2000 Cardinals had 223 runs. It's the only other one that was better than what the Rangers have done. So incredible had this start to the season. John Gray, Logan Gilbert on the bump tonight, 8 o'clock pregame, 8:40-ish first pitch from Seattle as the Rangers will try to win another AL West series, but it is a fun time to be a Rangers fan.
It is, man. And if you just started being a Rangers fan or a baseball fan, you're like, wow, this is pretty awesome. They score double-digit runs like 2 or 3 times a week. Man, this baseball is high power.
Yeah, dude, they're putting up some serious numbers right now. And one of the cool things that Jared had mentioned on Twitter is how they've recovered from the Seager absence, and they really haven't missed a beat over each player's last 20 games across the league. The Rangers have 4 of the top 21 OPS figures.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these guys, and you're talking about like Ezekiel Duran, Adolis Garcia, Jonah Heim, like young dudes, and then obviously you have a Marcus Semien thrown in there as well. But that's been one of the most fun things. It's not only the veteran dudes, but you got these young guys that are just playing out of their mind.
Yeah, the production that they've gotten at the bottom half of the lineup with Jankowski, Leody Taveras yesterday was outstanding.
Yeah.
That's really helped a lot. And they haven't had Mitch Garver either, who is one of their better bats as well. So all extremely positive.
One of my favorite moments from the baseball weekend in Anaheim for the Rangers was, did you guys see the freeze frame? A baseball history nut tweeted it out, but it's pretty funny. And huge props to the video guy in Anaheim, because when Jonah Heim was up to bat at one point, they throw up on the big screen the player and they give you some season stats and his last at bat and stuff like that. But they also made a note. And they say of Jonah Heim, he has a daughter, however, missed an opportunity and did not name her Anna.
For Anaheim.
I was like, you know what? That's pretty good stuff right there from the Angels video guy. I bet he's been waiting all offseason for that moment.
He was. He had planned, and you know what? Clever. And I commend you, sir. Shout out to the 972. You absolutely can get this shout out for his wife, who just graduated college on Saturday. Her name's Savannah. She graduated from Indiana University.
Savannah Heim.
Shout out to you, Savannah. Jose Leclerc, who we know has struggled a little bit. Latest on him, Bruce Bochy saying that he might want to see Jose in some low leverage situations, which would make sense. In 12 outings this season, Leclerc's got a 3.27 ERA. He's issued 9 walks in 11 innings pitched, and his walk percentage is over 21%. It's in the bottom percentile of Major League Baseball. Not good. So I can see that as a way to maybe ease him back in to things there. And Corey Seager, we just talked with Chris Young about that. He's probably going to start a rehab assignment after this series against the Mariners in Seattle. So you're looking at maybe Thursday or so. We can get Corey Seager starting a rehab assignment, hopefully get him back up very, very soon, which is great news.
That deserves the first shoot ya boy.
Shoot ya boy!
Here we
Yes,
go.
I've been waiting.
Come on.
Shout out to Nathan Eovaldi, who went 8 scoreless innings as well on Saturday. He now has extended his scoreless streak to 20 innings, which is amazing. And the Rangers are moving on up the power rankings, boys. I mentioned last week they were in the top 10. The Athletics MLB power rankings, they're now up to number 4.
Booyah, baby. You can't deny it now.
Let's go.
Fifth of the way
4.
through the season, still handling business. Your Texas Rangers, thank you so much, Wooly Bully, for taking us around the base. By the way, love Indiana University, and Savannah is my 3rd favorite female name. So salute to you and congratulations.
Beautiful city.
Remy and Abby, are those the other 2?
Yeah, Remy and Abby
are
are the top 2. I went to the Indiana soccer camp in 8th grade there in Bloomington. It was a tremendous campus, beautiful campus.
I got recruited by them
had
for
a
football.
great time hanging out there with Coach Jerry Yeagley and the defending national champion Hoosiers.
Lee Corso recruited me at Indiana.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd that go? Did he come to your living room?
No. It actually
Not so fast, Brian Broaddus.
I hope you hit him with that when he sent you the offer and you're like, I'm a Bayou Bengal.
I had no idea. It's funny that Bennett applied and got into Indiana, and I was like trying to explain to him, like, yeah, I almost I never had a shot. I mean, he
obviously
called and all that.
For
and
sure.
I was going to Baton Rouge and all that.
With
So
your 1.8.
Indiana was not a very good football program at the time. I probably would have played
Clearly
a lot
they had
more.
low academic standards as
They'd
well.
probably been a lot worse with me playing there.
Tell that to
Yeah.
Babe Laufenberg.
Probably got hurt a lot more, too. There.
Babe went to a lot of schools.
Yeah.
He did. He went to like 4. And finally,
Oh, he's a real ladies' man.
Yeah, he was an innovator in the transfer portal, I heard.
yeah, he was way before the transfer portal.
Why the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle is optimistic after the Stars got destroyed. It's next to the nation. But
the latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star.
Free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk some Stars hockey with you. They are in a 2-1 hole once again. Co-host of the Spits and Suds podcast set to join you. One of the hottest podcasts in the NHL. You can get it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast there. It's our boss, program director Gavin Spittle here on 105 through the Fan, joining us in studio.
What's up, boys?
And a good evening.
You know, last time I was on with you guys, I talked about your roles in hockey. I never mentioned Lucius.
Oh, let's go.
You got something in mind?
Yeah, I think a left winger would be pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm.
He'd come down hard. He'd work the corners.
Mm-hmm.
Drop the mitts if he had to.
I do work the corners. That is a fact.
That's our guy.
That's right.
16 years strong, buddy.
Well, boss man, you are so upbeat. Okay,
I am, man. I got fresh legs.
How? You got smacked. It's 2-1. It was an ugly game, and the netminder might be broken if you ask me.
So I'm listening to my boys on G-Bag Nation, and I get called out last week as, being a Stars pessimist.
Yeah,
so,
you bleeping pessimist.
Yeah, exactly. So I had to bring some optimism. And here's why the optimism, okay? Stars fans, look at the last series. Game 1, you lost to the Wild in overtime, okay? You lost to the Kraken in overtime in Game 1. Game 2 against the Wild, you dominated. Game 2 against the Kraken, you dominated. Game 3 in Minnesota, you got smacked. Game 3 in Seattle, you got smacked.
So Didn't Seattle a little better, though?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. A similar style. I think the Wild are more physical. But the reality is that the Stars are... I just don't want anyone to panic. The Stars are in this series. It's 2-1. New Jersey totally manhandled Carolina yesterday. This happens in hockey. So hopefully it's an anomaly. Hopefully it fires this Stars team up. If you want to talk Jake Ottinger, he's an elite goaltender. Didn't have a great game. However, that's going to happen every once in a while. But
isn't it like 2 out of the last 3 games, though?
I think goaltending sometimes it's similar to being a quarterback where everyone's like, it's Dak Prescott. It's Dak Prescott. And they don't talk about the other aspects of the defense. The defense was awful last night, specifically when Miro Heiskanen went out.
Mm-hmm.
That defense was so bad. They were giving up so many odd man breaks. So, yes, Ottinger played awful, but they have to play better in front of them. Seattle in this series is getting a lot of quality shots, and that bugs me. And the other thing that bugs me is the following, okay? And more NHL players are doing this. Quit getting in front of the puck, okay? Block shots, I'm all in favor of. But you have to understand when you put your stick out, if it gets deflected in just the slightest way, that goaltender cannot make the adjustment. So let the goaltender see the puck. Also remember, when you're putting your stick next to their stick, that blinds the puck just for that split second that goaltender needs. It's very similar in pitching to pitching. If you can just shadow your glove just a little bit, they can't see it coming out. And just that split second can cause you to miss the ball. Same thing in hockey. So I'm all about block shots, but if you're going to get in front of that puck, get in front of that puck.
Hawk, I'm about to put Rope Hintz on a milk carton for a missing person here.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason Robertson.
Well, Jason Robertson, we've talked about Jason Robertson. It may be this first time out this way, maybe a little too big. But what we saw from Rope Hintz in the first series, he has been a no-show in this second one.
Clearly Seattle is saying, you're not going to beat us with this first line. And I think maybe that's why DeBoer makes the adjustment and probably puts Pavelski back on that first line. My thing with that I tell Stars fans is that's great. And that was one of the best lines in hockey. But we're dealing with a 38-year-old Joe Pavelski that is making these guys better? Hintz has to step up. Robertson has to step up. And by the way, the guy that was filling in was Tyler Seguin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you come to a point where it's like, come on, guys, exert yourself. They can both play physical. I have not seen that physicality from either. They're really good at working the corners, and Hintz specifically used his speed, so he needs to use his speed in game 4 because it didn't happen last game. I mean, the Stars offense just was awful last night.
Should we be worried that maybe the Kraken have figured out, and it's only the one game, about how to win more draws?
No, because the Stars are the best in the league at draws. I will say the Kraken are doing things that they did not do in the regular season.
Okay.
They were one of the worst at draws.
Right.
They did not have necessarily a great penalty kill in the regular season. They are the Florida Panthers of the Western Conference. What the Florida Panthers are doing in the Eastern Conference is one of the best sports stories, not great hockey story. I mean, to take down a record-breaking Bruins team and then go up on the Toronto Maple Leafs by 3, I mean, my goodness, I wouldn't want to play them. And I think a lot of teams are looking at the Kraken and saying, that's not as good a matchup as we thought. That Kraken team is hot right now.
Yeah, and 7 different goal scorers
on
7 goals.
A lot of experience on that team.
No question, and Cup championship experience as well. But you bring up Rope and Robo and needing to perform and play better. I am starting to get concerned about Robo and just the lack of production here. What is it for him? Have you noticed a different way that the Wild were playing him, that Seattle's playing him? What do you think it is here?
I think that he is not showing the aggression that we need. And sometimes, Craig talked about this on our podcast last week. Sometimes it takes that extra level. You've got to go in the corners hard. You're going to have to get physical. He thinks Jason Robertson should just plant himself in front of the net. If he can. Get those sloppy goals to get yourself going, to get that mojo going. I mean, we looked during the season, Tyler Seguin was going through an incredible slump, started going in front of the net, hit off his body for 2 goals, and all of a sudden he's rejuvenated. And what do we see out of Tyler Seguin since then? The guy is like a mainstay in front of the net. He's found his game. So I think Robertson has to quit being on the outside and just basically force the action on the inside. Get that dirty rebound and put it in, and we're just not seeing the aggressiveness that we'd like. I think he's a terrific player. My fear is that we saw this same kind of style against Calgary
last year in Calgary.
Yeah. So is it the physicality?
Yeah.
Because when you look at the teams last year, I mean, they played Calgary, and then look this year, Wild and Kraken, all 3 physical. So is Jason Robertson not a good matchup when it comes to physicality?
It's a good question. 214 asks here as we talk with our program director at The Fan, Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, a co-host of the Spits and Suds podcast there with Craig Ludwig. 214 says, I know less than nothing about hockey. Spittle and his excitement got me to watch the game last night.
Oh.
It seems like we were totally out-coached. What say you?
You know what? You're pretty good at hockey. I would say that they have done a terrific job as far as coaching and matching. Now, understand that game was in Seattle, okay? For those that don't understand hockey, when you're at home, you have the last decision on the line change, okay? When you're in Seattle, Seattle matches the line on the ice because they're the home team. So when we put out, for instance, our first line last night, Robertson Hintz, Seattle and Coach Dave Hackstall can call his best defenders on the ice. So you do get that advantage at home. My fear is that simple things, rebounds, physicality, winning in the corners, that wasn't happening last night. I actually said on the podcast, and I think I told you guys too, the team that won in game 2 can win the cup. I really feel that. But the Stars have been unable to do that on a consistent basis. When they're physical, when they're working the corners, when they're, when they're shooting, this stuff is so simplistic. I sound like I don't know hockey when I'm saying that. But it's like, go back to the basics in hockey, and I promise you're the better team on the ice.
They showed in the first series they can overcome the Pavelski loss. Is Miro a much more difficult loss to overcome?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's your quarterback. That's your minutes eater on ice. That's a tough blow. If they say Miro Heiskanen can't go for the rest of this series, Sean said it last night, he might have to change his prediction on the series. That's how important it is.
He'll play, though, and do you think he'll be good?
So they said today it's a cut on the face. So he's not in concussion protocol, so that's really good. So The hope is that he can wear a face guard and go. I mean, as they say, patch it up and go. So I personally, I would expect him in the lineup, but we don't know how deep the gash is. Just a tough break. And for those that don't know, the rule is that you cannot stop the play when the opposing team has a scoring chance or is in puck possession.
Yeah.
Now, if if that rebound didn't go straight to Eberle and Seattle decided to cycle it and do a couple of passes, absolutely, they could blow it dead. But that was the right call by the on-ice officials to keep the play going.
Yeah, you can't let the defensive team take a dive or leave anything to chance. It's professional hockey, and as long as nobody's bleeding, we're gonna keep this thing going, and that makes plenty of sense. Speaking of bleeding, I think the lack of a tactical adjustment is one thing, but the lack of an emotional adjustment in a game where in the Stanley Cup playoffs you're supposed to be a 10 out of 10. Like last night, it looked like a team that had kind of given up. And I wonder how much of a finger on the pulse the coach has, or how much of an ability to motivate the coach has, or at some point you just wave the white flag and say, "Hey, it's not our night. Let's conserve some energy." What happened there?
I think the Heiskanen injury affected them, similar to the Pavelski injury affected them, for a time, and they needed to recover. I think also the advantage of last night was, Seattle never went home. Basically, they played Colorado in a Game 7 and then came to Dallas. So they got that extra day of rest, which was massive for the Kraken. So they had fresh legs going into the game, and they were able to reestablish what they like to do, send one or two deep forecheckers. And what that means is putting pressure on the Stars in the defensive zone. And when they can do that, they're really effective. Pete DeBoer hasn't made any adjustments. He did pull Ottinger last night, but at that point, it's more for Ottinger getting rest. What I would have liked to see last night was the offense wasn't working. I would have switched the lines last night.
Yeah.
I would have just said, you know what? We're throwing Pavelski on the first line, and you know what? We're going to throw, I don't know. Whatever it takes, basically.
Well, could you have been to a point, too, that the damage had already been done and you don't want to show them anything that you might do? When you talk about throwing a bunch of lines together, maybe you have some success. Then all of a sudden it's like, wow, they pulled a couple of goals back. They lose the game 7-4, and they pull a couple of goals, but you've shown them, whoa, this is something that, or is that the opposite? Like you're making them prep for something that they might not.
You found something
they might not see again.
I would think at this point, Brian, that the coaches have seen everything at this point.
Sure.
So
Sure.
I think. Yes, in a way, it would give you time to adjust. However, you see at the end of games that, we say it starts to get chippy.
Right.
And the reason it starts to get chippy, Edmonton blowing out Vegas the other night, and a player from Vegas does an open ice hit.
Yeah.
Very dangerous. It was a clean hit, dangerous, results in 4 fights.
Yeah.
Vegas was trying to say, you might be beating us 5-0. But you know what?
We're going to take our pound of flesh.
You're not doing this on our home ice without a pound of flesh.
Spitzy, one thing I did want to ask you about, and it goes back to Gavin's point about DeBoer. How much do you also need to look at your captain, Jamie Benn, to give you a little bit more life and a spark? Because it's frustrating because they go down 4-0, all of a sudden you see a little uptick from Jamie.
Yeah.
He's hitting, he's checking in the corners. You see him starting to eat up some ice. You don't see that consistently from Jamie Benn.
And that hasn't been Jamie's role this year. It's kind of changed where he's not that as physical as we've seen in the past. He's become more of a, goal scorer, big body. I think they've certainly neutralized him. I think Wyatt Johnston didn't have a great game last night, but has played well in both series. So yes, you want your captain to step up. Candidly, you want someone on the team to step up. It was Pavelski, but at some point you need guys to say, I'm putting the team on my back. And it can't always be the goalie.
Are there any healthy scratches that you would maybe think about flipping in the lineup?
I think last series, they put in Joel Hanley for Colin Miller, and I like Colin Miller and what he's done this year, but Hanley provided a little spark and was solid on defense. Colin Miller did not have a good game last night, just like many of the Stars. I could see them putting in Hanley for Colin Miller, and as we've mentioned, I could see Pavelski moving up to the first line.
Anything about tomorrow night's game before we let you go, sir?
Yeah, I think it's just the first 10 minutes. We talk about it a lot in hockey. The crowd's going to be rocking, and just establish yourself, tell the Kraken that we're not going away easy. You don't want to go down 3-1. That's the biggest thing. You know, if you can come back 2-2, then, if you do go down 3-1, it's not the end of the series. We've seen teams come back, but you have to establish tomorrow night is the game where you send the message for the rest of the series. That's what they did against the Wild.
You definitely would not be this upbeat on Wednesday if they go down 3-1, right? There's room for optimism now, but not a 3-1.
Yeah.
You're hoping at 3-1.
I mean, you're hoping at 3-1. Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, thank you for allowing me to talk about the great sport. I appreciate it.
You got it, man. Our Tolos love it. They really do, man. Anytime you can jump in here and talk hockey, especially during the playoffs, they're just eating it up. Have yourself a great afternoon.
Thanks.
We'll see you
I'll
soon.
drop the mitts if you guys need me to.
Well, I'm here for a good stick tap.
A draft lottery in the NHL
Oh, my
tonight.
goodness. Yes.
How is that relevant for the Stars?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry. Great point, Gavin. Okay, tonight we talked about the NBA draft lottery next week. Tonight is the NHL draft lottery. What many say could be the next Connor McDavid, Sidney Crosby is a guy named Connor Bedard. Ooh. Okay, played amazing hockey in the junior championships against the rest of the world. This kid is amazing. Chicago in your division is in the lottery. Arizona is in the lottery. They're in your division. So it'll be interesting. Whichever team gets him is getting a superstar or what everyone, they're talking about this kid as much as they talk about Ovechkin and Crosby and McDavid. They don't come around often, but my goodness, I'm hoping like the Flyers or someone like that outside of the conference gets him, but he's excited, and he's coming in the NHL next year.
Wow, don't let him be in the division like Wembanyama's probably going to be in the Mavs division.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut your mouth over there.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. Expressway is coming up next, including incredible drama on Cowboys Twitter. A debate reignited for you coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. You want to chat Window Nation, though. Amazing news from Window Nation. happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultations always free at truckwreck.com. Hope you had a great weekend. Thanks for making us part of your day. And sincere condolences to anybody suffering from the events of Saturday in Allen, Texas. It's really unbelievable. Okay, Fan Hang coming up Friday. Jake's Game Day in McKinney. It'll be Corey and Bobby, 4150 El Dorado Parkway, 5 to 8, hanging with the Tolos and getting ready for some Rangers and A's and playoff basketball. Jake's Game Day, the new family-friendly sports bar concept. That classic taste that you've known since 85 at Jake's. The ultimate sports bar destination now with incredible wings, pasta, pizza, sandos, burgers, and all of your favorites. Corey and Bobby the Fan, 5 to 8 Friday, Jake's Game Day in McKinney. Okay, now here we go. Little Cowboys Twitter in the midst of your expressway. I hate to agree with anything that Dan Orlovsky says or suggests.
Oh, man, what are you doing?
This better not be one of his food takes. No, I wouldn't dare put a Dan Orlovsky food take on this show when I got you to distribute all the food takes we need.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir.
The
That's
bad
right.
ones,
That's
that is.
right. Why would I want a 50-cent burger when I got a filet mignon sitting right here next to me?
I heard he hates Burger King, too. What do you think about that?
That means he's got one good food take out and about. You know,
Dan's got a good
blind
take.
squirrel. You get it.
Yeah.
Dan Orlovsky, kind of shocking stat. Last 3 seasons, Dak has started 33 regular season games in those 33 starts, and he's thrown 29 interceptions. Did not expect that. Now, there is a counter argument. Multiple people retweeting Dan Orlovsky and attempting to shame him, and pointing out other players that have had high interception counts. And I know you need that right now. Dak homers are probably hyperventilating, banging out a text. We'll get to those as well at 877-881-1053. 405 says, "Don't do it, Dawson."
Yeah, don't do it.
Walk away.
Walk away, please.
That's just a friend who cares about you, Dawson.
Damn you, Dawson! Don't do this. I'm not going to. Well, let me say this. I want your guys' reactions here. Broadus, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Lucius, the truckwreck.com fan text. What do you make of that stat?
He's a schmuck. He is King Schmuck. And he's going to just stand by this bit of wanting to try and cut down Dak anytime he can. For the longest time, and he's lost all credibility because he was trying to campaign that Carson Wentz was better.
Yeah,
and he did
that
it.
was bad.
He did it every team he went to. The Colts, Washington, he never learned his lesson.
Carson
Wentz is better than Dak. 1 year.
Carson was like maybe as good for a couple of years.
1 year.
Yeah, and then he saw Nick Foles win the Super Bowl with his team, and it totally broke him.
It broke him mentally. The best person that got him and dunked all over him on this was our buddy David Hellman, who quote tweeted Orlovsky's tweet, same 33-game sample size, Josh Allen, who people love, same exact amount of interceptions. But you don't see people treating Josh Allen the way that they treat Dak Prescott.
Well, interception rate this last year, Josh's was at like 2.6, and Dak's
this was the highest Dak's has ever been.
3.7.
It's more likely it's an anomaly season than anything else.
Well, I think the fact that it's happened over the last 3 seasons kind of suggests it's a trend that's occurred for half of his career more than it's a 1 year anomaly.
I think
the 3-year sample size is pretty significant. I think this has been an issue since Travis Frederick retired. Tyron